First skill, Ninjutsu, Equinox. Hanabi's shield has been reworked into an active skill. The new Equinox shield now increases her movement and attack speed. Hanabi is still immune to control effects while the shield is active, but now dealing damage will increase the shield's health regardless of Hanabi's HP. Second skill, Ninjutsu, Soul Scroll. Soul Scroll remains a skill shot that damages and slows enemies on hit, now with a new mechanic that marks enemies, causing them to take full damage from the next Petal Blade bounce. Ultimate, Forbidden Jutsu, Higanbana. Hanabi's ultimate remains unchanged, damaging and immobilizing the first enemy hit. The revamped Hanabi retains her uniqueness without needing to stack her shield before a fight, and her Petal Blades are now a more consistent source of damage. Her new shield mechanic improves her sustain mid-fight so she can stay in and on her targets. Pro tips. Use Equinox when you anticipate incoming CC and deal damage to keep it up. Don't panic if you get engaged on. Cast your shield and keep attacking. Line up enemies with Soul Scroll to cut their mobility while boosting your damage. And look to use Higanbana when the enemy is grouped up. Combo tips. When laning, use Soul Scroll to slow and mark enemies, so your next Petal Blade bounce does full damage even if they're hiding in the back. In a 1v1, use your shield's new sustain to get the upper hand. In teamfights, land your second skill first to make the enemy easy targets for your ultimate and let your Petal Blades go to town. Tactics. Since Hanabi's early game is rather weak, focus on farming, but not for the whole game, Hanabi mains. Poke the enemy in lane with basic attacks and her second skill. In the late game, use Hanabi's ultimate to engage and CC, and unleash your barrage of basic attacks and kunai to provide excellent sustained DPS for your team. We recommend this attack speed focused build to complement her reworked passive and first skill. Marksman Emblem further enhances her sustained DPS role, and Weakness Finder prevents her targets from escaping. Inspire is a natural choice to bolster both damage and survivability, thanks to her new shield. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamp coming December 20th. She'll be 30% off the first week, along with her Resplendent Iris skin. Give the new Hanabi a whirl and tell us what you think. Until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamp December 20th.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to end war!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
definitely they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
If you cannot.
This still works out, right? All of that in the last 2 minutes just makes a breeze for the first turtle here. So that's already huge, at least in terms of economy. But here in the mid lane, UMC going to be the focus again. Oh, can he get away? One hit, he's going to bob and weave and survive.
The moves and grooves.
Moves
behind. And yeah, I can see here the Lord. He's already contested.
It doesn't feel like Bray is chilling. He's doing so much for his team with splitting those waves, but once again, the contest for the Lord.
The fight. Oh my god, catches Subin with that Tyrant's Rage. Mortal bombs everywhere. Baby Cake, the first one down. Not a good sign as 1, 2, 3, 4 bodies has already been collected, and Bray gets shut down.
And he didn't, I don't even think it was Ken who finished off Hessa. He finished off D7, and this allows another free turtle.
But now they're going for it. Certainly Eagle going to be popped here. Ken able to secure the turtle, but Zip goes down as Chima able to find the kill. Another wild charge comes forth as D7 falls. Tempest Blade is going to be popped here. Ken looking for Hessa. Can't get the last hit though as he falls into the river.
That split, but all the weakness points. Oh my god, again! It's Prince Fran who comes in clutch and saves the day. ONIC Esports have nowhere to go right now, but Dragon's gonna be taken down. It's a shadow kill over to Harley, as now Mount Venus have to move back. The Iron Hook does not connect. It's gonna be the way the Dragon locking Prince Fran down, and that's a double kill picked up by Dreon, the Lord as well. Dreon is an absolute monster as he's looking to claim a Maniac.
Kind of be a little bit patient, because right now I kind of feel like Rosa as well as Sunshine, they have enough damage. They just need a proper setup. And in terms of proper setup, you shouted out Oheb. If they can catch him, that's great. But it's easy to say that. But oh my Venus, it's all for them.
That's all the damage popped in, and the backline's completely going to be obstructed here by Blacklist International. Oheb free hitting, his alien's going to be bursted down. Oh my Rosa going to go on the fatal Nexus. Genji's the only man left standing. Blacklist International, they take no prisoners.
Someday, you'll be the most shining light in the universe. The star will be burned for you, my flare.
M-Series Flashback, the Finals MVP. Every tournament will have its own most valuable player or MVP.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Back in M1, it was Aura of EVOS Legends with his masterful off-lane plays to clinch the award.
Aura!
EVOS Legends bakal melakukan trik dengan gas dengan masa
and be the first ever Finals MVP in Mobile Legends M-Series. Meanwhile, in M2, amidst the pandemic, Carl TZ of Bren Esports proved that his flashy jungler plays were the top of the world.
Okay, anyways, 3 for 1 immediately traded out. Make that revampers chasing him down, and there's only so much.
And in 2021, Oheb of Blacklist International showed why he is the Filipino sniper with his spectacular Beatrix and marksman prowess.
Here in the early game. Another fight engaged on right edge for Loud. Asmo still able to run away, but Oheb comes in, so he goes in for 1v3 play. A mistake as he gets shut down.
And claimed the title of M3's Finals MVP. Who do you think will join these players on the Hall of Legends? Can Carl TZ or Oheb claim the title twice? Who will be M4's Finals MVP? See you at M4.
Maybe.
But that's the thing, like, who is your saving grace here for MVG, right? Harley, Joel Crew. Joel Crew is so far away from that. Harley, though, able to survive just a bit. Oh, never mind. THQ guys from the backside. Now they're going to find Joel Crew as we were just talking about him. They fall here and another one goes down. 4 fall again for MVG. And there's nothing Dragon can do here to defend. It's a maniac for THQ guys. GG, well played.
They are resetting here. 13,000 HP.
They need to make a choice right now. I mean, the minions are pushing in into their base. They're going to get backdoored by Carl TZ if they don't choose now.
Oh my god, Carl TZ, will they read this? Junpo tries to delay, but no, my god, 505 trying to fly. Sanford, Yawi goes down, but Carl TZ in the backside. Benny QT, the base echo outplayed RSG.
But we just barely missed it off camera. What happened to Papa Dog?
He just got dogpiled on, and that will be the end of him. As you can see, S11 going for a different approach right here. Jumping in, making the play with the Way of the Dragon as well, but the Vengeance is just tanking so much damage. Wow! That's Fried Chicken taking one versus 3. Erwin is an H target, and Fried Chicken is going again and again. The Lord gets picked up, and they come out on top, and it's so disastrous because the Lord is up at the same time. Incendio is still contesting, but it does not seem possible unless Alien can make something of a miracle play.
We've seen a miracle play by Grok many times before. He's looking for it. He has the weapon mastery for a reason. He steals it for Turkey, for Incendio to save the game for his team.
I'm sorry. I'm ahead of myself.
Yeah, no worries. Wise, killing spree emblem on the Aldous. Sure. I get why, but right now, wait a minute, Naomi gets a hook onto Wise right now. It's going to be Justin who rotates back in. Wise goes in, and it's the first blood over to Justin.
Ken, that was a worth it. What the hell? Got the hook, and Haji tries to run away. I can't get my point out. Justin goes in front, gets a kill.
Dashing back in, Edward using final blow, not able to find anyone, and that's the iron hook again. Naomi's won.
2030 vision where they just literally see the future.
Oh my God, there's no way! Naomi finds a hook out of nothing again! He cares for the future. Whatever it is you want to believe, he lands again! Naomi!
From the sky!
They are right now, they're flying and they're soaring again! Naomi! What in the world was that?
អ្វីៗគ្រប់យ៉ាងតែងតែប្រែប្រួលទៅតាមពេលវេលាប៉ុន្តែស្មារតីរបស់អ្នកប្រយុទ្ធនឹងមិនសាបសូន្យនោះឡើយពួកយើងម្នាក់សុទ្ធតែមានចំណុចខ្សោយរៀងៗខ្លួនហើយប្រសិនបើយើងរួមគ្នាជាក្រុមគឺពួកយើងមិនមានពាក្យថាបរាជ័យនោះទេការតំណាងឲ្យប្រទេសកម្ពុជាទៅប្រកួតជើងឯក M4 It's like a dream come true នេះគឺជាសុបិនដែលខ្លាចជាការពិតដើម្បីមោទនភាពជាតិខ្មែរយើងក្រោកឡើងហើយតស៊ូទៅមុខទៀតដំណើរផ្សងព្រេងរបស់ពួកយើងមិនមានភាពងាយស្រួលនោះទេស្មារតីអ្នកចម្បាំងខ្មែរនឹងតែងតែស្ថិតនៅក្នុងខ្លួនយើងជានិច្ចក្រុម Burnic Flash នឹងចាប់យកឱកាសមួយនេះហើយធ្វើឲ្យមោទនភាពជាតិយើងថ្កុំថ្កើងនៅលើឆាកអន្តរជាតិIf you play with fire, you will get burned. Dear Flamers, see you in the M4 stage.
My time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know don't never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. You can't ever break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our hearts to be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I'm on the road, accomplish all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the
for the game, cause we ready for the victory. Hands off, I ain't giving up. They say that I finished what they want, I ain't never done. No. So turn it up, turn it up, turn it up, oh yeah. Hands up, all of you get your hands up, all of you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight, we gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know don't ever win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. You can't ever break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest ocean now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest ocean now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory. Hands off, I ain't giving up. They say that I finished what they want, I ain't never done. No. So turn it up, turn it up, turn it up, oh yeah. Hands up, all of you get your hands up, all of you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight, we gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
will be gathered in Jakarta, Indonesia. One dream and one goal only. Make sure all the players, teams, and fans alike are on the same page. It is time to reveal the tournament format. In M4, all the qualified teams will compete in 2 stages to achieve greatness. Group stage and the knockout stage. The teams will play a best-of-1 single round robin during the group stage. No team will be eliminated during the group stage. Now, let's take a look at the knockout stage format. It'll feature a double elimination bracket with a total of 22 series. The first 2 rounds of the lower bracket will be the best of 3. The other series will be best of 5. Except for the grand finals, which will be best of 7. Now the knockout stage upper bracket will feature the top 2 teams of each group from the group stage, and the bottom 2 teams will start at the lower bracket. The losers of the first round of the lower bracket will be eliminated. The M4 knockout stage will be spread out across 9 days, where there will be a live audience for fans like you to support your teams. And that's all you need to know about M4's tournament format. Remember to tune in and see you in Jakarta. Dare to dream, dare to be great.
To the game, where all eyes are on one stage only. All for that ultimate prize, to be M4 World Champions.
Duma မဖောက်ခဲ့ဘူးတဲ့လမ်းတစ်ခုကိုကျွန်တော်တို့စတင်ရှောက်လန်းခဲ့ကြတယ်။ချွေးမထွက်တဲ့အားကစားကိုကျွန်တော်တို့စော့ခဲ့ကြတယ်။လူတွေမရွေးချယ်တဲ့အတံမွေးဝမ်းကြောင်းကိုပဲကျွန်တော်တို့အမျက်တနိုးရွေးချယ်ခဲ့ကြတယ်။အဲ့ဒီလိုလူတွေမမြင်နိုင်တဲ့အမှောင်ချမ်းမှာပဲကျွန်တော်တို့ရှိနေခဲ့တာမို့လို့ကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ကိုယ်ပိုင်အလင်းရောင်နဲ့ထုံးလင်းဖို့ဆုံးဖြတ်ပြီးဒီလမ်းကိုဆက်လျှောက်ခဲ့ကြတယ်။တကယ်တော့ e-sport ဆိုတာမျိုးကတခြားအားကစားတွေလိုပါပဲ။ကိုယ်နဲ့စိတ်တူကိုယ်လိုရှိမဲ့အသင်းပေါ်တွေရဲ့အကူအညီနဲ့ပဲကြုံဆုံလာမဲ့ပြိုင်ဘက်တွေကိုအလေးထိုးအနိုင်ယူကြရတယ်။ဒါပေမဲ့အဆုံးတနေ့မှာတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့မှာတူညီတဲ့အိမ်မက်တစ်ခုပဲရှိပါတယ်။အဲ့ဒါကတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ e-sport ကစားသမားတွေအားလုံးအတွက်ပုံမကောင်းမွန်တဲ့နေရာတစ်ခုကိုဖန်တီးရင်းနဲ့ကမ္ဘာအလယ်မှာမြန်မာဆိုတဲ့အလင်းရောင်အကောင်းဆုံးထွန်းလင်းတောက်ပနိုင်ဖို့ပါ
The M4 group stage continues to bring us world-class MLBB actions. So let's take a quick look at what happened yesterday. It's raining RRQ in Jakarta during day 2 of the M4 group stage. Despite having the home ground advantage, Skylar and the legendary Lemon had to put all the stops to claim an unconvincing victory against Occupy Thrones. The Song Rajas were then dismantled by Echo of the Philippines with a stellar performance from Sanji the Wizard. However, win or lose, the fans are here to support with all their might. On the other hand, RRQ Akira is looking like the better RRQ so far. The Samba Boys defeated the Valley in the North-South America Derby thanks to Luiz's incredible Numenon Blast. They also destroyed the Malaysian champions, Team Hawk, with a formidable team fight composition featuring Joy and Terizla, while utilizing the power of RRQ, Ultra Fans' buff. All MLBB fans in the world, let's support your favorite team with all your passion, regardless of where you are. Now, it's time for Day 3 of the M4 Group Stage. Dare to be great.
The M4 World Championship continues to heat up with drama and intense emotions. Day 3 of the group stage is a direct manifestation of order and chaos, with Group B representing the calm and predictable outcome. All is in order as ONIC Esports and THQ take care of business respectively and secure upper bracket slots. Featuring the King of the Sky, Kyrie, who gave a masterclass on the prowess of assassins. While THQ cruised through the group stage with 4 mates returning to the starting lineup. However, when there is order, there will be chaos. As the disarray in Group A materializes into a 3-way tiebreaker, as all hell breaks loose when Falcon Esports dethrone the defending champions not once, but twice in the same day. Finally, the M3 champions clawed back against the siege of Incendio supremacy and secured the upper bracket. Even though the air was tense, sportsmanship and integrity were embraced. And with that, we are going straight into the final day of the M4 Group Stage. Dare to be great.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause run the streets is what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never, ever stop. Won't ever stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest ocean now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting and show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't break me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest ocean now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Hands off, I ain't giving up. They say that I finished what they want, I ain't never done. No. So turn it up, turn it all the way up.
Hands up, all of you get your hands up. All of you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Find a new environment. Live life in a different way. Follow your heart. Learn a new thing. Go for a new challenge. Risk up your life through a wonderful journey.
What's up, everyone? Today we have a hero revamp many of you have been waiting for. Featuring Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower. The new Hanabi is more mature and confident in herself, as seen in her new intro animation where she finally takes off her veil. Hero skills. Hanabi is a marksman that brings solid DPS and crowd control to a team and known for her bouncing pedal blades. Passive skill, Ninjutsu Pedal Barrage. That's right, Pedal Barrage is now Hanabi's new passive. With this adjustment, Hanabi's basic attacks and skills automatically create pedal blades on hit that bounce up to 4 times to nearby targets, while doing less damage per bounce. First skill, Ninjutsu Equinox. Hanabi's shield has been reworked into an active skill. The new Equinox shield now increases her movement and attack speed. Hanabi is still immune to control effects while the shield is active, but now dealing damage will increase the shield's health regardless of Hanabi's HP. Second skill, Ninjutsu Soul Scroll. Soul Scroll remains a skill shot that damages and slows enemies on hit, now with a new mechanic that marks enemies, causing them to take full damage from the next pedal blade bounce. Ultimate Forbidden Jutsu Higanbana. Hanabi's ultimate remains unchanged, damaging and immobilizing the first enemy hit. The revamped Hanabi retains her uniqueness without needing to stack her shield before a fight, and her pedal blades are now a more consistent source of damage. Her new shield mechanic improves her sustain mid-fight so she can stay in and on her targets. Pro tips. Use Equinox when you anticipate incoming CC and deal damage to keep it up. Don't panic if you get engaged on. Cast your shield and keep attacking. Line up enemies with Soul Scroll to cut their mobility while boosting your damage. And look to use Higanbana when the enemy is grouped up. Combo tips. When laning, use Soul Scroll to slow and mark enemies, so your next Pedal Blade bounce does full damage even if they're hiding in the back. In a 1v1, use your shield's new sustain to get the upper hand. In teamfights, land your second skill first to make the enemy easy targets for your ultimate and let your Pedal Blades go to town. Tactics. Since Hanabi's early game is rather weak, focus on farming, but not for the whole game, Hanabi mains. Poke the enemy in lane with basic attacks and her second skill. In the late game, use Hanabi's ultimate to engage and CC, and unleash your barrage of basic attacks and kunai to provide excellent sustained DPS for your team. We recommend this attack speed focused build to complement her reworked passive and first skill. Marksman Emblem further enhances her sustained DPS role, and Weakness Finder prevents her targets from escaping. Inspire is a natural choice to bolster both damage and survivability, thanks to her new shield. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamp coming December 20th. She'll be 30% off the first week, along with her resplendent iris skin. Give the new Hanabi a whirl and tell us what you think. Until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamp December 20th.
travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Valley are going to M4!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
If you cannot
This still works out, right? All of that in the last 2 minutes just makes a breeze for the first turtle here. So that's already huge, at least in terms of economy. But here in the mid lane, Yumski going to be the focus again. Oh, can he get away? One hit, he's going to bob and weave and survived.
The moves and grooves.
Moves behind. And yeah, I can see here the Lord is already contested.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like Bray is chilling. He's doing so much for his team with splitting those waves, but once again, the contest for the Lord.
The fight. Oh my god, catches Sufin with that Tyrant's Rage. Mortal bombs everywhere. Baby Cake, the first one down. Not a good sign as 1, 2, 3, 4 bodies has already been collected, and Bray gets shut down.
And he didn't, I don't even think it was Ken who finished off Hesa. He finished off D7, and this allows another free turtle.
But now they're going for it. Certainly he's going to be popped here. Ken able to secure the turtle, but Zip goes down as Chima able to find the kill. Another wild charge comes forth as D7 falls. Tempest Blade's going to be popped here. Ken looking for Hesa. Can't get the last hit, though, as he falls into the river.
That split, but all the weakness points. Oh my god, again! It's Prince Fran who comes in clutch and saves the day. ONIC Esports have nowhere to go right now, but Dragon's gonna be taken down. It's a shadow kill over to Harley, as now Mount Venus have to move back. The Iron Hook does not connect. It's gonna be the way the Dragon locking Prince Fran down, and that's a double kill picked up by Dreon, the Lord as well. Dreon is an absolute monster as he's looking to claim a Maniac.
Kind of be a little bit patient, because right now I kind of feel like Rosa as well as Sunshine, they have enough damage. They just need a proper setup. And in terms of proper setup, you shouted out OHEB. If they can catch him, that's great. But it's easier said than done. But oh my Venus, it's all for them.
That's all the damage popped in, and the backline's completely going to be obstructed here by Blacklist International. OHEB free hitting his alien's going to be bursted down. Rosa going to come out of the His Genji's the only man left standing. Blacklist International, they take no prisoners.
Check.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Find a new environment. Live life in a different way. Follow your heart. Learn a new thing. Go for a new challenge. Risk up your life through a wonderful journey.
What's up, everyone? Today we have a hero revamp many of you have been waiting for. Featuring Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower. The new Hanabi is more mature and confident in herself, as seen in her new intro animation where she finally takes off her veil. Hero skills. Hanabi is a marksman that brings solid DPS and crowd control to a team and known for her bouncing pedal blades. Passive skill, Ninjutsu Pedal Barrage. That's right, Pedal Barrage is now Hanabi's new passive. With this adjustment, Hanabi's basic attacks and skills automatically create pedal blades on hit that bounce up to 4 times to nearby targets, while doing less damage per bounce. First skill, Ninjutsu Equinox. Hanabi's shield has been reworked into an active skill. The new Equinox shield now increases her movement and attack speed. Hanabi is still immune to control effects while the shield is active, but now dealing damage will increase the shield's health regardless of Hanabi's HP. Second skill, Ninjutsu Soul Scroll. Soul Scroll remains a skill shot that damages and slows enemies on hit, now with a new mechanic that marks enemies, causing them to take full damage from the next pedal blade bounce. Ultimate Forbidden Jutsu Higanbana. Hanabi's ultimate remains unchanged, damaging and immobilizing the first enemy hit. The revamped Hanabi retains her uniqueness without needing to stack her shield before a fight, and her pedal blades are now a more consistent source of damage. Her new shield mechanic improves her sustain mid-fight so she can stay in and on her targets. Pro tips. Use Equinox when you anticipate incoming CC and deal damage to keep it up. Don't panic if you get engaged on. Cast your shield and keep attacking. Line up enemies with Soul Scroll to cut their mobility while boosting your damage. And look to use Higanbana when the enemy is grouped up. Combo tips. When laning, use Soul Scroll to slow and mark enemies, so your next Pedal Blade bounce does full damage even if they're hiding in the back. In a 1v1, use your shield's new sustain to get the upper hand. In teamfights, land your second skill first to make the enemy easy targets for your ultimate and let your Pedal Blades go to town. Tactics. Since Hanabi's early game is rather weak, focus on farming, but not for the whole game, Hanabi mains. Poke the enemy in lane with basic attacks and her second skill. In the late game, use Hanabi's ultimate to engage and CC, and unleash your barrage of basic attacks and kunai to provide excellent sustained DPS for your team. We recommend this attack speed focused build to complement her reworked passive and first skill. Marksman Emblem further enhances her sustained DPS role, and Weakness Finder prevents her targets from escaping. Inspire is a natural choice to bolster both damage and survivability, thanks to her new shield. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamp coming December 20th. She'll be 30% off the first week, along with her resplendent iris skin. Give the new Hanabi a whirl and tell us what you think. Until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamp December 20th.
this still works out, right? All of that in the last 2 minutes just makes a breeze for the first turtle here. So that's already huge, at least in terms of economy. But here in the mid lane, Yumski going to be the focus again. Oh, can he get away? One hit, he's going to bob and weave and survive.
The moves and grooves.
Moves behind. And yeah, I can see here the Lord is already contested.
Yeah. It doesn't feel like Bray is chilling. He's doing so much for his team with splitting those waves, but once again, the contest for the Lord.
The fight.
Oh my god, catches Sufin with that Tyrant's Rage. Mortal bombs everywhere. Baby Cake, the first one down. Not a good sign as 1, 2, 3, 4 bodies has already been collected, and Bray gets shut down.
And he didn't, I don't even think it was Ken who finished off Hesa. He finished off D7, and this allows another free turtle.
But now they're going for it. Certainly he's going to be popped here. Ken able to secure the turtle, but Zip goes down as Chima able to find the kill. Another wild charge comes forth as D7 falls. Tempest Blade's going to be popped here. Ken looking for Hesa. Can't get the last hit, though, as he falls into the river.
Oh, that split, but all doing this points. Oh my god, again! It's Prince Fran who comes in clutch and saves the day. ONIC Esports have nowhere to go right now, but Dragon's going to be taken down. It's a shadow kill over to Harley, as now Mount Venus have to move back. The Iron Hook does not connect. It's going to be the way the Dragon locking Prince Fran down, and that's a double kill picked up by Dreon, the Lord as well. Dreon is an absolute monster as he's looking to claim a maniac.
Kind of be a little bit patient, because right now I kind of feel like Rosa as well as Sunshine, they have enough damage. They just need a proper setup. And in terms of proper setup, you shouted out OHEB. If they can catch him, that's great. But it's easier said than done. But oh my Venus, it's all for them.
That's all the damage popped in, and the backline's completely going to be obstructed here by Blacklist International. OHEB free hitting his alien's going to be bursted down. Oh my god! Tenzi's the only man left standing. Blacklist International, they take no prisoners.
Someday, you'll be the most shining light in the universe. The star will be burned for you, my flare.
M-Series Flashback, the Finals MVP. Every tournament will have its own most valuable player or MVP.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Back in M1, it was Aura of EVOS Legend.
Welcome to Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championship. Hello everybody, I'm Mara Aquino, your host, and it's a beautiful day here in Jakarta, Indonesia, the world stage where the most dominant teams all across the globe fight for greatness, claiming their right to get in the battlefield and go up against the most powerful kings in all the regions. Only one, the greatest of them all, will claim the throne and be the champion of the world. 9 days, 16 teams. They all dare to be great. Now we have the best fans in Indonesia and all the most loyal fans across the globe coming to witness this prestigious event. This is the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championship. Now we're gonna have a little debate to start off today. So we're gonna join our panelists with Wolf. Panel, join us.
So where do we look at? Which camera?
Coming at you live from the wishing wall right outside the indoor stadium here at beautiful Senayan from Jakarta, Indonesia. Selamat sore semua. At your service as always, my name is Leo. Joined here by the gentlemen. This is Wolf, Mirko, and Assassin Dave. Wolf, you were the one who came in last for the knockout stage. How's Jakarta been so far?
Yeah, you know, I've seen the group stages. I've seen that this will be the hottest of the M series so far, and I'm very excited for that. But Jakarta has been very hospitable to me. The food is great, the weather is nice, the people are amazing, and I'm very excited for M4.
Speaking of the people, Mirko, this is your city. Thanks for welcoming us.
Hey, no problem. Anytime you guys want to visit Jakarta, hit me up.
Dave, I heard some nasi padang has been served.
Yes, I was one of the first person invited to the nasi padang by Miracle. It was delicious. If you're a foreigner like me coming here to watch M4, make sure to get yourself some of those delicious food.
I love it. And ladies and gentlemen, in just a few moments, the teams will be making their way into the stadium. They'll be coming in, and I want to hear you make some loud noise. I want you to talk with them as they come in, because we'll be talking about how they actually, quite literally, made it through group stage, and they ended up in the brackets that they currently are in. Real quick, you were watching. What was it like for you?
Well, yeah, there were a lot of surprises for one. And all of the predictions that I've ever had were, just thrown out the door. And I think that's really what happened with most of the people that we've seen. So most of the people that are looking at M4, So that was very, I would say, surprising.
Oh yeah, just making their way into the stadium is the only representative from the Mekong region. That was MDH Esports. Wolf, talk to us about this Vietnamese squad.
Yeah, there were a lot of expectations from MDH, specifically because they have veterans in the scene, and they also kind of dominated the Mekong qualifier. Unfortunately, we weren't able to see them perform as much as we would have expected them, so hopefully they find something after the group stages to use in the knockouts.
Following them as they enter, it's the kings of MPL MENA. It's Occupy Thrones.
Occupy Thrones, when we're taking a look at their group stage performance, we did not see much. It was, you can kind of say, a bad performance from this team, 0-3. But once again, you gotta give them some leeway because, hey, they were in the same group with Echo, RRQ, and RSG. Look at the team, they're looking really good right now based on scrims. And Maro, this guy was the standout, especially for this team. So look out for him because he's got a lot of crazy picks for you guys.
And just to add, the Egyptian squad with some Saudis in the mix are super nice dudes.
Oh, yeah.
We see them all the time in the hotel, and they're just always up for a conversation. Making their way now, representing the Khmer, the champions of the recently concluded MPL Cambodia season, it's Burnex Flash.
Yes, you gotta watch out for their marksmen. Their win conditions get Hesa farm. This guy's farm, they're gonna be unstoppable. We saw the performance they put up against Falcon, the team who have taken everybody in their group stage, which is absolutely insane. Now, they do have a rough run at the group stage, and they're gonna have one chance left now going to the knockout stage against Now to the Valley. So it's gonna be a tough road ahead.
Oh yeah, and I think we have confirmation that Coach Zico will now be in the mix. He'll be taking back control. Again, thank you so much to manager Li Xin for taking care of the knockout of the group stage. But in the knockout stage, we're back in good hands. Last but not least, making their way, representing Argentina from Latam Super League. It's the Campeons. This is S11, S11.
Yeah, definitely channeling their championship, their world championship kind of culture in that region, right? We saw S11 perform not that great during day one of the group stages, but their second outing, when they went in, going up against Brazil, snapping their 33 win streak with a wonderful performance, and you feel the hype, you feel the aggression coming up, not only in game but also outside the game. I'm excited to see more from S11. They didn't have the best result when it comes to the group stages, but I'm sure that come the knockouts, they are now prepared. When we also talked to some of the guys down there, I heard that they are also they're gonna be revealing their full form come the knockout stages.
Oh, of these lower bracket squads, you guys feel like one of them might come through and actually show their full potential?
For me, for sure. You know, especially Burnex Flash, it does feel like after losing that first game against Falcon, they, took a step back. They were using a different roster. But with Chma and Hesa, I do believe we're going to see the best version of Burnex Flash.
All right, I'm so excited. There's more teams making their way into the stadium, but for now, let's go ahead, throw back to the main stage. Mara, what you got?
Our panelists, we're here in the outdoor stadium with LaFell and the teams that you guys just talked about. MDH Esports, Occupy Thrones, Burnex Flash, and S11 Gaming Argentina.
So the M4 group stages are very intimidating. I want to know, for all four of you guys, how does it feel going up against the strongest teams in the world, and how do you prepare for the knockout stages? Let's begin with MDH.
Hello.
Yeah,
it's actually a very scary. It's actually a very scary experience because we came from a country with zero competition. So going against one of the top teams in the tournament is a very scary thing.
It's a scary thing, but it's also motivating.
A little bit motivating.
And I'm sure you guys will do well. How about Mara from Occupy Thrones?
Yeah, we were excited to play versus those great teams, and it was a really good experience to try our best against them.
And I gotta say, Occupy Thrones, in my opinion, you guys did very, very well.
Very well.
Thank you.
And Burnex Flash, I'm your ATM.
Can I talk my?
Sure. Do we have a translator? Yes. Just say in your native language.
ខ្ញុំពិតជាសប្បាយចិត្តខ្លាំងមែនតើដែលបានមកបានខ្លះជាក្រុមតំណាងប្រទេសរបស់កម្ពុជាមកហើយមកប្រកួត M4 នេះហើយខ្ញុំពិតជាសប្បាយចិត្តដែល
So, Mr. Translator, what do you say?
Yes. From the.
You can be in front. Show your face to the camera.
We want to show your handsome face. There you go. Help us understand.
Us, we from Cambodia team. We very excited to be there. M4 World Champion World. Yes, Chip. We very excited.
So feeling very excited. Now we have S11 Gaming Argentina. Kai. Hi.
Hi.
Oh, he has a speech on his phone. All right. We're preparing for this.
Do you need a translator as
Let's
well?
hear this.
We feel enthusiastic and motivated if we reach this case. It's because have shown that we have the ability to be competitive and to represent our team is the best way. To play a good role in the playoff, you have to stay focused, believe and train hard, which is what we dedicate ourselves since we arrived.
Yeah, keeping focus is so important to prepare yourself for the knockout stages.
And speaking of prepared, they're very prepared. He
Oh,
prepared
yeah.
the speech right before coming on stage. Thank you guys so much. Good luck. And now we're gonna head on over back to our panelists. Leo.
And just like that, we have another set of very handsome gentlemen. We got a repeat coming up. Once again, at your service, my name is Leo. This is Mirko. We're joined now by NACD caster, flown in straight from the United States of America. We have Mr. Wagner himself, Trex. How you doing, bud? Of course, we have as well awarded Best Caster, earning him that desk spot from MPL SG Season 4. It's Jace.
Thanks, Leo. You're flattering me, but man, it's great to be here. It's very hype. Jakarta's so welcoming for every single one of us, you know, flown from every single part of the world, including the players as well, fighting for the throne for M4.
Oh, all right. Now, with that being said, there's another teams coming in, and they are lower bracket teams. I think we understand the pressure that they're under, and with that being said, specifically for the NA squad, what are you feeling for them?
You know, the Valley, dude. They had a tough time in the group stage, but they also had BTK had a tough time in M3. I don't want to count them out just yet. I think it's just the same thing that we all want to see. We want to see Zayn possibly play damage. We want to see them pick up the pieces and maybe break the meta a little bit. Stop trying to follow what everyone wants them to follow and do it NA style.
I mean, that's more on the Valley, but I think there's pressure on all the bottom bracket teams, right? It's just a best of 3, and you're sent home. I can only imagine. And then first off, making their way all the way from Latam, it's Malvinas Gaming.
Like you mentioned, you know, the group stages did not go too well for Malvinas too. I mean, they were able to get their first game win, but right after that, you could see the inconsistencies from this team, right? They need to build a solid game plan here and stick with what works, because if they keep on experimenting like they did in the group stage, it's not going to be a good day for Malvinas.
It's a long road for Malvinas to actually make it back. They came from M3, Steffe and Harley, a lot of experience on their backs, but here, it looks like reality is just so different. Also making their way from a beautiful Turkey, it's Incendio Supremacy. I actually had a conversation with one of their managers and, of course, one of the casters who took care of Turkey, Sampionasi, Murano. There's a lot of promise in that region. It's just a matter of reps. They just need more professional MLBB esports over there, and you see that the potential for Incendio is real.
Possible dark horses.
I remember in day 1 of group stage, right? They were taking away the dark horse title from Falcon, and Falcon somehow just took it back. I think that's really impressive coming out from this region.
And with that being said, just what they do in a best of 3 when their backs are against the wall, who knows what's going to be coming out of Alien and Co, because that's their last chance here in M4. No pressure. But speaking of which, MPL SG back-to-back champions. Talk to us about RSG, Jace.
Man, RSG since the start of MPL Singapore, since season 1, they were always in the lower brackets, but that's where they thrive, and here they are in M4 as well. This is where they will shine when their backs are back against the wall. They'll pull out everything and anything, and to get that resurgence back into the grand finals.
You know, they were in the group of death, right? That's what they call it. So RSG, SG now in the lower brackets, I do believe we're going to see the best version of them too, coming out with less pressure, I believe.
Yeah, not only was it the group of death, but it was their group. They were seeded there and were just drawn with super duper ready teams. And one of them is walking in. That's the Valley from North America. Trex, talk to us about your boys, because they had a rocky group stage.
They definitely had a very, very rocky group stage, and I think there was just so much hype, and now people are starting to doubt them. But I will say, you know, I had some words with Zayn, I've had some words with some of the team, and Zayn still feels confident. He thinks he wants to maybe switch some things up here. I can't show all the cards. I don't think they want to show all the cards, but it's not going to be an easy route. But hopefully it is not the lower bracket for them, but the comeback bracket.
I like it. Comeback bracket.
Dude, the comeback bracket?
The comeback bracket. It's like I feel like, you know, it's the group stage, right? It's all best of ones. It's the scrappiest kind of format. But now we're already in the knockout stage. It's best of threes, best of five. I think there's a lot more wiggle room to play with. And you better be sure that they will try to adapt on the stage.
I mean, remember M3, right? When they got to the knockout stage, they were able to beat Blacklist International, and they went on to win the entire thing, so never count the Valley out.
Yeah.
It's a different year, though. It's a different year, and I think this time with the lower bracket, it's not just about hunger anymore. There's a lot of hungry teams, but this time in M4, it's going to be about skill. It's going to be about talent, and just being hungry for the trophy won't get you there.
Yeah, no, that's true because, again, in our many conversations with players and teams off broadcast, they actually all agree, and I think you folks as well at home will say that M4 is a totally different beast. All the teams came to win, and everyone, I believe, should take it the distance. I don't think we're going to be able to see any sweeps. So with that being said, let's move on along, throw it over back to our stage because more teams are making their way in.
Thank you very much to our panelists where, yes, I gotta say, man, going for World Championships, experience is super important. We got 4 teams here that have the experience, but not every single member has the same experience on the world stage. We have Malvinas Gaming, Incendio Supremacy, RSGSG, and the Valley, dude.
Some of you have experience in the world stage, and for some of you guys, it's your first time. So for those who have been here before, tell us what's going to be different from the last time that you or your team have been here. And for the first timers, how did your teammates help you ease through coming here in Jakarta, Indonesia? Let's start off with Dragon.
Thanks to the experience of my college in SIM3, they gave me more than anything in the mentality to play calmly against the best in the world and more than anything to improve my role.
Yeah, the veterans in the team is really helping everyone out to catch up against all the best teams in the world.
That's right. Now we have Rosa from Incendio Supremacy.
This is the first M series for me where I became very stressed. But after first matches and some scrims, we realized that we can show some good performance. And we are ready to fight.
Oh, so they gained some confidence from their first few matches here.
And scrims, and they indeed are ready to fight. They were amazing during group stages.
Now we have Bray from RSGSG.
It's my first time playing in our stage, and it made me feel very nervous. But because my teammates were experienced, they play in M3, so they taught me how to remain calm and just focus in the game. So I learned a lot from them.
How did they teach you to be calm? What's your calming technique?
Because when I play on the stage, I see a lot of people, I get very nervous and scared. So they told me to just ignore the audience and just pretend that you're playing at home. Yeah.
To focus and to go boom, boom. Just
Ignore
like
everything else. We're playing at home. This is our comfort zone.
Now, everyone's waiting for his answer. Moba Zane from the Valley. What's different this time around? Because you really surprised us in M3. Everybody was wowed. Now, what's going on different in the knockout stage and onwards?
We have some new members that we've picked up, and group stage didn't go as well as we might have thought it would, but I think we'll do okay.
And how did you guys recover from that, or what did you learn from that?
I think we need to work on our drafts, and I think we all get a little bit nervous on stage that we definitely need to fix, a little bit of stage fright.
But knowing you, Moba Zane, you're a great leader. You coach your team very well. I know you're gonna come up with something surprising to surprise the entire world.
Yeah, and honestly, I kind of feel like, just like what our panelists say, this is the comebackable stage. It's like, yeah, sure, group stages is group stages, but the knockout stage, this is where the real fun starts.
The comebackable. The comebackable stage. Now we're gonna be talking about the next 4 teams. So let's head on over to Leo for the next 4.
Back inside the Sinayan Indoor Stadium, you're watching M4. And here with me, again, at your service, my name is Leo, are some gentlemen to help welcome the next teams making their entrance. We have Naisu from the Philippines, Gideon Q from Malaysia, and G THQ from the USA. Gentlemen, how are we doing?
I'm doing great. Can't wait to start the day here. I mean, we're talking a lot about these teams battling out. We've got G THQ and Gideon.
G and G, that's G and G for you. Gideon, you wake up on the right side of the bed this morning?
Absolutely, every side is going to be correct, especially since my country, for the first time making 2 teams in the upper brackets. I'm pumped.
We're welcoming one of them in the next parade of players walking in. G, I gotta ask you, how has Jakarta been so far?
Jakarta's been great, man. I'm excited. I'm speechless at sometimes, and I've been meeting some people, some other influencers, and then you guys. It's mind-blowing.
Oh, and speaking of mind-blowing, the performance of Todak Langarin through their group stage.
Look, their strategies work well in a best of 1. I'm a little afraid, of course, because it is a best of 5. However, this is going to be the true test for champions.
And boy, oh boy, are they making their way for that championship. The trophy has never been closer for Todak. As an M-Series all-timer, we have to show them the respect. And is this the cleanest they've ever been? It seems like.
It seems like it, but there's not enough of a sample size. And Yumski has been doing great, but they're all very young players still. Their experience continues to grow, and hopefully that's going to be enough.
And I think for their next matchup, they are going to be facing the King of Kings, RRQ Hoshi. We have more on RRQ later on because I saw them earlier in the hotel, and whenever you see a team as big as RRQ, you feel it, right? They are the Kings of Kings, the Sang Raja. They're flexing, if you will. They're flexing. G, do you agree?
Yeah, I've read up on them. The Kings of Kings. But, you know, I'm from North America, so the Valley, dude, they're gonna take it, man. I gotta be biased here.
It's gonna be a while till RRQ Hoshi actually faces the Valley, if they do. But there's a matchup standing right in RRQ's way. And again, that's Todak. The Valley, they gotta climb.
They gotta climb.
It's a far ways, right?
Yes.
It's a far ways, but that's what the next 8 or 9 days of competition is gonna be bringing us. And we appreciate all of you here in the stadium, in your homes, in the watch parties all around the world. Let's welcome here, RRQ Akira. From Brazil, Mayer Maus. Fellas, you watched their performance in the group stage. Talk to me about how much RRQ has grown.
I just think, you know, first, a lot of people expected, hey, they've got the RRQ name, they've trained with them, and the performance was amazing in the group stage. But still the question is, how are they going to be in a best of 5 series, a best of 3? Because best of 1s go a certain way, right? So what I'm really looking forward is to how this whole team performs here in the knockouts.
33-1. They are walking into the knockout stage after losing their win streak. So we'll see if that is going to pressure them and in how much that changes their gameplay. Because they were confident and they're very, I don't know, is that a Brazilian thing? All the Brazilian dudes I've met so far, since all of our older M-Series, right? They're always so cool.
I think it's shocking, really. They come up with a strong performance, and then can they keep it up? Teams are constantly adapting, so hopefully, even for the Valley or even RRQ Akira, this could be enough.
And speaking of adapting, here's a team that has always evolved, always stayed on top of their game. This is Blacklist International. Are they gonna break the code another time? They already broke history as a defending champion coming back to the M-Series.
Yeah, I mean, history has already been made. Can they make more history? I think that's the biggest question. Also, from what everybody saw in the group stages, Falcon Esports beat them not just once, but twice. Now, I'm sure they took that because knowing Blacklist International, they learn from those losses and they recalibrate that code, right? And now they're here in the knockouts.
Let's see if that is going to happen or if the other teams still have their eyes, their targets set on the champions. G, Gideon, Naisu, thank you so much. Let's throw it back to our hosts. Mara, Lafel, what you got?
Now we're back here on stage with Lafel. And and the 4 teams that we just talked about that's going to be playing tomorrow in the upper bracket.
Yeah, shout outs to the guys upstairs as well. And yeah, we got 4 teams, and I feel like everyone wants to know, in terms of power rankings, right? For all 4 of you, who do you think is the strongest team right now in M4? Let's start with Yumski.
Strongest team.
Team terkuat, rasanya siapa?
Most dominant of all.
RRQ.
RRQ. Okay, why RRQ?
Yumski said, right? Viva RQ, they've seen them time and time again. Every single time they get stronger. Every single time we feel like we win, we lose. So RQ, that's what he said.
We're doing this again.
Yeah.
We're doing this again. All right.
Okay, Yumski?
Yeah,
Okay.
is that what he said? Okay. Good job, Lafel. Good job. All right. Arsavid?
For me, Insidious Supremacy.
Oh,
Incendio.
Why is that?
Because they have a good macro and good symphony skill.
Good macro.
Yeah, they work really, really well together. Good respect to Incendio.
And Luis.
I think it's Blacklist because Blacklist is the actual winner of every series.
Oh, so you think it's the defending champs. It's the strongest.
Yeah.
Speaking of, he's right beside you. Haji, who do you think is the strongest right now?
For me, Falcon, because we lost to them in group stage and they showed good games.
I'm just loving everyone has different answers, and that really shows how incredible M4 is right now because there's not one dominant team. Everyone is looking so strong.
They prepared really differently this M4. They know what's at stake, and everyone is really bringing their A game. Good luck in the upper brackets tomorrow. Now, we're going to be talking about the next 4 teams. Let's go back to Leo with our panel.
And we are back, welcoming the last of the 4 teams making their way in. These are upper bracket teams. Joining me here to talk about them, we have Eterna from MPLID, Gideon once more from Malaysia, and a very special guest, Mr. Jonathan Liandi, aka Emperor. Emperor, selamat sore. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, bro. Selamat siang. Masih siang ini.
It's siang.
It's siang.
Okay, it's siang
It's
now.
siang.
There you go. All right, so M4, this is the biggest world championships we've ever had. What's the experience like so far?
By far, I think this is the best M series ever because the matches were so unpredictable. All the streams are strong, and I think we can still predict who will be the champion for this M4.
Ah, Indonesia will be champion.
Indonesia, of course.
That is Emperor's prediksi. Eterna, do you share the same opinions?
Of course, hashtag Indo Pride all over, man. Both of our teams in the upper bracket. We'll wait for everyone else to catch up.
I know someone who has 2 teams in the upper bracket as well.
Absolutely, and I'm ready for it. I'm so ready for it because if it is an Indonesian Malaysian finals, hats off because we've got Team Hot walking in here today, champions of the MPL MY. They've been preparing for this the entire year.
Malaysia Boleh, right?
Yes.
And we're sandwiched by 2 Indonesians.
Hey,
This
man.
doesn't feel safe.
I wish it was safer, but hey, only fate can tell.
Only fate can tell, because I think there is something we share. Filipino teams are also on top, right? That's 2 teams in the upper bracket. I think one of them will soon be walking into the stadium. It's an amazing feeling, right? Being part of the biggest M series so far. And here they are. They're loud, they're proud. It's Echo. Emperor, I want to ask, how are you feeling about Echo? Is Echo also a favorite?
I think Echo is one of the best team by far. Yeah, they're really strong. They have good macros, good mechanics, and they're really solid as a team.
Hey, it came from Emperor. I actually did not tell him to say that.
You know,
so-
he's the pro player. So,
He is, right? He
yeah.
gets it.
So he gets it.
You have a favorite player from Echo?
Huh?
Favorite player from Echo?
Favorite player from Echo, I think Kartzi. Yeah,
Still
Kartzi.
the best. Carl TZ.
Yaoi for me.
Yaoi? You gonna say?
I mean, I have to say Carl TZ. Come on, I casted his game. It was that good.
All right, well, I'm pretty sure Falcon shows some love for Carl TZ as well. I spoke to Ken earlier, and the Burmese Python, something else.
Definitely, right? We saw their right at MSC. They did spectacular. At the time, they were actually the dark horse, but coming into M4, they're now the favorites. And they're one of the only teams who's been able to win back-to-back against the defending champions, Blacklist. So perhaps they are the ones to break the code.
Ooh, the Burmese are looking to aim high and fly high. The whole nation is behind them. They have momentum behind them. And really, who's going to stop Falcon Esports? I think just the way that they performed in the group stage was already a lot to look at. Emperor, you watched them in the group stage.
Falcon?
Yes.
Yes, of course.
Scary?
Scary, bro. Myanmar always be scary. I think after the M2, they become the runner-up, and after that, we need to prepare for Myanmar team.
Yeah, and who's preparing for them right now, about to enter a best of 5? Well, it's ONIC Esports, right? What are the chances for ONIC Esports?
100%.
100%.
It's ONIC time.
It's on. Go ONIC.
Go ONIC.
Go ONIC. And then soon enough, they'll be making their way into the stadium. They won MPL ID Season 10.
Yeah.
And talk to me about how much ONIC has changed.
I think ONIC, one of the consistent team by far. They runner-up on Season 9 and Season 10 become champion. But I think the change came from Kyrie, because Kyrie is the first season on Indonesia right now. And Kyrie brings a lot of improvement to ONIC team.
Yeah. The Sky King Kyrie.
Yeah.
I think that was also a good change. And then also when they were switching between Drian and Sans. Very different.
Very different.
One of the only Kage left, and then Sans came from the jungle and then came in the mid a lot. I don't know why I'm praising ONIC so much. This is supposed to be like a,
It's because of
country
Kyrie,
thing.
of course.
Oh, you're right. The Sky King Kyrie, right. Oh man, I'm super duper excited. We're almost gonna get into the competition, but for now, let's go ahead, throw it over back to the stage. Thank you, Eterna. Thank you, Gideon. Thank you, Emperor. Mara and Lafel, what you got?
Thank you very much to our panelists. They had fun talking up there. But here on stage, I gotta say, the tension is really high. In fact, the audience here, everyone looks super excited. Can I hear you guys cheer for the teams on stage right now, because they will be playing here today? Come on, in 3, 2, 1, give it up for the teams here. Team Hot, Echo, Falcon, as well as ONIC Esports.
Now, you guys are going to be facing each other today. You got to face the crowd prior, but now, I want you guys to face each other. What do you want to say to your opponent right now before you head to the battlefield? Go ahead, Panda.
No personal answer, but good luck and fun.
Good luck, have fun. Very nice. Oh, do you want to...
Wait, Panda. Do you have anything to say since you just say good luck, have fun? Do you want to say to the Malaysians that are watching right now that is supporting Team Hot?
Malaysian.
Thank you for the Malaysians who support us.
Thank you. Okay. No translation needed,
No
Lapel.
translation. I'm so sad.
No translation needed. Now, Benny Cutie from Echo Philippines.
My message to Team Hot is let's give audience around the world.
Let's give the audience around the world a good fight. How about to the Filipino audience watching? Do you have a message to the Filipino audience watching? Anong mensahe mo?
Keep supporting us. Sa atin to, Pilipinas lang malakas.
Sa atin to, Pilipinas lang malakas. Now for Falcon, Naomi.
Enjoy the game. Enjoy the game.
Enjoy the game.
Translator? Just enjoy the game. Well, we'll enjoy the game watching them.
Oh yeah, you guys are doing really well. And I feel like this guy, since he moved to Indonesia, he's had a lot of women simping on him.
Wow.
Kyrie, what is your message to your opponent? I could hear the crowd going
a lot of
wild.
love for Kyrie.
Mensahe sa opponent mo.
Good luck to Falcon and have fun, and yeah, we're gonna do our best.
Good luck to Falcon. Have fun. Doing the best.
Wait, so Kyrie is weird. So you want to give a shout out to Indonesia or Philippines?
Both.
Okay.
Oh, anong gusto mo sabihin? What do you want to say?
My message to the fans from all over the world, Philippines, Indonesia, and other team. Just keep supporting your idol team and just enjoy watching.
That's good. Keep supporting the team that you idolize.
Yeah, and here I gotta say, all 4 teams will be playing today, so make sure you guys give the support. But right now, you guys want to get ready. So
Yes,
follow
go ahead.
me. We'll go backstage for you guys to get ready for your matches.
Follow
Let's go.
LaFell. Good luck. So these are the teams that are going to be playing for today. Now, someone is going to be joining me on stage. Indonesia's very own, the beautiful Clara Mongstar.
Hola Indonesia, hola Malu di
Hi, Clara.
Hi, it's nice to be here with you guys and of course you.
I
beautiful
love
Mara.
being with you. So the tandem that we have today, Mara, Clara, for sure, that this is going to be a very exciting M4 tournament.
That's right. But not only both of us here, Mara.
Oh,
we're a special person to be here.
We're going to be calling on Lucas Aryawan Siddhartha, Head of Organizational Structure and Regional Affairs of Esports Federation of Indonesia from PBSI.
Yes.
PBSI.
Bapak silahkan untuk bergabung bersama kami langsung saja. Apa kabar Bapak? Saya akan berikan mic saya untuk Bapak ya.
Halo. Ya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, salam untuk kita semua. Yang terhormat, Menteri Pariwisata, Ekonomi, dan Kreatif yang mewakili Mr. Adrian Chair, Head of Regional Sales of Muntun Games, Bapak Aswin Nugraha, as a Marketing of Muntun Indonesia, untuk seluruh co-founder of esports team yang hadir di sini. Izinkan saya mewakili PBSI menyampaikan salam dari ketum kami Bapak Budi Gunawan dan Ketua Harian Bapak Bambang Sunarwibowo. Seluruh atlet yang akan bertanding dan para tamu undangan yang rekan media yang kami hormati. Salam esports. Atas nama pengurus besar esports Indonesia, izinkan saya untuk mengucapkan selamat atas terselenggaranya M4 World Championship di Indonesia. Apresiasi kami yang tinggi kepada Muntun yang telah memilih tempat di Indonesia, Jakarta, sebagai tempat penyelenggaraan kejuaraan dunia MLBB yang keempat. Terima kasih sekali lagi, ini sangat selaras dengan misi kami menjadikan Indonesia sebagai sentra e-sport dunia. Masih segar, dalam memori kita bulan Desember lalu tim nasional MLBB kita berhasil meraih juara di ISF World Esport Championship. Sambutan masyarakat Indonesia sangat antusias dan bangga. Artinya Mobile Legends Bang Bang telah menjadi harapan bagi Indonesia untuk berjaya di pentas dunia. Dan melalui M4 World Championship kami juga berharap prestasi Indonesia juga akan gemilang. Semua yang hadir di sini sudah siap mendukung tim Indonesia? Indonesia mana suaranya? Sonic mana suaranya? Kalau saya bilang salam e-sport, Onik bilang jaya-jaya-jaya ya. Salam e-sport. Oke, terima kasih.
Thank you so much. Thank you for welcoming us.
Yes, yeah. Thank you so much. He said that the esports industry is growing really fast with the growth of PBSI as well. So it's really happening here in M4, and we all know you guys are really, really strong in esports. So that's why we have a special
award.
Of course, this is, before we begin, we would like to announce the M4 Fans Choice Awards. Yay! This is for you guys and for the team, because a lot of the teams has shown their best and you guys support them around the world. And of course, one team stood out and will receive amazing gift to remember this event and their support by you guys.
A lot of teams have gathered support from all over the world, but only one of them stood out the most amongst the rest. Now for the gift, we would like to call on UBS representative, Michael Yaya, UBS Gold Creative Director, and Adrian Scher, Moonton's head of regional esports sales, to present these gifts to the winners of the M4 Fan Choice Award.
Kepada Bapak dan juga boleh dipersilahkan untuk bergabung bersama kami di sini.
And here we go. The winner of the M4 Fan Choice Award accumulated a total of 121,645,052 votes. That's a lot, Clara.
Oh, of course, but yeah. Do you know who will be the winner, guys?
Who do you think it is? Can I hear from the crowd? Who do you think it is? Yell out a team.
Who, ONIC? Is it going to be ONIC? RRQ?
ONIC?
The Volley? Blacklist International?
Blacklist?
Oh, okay. But before we announce the winner,
we're gonna
welcome
once again UBS representative Michael Yaya, UBS Gold Creative Director, and Adrian Scher, Moonton's head of regional esports sales. They're gonna help us present the gift for the winners of the M4 Fan Choice Award. Come on up, Michael Yaya and Adrian Scher. It's gonna be an amazing M4 World Championship. Mobile Legends Bang Bang has been making noise all over the world. There you go.
Welcome to the stage.
Welcome to the stage. They're gonna be helping us present the gift.
That's right, because we cannot wait to see and to know who will be the winner. So without further ado, the winner of the M4 Fan Choice Award is...
Here we go. RRQ Hoshi! RRQ Hoshi of Indonesia is the most popular team in the entire world. They have won the M4 Fan Choice Award.
Yes, congratulations once again for RRQ Hoshi.
Once again, this time, they have gathered the votes of 121,645,052 votes.
Yeah, and they will be given a ring and medals. So it's a lot.
Now, Clara, you've known the team personally. You've known every single RRQ Hoshi player.
Yeah.
Who amongst them, just so the rest of the world knows, who is the most popular amongst them and what makes him so popular?
Everyone is so popular, but we have legend here.
The
Lemon.
legend. A lemon.
Congratulations, Lemon.
Congratulations. So tell us about something about Lemon.
And you know what? He's just a big here in RRQ Hoshi from the start until now. And he just come in every World Championship. Yeah. Okay, and everyone has got their medals and rings. Congratulations, Finn. Congratulations once again.
How about
Skylar.
let's talk to one of them. Who do you think is the most, I'm gonna put you on the spot, Clara. Who do you think is the most charming out
Charming?
of everyone? And we're gonna give the mic to him.
Oh, everyone is really charming. But can we speak to Lemon? Lemon.
Lemon, who is considered the most popular above all.
Everyone is so popular here. You want? Okay, here, Fiel. The hat.
Check.
How does it feel to once again gain the votes, the most votes out of all the teams across the region, RRQ Hoshi?
Actually, I'm very excited because the fans Kingdom still believe us to being the most favorite team at M Series 2 times.
Now we're gonna be showing, go ahead, pose with your beautiful box, your beautiful ring that he's already wearing.
Yeah.
We have our photographers there. We're gonna take a photo. All right.
Show the ring and This is from UBS Gold.
Go ahead. Show your rings. Show it off. There you go.
Cha-ching, bubbling, bubbling.
So our photographers
Everyone
are going to
is
take a photo.
smiling here.
Give him a round of applause once again. RRQ Hoshi. It's truly amazing to gather more than 121 million votes.
That's right.
That's amazing.
Indonesia, we are hosting the M4 and then they got the win for fan choice. You want to say something to your friends over all around the world?
Okay, for the fans, RRQ Kingdom, I just want to say thank you because still believe us on 2 times being the favorite team. So I hope the best for this M4.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Terima kasih katanya semuanya buat fans yang ada di Indonesia, yang ada di seluruh dunia. Pokoknya dukung terus untuk tim RRQ karena mereka akan beradu untuk M4. But yes.
Now, for the final, let's bow to the audience to thank them. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations! Once again, RRQ Hoshi! You may now exit the stage.
Bye-bye!
That is amazing. So fans all over the globe, it's really important that you show your support to your favorite teams because take a look, they received the award.
That's right, and everyone is really hyped up to see how they're gonna battle. Not only our QOC, but also all of the teams, 16 teams will battle in M4.
So once again, congratulations to our winning team of the M4 Fan Choice Award. And now it's time to see the skills of the 16 teams battling. This is the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championship. Dare to be great! Coming back to defend their crown as the defending world champions, Blacklist International, Philippines. They gave an outstanding performance against the top teams in the group stage. Incendio Supremacy, Turkey. Myanmar. Soaring high and returning once again to prove that they are worthy of the crown. Falcon Esports, Myanmar. Ready to make their debut on the international stage. Bird X Flash, Cambodia. Indonesia. All rise as we welcome Indonesia's current kings and the crowd's champion, ONIC Esports, Indonesia. Malaysia. Never missing out on a single world championship and ready to strike fast. Naga, Kodat, Malaysia. Peru, running it back from last year's M Series. Malvinas Gaming, Peru. Representing the Mekong region, MDH Esports, Vietnam. Singapore. Respecting all the teams, but fearing no one in the tournament. RSGSG, Singapore. Region, coming down from their thrones and joining the kings of all regions. Occupy thrones, MENA region. Indonesia, another all-timer in the M Series and ready to engage in the battle to raise their kingdom. Viva RRQ Hoshi, Indonesia.
You're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it off the go. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. With fire in our eyes, you and me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Philippines! Unpredictable and uncontrollable orcas have arrived. Echo Philippines! Malaysia! One of the most amazing miracle runs in the making. Team Hawk, Malaysia! Another dark horse on the world stage has arrived. RRQ Akira, Brazil. North America. Back for another spectacular run on the world stage. The Valley, North America. Argentina. All the way from the Latam region. S11 Gaming, Argentina.
M4. They battled it out through the group stages, and now they gear up for another arduous journey in the knockout stage, all vying for greatness. And it starts here. Today's schedule, Falcon Esports versus ONIC Esports, and later on we have Echo and Team Hawk. And here on the desk, it's going to be me, Naisu, with Trex all the way from North America, USA, and of course, Eterna. You've made a journey as well. I mean, you're from Indonesia, but we're happy to have you as well.
Thank you, thank you. You can't exactly see us just yet, but we are going to say hi to you in just a few moments, and we would like to remind you how important this is. This is the first opening match of the upper brackets as the representatives from Malaysia, from Myanmar,
Yes.
as well as Indonesia. They're going toe-to-toe in a huge best-of-5.
Definitely a very, very huge best of 5. And then right after that, Echo up against Team Hawk. I mean, both games tonight, definitely very, very exciting. The fact that they're both best of 5s, personally, this being my first time, I'm hoping they both go the full way.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a crazy knockout stage, right? And now, in just a minute, you will see us here at the desk. This beautiful setup, by the way. There we are. It's nice to see you, Trex, like I said. You know, we didn't get to hear earlier how the journey's been, but I'm sure you've been loving Indonesia so far.
I've definitely loved it. It was a very, very, very long journey. but not as long as a journey that some of these teams have had to get here, right? Not as long as a journey as these next 9 days are going to be. And, you know, if someone like me can make it on a desk like this, I'm sure some of these players can get that trophy.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to have you, right? I mean, we started, just a little fun fact, we started on Discord, and now we're here on the desk for M4. And of course, before we move on, we do want to thank our official sponsors, because without them, this wouldn't be possible. M4 is powered by Moonton, presented by TikTok, the official content partner, supported by Secret Lab, of course, the official gaming chair, and Esports Charts, our analytical partner. Gank, our official merchandise partner. MeWatch, our media partner. And last but not least, the Ministry of Tourism and the Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia. There's also an M4 pass, Eterna. How's that looking out?
We do. So for those of you watching right now, don't forget that the M4 Pass is available now. All you need to do is complete all active tasks and you will reach level 75 at ease and for free. So log in now. Exclusive rewards like the Beatrix Light Chaser, Beatrix Stellar Brilliance, as well as the M4 Beatrix figurine are awaiting you. And if you guys want to share this on your social media, don't forget the hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBBM4, and of course, hashtag Dare to Be Great.
I don't know if everyone can see it, but this is the Beatrix figurine
We're
right
gonna
here.
fight for that
I don't want to
later.
pick it up because I don't want it to, I don't want to hurt it, because
Don't
this might be
touch
our
it.
only one
Don't
for now.
touch it.
I
But
touched it.
okay, there it is, right
pretty.
there. All in its glory here at Trex. I know we're all working towards that, the figurine, if you will. We missed out on the Roger one probably, but also, again, this matchup specifically, Falcon Esports and ONIC Esports, this is a very powerful way to start out the knockout stage, right? We're going to be taking a look here in just a second at these team lineups, and I gotta say, this is the best I feel like both these teams have looked. I mean, we had the opportunity to cast, you know, Falcon Esports when they were quote-unquote the dark horse of
They were
MSC.
still little birds.
They were little birds. Now
And they evolved into falcons.
Now they're falcons. They've leveled up.
But can the Falcons compete against the King of the Sky, Eterna? You know,
That's
and
the
that's how
question.
they've been coining it, right? That's what they've been calling this match, and it is definitely something with the Falcons against the King himself. You know, will the Falcons get shot down today, or are they going to prevail here?
Because by history, right, MSC, don't forget, we take a little flashback into MSC. ONIC Esports were knocked out of the MSC run by Falcon and Todak. So this is actually difficult because on paper, sure, ONIC Esports looks like a stronger team, but time and time we see that ONIC Esports, they always fall short against teams like Falcon and Todak. But we're going to start with the official team lineup.
Well, taking a look at the lineup here, we're going to kick it off with Falcon Esports Trex.
So we got Justin, Yellow Flash in the EXP, Zipex playing the gold lane, Ken in the jungle, and Naomi definitely, I mean, look at them. I love the fierceness.
Just
I love how excited they are.
Devastating roamer, right? And we saw the Franco that he pulled out here. But, Eterna, you know this team very well. ONIC Esports, let's take a look at the lineup.
Yeah, we have Sans, we have Boots, we have CW, Kyrie, and Keyboy. And honestly, both of these teams need no introduction as they're going to head up on stage really, really soon.
Well, we're going to welcome them up to the stage as ONIC Esports gets ready to come on stage here. We're taking a look at the back room, but in just a second,
they look ready.
The King of the Sky and the squad is all going to come out here.
The squad.
Everybody locking in.
Squad. I'm definitely excited, and just looking at them, I think we were talking about it yesterday, masterminds as their coaches, ready to go, and you can tell they're all prepared for this. I love the steadiness of these teams, and honestly, it was so hard to make a guess on these teams. It was so hard to think how this is going to play out.
Yeah, today Drian is not going to be playing. We see him on screen there. He looks a little worried. Maybe he's sad that he's not going to be playing. Drian is the last Kage of ONIC Esports. I'm sure a lot of us already know this by now. And this is what I love about ONIC Esports, right? They have two different rosters depending on whatever gameplay that they want to use against their opponents. But on the flip side here, we see the gaming house for Falcon as well. And it seems like they're empty.
Yeah,
Falcon,
I mean,
where are you?
they're on the way.
They're
right?
flying. They're flying here.
They're flying here. But you guys make good points, and at the same time, I think, you know, a lot of people have made up their minds, especially about Falcon Esports being a very dominant team so far, right? We got to see that performance throughout the group stage. They, I feel like, shocked some people as well as even beating Blacklist International twice. So in a way, yes, it was a best of one, but they're going to be working with the momentum that they have. Falcon Esports, is that enough to carry them into a victory here, starting off against ONIC Esports.
I definitely don't think it's going to be easy. Falcon has had that aggressive style, and they also have some sporadicness to them, but I feel like ONIC has mastered that. They have such a deep hero pool, so much depth. They're not just one-sided, and it's going to be hard for Falcon to dominate over that.
Now that's the main highlight, like you mentioned there, Trex. The matchup between Falcon and ONIC, it's going to come down to the drafts, right? Because both of these teams have a wide, deep, and unique hero pool. So it's going to be very interesting how exactly they're going to start, choosing against one another in that chess stalemate of the drafting phase.
I mean, as we see both these teams getting reared up here to come out on stage, the thing too is jungle, right? Where a lot of that pacing starts, and we're highlighting a lot here, Kairi specifically, because a lot of people argue, is Kairi the best jungler in the world? I mean, there's a lot of people that will say that, right? The king of the sky, if you will. And Falcon, I mean, we've seen Ken time and time surprise a lot of people. And that's what I'm wondering is, do we see another surprise hero come out like we saw that Granger jungle pop up against Blacklist?
I mean, it's definitely questionable, right? I think there's a lot of time here. I think one advantage that ONIC does have coming in these drafts is they got to see a lot more games from Falcon, right? They got to see a lot of different varieties of drafts. But on the other side, ONIC still has a few more cards up their sleeves. They only had to play 3 games, nothing too crazy. So I think they could have a slight advantage when it comes to these early drafts at least.
You're right. And on that note, fun fact here is Kairi and Ken, huge highlight on both of these jungles. Kairi actually has the highest KDA, whereas Ken has the highest number of objective takes, so a different play style. But let's see, let's welcome ONIC Esports.
The crowd loves this team. ONIC Esports making their way to the stage here. Everybody looking locked and loaded and just ready to go. First match of the day.
I mean, like you said, the crowd's people, the fan favorites right now, I think. The people love them, and they are here ready to play. ONIC Esports is on the stage, and they look confident. Earlier in some of the interviews, everyone was smiling. It wasn't no awkward gamer moments exactly. It was definitely very hype, and I think with a stage like this, you just gotta be feeling it. You gotta be ready to play.
I mean, beautiful stage here. And now this is Falcon Esports getting ready to enter the arena here. Everybody give it up for Falcon Esports, the champions of Myanmar.
The champions of Myanmar walk on stage, and this is their moment, right? This is their time to shine. This is their moment to prove that even though they don't come from the most popular quote-unquote region in the Mobile Legends community, they have what it takes to come up on stage, go against the 3-time grand finalist, that is ONIC Esports, and it's so wonderful to watch.
They look so calm. They, like compared to some of the other teams that have come up, have been smiling. They're all straight-faced, ready to go, serious. I mean, I like the vibe. I like the vibe.
Well, I mean, we've seen all these players in the hotel, right? And off the stage or the battles here, everyone's very friendly, right? I would say from majority of the teams, everybody that we've run into, we've got to meet them. And when it comes to game time, they're obviously locked in here. And Eterna makes a good point, right? Falcon Esports, they didn't get a chance to play in competitive tournaments for a while, right? And then they came to MSC. Now they're here for M4, making huge statements. And even this, right? The staff, of course, we've got the referee here and the coaches and everybody else involved in what we're going to go next, right? Which is the draft. We talk about these genius minds and just how the draft is obviously the telling sign of game number 1, right? You got to start on a good foot here. And really, it's the draft.
Most definitely, the draft will be heated. I think before that, we're going to be taking a look at some of these head-to-heads and commonly banned heroes. I know back in the group stage, it was definitely interesting. We saw Falcon really kind of favor into the Lapu Lapu. We saw a lot of different things coming from them, and I'm still wondering what we're going to get to see from ONIC here, and if they're going to try to bring something different, or are they going to kind of keep it the same of what they brought in the group stage?
To be honest, up until this point, when we're talking about the drafting phase, I think whoever gets first pick and whoever gets second pick, that's going to be huge for them. So I'd like to see them swap out because both of these teams have the ability to have that last-minute surprise pick in that 5th position, right? So that's definitely something we can consider. From ONIC Esports, we have Coach Aldo on stage with Coach Yeb as well. In Indonesia, we call him Coach Aldo the Architect.
Aldo the Architect.
Aldo the Architect. He's the mastermind behind all these amazing drafts. But from Falcon Esports, it's Coach Dale, who has been amazing as well. As now we're going to take a look at the team head-to-head here between Justin as well as Kyrie.
Yeah, I mean, you make a great point, right? It starts with that coaching staff and everything else, the architect, the coaches, and it allows these teams, these players to shine. Looking at the team to head-to-head here, it's, in a way, I mean, the hexagon speaks for itself, right? Team fight too. These teams love the action, right? That's one thing that when you think about Falcon Esports and ONIC Esports, they love those team fights. They love that early aggression, and it starts a lot too in the jungle, right? And I feel like that is something that Kyrie really works on for ONIC Esports specifically.
Most definitely, and one thing we have to point out at Justin, though, is that survivability. And he just does so well. Not only that, the team fight, the damage. When I'm looking at these, it's kind of surprising to see Falcon is dominating in a lot of those different sections, and it almost makes me a bit worrisome. But when we take a look at ONIC, one thing that they have is that push, the objectives. They know how to finish a game, and they know when they need to finish a game.
You're right, you're right. And in a moment, we're also going to see their patterns, right?
Yeah.
What does Falcon Esport commonly ban? What does ONIC commonly ban? And what do they usually choose? And we can see here, starting with Falcon Esports, they have an 80% all-time win rate. And if we take a look at all these respective lanes, 100% pick for Natalia. We have the Martis in that jungle lane, Lunox, Lapu Lapu. These are some of the heroes that we might actually see pop up once again.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look here, next is going to be ONIC Esports. Actually, most used heroes, right, for ONIC Esports. And this is a tough thing, right, because you have only the group stages. And like, if you heard Gideon mention it earlier, it's a very small sample size, right? I mean, it was all best of ones. And now, do they still lean towards these commonly used heroes? Do they play around this? Because surprises are obviously still a thing, and one of the biggest things about this current meta, at least what we've seen established, is flexibility. There are so many heroes that you could literally flex, right? First phase, second phase, I'm thinking Fredrin, Valentina, who else have we seen in the jungle? I mean, even Glue, heck, even Grok, right? Grok has appeared in the side lane more often than not, I feel like, and that's even with an assassin emblem, the high and dry, or sometimes it's even the weapon mastery. But taking a look at the keys to victory here, Trex, what's it looking like for Falcon Esports?
I mean, I think one of the Falcons' most important things is maximize jungle invasion. Don't let Kyrie play his game. It's how a lot of other teams have been able to get the advantage here. Secondly, opt for fast-paced heroes to dictate the tempo, contest for all neutral objectives, anticipate ONIC's bait. Lastly, watch out for the Sky King. He can be everywhere.
You know, Sky King, just don't let him play, if you can, don't let him play the Assassins, don't let him play Ling, because he will be everywhere if that happens, right? The Hayabusa as well, we see two of those heroes just doing work so far, and especially in the hands of these talented junglers, right? They really do have to decide, do we go with those assassin heroes? Do we go with the utility, tanky type junglers? And the game goes from there. But now the keys to victory here for ONIC Esports Eterna.
We're going to start with clipping the Falcons' wings by matching
like
their
it.
rotations. And don't forget that Boots must dominate Yellow Flash. There is no buts. Double, triple protect CW's farm, throw in everyone if need be, and of course check every bush corner and prioritize map vision. Why is this important? It's because Falcon has Naomi. And the way that he likes to play, if he uses someone like the Kadita, someone like Franco even, or even the Natalia, that's going to be really important for ONIC Esports to keep an eye on the map. Because last time around when we saw ONIC Esports fall short against Todak, that was because they were able to pressure Kyrie so badly in the jungle that he wasn't even allowed to play. So he wasn't even a factor. And one thing that stands out is the fact that Chiku once mentioned in an interview that ONIC Esports rely too much on Kyrie. So he is definitely the strongest and weakest link for ONIC Esports. A lot of pressure on his shoulders right now. But hopefully from that group stage, ONIC Esports have repaired that and actually created more volume for their gameplay.
Yeah, I think that's one of the big things, right? When you're a team that a lot of people just talk about your jungle, right? That is, in a way, it becomes a weakness and a strength. And it's something that teams obviously take when they're taking notes, they're studying those games, they work around that. And it is, I feel like ONIC Esports, at the end of the day, they've got to definitely worry about Naomi. Naomi's performance through the group stages has been absolutely insane, if not one of the best in the history of Mobile Legends Bang Bang competitive play. And I don't expect him to get the Franco anytime soon, right?
But still, I mean, maybe not the Franco, but the major problem for an aggressive jungler, an assassin jungler, a Sky King like Kyrie is an enemy tank that knows how to do his job, is someone who can invade, someone who can put pressure, and Naomi may just be the key to success here, right? If Falcons can take a tidbit from Todak and do that, it could cause lots of problems. So my next question is, if that becomes an issue, will ONIC change up the draft? Maybe put Kyrie onto not something so squishy in the jungle, onto something that can be a bit bulkier like the Fredrin, like something like that. But here we go.
Well, we're about to find out as we jump into the draft for game number 1 here. Already bans coming out. That's going to be ONIC Esports on the blue side, Falcon Esports on the red. Faramis, Valentina, Joy taken out here by ONIC Esports. And meanwhile, on the other side, some respect bans coming out. The Glue, the 1-1, and the Fanny. So, already, first pick up here for ONIC Esports. Trex, what are you thinking they're looking to prioritize
I
here?
mean, with the 1-1 to be banned out, maybe lock in the gold lane right away. It doesn't seem like Falcon wants to go too heavily into Kyrie. And again, with the jungle being so flexible, they might want to save that towards the end. So maybe lock in the gold lane, and it does look like they're going to bring in the Kaja, though, was left open at turnout.
Okay, so the Kaja is going to be the first pick here for ONIC Esports. And knowing them, we're not really sure where this Kaja is going to be placed. It could be in the jungle, it could be a roamer, and it could even be a mid laner up until this point for them. That's how flexible they are. Really good flex choice, but right now Falcon, they are going to have to respond to this. The one thing that we noticed from the group stage is the pattern of bans and picks. The Eve, the carry, all these are viable choices, but we can see here Falcon, they're going to prioritize the Eve up first with the carry.
I mean, these are two heroes that have been very dominant. I mean, 69% win rate on that Eve, right? Solid just performance so far, and it's always something that you have to worry about, right? Real world manipulation, objective gaming is, I feel like, just the way things work, right? You really want to have that advantage when it comes to those early turtles, transitioning into the lords, fighting around, sometimes even defending your base. We've seen total flip-flops from teams with an Eve here. And there you go, across the board, it's ONIC Esports locking in the Hayabusa, which we can just go ahead and say that's going to the hands of Kyrie here.
Most definitely, hopefully. I mean, I feel like it's a most definitely, and the moment I heard that Hayabusa voice coming in, I'm like, oh, there it is. We know Kyrie's going to get aggressive. We know they're jumping right into it, but now it does look like that Kaja most likely going to be a roam because they are picking up the Lilia for the mid lane. I like it. I like that mid composition there, and if Kyrie can kind of maybe do his own thing here and there, it's going to be a lot of pressure in that mid phase.
Yeah, this is Sansa's Lilia, okay? He used this all throughout MPL Season 10, and that's his comfort. So it's finally great to see these players start to show their cards, and we'll see what happens. Because remember, Lilia also has a fast clear.
Yeah.
So in terms of that early rotation, it does seem maybe Lilia has a bit of an upper hand because she isn't reliant on that level 4 like the Eve is. Now, following that pick, we do see the Lapu here for the side of Falcon Esports. Not really sure exactly what this Lapu is for, because usually when we see the Lapu, we see a really strong backline.
You know what's scary? When I'm looking here already at the first phase from ONIC Esports, they're able to bait out a lot of the ultimates already from Falcon Esports. I mean, you're talking the Black Shoes, you've got Shadow Kill, and then of course you have Kaja, right? Your pick potential is massive so far, and if they really want to, they can kind of whittle down, at least what we see from Falcon Esports in this first phase, whittle them down, or at least, the very least, get the real world manipulation out, and then find a team fight you're looking for. So I feel like Falcon Esports definitely needs to work around that, right? They need to also lock something in solid here for Ken in the jungle, and hopefully be that saving grace as the game goes on. But even looking at that player head-to-head, as I just mentioned, it's Ken and Kyrie here. Look at that. Both of them having their 100% win rate on these signature heroes. very different playstyles, at least in terms of the heroes, right? Martiz versus the Ling, but still, you got to say it's going to be the work. I feel like the work is going to be cut out here for Ken specifically. But if it's anyone to do it, Ken can definitely do this, Trex.
Most definitely. Now we've gone into the second ban phase. The Atlas does get picked off from the side of Hunic, and Falcon aimed straight into those mages, taking out the Lunox and the Harith. Also kind of flexible picks, maybe guessing they're going to put those into the gold lane, possibly? So they want to take that out of the way. Now, still one more ban. Do they focus into the tank? Because, as we stated, that's going to be the problem. That could be the thing that really gives Kyrie trouble here. So my guess is maybe the Franco. They haven't banned out the Franco yet?
Because of this assassin pick, I wouldn't want to go against someone like the Hilda, or the Masha in that roaming position, because that's how someone like the Hayabusa can be pressured in that gold lane. But they're going to go for the respect ban against Naomi. The Natalia is actually going to be picked out first. But what I wanted to mention before we even got to this was the fact that Falcon banned out Harith and Lunox. I find this interesting and ironic because these two heroes are actually Zipex's heroes. So I'm not really sure if CW would pick that up in the gold lane, but surely maybe they know something we don't know, perhaps in scrims, as now we're entering the second phase of the picks where Falcon has the first opportunity to secure.
This is, I mean, we did see a quote there from Coach Dale as well, and just kind of comparing the cultures, but also even the play styles of these two teams. And that's why when we saw that team head-to-head, that's so apparent, right? They love these fights. They love also to play around their junglers if they can. But the lock-in is going to be the Fredrin here. An interesting fact, right? Fredrin is locked in. I think he's been picked almost, what, every single game or something like that. But the win rate,
35.29%.
not good. That's
not good.
That's not good.
It's red.
It's group stage. It's group stage.
It's group
stage.
You're right.
I mean, Fredrin, right? We can assume
Freddy.
that is going. You want to call him Freddy? Call him Freddy. He's probably going in the jungle, right? And that's the thing. A lot of people are like, man, why do teams love this Fredrin so much, Trex?
Well, I think because technically it's supposed to work, right? Just like a lot of the tank junglers, the bulky junglers, it's supposed to work. And I think as we move through the knockout stage, it still can. I think it can work here because they needed Peel for Zipex. They need a heavy front line. And now, you mentioned earlier, all focusing on to this real manipulation, but the real problem is going to be Zipex, right? We know once that carry gets locked in, once those first 2 or 3 items come in, then they're also going to be able to start locking in tanky items. The Hayabusa isn't as much of a threat anymore, and now Falcon is online. So the real question is, can they put enough pressure onto Kyrie here with this lineup in time? I mean, put enough pressure to buy them enough time to get carry online.
I'm so excited because I want to answer your question too. And it all depends on this last pick that Falcon is going to be bringing to the table for Naomi. And the answer, it's going to be the Kufra. So makes sense. Kufra is going to have that CC, enough CC to be able to lock down the Hayabusa whenever he goes in. It all comes back down to the timing and how both of these teams are going to go about when they go for a 5v5 team fight.
You know, the thing about Falcon Esports lineup is there's so much CC, like you mentioned, Eterna. But if for some reason Zipex cannot shine on the carry, right, which it is a tough situation to get to that point, but still, if you don't have that or even that Eve available, the damage is shut down, you're left with just a CC train at that point, right? You're going to be taunting, you're going to be setting things up, but if the damage isn't there and you're being outpaced by ONIC Esports, that's going to be troubling, especially with pick-off potential on demand with having a Kaja.
And not only that, but looking at the gold lane, right? CW, I feel like on this Beatrix may have the upper hand in the early game. A bit more range, a bit more variables coming in with the Beatrix. So many different options. Harry's going to have to play it a little bit safe, and I'm wondering if Falcon are going to kind of play the babysitter.
Well, here we go. Cheer for your team. It's Falcon Esports versus ONIC Esports to kick off day number 1 here for the knockout stages.
Okay, this is interesting, right? Because technically when we're looking at both of the drafts, they can counter one another. But look at this, already you can see Keyboy trying to pressure the jungle, trying to pressure Ken from those rotations. And like I mentioned earlier, this matchup between Yves and Lilia is going to favor Sans for a bit, especially in that early game, because he isn't reliant on that level 4. Whereas Justin, he needs to wait a little bit more to get those items, to get that damage, and also to get that real-world manipulation.
I think one of the biggest things here, right, is if you're Falcon Esports, you don't allow Kyrie to get an early kill. I mean, there's already so much poke back and forth. Justin even having to walk back to the tier 2, isn't even sure if he wants to recall there just yet. But still, don't give Kyrie that early kill to not allow ONIC Esports to snowball here if you're Falcon Esports.
But there's a big problem, right? The whole thing for Falcon was to put pressure onto Kyrie, and ONIC is answering back by putting pressure of their own, already going into Falcon's jungle, not letting Naomi even step out into ONIC's jungle.
There's a lot of comparison, right? Like, in this current meta, what is more important? And I do believe that the mid lane is going to be the #1 issue when it comes down to those rotations, right? Because even if you lose the gold lane matchup, even if you lose the EXP lane, if you are able to clear faster and if you are able to rotate faster, that can alleviate any problems in terms of that draft. And so far, this is what we see Falcon lacking in the drafting.
Well, right now, I mean, as everybody gets closer to that level 4 here, the first turtle of the game is going to be up. You can already see Ken getting in position here. The rest of the team, though, there's quite a few ONIC Esports members as they might contest this one.
Yeah, and in comes the Black Dragon Boots, trying to get a back line, push on, the Petrify locks on, Kyrie takes the turtle, nice suppression. 10 will go down, Justin brings out the real manipulation, in comes the bravest fighter, a lot of damage onto Sans, Sans will bite the bullet, and that is a 1-for-1 trade, but the side of ONIC does take the turtle.
All right, so ONIC is going to be able to have a little bit of an advantage in that sense. And Falcon, they need to remember how and what are the highlights of their draft, right? Wait until these members can actually be a factor and not contest too early, honestly. I think they should have let that go.
Yeah, I mean, I also like how both XP laners got those kills here. You're already going to see it, right? Both. This is what you can expect from Kyrie, right? He is going to just be all in your space in your jungle, whoever is going to be playing against them, and that's something you have to play around here. So still, Falcon Esports, Yellow Flash grabbing that early kill here. We've seen just how strong a Lapu Lapu can even be. Sometimes he has to go 1 versus 2. It should work out, but still, pressure here on Ken's purple.
Oh, Sans is caught in. In comes Kyrie, though. Does a nice amount of damage on Naomi. Sans will go down. Ken picks up the kill. CW comes in with an Nero's Passion. Ken's going to take a bit of damage, but ONIC wants to back off here. They've lost 1 member, but Zipex is here to try to claim more. CW and Keyboy able to get away from that one. Turtle up in about 40 seconds, but it's still just 1-2.
1-0 trade so far, and it's still going to rely on Falcon to get that better advantage. What do you guys particularly think about the Yuzong and the Lapu Lapu in the XP lane?
Well, I mean, both serve a purpose, right? What we're seeing a lot with this meta is Yuzong locked in for that back. They just go straight to the back line. The job here is to catch Zipex, right? I mean, he's got a flicker, but as soon as that's expended, you should be able to hit him with the Petrify. You have the Black Dragon form. You can cause chaos in the back. Meanwhile, you're still baiting everything out and relying on Keyboy to find that Divine Judgment lockdown. But that's the thing. Falcon Esports, they've got, what, 3 tanks pretty much at this point. Lapu Lapu, fighter, tank. You know, he can actually be that peel. He can be that front line for them. But still, the fight
a lot
for
of
the
damage.
turtle.
Naomi goes very, very low. Kyrie gets hit by the bouncing ball, though. Ken may go down. Boots wants to come clean up. Hits the Petrify. Ken goes down. Next could be Justin. Boots maybe a little bit too deep. Zipex, though, hits the speedy light wheel, trying to come in. Yellow Flash onto Boots. Boots will be next. It's a 1-for-1 currently, but the fight keeps on going. Yellow Flash gets a stun onto Keyboy. Sans trying to find Yellow Flash, but he's just a little bit too tanky. Sans. Looks like Yellow Flash is going to back off overall. ONIC lose another member here, but still they keep the gold lead.
So, as we were just talking about all of that, right? I'm going to refer back to the graphic we saw earlier. These two teams love to team fight. Every single objective that comes up, they're going to force it, right? And that time you actually saw perfectly. Kyrie went in, used the shadow kill, and then the cleanup was there. And Justin, by the way, has just now reached a total of 200 assists for his professional MLBB career. This guy is massive.
He's reliable.
Yeah.
That's the main pillar of Falcon, the one who stays reliable, stays consistent, trying to deal damage from that back line, and also something that all the other members from that team can fall onto when things get rough. I mean, right now, Ken isn't having the best time, right? With a 1-2-0 KDA, his main highlight of the career here in the group stage is the fact that he was able to get the objectives. But right now, ONIC Esports, they've been the one in the upper hand in terms of that objective. And so we see Yellow Flash being the main carry here up until this 5th minute. And this Lapu Lapu is going to start snowballing. He has the CC, he has the damage. ONIC Esports, they need to be very aware of his positioning when they go for a 5v5 team fight, or they might actually fall short.
Well, this is the great thing for Falcon, right? ZipX has mainly been able to just farm up. And yes, Justin's here kind of helping him, but might be
Justin
looking
does
for
bring
Sands.
out the real manipulation. Keyboy's going to try to come in. Possible dive here. Don't think we're going to see too much, but with the turtle up in 19 seconds, this could be a nice advantage for ONIC. They kind of claim the pit. You've lost that utility from Justin there in the real manipulation. So ONIC, once again, still kind of feels like they're controlling the game here, controlling the tempo here, holding the gold lead and moving forward.
Well, that's the thing, right? They're looking for a clean sweep on the Turtles as the third one of the game has now spawned. And as you mentioned, Trex, ONIC getting in position here, but once again, Falcon Esports wants to contest this one.
Ooh, Naomi comes in, nice Tyrant's Rage. Keyboy takes a lot of damage trying to get away. Ken wants to find him, but Keyboy is able to escape. Turtle still on the field, Naomi very low along with Justin. And Kyrie picks it up. That's a double kill. In comes the Black Dragon. It's a show, boys. Boots now trying to get away though. Suppression does land onto Yellow Flash. Yellow Flash wants to move in. CW is here doing a nice amount of damage. They're forced to back off. Falcon will not claim this turtle.
Oh, see, that's the thing. Every time they go for a 5v5, Falcon always falls short in this team fight. It was great, though, with the way that they did it, right? They were able to eliminate Kyrie first, prevent that damage from penetrating even worse. And that's the thing, because when Kyrie gets left open, he goes in for a double kill, maybe even a triple kill. But oh my god, Falcon, they get the turtle.
That was so close. I thought the snipe was definitely going to hit it, but Justin is now here. Sans very, very low. Naomi trying to find him. Sans able to get away with just a sliver of health. This is a game, guys. This is definitely a great first game of the knockout stage.
I feel like so many times throughout the groups we saw, I think it had to be Sanji that would flicker in, called the athletic flicker, get the one hit off. But let's take a look here at the emblems. Anything sticking out specifically that's giving an advantage here for one of the teams, Eterna?
Honestly, at this point, they're all standard emblems, but the thing is, it kind of shows and reflects about the gameplay that they want to go for, right? We can see that Hayabusa Kyrie, he opted for the Assassin emblem, the high and dry, who is going to have an advantage in those 1v1 situations. So we know Kyrie, he wants to go for the pickoffs, he wants to go for the kills, whereas someone like Ken with the Demon Slayer emblem, he's looking more on the objectives. And we see that kind of reflected, even though it has been kind of taken away from Falcon when we see here in the 8th minute.
Well, right now, Falcon Esports coming up with a plan of their own. And remember, this is going to be the charge up. There's only 2 members here for ONIC Esports, but no one going to commit just yet. Still, this is the crucial, right? Whatever team can find a pick-off first, it'll allow you to get that space you need. You still have 40 seconds till that Lord is up here. But still, both teams also holding on to quite a bit of map control, right? The tier 1s in the mid lane actually are still up. So if one team or the other wants to focus on getting that objective down, gives them that advantage in space. But that's why we see them pressing for any pick they can find here.
I think both teams have been so good at engaging, but also disengaging. I mean, it seems like there's been a lot of fights, but only 8 deaths total in a matter of 9 minutes. Only 1 tower gone. So they've both been so well at just kind of dragging out these fights and getting away in those crucial situations. The thing is ZipX and CW, both 0 kills, both able to farm, able to get their gold, able to try to be important to their team. So the question is, in the next minute or two, maybe upcoming on this next Lord, which gold laner is really going to pop off?
The thing is, ZipX, even though that Falcon in general, they're behind in 2,000K, ZipX isn't falling too far behind because at some point they were both level 10. CW obviously has a bit of an edge, but that also shows that Falcon is really good at giving the gold to the important members, right? That gold allocation is going to make the difference. And you can see here, Justin already has the Ice Queen wand. He also already has the Glowing Wand. So expect that utility starting to come through. The damage, the dot, as both of these teams, they're going to start setting up a Keyboy.
Naomi will get pushed back. It's a bloodbath. Yellow Flash taking a lot of damage, trying to go in, move on to CW. Keyboy has gone down. Yellow Flash cannot connect. CW picks it up. This is bad for Yellow Flash. This could be bad for Falcon. Kyrie finds Naomi. Can it get a double? Make it a triple. That is a full team wipe for ONIC. This is huge. Can they end it here?
The king of the sky, and he just dismantled Falcon Esports here. And they're going to march into base. This might not be a final push. There's still pretty short death timers, but what a massive play from ONIC Esports.
That was huge. A wipe out. And there you go. The king of the sky himself, Kyrie, getting that triple kill. Unfortunately, Sans got that double kill, but this is what happens when ONIC Esports get the comfortable heroes and the way that they weren't pressured from that early game. Luckily enough, though, Falcon was still able to secure the Lord, so it still buys them enough time to not end the game, and they still have those 3 inhibitor turrets remaining.
Here's the thing, though, right? I mean, given what we just saw, what is the answer, right? What is the answer for Falcon Esports? Best thing you can do is find a pick-off so you at least have a numbers advantage. We're going to be taking a look here at the instant replay presented by TikTok. Look at this. It's a bloodbath from minute 1 here. And already you can see, right? Perfect timing with the shadow kill, Kyrie coming in. And Falcon Esports has they can't do anything but run for the hills. And the turret's not even enough.
This is definitely rough. I mean, Falcon does secure the Lord, though, so we know their head's still in the game during these big team fights. When all the ults are going off, when bombs are in the air, they're still able to hold it together and secure the objective. So that could be the answer. If they can drag it out long enough, if they continue to get Lords and not let ONIC get the full push, maybe they could fight back here. They just need to get this, the pocket strat. They need to surround Zipex. No one can go too far forward. They can't be full dive mode. They kind of have to move as a unit, I feel.
I agree. I completely agree. That's something that I wanted to bring up. In that previous team fight, it didn't feel like they were synchronized. And the way that they've drafted, they need to be synchronized, right? You need these combo wombos to come through. You need the ult coming in from Naomi. You need the ult coming in from Yellow Flash, paired up with that slow and that penetration coming in from Justin. But the way that ONIC Esports were able to do that team fight was they made it messy, right? They had someone in the front line, in the back line, but that's not what a Falcon needs right now. So they need to come back. How are we supposed to play this and not play into ONIC Esports tempo?
Well, that's what I was saying in the draft, right? It's very finicky, right? ONIC Esports can either throw Kyrie at you, they can throw Sans at you, bait out the ultimates that they want. Boots can also go towards the back line here, and that's what he's doing against Zipex and Justin. But not only that, then you also have to worry about a Divine Judgment dragging Zipex along or Justin, right? Those are two things that's multiple things that's working in ONIC Esports' favor. So Falcon Esports, like we said in the draft, if they lose one of those big damage dealers, whether that's the carry or the Eve, you're in trouble, right? How do you even fight that? Because still across from you, CW, 7 assists, but running that weapon mastery, has the damage and items that he needs on this Beatrix pick, and he's kind of just chilling, right? In a lot of these team fights, he's able to just do freely what he needs to do on this marksman pick because of all that back and forth from the heroes of ONIC Esports.
Oh, look at Kyrie, though. He's going to take this tower, able to get away. Doesn't even have to be down there for objective. So already, every moment, ONIC is ready to make a play, and it's going to really kind of pull Falcon apart because that's the goal. Pull them apart a bit. This is going to be the first time, though, that Falcon does not make the initial start on a neutral objective. Naomi tries to find Sans here. That is going to be a big wasted utility. This is big for ONIC coming up on this Lord fight.
Yeah, they know they didn't have the setup, so they're retreating back. They're running for the hills, but Keyboy
gets a Divine Judgment on Ken. CW going to try to find it, but Kyrie jumps in, picks it up. Falcon on the backboard once again. ONIC should have a free Lord here.
Just like that, it was a matter of getting out some resources from Falcon Esports. The conceal plus the flicker, it failed, it didn't work. And now ONIC Esports securing themselves another Lord here. Actually, the second Lord of the game. They'll be able to march in. And also, keep in mind, Kyrie being able to take down that inhibitor turret in the mid lane, they should be able to get, if not one, maybe even all the inhibitor turrets as Falcon Esports has to deal with this. The clear potential, though, we're talking about 9K gold lead here for ONIC Esports. That is massive in the itemization department.
Yeah, right now, Kyrie, they're really optimizing and utilizing the fact that they have better mobility. So they have more control over these separate lanes. They're able to pressure Falcon from all these 3 lanes. And look at this, the Lord already marching here in the mid side.
Most definitely Lord is crashing down the mid, but it looks like ONIC may try to move towards the top. Kyrie jumps in, then jumps out, but Boots has a Black Dragon. Looking for Justin or Zipex, can't quite find it, but the tower does go down. Room manipulation comes out. Naomi, Zipex, Justin, all fall, and CW finds another one. Yellow Flash will go down, along with the base, and ONIC take game 1.
ONIC going to be able to get game number 1, but remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is a best of 5 series. We still have many more games ahead of us, so
So right now, we know that Falcon Esports, they're going to be able to go back to the drawing board, discuss, evaluate on what exactly happened to be able to go one-to-one with ONIC Esports.
Man, can I just say I love hearing the crowd. I love Mobile Legends, yes, I love Mobile Legends. But I even love the crowd here, especially just reacting. It's so great to have this again, right? I mean, it was a while where things kind of slowly built back up, but to have this, stadium behind us. And as you can see, it's 1-0 in favor of ONIC Esports. Like you guys said, though, it's a best of 5, right? A lot of adjustments can be made. This is something that's very different from those group stages, the best of 1s, right? And still, I gotta say, Falcon Esports, I mean, it's gonna be broken down later from our analysts, our smart minds over there. But Falcon Esports, I feel like it was almost too much tankiness. Like, you almost find too much, and maybe it was the Fredrin, and maybe that's why it's 35% win rate. It's tough for that Fredrin pick right now. But he still picked a lot, right?
He's definitely picked a lot. I think the real thing that went down there, that mid lane, that Lilia and that Kaja, you have the sustainability with Kaja to be able to invade in the early game along with the Lilia, and then once you hit level 4, you're just able to put the pressure down because you can always get away if you need to. And then you look at the mid lane on the side of Falcon, and you have this Eve who can't really put that much pressure. You're just kind of sitting ducks in that early phase. Yes, you can move around the map kind of quickly. You can maybe clear wave, but not as fast as that Kaja and that Lilia. And once they were able to control the early game, I think ONIC just had it in the bag.
Well, we're going to find out more, but before we do that, we do want to mention the M4 Battle Night goes live this January 21. Expect loads of events and rewards for grabs in-game. First off, complete battle tasks in the game on January 21 to get a skin choice chest. You can choose the skin that you want most from the chest. I mean, that's a free skin. Who wouldn't want that? And aside from that, the battle bonus awaits you on the same day. Play matches and you'll get Team Star Protection for 3 matches, double Star Raising points, double Protection points, double XP, and double BP for 5 matches. We are not stopping there. There's more. Free access to all the heroes and loads of epic skins will also be available that very day. And save the date. Log into the game on January 21, enjoy the match, and win tons of rewards. Let's all celebrate the M4 Championship together, including with our friends.
Wow. Nice. I marked that on my calendar. January 21, instantly on my calendar.
Yeah, it's marked down. But we are going to be breaking it down further, but not here on the desk. We're going to be throwing it over to the outdoor stadium, I believe, to our analysts over there. Boys, take it away.
Okay. I'm so happy. I'm so happy you guys are back. I missed you guys. Where have you been?
We're back. They're gonna. I think they're sorting out the items. They're sorting out the items. They're sorting things out there on the analyst desk. But so we can talk more about that match number 1. Trex.
Or that skin. What skin would you guys pick?
I don't even know what's available.
The Alice skin.
Oh.
Or the Layla Saber.
Oh. Because you can't get a legend skin from that, right?
No legend.
No, I
No
don't
legend?
think. I don't know. I think it's a mystery.
I guess we need to find out.
I don't get to pick?
Well, I've got all the Gord skins, so.
Oh, we know you have all the Gords.
I'll leave it at that. But
you have a picture of Gord on your wall?
I don't.
I'll get you one.
Okay.
I'm
Right
fine.
from USA, USA. But okay. I do want to ask you, Trex. How you obviously had your first offline event experience?
Yes.
Right. Before we break down the game further from the boys, how is this? How is this for you? I mean, the first offline international event that you've been in.
I mean, looking at the crowd, it's amazing. This is definitely like, this is it. This is peak. This is it's been a lot of hard work this year, as
Yeah.
I mentioned earlier, and it has definitely paid off. Super excited to be here, man. Not only that, but with Naisu from Discord to in person, definitely an experience, and with the wonderful Eterna as well.
But you've probably been watching for a while.
Yes, I've been watching both you guys for
I
a
was
while.
waiting for my name. I was like, is he only going to talk about Naisu?
I almost thought about just not
So
even.
sad.
Well, you don't have to be sad anymore because he mentioned
Yeah.
it. He's happy to be here. We got his first cast, and we're gonna see a lot of him because I think it's us.
The
What's
tan
our
desk.
the tan?
The tan
The
desk.
tan trio.
Tan trio.
The
Or
good-looking
ant.
trio.
We can be the and trio as well. But again, match number one's done, right? Falcon Esports, the way that they've performed so far through the group stages. Do you feel like, Eterna, there was something, like, if you could say there was something lacking here from Falcon Esports, biggest thing off the bat, right? Was it, do you think it's the draft? Do you think it's the way that they played actually in game? Because we saw a lot of chaos between both teams.
Honestly, draft, I think I kept mentioning it, like, they didn't have the best wave clear in the mid side, and then they really didn't play towards that either. Like, they didn't really have in mind what they were lacking, and they still went for those neutral objectives, right? Like I mentioned, the Lilia is so strong in that early game. Beautiful wave clear, really good rotations, plus, like you mentioned, the Kaja as well. But even so, they were up against someone like the Eve, which
Yeah.
Falcon used, who needed that level 4. Wasn't level 4 yet, but they still forced something like the Turtle. See, that was like the first thing that I noticed. I didn't think that they played towards their draft really well. But later on, when they started getting their power spikes, when they started getting their items, when they started to get equal with ONIC Esports in a sense, I didn't see the synergy. The famous synergy that I usually see from Falcon, right? They usually play as a unit. That's what makes them so scary. But I didn't really see that. It could be jitters. It could be just you know, ironing out the kinks. All this is still possible because I didn't see the Falcon that I was used to seeing in that game.
I mean, at the same time, you have to consider the fact that Eve was picked, right? When you have that, she has such a high win rate because of, it's the ultimate, right? The ultimate, that real world manipulation objectively really does help you. But what is the weakness of real world manipulation? It's suppress, right? I mean, that is...
Kaja.
Yeah, the Kaja. And it was just there on point every single time. And it was something that was very difficult to work around because when you lose that ultimate and you're constantly pressing the situation around those objectives, how do you come out on top? How do you win those fights, especially when ZipX, even if he had items, how did he even get in range? That's the downside of carry, right? Your range isn't that, I mean, it's not in comparison to other marksmen, right? It's very, I guess it would be shorter than a lot here.
Yes.
And how do you get to that line, especially when you've got a plethora of things being thrown at you, not to mention a Black Dragon form.
I mean, that Boots was on point in almost
Yeah.
every single fight coming right into the back line. But another thing, you mentioned jitters. You mentioned not only the draft, but one of the major things to kind of point out about just some misplays. Every time Keyboy did a conceal play, he made it count. But on, what was it, the last Lord, the second to last Lord, the side of Falcon tried to do a conceal play, and they just kind of whiff it. They bite the bullet. They're not able to succeed. They're not able to really pull through. And that's just a perfect example of maybe there's a little bit of, there's just some mishaps, some misplays. So I think that's going to be it for us finally.
Yeah, we are now going to hear from the boys on the analyst stand. So, guys, take this away and break it down further.
I think this is ONIC Esports' answer to the strongest hero in the marksman role or in the golden role, which is the carry. Definitely prepared against that. When they allowed Falcon to pick up the carry, they already have the Kaja, but they supplemented it with Lilia as well as Hayabusa. Two of the heroes that are already great at pressuring the carry. Then they close it up with Yu Zhong. It's very difficult to play the carry in that game.
What about you, Jace? What are your thoughts?
Personally, as a marksman main, as a carry, you want to go in deep into the enemy team fight, right? But then again, you've got Sans on that Lily as well. Just jumping in, just throwing the balls all across the board. There's no way for you to maneuver, but I can see what Falcon wants to do. You want to go into the big, massive team fight, use Naomi with the Kufa to engage, and then set up the box. It looks like a very good strategy on paper, But in terms of execution, though, gotta give it to ONIC.
I gotta say, man, it looks like ONIC completely understands what's the win condition for Falcon and actively avoiding it, because I like how they're really managing all of the spells, all of the ults to make sure that when they go in, it can go in very safe. Let's look at itemization for both teams as well as the hero. Anything interesting that you want to point out, Wolf, either by the items or the draft?
Yeah, two things. First, I would like to commend Yellow Flash here. You know, despite coming in from the losing team, he was very tanky, and he went in for the dominance ice very earlier on, make it so difficult for ONIC to actually engage. However, ONIC, their approach was to wait for their timings. They allowed Sans to kind of pop off in this game, particularly the way that he handled the damage output in the early stages. And come the mid-game teamfights, you see like Keyboy just initiates so well in this game, using his flicker and also timing it well with the power spike of his team. Most importantly, Kyrie. I think that we will be talking about a lot about this guy later on, but he did an amazing game with his 6-1-9 KDA for the Hayabusa.
I gotta ask, Jace, because Naomi, for me, is a roam god, but this Kufra really didn't work. Why didn't it work well in this game?
I think it's not about what doesn't work well, but I think it's how CW itemized, right? Because if you notice, from the side of Falcon, it's a very tanky lineup. Yellow Flash just refuses to die. But CW, smart though. Demon Hunter Sword was there to answer everything.
And we got to look at the rich guy, Kyrie, 836 gold per minute. The carry, CW, 48,000 damage dealt. Sandbag can, he's the jungler, but he took the most damage, almost 100k. And Keyboy, 11 total assists as the Forgotten One. And looking at the damage to the turrets, Falcon did not manage to touch any of the turrets.
Yeah, this is because of the wave clear that we can see coming out from ONIC Esports. You have the Kaja, even the Roamer has wave clear. Lilia, of course, very strong at clearing the waves. And you also have this Beatrix. What I really am surprised about is that Kyrie was able to net 100% kill participation, meaning to say ONIC Esports knew how to use this Hayabusa, which was, by the way, picked up second pick for ONIC Esports.
At this point, I kind of feel like it's comfortable, man, because in a best of 5 in the first game, you can do kind of whatever you want. And it looks like, honestly, it's like, all right, let's just try our best heroes. And it looked very good.
Yeah, they definitely look very good because, you know, from the side of Falcon, they lost mid priority very early on. It's very hard for Naomi to basically just, you know, do the setup. But of course, let's take a look at MVP.
Yeah, the MVP's got to go over to Kyrie, man. 100% kill participation, 6-1-9. Like, again, like, no wonder Merkel backstage was like, yo, this is Haya Kyrie, man. The moment he gets this hero, it's game over.
And definitely playing like a true assassin, like the classic assassins that we're seeing. It's not just about like taking down the opponents or sniping some kills. That timing that you saw coming out from Kyrie, specifically when we saw that Lord Pit fight, where we saw that it really looked so good for Falcon. But then again, Kyrie went in at the right moment, attacked and, you know, targeted the correct people to go to the backlines. And that already disallowed the side of Falcon to recover from the team fight.
Yeah, right now we got to look at the heat map for Kyrie. This is between the first 5 seconds
all
the way to the 5 minutes, 5 second mark. And look at the rotation. It's not just in his own jungle, but he's actively going, especially around the orange buff for Falcon.
Dude, Kyrie is everywhere, even behind the lines as well, with the fact that, you know, the shadow kill, that beautiful shadow kill, taking down and cleaning up. He knows how to reserve the ultimates as a cleanup. And of course, very hard and aggressive heat map right here, invading the Fredrin super early on is actually very scary because, you know, if I'm playing the Hayabusa, it's really kind of tough to go up against a tank jungler.
Actually, this almost doesn't make sense. Like, Kyrie with the Hayabusa invading a Fredrin, how is that even possible?
Well, definitely because of the fact that he had Lilia to back him up. But I guess it's also the way we see these heat maps. He plays off map a bit. I mean, it will be very difficult to play against him because you don't know where he is coming from and is on point during those crucial team fights. This is also the reason why ONIC Esports are able to get, what, a bonus of gold despite them trailing when it comes to kills.
Yeah, right now we're looking at the highlights where ONIC is going up against Falcon. Like, look at the coordination coming in from ONIC. Like, this is beautiful. The way that they actually enter the team fight based on the cooldowns from Falcon.
That's right.
Talk us through us, Jace.
Yeah, I just feel like, you know, ONIC is reading Falcon super open. It's like Falcon is showing all the answers to the exams of these questions, especially this particular one. Kyrie cleaning up the backline. It's really tough to watch if you are a Falcon fan.
Yeah, and Wolf, like, looking at this situation, was there any situation that Falcon could have potentially come back from this, like especially from the wipeout at Lord?
I think the moment that probably when they do have the Wind of Nature, for example, for Zipix, along with damage items, maybe they could have they could have a chance to fight against ONIC Esports. As you saw from the Indonesian squad, they already have like a big power spike when they have their ultimates together. When you add the items up because of their economy, that is when trouble really comes the side of Falcon Esports. So there's really not much room to wiggle from when you're Falcon. You really need those items, and ONIC disallowed that to happen.
Now, this is a very quick question, gentlemen. Like, Jace, do you think Falcon needs to adjust their draft, or the draft isn't that big of a problem?
I think it's just draft is not the problem. I think what Falcon Esports truly shines is their unpredictability in their gold lane. But then again, ONIC forced the carry pick super early on by the side of Falcon, and that makes them predictable. And that is their crux of their problem.
Same question for Wolf, because ONIC Esports, they were very comfortable with their strong picks. Do they just keep doing this?
Definitely. Though from a perspective of a Filipino watching the MPLID, what I saw from ONIC Esports all the time, like ever since MPLID, the reason why they are very strong is because of how they are open to these kind of picks and how they are willing to double down, triple down, even quadruple down on countering one pick, which was the carry in this game. They know exactly who to target when it comes to their opponents. This time, the target is Zipix. They have the bounty on this guy.
Yeah, right now, ONIC Esports is leading. They're looking very, very strong. And Falcon, I don't know, based on our analysts, it's like, it's okay, the draft is fine. It's just they got to find a way to fight against ONIC Esports. With that being said, my name is Afel. Alongside with me is Wolf and Jace. It has been an amazing game, but we're going to be throwing back to the casters for the second series. So, Naisu, Eterna, as well as Trex, start game number 2.
Man, we are daring to be great with that analyst desk there. Thank you, LaFell, Jays, and Wolf. Again, I'm Naisu here with Trex and Eterna, and we just witnessed match number 1, game number 1 actually, between ONIC Esports and Falcon Esports. Now, before all this, before we talk about game number 2, Eterna, you remember that TikTok carnival that we've been involved in?
I do.
I think we need to get Trex involved in it.
Most definitely. TikTok Live Carnival. Cheer up for M4 and watch M4 matches on TikTok. Participants participate in Cheer Up for M4 activities by watching M4 matches on TikTok and using M4 exclusive customized gifts to cheer for the teams. There will be a chance to be on TV and win abundant gifts. I'm trying to be on TV, Eterna. How about you?
Me too, me too. So all we need to do is take a sneak peek at M4 events and be the first to receive info about all the rewards you can get.
There's also an M4 Pass, which will be available on the, it's actually already available, right? 12, 20 exclusive rewards like the Beatrix Light Chaser, Beatrix Stellar Brilliance, M4 Beatrix figurine, by the way, Emote, Sacred Statue, Spawn Effect, Recall Effect, Avatar Border, and the Trail Effect. They await you, and you can get Ollis's special skin, the War Lion, for free by completing Task 2.
For free?
For free.
For free? And it doesn't stop there, Naisu.
It doesn't stop there because it's already started, 12:24, M4 support chest will also be available in-game. Open it to get loads of M4 Pass XP and stand a chance to receive a mysterious gift. What is that mysterious gift?
Well,
we don't know.
We don't know it. And on the day of M4 final happening on on January 15th, expect to get an avatar border for free in the M4.
Even an avatar border.
Yes, even an avatar border. In the M4 Battle Night event, unlock a skin chest by completing tasks and pick up a skin of your choice within the test. What skin would you pick?
Well, don't forget the hashtags as well if you're at it. The hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MOBBM4, and hashtag Dare to Be Great. And with that being said, again, thank you for joining us. It's match number 2. Actually, it's game number 2. I keep calling it match number 2. It's match 1, game 2 ahead of us. And I think, the way that our handsome analyst broke it down here, Falcon Esports, I feel like, has to... It wouldn't be a big thing with the draft. It would mostly be maybe one change. I feel like they can do one change here for the draft ahead. And because playstyle-wise, I mean, even from the quote that we saw there, playstyle-wise, very evenly matched. But what happened in the last game was ONIC Esports just kind of dismantling what Falcon Esports had as a draft, as a team composition here. And so, in your opinion, Eterna, I mean, does ONIC Esports go with the same game plan? Do they go with this multifunctional team composition? And how is it looking for them for the game 2?
Honestly, that's like they like playing like that,
Yeah.
right? That's how comfortable they are with the gameplay they brought. And on screen, you can also see the hero pick recap to see how much damage everyone outputted. And this is exactly to the keys to victory, right? You had to protect CW, protect it, and hence the amount of damage that he was able to output on the Beatrix. Another thing was also focusing on the fact that Kyrie had to be stopped. Wasn't able to be done at all by Falcon. So what I suggest is go back to the keys to victory, find a draft that suits it, and execute it according to the drafts, and not play into the tempo that ONIC Esports was playing.
Most definitely. Now, I think, and speaking of drafts, it's not like you can ban out the Lilia. You're not going to ban out Kyrie. You're not going to ban out all these things because I don't think it was exactly a certain hero. We were worried about maybe Kyrie being a problem with the Assassins, that they would just focus on Assassins. Right now we're seeing the Lilia was a problem. The Kaja was a problem. There was a lot of issues there, and I think in the just of things, ONIC just kind of outdrafted them. They picked up counters, and I feel like no matter what Falcon picks in Game 2, they have to be ready for ONIC to do the same exact thing. Listen to that crowd, guys.
They got a megaphone. They've got their own megaphone here. Just wait till they get the drums in here, right? I mean, as we get through the knockout stages.
You need to wait for an RRQ match.
Well, I don't think...
It's like double,
We won't have to wait
triple
long.
the sound and the passion from the fans.
And the crazy thing is, it's not just it's RQ, Akira, and Hoshi, right?
Exactly.
I mean, that's
So
what we saw in the group
both.
stage. But it was one drum. So imagine, I feel like there's going to be multiple drums here. But right now, ONIC Esports, they have the megaphone. And at the same time, I mean, you guys make both good points here. We're just moments away from the draft. But still, I feel like, too, if Falcon Esports wants to make this a 1-1 in the series, you can either utilize Ken, maybe pick something that's a little more proactive in the jungle, right? Now, again, we saw this with the Granger. We've seen this with Assassins. Very multifunctional player here. But at the same time, allow yourself to not get... In a way, when you lock in that Eve, you have to be conscious of what is those direct counters. Like you mentioned, Eterna, which letting Kaja go through, I mean, and be that possible kind of counter to just the Eve, the real world manipulation, work around that. Have something solid in your choice. And that doesn't even need to be Ken only. Naomi has done it before too, whether that's on that Franco pick. He loves the Natalia picks. Let him be proactive for the team as well this time around. So here we go, jumping into the draft here for game number 2 upon us. It's Falcon Esports on the blue side with ONIC Esports on the red here. First band's already coming out. Joy, Eve, and on the other side, ONIC Esports taking out the Faramis.
And it's just already showing the Falcon maybe wants to switch things up here. They've banned out the Eve this time. It's not something that they're going to prioritize for first pick. You also don't want to surrender that over. Now, with them being first pick, they may not ban out the Kaji, or maybe it's something they want to prio. This time, ONIC is in the position of what do we want to give them first? What do we want to try to trade, give them first so that we get 2 in return? Are we going to see them kind of take out the regulars, or are they going to leave a lot open here?
I mean, the Natalia is the choice of ban here coming in from ONIC Esports, so it might actually go the way that you mentioned. It is a respect ban for sure for Naomi, but not so expensive that you'd want to ban that out in the first phase. So things are getting a little fishy now, right? With the 1-1 being banned here by Falcon, what is ONIC going to ban next, right? We still have the Kaja being left open. Valentina has not showed up so far. Glue as well.
Yeah.
I think, what would you prioritize?
I mean, given whatever this last ban here is for the first phase from ONIC Esports, you have a lot of options like you mentioned. I feel like in a similar situation as Fredrin still being open here, you have like, do we take the Fredrin, do we take Glue? Glue's been pretty menacing in some games, but still it's almost like some teams are just picking it because it's open, right? Valentina is going to be the last ban here for the first phase. So a lot is open, like you guys mentioned. This is really comes down to what do we want to utilize first? What is that dynamic we want to go with here? And it's going to be the Fanny taken in. So it, I mean...
But Kaja's still open. Kaja's still open. That's a possible answer right there.
We've seen a lot of Kufra lately.
Kufra as well, but I definitely think ONIC secures this Kaja up front. Keyboy played it so well last time. And Justin runs into the wrong bush, it's over. Runs into the wrong lane during a fight in the wrong way, it is over. But ONIC still taking their time with this.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Franny, crazy pick. Really strong in the early game. Really good at rotating. High pressure kill in the hands of Ken. But at the same time, there's just so much counter towards this Fanny that ONIC Esports, they do have time to try and work around it. We see the glue being prioritized as well as the Kaja, like you mentioned, Trex. And now, Falcon, they need to figure out a way, how can we protect the Fanny? Because if the Fanny goes in up front against the wrong person, like you also mentioned before, Kaja's just going to have a good time, and Fanny is going to be taken out.
I almost also sort of expected to possibly see a Hilda, right? We've seen how well Hilda just makes Fanny's lives, or actually majority of assassins, but specifically even
lives.
Fanny, just terrible. Yeah, I mean, when you see a Hilda running at you, what do you do, right? So at this point, you have the next two choices here for Falcon Esports. Eterna, what's the reaction here?
Nothing. I don't want to say it just yet.
You don't want to,
I don't want to say it just
something
yet.
just
Yes.
click in your mind?
Yes, I'm not going to say it yet. But now we're going to see Falcon here with the next two picks following Fanny. It's going to be none other than the Atlas pick as well as the Harrods. So we mentioned, right, how hyped this matchup is. We're talking about crazy drafts, and this is exactly what we're seeing. With the Atlas being picked up, they have huge playmaking potential in that team fight, as well as the Harith, who I assume is going in the gold lane, but actually it still can be flexed. The Harith can still be placed in the mid lane, even though we haven't exactly seen that from Justin.
Now, I think ONIC, honestly, they could probably pick up the Lilia here again. With it's that and the Kaja, we already saw how well they're able to invade, put pressure onto Justin in the early phase, maybe try to stop him from getting that blue buff. Now, taking a look at the Atlas and the Harith, though, it's a lot on Ken here. It's a lot. Can he make those big plays? Yes, he is going to be up against the front line of this Kaja and this glue. And now, actually, seeing the carry locked in, it could play. I mean, the Atlas could have even more advantage because, as you mentioned earlier, close range marksman, someone that doesn't have. He's not too far back. So if Ken can catch those three in one big Fatal Links, it could be huge.
I like that we have this quote from Oh My Venus here, pointing out that this match is something to look forward to. And I feel like a lot of people feel that way, right? It's a great stepping stone into the knockout stages. And it's a way to start on a high note here because really, both these teams have such, I feel like, obviously ONIC Esports has a massive fan base here, but even Falcon Esports, again, being the dark horses back in MSC 2022, they won a lot of hearts there. They competed in multiple tournaments, even in online events. They won more hearts. And through M4 up to this point, they're still doing that, right? And it is a match, I guess, that you would just want to see two teams going head-to-head here, very similar play styles. And as we get this second phase of the draft, you can see focusing on Kyrie's options here. The Hayabusa is actually going to be taken out this time for Falcon Esports. They might even focus on one more assassin possibly, because right now, even Ling's available, right? And it could end up being an assassin versus an assassin in the jungle fight.
Honestly, that would be great for entertainment value, but what I would be worried more for Falcon is if ONIC Esports picked up someone like the Cho to go in the jungle. I think that would work really well against the Fanny in the jungle, but you're right, the Ling is going to be the choice of ban. We want to take it away from the Sky King himself because everyone knows that his best and iconic heroes are airborne, like Ling, like Fanny, but both of those have been taken away. The one thing that I wanted to talk about was the fact that they took the carry, because when I see ONIC go against something like the Fanny, usually they put something crazy in the gold lane. We've seen a Moskov work well in the gold lane. Against an Atlas, we've seen CW pick up the Mia to prevent that CC from coming through. So I'm not too sure about this carry pick, but we're going to see how they're going to round things up here in the second phase.
I mean, carry's definitely mean, right? Carry definitely packs a punch, definitely a hot topic. Marksman, wait a second, they're going to pick up the Kadita. I mean, I know the Kadita's been doing great, but it just seems like it's going to be a bit harder to lock on to Justin. Once again, it seems like Kaja is the only real answer to deal with that Fanny so far. They could still pick up the Cho jungle, could be very viable, but I definitely feel like they need something else to answer that, because as long as they can play it well, as long as this Fanny can dance around clean enough, Kaja's not going to be enough.
Well, I mean, basically what you're going to see is both teams here interacting between the Flicker ultimates, right? I'm talking about flickering in with the Fatal Links and also flickering in with the Divine Judgment. Now, the thing for Atlas is you can get multiple targets here, but look at that. It's going to be, for the first time, Kagura coming out here. So that's actually going to be putting Harith in that gold lane, or I guess it could even be a Kagura, but most likely going to the mid lane with that Kagura, and then the XP lane is going Uranus.
You're right, definitely. Because when I look at ONIC Esports, their composition, they want to work on pickoffs, whereas Falcon, they want to go more for those team fights. So what ONIC is trying to say is, okay, we're never going to clump up as 5. We don't want to give you the possibility of getting that Fatal Links combo in with the Yin Yang overturn from the Kagura, and therefore you see these picks coming through, like the Glue, the Kaja, the Kadita. The question is now, is Kaja a jungler or not? Are they going to put the Kaja once again in the roamer position for Keyboy, or is it going to be a jungle? But okay, the Martis is going to be picked up, so Kyrie, Martis.
I was going
right?
to say, he still has wings if it was the jungle Kaja, right? But no, it's not. It's actually going to be Kyrie on the Martis here. We've seen this hero put in the jungle many times. And even, I think when the signature hero popped up, that was for Ken, right? I mean, it was Ken that was playing that Martis here.
100% win rate.
100% win rate. So what you're thinking is, okay, signature hero also for Kyrie as a Fanny. It's like they both just decided, you know what? Play your signature hero, I'll play him better. And that's what we have going into game number 2 here. Trex, how are we feeling about the drafts?
I mean, it's definitely interesting. I think the Martis was the answer I was kind of looking for, wondering what else are they going to use to lock down this Fanny, and that is definitely going to help. Once again, you know, you talked about ONIC getting spicy in the gold lane. This time, Falcon bringing in this Harith gold lane. Falcon definitely trying to break some bounds here against such a strong team. They're doing a wonderful job.
Well, we're breaking the bounds here as we load it into the Land of Dawn for game number 2. It's Falcon Esports against ONIC Esports. Can ONIC Esports take another game in this series, the best of 5?
That's the question here. I mean, if we go straight looking at the spells, the emblems, one thing that we do notice up front is that even though Naomi brought the Atlas, we all know how Fatal Links is going to be able to get popped up in level 4. But none of the members from ONIC Esports actually brought the Purify except for CW. So that's something that Falcon can work with when it comes down to it. And the one thing else that I wanted to add is the fact that Kyrie is on the Martis. He's going to be immune to the CC. So I think that was the perfect addition in regards to that.
Well, already the back and forth here just for the Lith Wanderer, but shouldn't convert into anything. I mean, both teams have quite a bit of this early perk, but Kyrie already trying to assert dominance in the jungle here.
That's what he's got to do, right? This is exactly the plan for ONIC. Once again, be aggressive into Falcon, especially when you're up against a Fanny. Wait a second, Naomi going to try to get the stun onto Kyrie. Does work, but a big knock-up coming from Sans there. Ken forced to back off along with Naomi. Falcon slowly getting pushed into a corner, only a minute and a half.
I mean, both teams, they're reliant on level 4, right? They're both teams are reliant on that level 4. They need those ultimates. They need that power spike to happen. So what we're going to expect is the importance of base damage, and Keyboy has that. Kaja hurt so much already below even level 4, and you can see even Ken starting to fall short in terms of that jungle.
I mean, the thing, too, with ONIC Esports is CW is the only one with that get-out-of-jail-free card, right, against the Atlas, because Naomi's going to be looking for those Fatal Links here, and already CW is going to have his work, the work cut out for him, because he's got to avoid that. Meanwhile, avoiding Justin and Ken, all the burst damage potential here. Next turtle of the game is now up, though. Kyrie starting it up, but the rest of Falcon making their way here. Who's going to pull the trigger?
I don't know. Kyrie has made a good statement on top of this turtle. Doesn't look like Falcon's going to try to go for this. Keep an eye on Ken. No, the turtle does go to the side of ONIC. This could be bad. Yellow Flash gets pulled in from that Divine Retribution, but still, nothing, no kills on the board just yet.
No kills on the board just yet, as ONIC Esports, they're going to be able to get the better trade on those objectives. Maybe because ONIC, they lose a lot on the Fanny, so they're starting to pick up on how exactly were they countered, and they're relaying that same message onto Falcon here, as Ken level 5, Kyrie also level 5, but obviously he is a little bit ahead because Ken's jungle has been taken away from him, basically.
Yeah, I mean, biggest thing, too, is when you have a Fanny across from you, Kyrie and ONIC Esports knows this, right? Don't get caught alone, especially with a high and dry.
Oh, that is big. Keyboy goes down. A nice pick for Falcon. First blood on the map. Kyrie maybe wants to find something for himself. Ken trying to get out of town here. Is going to be able to get away, but wait, Kyrie may find Naomi here. The decimation comes in, and now it's a 1-for-1 trade.
Wow, Kyrie just being so aggressive. He didn't have to take that. It might have been a mistake.
This bad Zamon's Force does go down. Ken taken off the map. Kyrie finds another one. Zipex, though, does pick up CW. Can they find Kyrie here? Don't want to mess with it. They know the CC's there. They know Kyrie can be a problem. But wait a second. Petrified. Justin goes down. ONIC, 3-2.
I mean, just a massive, about 1 minute there coming out from ONIC Esports. And hey, even if he doesn't get an assassin, Kyrie's still going to play that way on this Martis and just be a nuisance. I mean, that's the downside, right? Falcon Esports still need to find an answer for this objectively as well, because he's running that jungle emblem here. As we take a look at the emblems, he has that advantage at least of clearing things a little bit faster. And so Ken's really got to utilize the high and dry, the Fanny pick as well, and just give the fight to ONIC Esports. But given what just happened, that's tough to do, Eterna.
It's tough to do. He has a high and dry like you mentioned, but the fact is he hasn't been able to get that blue buff quick enough, right? When he has that blue buff, he's going to be able to rotate better, perhaps even pressure CW in that gold lane, but we haven't seen that being realized. But now both teams are going to start fighting for the next neutral objective.
Yeah, Ken trying to lock on to Kyrie here. Can he find him? Kyrie does get the turtle. Ken forced to run away. Kyrie wants more. Yellow Flash trying to zone for him. Kyrie doesn't go too aggressive. He's smart. Get the turtle, get the gold crab. I don't need to chase Ken down today because right now we are winning this game.
Well, that's the thing, right? Again, you don't have to do too much here if you're Kyrie for ONIC Esports. You go in, grab the objectives, get out. If Keyboy finds a Divine Judgment lockdown, great. It could even be Sans, right? So still, you have a lot of tools here for ONIC Esports, and that's why Falcon Esports has to work around that. But already, even just the pressure in the jungle.
This is so bad for Ken right now. I mean, ONIC, they're playing it textbook right now. They're doing it exactly how they're supposed to, and the Martis pick was just so clutch, and it's working so well against Falcon. And right now, the gold has already extended to almost 2K at only 5.5 minutes.
Oh, they're suffocating Falcon. I mean, right now, Kyrie level 9 against Ken, who's still level 7. So he's 2 levels below. It must be so frustrating, but Keyboy looks for a pick, but he's still able to get out here.
Most definitely, but wait a second. Sans tries to lock him in a rough way, stops the ulti. Zipex looking for Sans, is very low. Can he find it? Sans gets away. And now with Keyboy and CW here, he's not going to be able to claim anything there. Justin coming in from the top side, but he's walking into a death trap. Needs to be careful. Yin Yang overturn does lock down, but still not enough damage. Falcon just too far behind in gold right now.
Tough, again, situation. You can see ONIC Esports just putting pressure here on the bottom side, making it harder for Zipex. He does have a kill, right? He's got the mystery shop too, but they're still going to be going.
Ooh, Zamon's Force does come down. Keyboy just walking through the tower, not worried about it. But ONIC, they're never forcing it. They look for the play. They're looking for the mess up from Falcon to capitalize on it.
I mean, Kyrie's level 10 still.
He's
right?
level
He's got
10.
the lead here at Turna.
Yeah, it's tough, right? It's super tough right now because if we look at the mid lane matchup, like the problem is Kagura is strong, very burst and high, very burst damage. But the problem is the Kagura needs proper setup for that Yin Yang overturn to be maximized. And so far, Naomi hasn't been able to land that. But perhaps this might be the moment as they're setting up for the objective.
Oh, suppression does come on to Ken. Ken goes down. CW picking up that kill. Naomi now forced to run away. Falcon cannot contest this turtle. Yellow Flash going to keep vision for his team, but down in the bot lane, is a bit more action. Sans finds Naomi. Yellow Flash trying to respond back to Sans, but T-Boy is also here. Kyrie will be on his turtle, and that is another huge advantage for the side of ONIC Esports.
2-0 trade. 2-0 trade. They're at 4,000 gold right now. And if we take a look at the items, you can see the disparity, the distinct disparity that we see. Like, even from the gold lane, right? The carry is 1,000 level up. She has her core items. She has the corrosion scythe. She has also the golden staff. And so the damage, the attack speed, the slow, it's already starting to hit. Whereas the Herod, he's only been able to get that Calamity Reaper and the Feather of Heaven, which he needs more magic damage, basically. He needs that base magic damage for the damage to finally hit. And if we take a look at the mages here, both teams have yet to secure that second item. So at this point, Kagura still has a chance here going against ONIC Esports.
Yeah, I mean, even in this battle, like, look at the confidence taking the purple buff. They're going to crash down here, might even look for a pick, but...
Oh, big flicker! Nice play from the side of Falcon, but still not enough. CW finds Naomi. Boots trying to come in, help out. Zipex needs to run away. Yellow Flash as well. Justin tries to get that umbrella on, but just unable to find anything. Every time Falcon tries to make a play, ONIC responds back.
Okay, now I don't know what they should do, right? Because that was textbook what they were supposed to do, right? They were supposed to look for a big moment. Naomi gets the fatal links on 3 to 4 members.
Yeah.
They did that, but he instantly died, and they weren't able to get CW taken. So what?
I mean, that's the thing, right? When you have this Atlas, you can have all those moments in the world, all those fatal links, whether it's 3, 4, 5 combos. But if you don't have the follow-up, you don't have the damage, and that is what Justin picked the Skagura for, right? It should be there, so you can get that yin-yang overturn off, but unfortunately for them, it's not here yet. 9 minutes in, the gold lead continuing to build here for ONIC Esports, and it's just getting tougher for them in this situation because at the same time, they front-loaded a lot of this magic damage, right? They have a lot magic damage in the department here. So if ONIC Esports, the way that they do their build paths, they get a little magic resistance, maybe an Athena shield, they already kind of negate a lot of that burst, right? So still, even in fights like this first Lord of the Game, ONIC Esports is going to have an advantage here. But you can see already Falcon trying to get an eye. They also have to allow Ken to get the buff here so that he doesn't get blasted as the first Lord goes off.
Yeah, they are going to start on that. CW going to start chipping away at it as the rest of the team zones away Falcon. Falcon looking for an entrance. Ken standing a little bit through these bushes. Almost getting sent up.
Oh.
Suppression will go down. CW with the killing spree. Lord goes to Kyrie. And now Falcon members are dropping.
Wow.
It's 3 down and a Lord for the side of ONIC.
Wow, a 3-for-0 trade, and even if Ken wanted to go in and try to steal it, he didn't have his retribution up. So ONIC Esports right now, they've been really great at forcing timings in order for Falcon not to be able to get any advantage or even a trade. 8,000 gold lead, Kyrie already with a Hunter Strike as well, so additional movement speed to already how oppressive he is. And Ken, the only thing he can do up until this point, but oh my
Ken
god!
Takes a lot of damage there, almost responds, but isn't quite able to.
Oh,
Keyboy comes in with the
God.
flicker. Ken goes down.
No!
ONIC just, I mean, decimating them right now, definitely picking them apart piece by piece. And you mentioned earlier, Falcon needs a big play, but I think it's a little too late. The gold difference is just too much, and even when they make the play, the damage isn't there because Falcon has more items, has more gold, and has advantage in these team fights.
I mean, Keyboard just coming in, he's like, I want one. So he gets the kill. Now the assault on the base here on the top side. It's ONIC Esports pressing this into the base.
Boots will come in, but still nothing too major. Falcon is able to stop them from taking an inhibitor, but they've lost everything else on the field. This is a bad predicament. It is a 10K gold lead for ONIC right now, Eterna.
Yeah, any hope for that moment has kind of shifted, right? Probably abandon that and utilize what the Fanny is used for, right? If the Fanny can't get that early game lead, if she can't snowball, okay, fine. Let's go to plan B. What is plan B for Fanny? Try and get those pressure in the side lanes, right? Try to split push, try to cause ONIC disarray, because right now they're already clumping in as 5, and the way that Falcon can actually go about this is try and go for those side lanes. I think that's the only thing that they can do up until this point.
I mean, even if you do that, right, still, we even just a little bit ago, we saw CW pick up an Athena shield. So if you take Fanny and you park Fanny in the side lane to push, that does apply pressure. But if they're looking for these skirmishes, these team fights, and there's none of that physical damage, it's all magic damage, it's going to fall off. You're not going to win those trades here. And we see even Falcon Esports being poked out of their own jungle. I mean, at this point, 10K gold lead for ONIC Esports, sitting comfortably, taking all the buffs here from Ken. And this it's a very hard situation to be in. Even if you don't, we've seen this similarly with a Hilda, right? How much Hilda just makes it a hard time for the opposing jungler. Same situation here for this Fanny. No buffs, you have to scrape any XP, any gold you can, and then hope to be there for those fights when, I mean, Naomi has been trying to find the Fatal Link setups. He's done it, but there's no follow-up damage.
You know, ONIC just has such great placement all over the map, especially as we creep into this mid to late S game. Look at San sitting down here in this bottom brush, just waiting for the ambush, and everyone else moving as a unit, but everyone knows their position. They have their spots depending on what they want to do next. Now with Lord coming up, The rest of the team is moving forward as Sans slowly catches up, but Kyrie gonna try to look for him down there, takes him very low. Sans forced to use rough waves just to get away. This could be the slight advantage Falcon is looking for, but they cannot go for this Lord. It's just too much pressure for ONIC.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, right? 11,000, almost 12,000 gold behind now. I think the fact that Ken was trying to pick him off was he was looking for a trade, but it couldn't happen as well. Fanny trying to pressure that bottom lane, trying to get a turret out of it. But the way that, like you mentioned, the way that they're able to spread across the map and deny all that from Falcon makes it just that much more difficult for them. And you can see Kyrie he keeps building that defense. Nobody in particular can take him down because Falcon committed to having the Harith in that gold lane. They're not going to have that DPS like ONIC has with the carry. They're going to have more burst, but even that can't come through because of the range disparity that they also have with ONIC Esports.
This is a tough situation for Ken to be in, right? Kyrie's right here. He's looking for any movement that he can get on the map, but even like what we saw, right? He's just probably at this point trying to get those last couple items that he needs. He's also got to catch up here on XP, but meanwhile, top side, Lord's going to be marching up here. So does he go back for the defense? Because this one's going to be tough for Falcon Esports to defend against.
He's going to be forced to. Lord will take the first inhibitor. ONIC closing in, looking for a possible finish here. Sans being patient along with Boots. CW and Kyrie will move to the mid side. The Lord does fall, but now ONIC moving on to the middle inhibitor. They're going to pick these bones dry before they finish this. ONIC now circling around, waiting for a possible mistake from Falcon. Sans, Keyboy holding the front line. Boots maybe waiting for the engage. Kyrie also helps clear the wave. Falcon forced to keep them at bay, but ONIC not being too aggressive, playing discipline, playing smart. They got what they came for, and they can wait for the next Lord because the gold lead is so much.
They're really stretching this out, right? I mean, they could have taken a gamble, they could have committed onto it, but they didn't want to. And if we take a look at the items here in the 15th minute, it's starting to go into that late game, like Trex mentioned, and we're starting to see a lot of items being built already on the board. Right now, there's already so much magic penetration. The magic damage is there for Harith in particular with the Holy Crystal and the Divine Glaive. All he needs to secure is his last item. And I honestly believe at this point, maybe look for something that's more... But wait a minute, in the mid side here, Boots.
Oh, just too tanky though. Ken can't do the damage. The game is too far in. The Fanny is almost obsolete at this point, and it's becoming a major problem.
Yeah, back to my point here, because the problem is, we can't.
They don't want to let you talk.
They're going in.
Keyboy with the concealed play tries to lock on a yellow flash, but still, Falcon also playing disciplined here, not overextending. They know they just need to clear these waves, and they can maybe try to hold out here.
Okay, ONIC, can I talk now?
Now you
Are you done? Okay, seems like they're done. Okay, but maybe not. But I have a few moments. But what I meant to say is that because Falcon is highly depending on the damage output coming in from Zipex, even though he has those items that is going to give him more magic damage, the problem is if we took a look at ONIC Esports' item builds, they had so many Athena shields, and that's going to be a huge problem. This is the problem of having Harith as your gold laner without that physical item, the physical damage that you so need at this point.
Yeah, normal. I mean, it's always it's kind of a high risk, high reward situation, right? When you draft a mage into the gold lane, it does work for some teams, but still, when you're jungle, the main physical damage is shut down.
Speaking of shut down, Yellow Flash will be the one to get shut down, but a nice Fatal Links locks on. They want to make the play. Naomi finds Sans. Keyboy will go down, but the Immortality pops. Zipex trying to pick it up with the dash. Kyrie still gets the Lord. Ken gonna look for Keyboy here, but Boots has locked on, and Ken goes down. They're slip and sliding. That's it. A nice pickup. Falcon loses out on that trade. It's a 2 for 2, but the Lord still goes to the side of ONIC.
Oh man, that was messy, Naisu.
Boots took him for a ride. I mean, that was a journey and a half, right? I mean, what a play there. And now, still, ONIC Esports in good position. They're going to be marching down the mid lane. Keyboy has just now reached 1,500 assists for his professional MLBB career. So congratulations to him. He is doing work right now in this Kaja, as we saw him do in the previous game as well. So now, this very well could be a last push-in couple seconds, Ken should be up,
Yeah,
but ONIC Esports going in.
It's going to be a second until CW can get to this fight, though. Some of the damage is still in the backside, but Kyrie and Boots want to try to push this in. Kyrie taking a lot of damage. Ken does get a nice poke. Yellow Flash trying to hold down the backside, but Keyboy finds the retribution and pulls in Justin. This could be big. Wait a second. Boots does find Yellow Flash. That's 3 down for Falcon. They keep on going. Zipex will be next. Ken goes down, and the base will fall. ONIC Esports takes game 2.
ONIC Esports takes game number 2, and they're going to be leading the series. One more point until they're going to be able to move on in the upper brackets. And now Falcon Esports are put in a very tough position.
Like you guys said, at match point here for the first match of a knockouts. ONIC Esports not kidding around. They've got the crowd as well. And that crowd buff is obviously showing across the board. I mean, any player, any position you looked at for ONIC Esports, they got their cake, right? They wanted it. Even Keyboy hitting that milestone for his professional career here and just having an amazing game himself. I mean, if you're Falcon Esports, you might be thinking too, hey, maybe we don't give the Kaja away anymore, or maybe we pick it ourselves, but there you go. The winning moment here for ONIC Esports.
Everyone's just so chill. I don't get it. ONIC Esports,
They're confident.
Yeah, they're kind of
it's like they knew.
expressionless.
It's like they knew.
Maybe. I mean, they do still have one more game, so maybe they don't want to celebrate too much. But my God, those 2 first games were very difficult for Falcon. I don't know, like.
It was so clean. I mean, like, technically from ONIC Esports, very clean games because, again, you have to look at it like they love their team fights. They love fighting, especially around those objectives and everything. But the way that ONIC Esports approaches those chaotic fights, it's still clean, right? I mean, that's how they work around it. So I just got to say, it's a sight to see, but at the same time, it's kind of scary if you're the team against them, right? But again, before we talk more about this game number 2, we of course want to invite our viewers out there once again. The M4 Battle Night goes live this January 21. Expect loads of events and rewards for grabs in-game. First off, complete battle tasks in the game on January 21 to get a skin choice chest. You can choose the skin you like most from the chest. Aside from that, battle bonus awaits you on the same day. Play matches and you'll get Team Star protection for 3 matches, double star raising points, double protection points, double EXP, and double BP for 5 matches. We're not stopping there. Trex, there's more.
We are not stopping there at all. Free access to all heroes and loads of epic skins will also be available that very day. So save the date. Log into the game on January 21st, enjoy the match, and win tons of rewards. Let's all celebrate the M4 Championship together, including with your friends.
Including your friends. And you know what? We're going to actually hear more from our friends over on the analyst desk. Boys, take it away.
Thank you very much, friends on the desk. Welcome to the analyst stage. Yes, we got a stage here with me, LaFell, as well as Wolf, as well as Jace. Are you guys enjoying the sun?
Yeah, pretty much. It is as hot as the games that we're watching.
Oh yeah, and with 11,000 gold lead, match point, it's really good to be an ONIC fan right now, Jace.
Yeah, definitely, because from the side of Falcon, they're trying to adapt. They're banning away the Haya, they're banning away the Lapu Lapu, but, you know, banning away the hero pool of ONIC is just way too hard.
Personally for me, right, like the inner analyst in me want to talk about the draft quite a lot because the fanny pick really didn't help them in that kind of situation. Like, it doesn't seem synergistic, does it, Wolf?
Yeah, you know, there are a lot of like S-tier picks in the meta game that we have now. You have Carry, you have Kaja, and you have Glue. And guess what? ONIC got 3 of them, which to me is very, I would say, counterintuitive to what Falcon wants to do because they wanted to go for the first pick, Fanny. Sure, they're very strong with the Fanny, but they gave out the counters to the Fanny. We saw in that game how Kaja is a problem. We saw how good the Glue is, even of the late stages, and of course the Carry. They got all of the S-tier heroes for nothing, essentially.
Right now, I want to look at the itemization here because we talked about a Fanny. We talked about all of the S-tier heroes that ONIC Esports was able to get. And here's the thing, right? Our casters, they were talking about how, for the side of Falcon, they don't have enough physical damage. Most of it is magical. And the thing is, can't even burst anyone down very, very fast because of the defenses that ONIC Esports has prepared. Jeez, what do you think about the items?
I think it's not only just the items as well, it's just how ONIC was just executing everything. Like, remember ONIC in the group stage, they also did something like this, you know, pick up the Fanny, but then they got countered hard. Falcon, on the other hand, also received the same medicine.
Yeah. Right now, Wolf, I gotta get us through this because looking at the draft right now, Kyrie performed so well. 2, 0, and 11. But I want to talk about, for Falcon, the one that did not do well, Naomi, because if I remember correctly, almost every group stage fight is because Naomi got a good setup. Why can't Naomi get a good setup against ONIC Esports, man?
Well, the answer is just one battle spell, which was the Purify, in fact. And we were talking about how good a Diggy, for example, could be versus the Atlas. You don't need it as much in this kind of composition coming out from ONIC. Additionally, what ONIC did was to itemize well against this burst composition of Falcon. They have Rose Gold Meteor even to the carry on top of the defense of the Athena Shield. And then, of course, the defense coming out from Kyrie. That's the reason why they were able to shut down Naomi.
Yeah, listening to this, it just really seemed like ONIC, like they closed every opportunity, every door that Falcon had to actually win this game. Because looking at this, Rich Guy, CW, 869, nice. 869 gold per minute. The carry Zipex actually did a lot of damage, 62,000. Sandbag, Yellow Flash, 121,000 damage taken. And Kyrie, here's the jungler, here's the forgotten one, 11 total assists. Jeez, Zipex did the most damage, but why wasn't it enough?
Because the Harif with, you know, the AoE damage, I think that's where the damage is coming from. Naomi, the perfect setup, but it's like what Wolf said, Purify. That's the biggest problem. And not only just that, whenever Zipex goes in with the Zaman Force, from the other side, ONIC could easily counter that. There's always that threat of the Kaja to abduct the main carry damage. There's also the opportunity for Zans to abduct burst down the Harif with the Kadita.
So Wolf, like, is Purify an S tier spell? Like, is that what we're solidifying here? Like, if you don't know what to do, just pick up the Purify?
Yeah, I think in this meta game that what we only have like a guaranteed or non-purifiable stun, which is the Divine Judgment and the Franco Ultimate. Without that, I mean, you essentially make Purify an S tier battle spell if we're actually talking about that. But I guess you can attribute it to the fact that ONIC Esports just basically got all of the strongest heroes. And I can't stress it enough. I know that I already said this, but that really is what it looked like. It was too easy for ONIC Esports because they got the strongest heroes of the meta game.
And right now, because they made it look so easy, we got to look at the MVP, the guy that did the most impactful player for ONIC Esports to actually get the win. It's going to be CW, 9-2-4, Match KDA, the highest gold, 869. Very nice number here, 66.6% kill participation. Purify, talk us through this. Why is Carry so strong?
Because Purify going in, the Athena Shield as well, you know, to counteract against the Kagura Burst. The positioning of CW is impeccable throughout these team fights. Could even brave the Fatal Links as well.
I think they're also the reason why CW was picked up as the MVP is because of his laning stage. We know that Falcon picked up the Harith to kind of have a little bit of a laning advantage over the carry, but CW played it well. And also to the fact that Naomi wasn't able to roam around, which kind of meant that in the gold lane, it will be a true 1v1. And as a result, you can see that ONIC Esports had a lot of room to work with as they know that the carry, as long as he's kept alive, he's going to be able to farm. And with farm, he can carry the late game.
Let's look at our MVP skip map here from the 5 seconds of the game up until 5 minutes, 5 seconds. He doesn't rotate much. He just stays there. I'm like, guys, this is where my minions are. I'm not going to go anywhere.
Yeah, exactly, man. As a gold laner myself, this is how I play as well. I only see one lane and one lane only. CW executed lane down to that T.
You know, this is the heat map of a gold lane that's babysat. Because if the opponents already have forced you out of your lane, it kind of means that you don't keep your lane safe. And when you're forced to go to another lane just to get to the farm, that means bad news for any gold laner. So essentially what we're seeing here is that ONIC Esports are able to secure the farm on their late game carry.
We're going to look at the highlights to see what really happened in the game because I'm already asking the question to myself, which I will ask you guys. about Naomi. So we gotta look at the highlights to see what ONIC Esports really did or the mistakes that Falcon did in the game, because from the start of the game all the way to the end, we can definitely see that Falcon is like they're trying to make things happen, but a lot of mistakes keep coming up.
Look at that, Purify. You can see that. That was the reason why CW was able to dodge that. I'm waiting for the glue jump. This is it, yeah? This is the late game where we're going to be able to see like how they were able to find the Fanny all the time.
Yeah, not only just that, you can see, you know, no matter how Justin lands the perfect combo on top of CW was just one item, one battle spell, basically counteracts everything that Falcon was trying to do. Naomi couldn't find anything at all from the side of ONIC.
Not, like, we gotta talk about Kyrie as well. On this Mario is basically unkillable. He just goes in, and that's a very interesting interaction between the glue and the Fanny. I'm pretty sure the Fanny didn't want to give the glue a free ride, but you know, sometimes in life you don't really get to choose what you want to do. But looking at this highlight, right? Naomi, game number 1, game number 2 is always denied of those crazy engages. I want to ask Jace actually, because Naomi is amazing with the Natalia, as well as, sorry for Blacklist fans, but his Franco is popping off. Is this the game where Falcon is like, you know what, it's do or die, let's just bring our best heroes?
Well, technically speaking, Lafelle, this is just day number 1 of knockout stage. Remember day number 1 of group stage, remember the performance. This could be their strategy, this could be their meta, you know. Day 2, they may come back differently.
Here's the thing, Wolf. ONIC gets better with each match, so they're not getting weaker, they're getting stronger. Is it even possible for Falcon to get a reverse sweep?
Oh, definitely. We saw the Falcon, how strong they are. Like I said, we are only seeing ONIC Esports pick up the strongest heroes in the metagame. They are winning just in the draft. So what if Falcon eventually wakes up, finds the good draft, not only rely on their weapon projectile, they have to unleash their secret weapon, maybe have a more stronger power spike when it comes to their drafting. So the first sweep, that is definitely viable, but they have to work really hard come game 3.
Hey, that's the thing, man. In order to get greatness, you gotta dare to be great. You gotta work very, very hard. So honestly, we have a lot more to talk about. But right now, I'm very interested to know what the fans has to say. So let's move on over to Mara indoors. I heard you got a fan with you.
LaFell, the fans are saying we are Falcon in the M4 World Championship. This is where you see intense support from the fans. In fact, we have a fan here from Falcon Esports who flew all the way here to support his favorite team. Hi, come on up. Tell everybody what your name is. What?
My name is Chen.
Chen.
Yeah, Chen.
How long was the flight to come here?
Around 9 hours for the total flight. Yeah.
So you must really love Falcon Esports.
Yeah, I love esports. And
What is it that you love about them?
we are fighting on, even in the game, it's fight like a battle. So this is the spirit we love about
And then
esport.
who's your favorite player out of all of them? Because earlier you kept screaming. I saw your energy.
Yeah.
But out of all of them, I know you love all of them, but out of all of them, you pick one player who you really admire.
I love Naomi.
Naomi.
Naomi, yeah, because like when I play in games, I play support rooming, so I love Naomi.
You play
Yeah.
also.
Yeah, but I'm
How
playing
good are you?
Dota 2.
Oh, very good.
Not Mobile Legends, yeah.
All right, now, if you can tell everybody in the world why they should support Falcon, let them know.
Yeah. မြန်မာ fan တွေအတွက်ကိုကျွန်တော်တို့မြန်မာလိုလည်းပြောပြပါမယ်။ Falcon ဒီနေရာကိုရောက်လာတဲ့အချိန်မှာအများကြီးအခက်အခဲတွေကြုံခဲ့ရတယ် We don't even have MPL and Myanmar team are fighting for the N4 and now we are here so we support whatever they are. So fighting to the end, we aim high and we are here already. We flying high to the end.
I love it.
Falcon.
They're not an MPL country, but they're here in the world stage. Now I'm going to be talking to DD.
Sure.
Thank you so much, Chan.
I
I'm going
will
to be
help.
talking to DD. Oh, you know what? You can help me translate
Sure.
as well.
Sure.
DD, now you're part of the team. You saw their expression during the game. What do you think they're going through right now? If you can give us an inside scoop of how you can translate their face, you know your teammates. Let us know.
အခုကဒီ F4 ပြိုင်ပွဲက
It's on
အခုကဒီ F4 ပြိုင်ပွဲကအင်ဒိုနီးရှားမှာလုပ်နေရဆိုတော့အင်ဒို ONIC ကိုအားပေးတဲ့တင်ကကြောင်များတယ်ဗျာတကယ်မှာ ONIC ကိုအားပေးပရိသတ်တွေကများတယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီ Falcon ကိုအားပေးတဲ့သူတွေကြောင်နေရဗျာအဲ့တော့ stage pressure တွေကသူတို့အများကြီးခံစားနေရတယ်အဲ့အတွက်ကြောင့်ကျွန်တော်တို့ပို့ပြီးတော့အားပေးဖို့လိုလိမ့်မယ်အခုကဂိမ်းနှစ်ပွဲလုံးဆော့တာပြီးပြီဆိုတော့နှစ်ပွဲလုံးလည်းရှုံးထားရဗျာနှစ်ပွဲလုံးရှုံးထားတဲ့အချိန်မှာတော်တော်လေးဟိုခက်ခဲရပေါ့နော်နောက်ပွဲကိုနိုင်အောင်ဆော့ဖို့ဆိုတာခက်ခဲတယ်အဲ့အတွက်ကြောင့်လည်းစိတ်ကိုငြိမ်ငြိမ်လေးထားပြီးတော့ဆော့ဖို့အကြံပေးချင်ပါတယ်
So the M4 is here in Indonesia. So ONIC home ground actually. So the ONIC fans are very amazing and they are very support to the ONIC. And so we just have the management team and I'm the only fan here. So we want more support from our home country, also from our friends here. Also he wants to talk to his teammate to be calm and play their best.
All right, now we only have a few people here, but as high as possible. Let's cheer for Falcon. Aim high, fly high. In 3, 2, 1. Aim high, fly high. All right, let's head over to Clara with ONIC Esports. Exciting and so special. Of course, the spirit is there as a hometown and special from Sonic, Sobat ONIC. We have Angga. Angga, hello. Say hi, please, Angga. Hello, yes. Thank you, Sonic and Angga. Di sini akhirnya kamu nonton ONIC secara langsung nih di M4. Selamat datang di M4 dan ini adalah kali pertama Angga untuk menonton secara offline. Betul ya, Angga?
Ya, betul pertama kali ini offline untuk nonton perhelatan Mobile Legends.
Gimana Angga? Melihat semangat dari Sobat ONIC, dari seluruh penonton dari M4.
Online ternyata ya antusiasnya beda banget kalau offline ini.
Wow, emang antusiasnya begitu luar biasa. Tapi Angga, kamu ngelihat ONIC udah 2-0 nih, memimpin dalam Best of 5 Series. Kamu ngelihat ONIC seperti apa nih untuk match pembukaan mereka?
ONIC udah bagus banget mainnya, nggak nyangka bisa unggul 2-0 dari salah satu tim kuat, Falcon, dan tim kuda hitam juga. Semoga nanti bisa langsung 3-0 deh.
Wow, 3-0 amin yang paling keras emang. Tapi di sini kita akan membakar api semangat juga untuk Sobat ONIC, untuk ONIC Esports tentunya akan beradu dan juga Falcon. Jadi nanti Angga di sini akan memimpin, Angga akan teriak go, kalian ONIC. Setuju? Setuju dong. Angga siap?
Oke, siap.
Let's go.
Go!
Go!
ONIC!
Go!
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 Go ONIC!
M4 mana suaranya? Okay, let's go back to our caster. Take it away.
Thank you very much. It's always great to hear from Mara and Clara there and the fans out there, right? I like the fact that even Falcon Esports fans are still there to support. And they mentioned, right, there is no MPL there, and they're still here competing on the stage with the best. But of course, not to just mention the best, there's also the best gaming chair, and that's shout out to Secret Lab, the official gaming chair partner of M4. We're talking about a built-in lumbar support system that you can adjust to your spine, an incredible magnetic memory foam head pillow, and a brand new fabrics in all sorts and colors and designs. The Secret Lab Titan Evo 2022 gaming chair is designed to keep everyone seated in incredible comfort for a long time, like us here. In Eterna, there's more. There's an M4 pass going on.
Yeah, it's not just the shout out to Secret Labs, because we want to shout out the M4 pass as well that is already available now. So all you need to do is complete all active tasks and you will reach level 75 at ease and for free. So log in now, because the exclusive rewards like the Beatrix Light Chaser, the Beatrix Stellar Brilliance, as well as the M4 Beatrix figurine are awaiting you. Don't forget the hashtags, hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBB M4, and of course, hashtag MLBB Dare to be Great.
And there's also something here, Trex, something going live on January 21 What's
well,
that?
M4 Battle Night does go live this January 21st. Expect loads of events and rewards up for grabs in-game. First off, complete battle tasks in-game on January 21st to get a skin choice chest. You can choose a skin you like most from that chest. Aside from the battle, bonus awaits you on the same day. Play matches and you'll get Team Star protection for 3 matches, not just 1. Double star raising points, double protection points, double EXP, and double BP for a whole 5 matches. We're not stopping there. Free access to all heroes and loads of epic skins will also be available that very day, so save the date, log into the game on January 21st, enjoy the match, and win tons of rewards. Let's all celebrate the M4 World Championships together, including with your friends.
Including with your friends, and yeah, save the date, right? Because January 21st is huge here. So now, with all that being said, we have a possible last game ahead of us, right? Match point for ONIC Esports. Yeah, we hope not, right? We won't. I would love to also see it go 5 games here at Trex, because even though it's only the first day here, no one is technically being knocked out, right? But still, you would love to see Falcon Esports rally up here, make some adjustments, go into this game number 3, and just give it to ONIC Esports. Now, how exactly do they do that, Eterna?
That's the question here. I think that's the same question that everyone is wondering, right? In the audience, at home, even us on the caster desk, because the past 2 games have been so one-sided that we're actually not used to seeing Falcon be this way. Maybe perhaps in this next game, they can try play to their strengths. Use Naomi on his typical heroes, because usually Naomi is the one to set up for. I would love to see Natalia being picked up. The Franco was amazing in the group stage. They can definitely explore there. And of course have Zipex on a more reliable hero, right? We mentioned Harith is great. It can be flip-floppy.
Flip-floppy. It's a little risky.
It's a little risky, right? You have the burst in that early game. It's great against someone like the MM who needs that core item, who needs a little bit more time to scale in that mid and the late game in that laning. But the problem is, if it goes past that point, going against someone like the carry who has all her core items, right? We saw her with the DHS, etc., you can't out DPS that. And it was so difficult for Falcon.
I think, you know, those are great points too, and even looking at the topic here, right? The Falcon's Eye versus the King of the Sky, that's pretty much been the story of the series, right? I mean, up to this point, Kyrie just, even if he doesn't have an assassin, man, he plays those fighter, those utility jungles like an assassin, and we're getting loaded up here in the draft here for this game number 3, and you can already see across the board, right? It's going to be ONIC Esports here on the blue side, Falcon Esports on the red. Notice, right? Falcon Esports, they're tired of Keyboy and the Kaja. They're going to go ahead and ban that out, and Ken's decided, you know what, I'm not going to play this Fanny right now. So first pick coming out, Trex, it's looking like the Wanwan.
ONIC did not waste a second with that, and it seems like they're always prepared for this. They lock in the Wanwan. Yes, Falcon does get the glue in return. Now, the glue did do good last game in the hands of ONIC, but can Falcon make it work as well here? I like the Kaja ban. I like them kind of targeting here. But once again, I'm really starting to question, because ONIC, they have so much depth to them. And it's just, I don't know if the target bans are going to be enough to take them out in game 3.
Because both that statement can also be applied for both of these teams, right? So ONIC Esports, they also need a way to figure out how they're going to protect this Wanwan in the gold lane, because Wanwan's great and all, but throughout the entirety of the last meta up until now, Wanwan's been countered a lot, and she's also been nerfed, right? So Falcon still has a possibility to pick up someone like the Iritel to go against her in lane. There's also a Diggy if they want to go that route. But with the Farsa being picked up, it also eliminates the range gap that Wanwan so severely lacks. And we see this happening a lot. And now ONIC Esports, they've picked up the Grok as well as the Hayabusa once again.
Oh, solid choices here for ONIC Esports. The Grok, we've seen him kind of played in different ways, whether as a side lane or as a roamer here. And at the same time, I mean, for Falcon Esports, I'm wondering too, right? Do they lock in what you were saying earlier, Eterna? Do they lock in a traditional marksman this time for the gold lane to allow Zipex to actually have that physical damage in this department? Because you've already got quite a bit of burst, right? You've got that Farsa locked in here. You can work around that, and the glue. So if you want to go with a traditional matchup, maybe 1-1 Beatrix is open. You could still go with that. Okay, hold on. It's going to be Natalia that we were talking about earlier from Naomi. This is a big pickup here. And we first saw this actually do work for them back in MSC. And it's very deadly. And even in the group stages, I believe it was just picked once. And this is a big pickup for Falcon Esports to start on the right foot for game number 3 here, Travis.
Not only that, but kind of a comfort pick too. I know that they like this pick, and with that could be the answer to this 1-1. It could possibly be the answer to finally being able to invade a little bit early and putting pressure on to Kyrie, because that's something that we wanted them to do from the very beginning. It was in some of their key points, some of their win conditions here, and they haven't been able to succeed with it, though Boots does seem to have a bit of a quote here, Turna.
Yeah, we want to meet Echo in the playoffs because we're partners in scrims and we want to try them in the tournament. And that actually might happen, right? If they're able to get this point against Falcon, if Echo wins their next matchup, they're going to meet up. So they both have a lot in store for them in the next few matches. But right now, the Ling is going to be taken away from Ken.
Yeah.
And this is interesting. I was wondering if they wanted to ban out the Irithel, to be honest, here in the second phase.
I think at this point, if you're on a Esports, you just let those options open, right? Now, you could focus on a marksman here, but going with the way that the previous game went, where we saw Falcon Esports try to play the Harith in the gold lane, honestly, you're happy to work around it. You do have that 1-1. You should be fine. We know they can play around that. So on the flip side, Falcon Esports still focusing on those roamer options, right? They took out the Katita, they don't want to deal with the burst. Again, the Kaja was taken out, and now you have Rafaela taken out as well, Trex.
Yeah, so my guess is since they're focusing on this roamer, they're really expecting that Grok to go into the EXP lane possibly, right? They're expecting it to maybe be something to go up against Yellow Flash here, but once again, ONIC keeps themselves flexible here. They can keep that in the mid as their roamer, or they can flex it over. A lot of options as well. One problem that the Farza, we mentioned earlier, a lot of damage, yes, a lot of high ground, but they immediately pick up this Grok and the Hayabusa, two heroes that can close that distance quickly, right? Can get the knockups, stop the feathered airstrike, things of that nature. Now, first pick coming into the second phase, there is that Irithel Eterna.
Yeah, expected. It's the safest thing that they can go about. And the one thing that I wanted to mention about the Rafaela ban is this Rafaela is known to be quote-unquote counter towards the Natalia because her first ability can open up vision to where the Natalia is even though she's in that hidden ability, right? So with the Irithel being picked up, already a winning lane, depending of course back again onto the execution, but this is what I wanted to mention. The Matilda and the Lily are going to be picked up, and that is immense wave clear in that mid side, right? So much wave clear from even just the Lilia herself. You have the addition of the Matilda as well, and they have really good mobility to top it all off.
This is tough because this is very reminiscent of game number 1's draft in a way that you have a lot of tools here for ONIC Esports to bait out the ultimates or even just abilities, battle spells, whatever, from Falcon Esports. And not to mention the insane amount of mobility you have to get away or initiate. So this is going to be troublesome for Falcon Esports, but they're going to lock it in here with this Martiz pick. So it's kind of, again, it's a trade. Now this should, it's going to be Ken taking Martiz in the jungle here, looking to focus on those objectives, work around all that CC thrown at him too. Trex, how you feeling about the draft?
I mean, I feel like Falcon finally getting some comfort picks, right? We saw the Martiz, we saw how well Ken did on that in the head-to-head. We know they like the Natalia.
Yeah.
So it's just, now that it's match point, now that it's game 3, we have to throw some things to a side, put in a good composition, but also just get fun with it. Do the heroes that we want to do, that we know we play well with, and hopefully they can take us to a game 4 with it.
Well, we're going to find out here as we get a last look at both drafts. You can already hear the crowd getting charged up with the drums. ONIC Esports charging up as well as we jump into a match point here. ONIC Esports versus Falcon. Can Falcon Esports prolong the series here? They've got their work cut out for them, but let's see how they do.
Will ONIC be able to redeem themselves from their last meetup with their X Factor? Or will the Falcons still remain the victors of the sky? The answer is going to be known here right now. As like we mentioned before, right? The problem is ONIC Esports, they have a really, really good early game, but because Naomi is on the Natalia, they are going to be able to pressure in terms of that damage.
I mean, already, right? Look at it. Look how aggressive Kyrie is on the Hayabusa, right? He's bobbing and weaving everywhere. Justin,
oh, the flicker comes in. Kyrie goes down. First blood for the first game in 3. Falcon picking that up.
Okay, big pickup, right? I was going to go into the point that with this lineup from Falcon Esports specifically, if you can put a chokehold here on Kyrie, not allow him to snowball on this Hayabusa, that's the best case scenario for you in step 1.
Oh.
Blue buff still goes to Kyrie.
Yeah, he's still able to get that purple buff. So that's a small win for ONIC Esports right now with the amount of pressure that's already been given onto them. But look at this. Naomi still opening up so much vision for his team. And Falcon going to be leading here in this early game.
This is tough because if you're Naomi, right, and you're trying to work around pretty much the poke that ONIC Esports has, you do have execute available to you, right? But if you can find picks early on, especially with a high and dry, this should snowball Falcon Esports. Now, they already got a 1K gold lead. It's still too early in the game, though. But this lead is something that they can utilize and work around with really well, especially in just a couple seconds. First turtle's going to come up here. They should be in a good position. I mean, even for Ken, as he goes and gets his buffs, he just got his purple. You're going to see him transition now. So as long as no one goes down, Kyrie doesn't have that level 4 yet. It's safer if he just farms up, gives up that first turtle of the game, and works from there. So Falcon, obviously in a good position so far early game.
Right now, the lanes are important, right? I mean, we mentioned that mid side. Obviously, in that gold lane, the Irithel is going to have a little bit of an edge, especially until CW gets to level 4, which now already is. But now, Falcon going to go pressure Sans here.
Most definitely, Feathered Airstrike does come back. Sans, Black Shoes back into it, but this should be the first turtle for the side of Falcon. It is Ken securing it, and as you said, I mean, Kyrie didn't, you don't have to force it. Yes, they're a little bit behind, but I think that maybe they feel confident enough to kind of surrender that over. But this time, Falcon is starting to get that snowball factor. We have seen how well Martiz did in the past game when you get a kill early on, and this is what Falcon is going to keep on doing, pressuring in.
I think this is, again, best case scenario here. The question earlier was, hold on, Naomi.
Very, very low. Kyrie wants to find it, but Justin comes in the nick of time.
So back to it, right? The question was, can Falcon Esports go for a reverse sweep? They're off to the right step, at least. Now in the bottom lane, putting pressure still here. Keyboy, though, to help CW, but Ken might be looking for a play.
Comes from the backside, locks on, but in comes Circling Eagle. Keyboy does get onto Ken. Ken has enough CC, though, to stop it. Keyboy forced to flicker away. Justin and Zipex repositioning. Falcon not forcing, but Kyrie trying to find a little bit of play in the mid lane. Cannot do it onto Naomi there. Falcon seems to be controlling the map a bit now.
Naomi's having so much fun right now, right? He's been able to do so much for his team, and look at this, once again going in.
Finally gonna find it, possibly. Uses the execute. Kyrie goes down. That is 0-2 for Kyrie. A rough start for ONIC.
Well, I mean, again, going back to it, the action's not done yet, correct?
Justin does use that Feathered Airstrike. Ken takes the tower. Keyboy forced to flicker away, and Falcon just continues to pressure in.
Wow, 2,800 gold lead here for Falcon here in the 4th minute. And that's a huge amount of gold taken by them. And very expected right now, even the matchup in the EXP lane that Grok should have won, per se. I mean, people like to say, like, Glue has been really overpowered, but Grok is able to just balance things out and even perhaps win that matchup. Even then, Yellow Flash is still dominating in that lane. And that was one of the keys to victory for ONIC Esports. But in the mid side,
oh, a lot of damage on Sans there. Sans does use the Black Shoes to save himself. Kyrie trying to look for something, but the damage just isn't quite there yet. Does find Justin, actually. Wow. So a nice play. Even at 1, 2, and 0, still able to get those kills. Keyboy now trying to force the engage. ONIC just want their purple buff, but Falcon doesn't want to give it over just yet. Boots holding down the front side as Yellow Flash also re-engages, gets the immobilized onto Keyboy. Yellow Flash moving in, trying to get this all onto someone. someone trying to search. Falcon pushes the blue buff away. Ken picks it up, but Kyrie finds Zipex. In comes the crossbow of Tang, but not enough damage on a yellow flash just yet. Keyboy looking low, goes down. Ken finds it. Yellow flash now, trying to lock onto Boots here. Boots trying to get away, but just can't. The decimation comes in, and double kill happens for Ken. That is a 2-for-1 trade over the side of Falcon.
2-for-1 trade, but remember, Kyrie didn't have his retribution up, so perhaps Kyrie is going to be able to steal this buff, this turtle away from Ken because he was forced to use it earlier. But look at this, already going in once again.
Oh, Naomi's going to get away from that somehow, some way. And with that, this turtle should go to the side of Ken. It does. Kyrie forced to go back to base here.
This is spicy, right? I mean, Falcon Esports not letting up here, having a nice, comfortable lead. And this time, it's crazy. They're putting the focus on Kyrie, making it hard for him, but still, he's managed to pick up 2 kills, right? But objectively, gold-wise and economy, Ken's got control. He's even working on that orange buff now. Going to be able to grab that and still move around here. So Falcon Esports not letting up. Great position for this game here. And even, I mean, looking into these later team fights, ONIC Esports really has to find their moments correctly, right? And that is going to be either on Boots here, or even if they can, bait out some ultimates using Sans Lilia with those black shoes and get out of there with Keyboy, with that guiding wind. If they can, that could set themselves up, even despite that gold lead that Falcon Esports has.
This is the problem, right? Because when we're looking at the emblems, the Grok is actually Weapon Master, so he's definitely building for damage. And if he is building for damage, ONIC Esports, they don't necessarily have someone to be able to soak in that initial damage that Falcon already has. I mean, look at this. Nobody is able to stop that aggression coming in from Falcon.
What I will say, though, is ONIC is still trying to make some of these fights happen, and as we're talking about it, that airstrike comes down. CW goes down as well. Ken with the decimation on to Keyboy. That's a killing spree, ladies and gentlemen. Ken is on a roll. 3-0-1.
Solid choice, right? Falcon Esports, they know that they have this lead, right? They can punish ONIC Esports where they want. And it's good that you pointed it out, you know, it's a Weapon Master here emblem on Boots. Naomi, though, just going to say hi to Kyrie and goes back. But still, map control in favor for Falcon Esports. Now, the thing is Weapon Mastery Grok, right? We've seen both side lane Groks, either high and dry Weapon Mastery. What works better? That's up to the team here. But now the onslaught in the mid lane, it might be Boots looking for a setup.
CW is going to be able to get that crossbow of Tang. Down goes Ken. Tries to lock onto Zipex. Does not get the finish, though, but still, it's a 1-for-0 trade. And even though ONIC is back 3K gold, they're still taking these fights. They still are confident in their composition and their team skirmishes.
They need to be careful, right? Because as long as Zipex is still up and about, he already has Berserker Fury for all they care, right? So the penetration is there. You can feel the critical damage starting to hit as well. And that was perfectly timed before they went in for that team fight in that top side where CW got taken down. And if they keep this up, Falcon gonna have a better chance at snowballing into that late game, despite Boots being Weapon Master. And he also scales, but him compared to Zipex in the grand scheme of things, definitely Zipex is gonna win it out.
I mean, all Boots has to do is get one Holy Mary wild charge, right? If he can find that, and especially if he finds Zipex, that's going to be crucial here because that's the target, right? Naomi, too, is something that they have to worry about, but now...
Oh, Ken taking a lot of damage. Crossbow of Tang does finish it off. Justin trying to find something here, uses that. Oh my god! Justin and Zipex annihilated with a beautiful wild charge. Boots will pay the price, but what a trade. This is going to give them a bit of advantage over this Lord. Falcon forced to readjust here.
Can I just say, that's what he had to do. He did it.
Most definitely, but now Yellow Flash maybe trying to salvage something, but he's all alone against the world right now. Kyrie, the Sky King, gonna be able to find this Lord as Falcon needs to think about it, but it's still not over yet, Eterna.
Wow, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. It's crazy, right? Because usually when we're casting, it's the caster curse, but this is the exact opposite. Nice, it was like, this is what he needs, they get it, and the trade was so worth it, right? 1 for 2. Zipex being one of them, that's the only thing that Boots needs to do right now. And on top of that, the gold lead that Falcon had in that early game is now starting to go back and forth. And ONIC Esports, they're coming back into the game. As Kyrie has also picked up that penetration item. See, we can see here the Malefic Roar already taken Hunter Strike for additional movement speed. So he has what he needs in his kit. But once again, he needs to be careful because if we look at Iritel, she also is building up to that third item. Berserker Fury already, Wind Talker as well, attack speed, crit, so scary. You need to be able to take him out if ONIC Esports wants to stay relevant in this game.
You know what's going to be scary is when we see Boots get that BOD, right? He's almost to that Blade of Despair. As I said it, I'm on fire here. He picks it up, and also, you've also got that Wind of Nature available to you. So you can see just how confident ONIC Esports here in looking for picks, looking for team fights. Now it's them that want to force these fights. Again, just minutes ago, Falcon Esports had what, a 3K, 4K gold lead at some point. ONIC Esports completely flipping it around, and now they're in the driver's seat of this game.
And this is bad. Zipex will go down. Kyrie finds it. Gonna be able to move out. Naomi looking for Zons here. Can they finally get a kill? Naomi just not able to finish the job, and that has been the story so far. Naomi sitting at 1-0-4, having a bit of trouble, but the Lord is coming up to the top side right now. CW, Boots, and Keyboy want to try to hold down the front line as Yellowflash and Ken want to defend. Lord does get stopped by the wall. They're gonna try to stall here. A very nice play. Lord will connect onto this inhibitor soon. Justin used the feathered airstrike. CW can't engage just yet. They should be able to lock onto this Lord here. CW moving on, moving back. They took something, but not an inhibitor just yet. Naomi on the backside, gonna get found. Kyrie picks it up. Now onto the mid. They decide to possibly push here, but I think they're gonna readjust, eat up the jungle, and wait for Falcon to come out.
Man, just like that, I mean, again, it's a tough situation for Falcon Esports to be in here. ONIC Esports still putting the pressure in the mid side. They might be looking to end the game here, but still, the defense from Falcon.
Hold on, here comes Kyrie. Sans also holding the line. CW does not want to let up. They want to move on to these towers more and more. They want to keep the pressure here. ONIC moving back onto this orange buff, maybe wanting to wait because Lord comes up in 20 seconds, and Falcon may not be able to contest for it, but I feel like at this point, they have to. This could be do or die for Falcon. It's match point and Lord up. Will they try to steal it?
You're right.
Tough to be in. I mean, ONIC Esports, nice comfortable gold lead. Everything that just happened there in the past couple minutes, quite back and forth here. Can Falcon Esports actually still contest this Lord?
That's the question. They need to be able to protect the Zipex, right? That's all you need. The damage is there already. She has her core items, but you need to be able to protect her. I mean, at this point, Zipex really needs that Wind of Nature to try and alleviate the pressure that Kyrie can possibly have. But there you go.
Kyrie moves on to Zipex here. Boots with the wild charge. Down Zipex goes. Justin forced to readjust, but Sans finds him anyways. Now Naomi's all alone. Can't connect on to Sans. Forced to try to dash. CW's not going to let that go. Yellow Flash may just be next. Caught in the middle of them all. Can't use the ult. Crossbow tank goes down, and so does Yellow Flash. Ken all alone. Now they're going to move onto this tower. One wave coming down the mid. This is match point. Falcon on the ropes. Will ONIC finish this here? Ken's going to try to clear these waves. Can he do it? Gonna try to make it, but I don't think they can. Ken goes down, and ONIC takes the game. Some convictions are so strong, the world must break to hold them. And today, Falcon is part of that breaking. Falcon will move down to the lower bracket, and ONIC Esports, GG, well played. You will move forward.
Today, Falcon's wings have been clipped by the King of the Skies themselves. A 3-0, so clean, so wonderful to see. As you're right, Falcon, they're gonna drop to the lower bracket, but remember, it's not gonna be an easy run for ONIC Esports as well, because they are going to be either going against Echo or Todak, if I'm not mistaken. Team Hack, the Malaysian representative. So their journey is not over, but congratulations to ONIC Esports from Indonesia.
Man, oh man, they had, I mean, the crowd, the buff was there. And who would have thought a sweep, right? I mean, it was a tough matchup for Falcon Esports, but still, even when they had this lead at one point in the game, it's like ONIC Esports just knew what to do, right? They had the answer for all of that, and it showed. And there we go. Let's welcome Sandiaga Uno, the Ministry of Tourism of Indonesia, here to support the players and the teams and M4 in general. Welcome to M4.
We are truly honored for your appearance here, and once again coming back into that who would have thought, right? Nobody expected a 3-0 clean sweep for ONIC Esports. It should have been way equal, at least. Maybe 3-1, just more close, but
Look at that.
wow, thank you guys.
First day of the knockouts. Trex, we're hitting a record here for peak concurrent viewers.
Hi, Mom. I'm on TV. I'm hoping you're one of them. 2 million people. That
One
is
of the 2 million.
insane. One of the 2 million. One of the 2 million, hopefully. Definitely very, very crazy. What an achievement. And this is just the start, guys. What a hype game. What a hype moment. Just the start, though.
I mean, I think it was, first day of the group stage, we hit 1 million. And now here, first day of knockouts, we hit 2 million here. And just a massive performance. We are going to be hearing it from the host, though. So sit tight. Let's hear what Mara, okay. We're going to wait a little bit and listen to
They're
the
getting
beats
ready.
and the drums.
They're getting ready. They're getting ready, right? With our beautiful hosts, they need to get ready. They need to stay pretty.
Yes,
While
true.
we can hear the chants from Tennis Indoor Senayan. This has been such a beautiful venue to begin with, right? So huge. You can see Coach Yeb as well as Keyboy walking with ONIC. They're going backstage once again. They need a rest, okay? Champions need a rest. Okay, sorry.
I
That
love
was
that.
super biased, sorry. I'll be quiet now.
Hey, that's okay, right? You obviously there's some pride there at Turner because you should be, right? ONIC Esports sweeping Falcon again, a team that a lot of people. I mean, you can't deny the fact of what happened in the group stage, right? They did beat Blackness International twice there, but ONIC Esports just. I mean, look at Kyrie, right? Just completely chill here. The whole team, honestly. And you mentioned this earlier, Turner, like how calm and collected ONIC Esports looks. Like, you know, it's just another day on the land of dawn for them, right? At this point.
Another walk
But
in the
still-
park.
Yeah, and I mean, whoever they're going to be playing against next, either Echo or Team Hawk, we saw the quote, right? They actually want to go ahead and play against Echo.
Most definitely. I think, I mean, they just,
I think we might be hearing from them shortly here. We got our friends over on the analyst desk along with ONIC Esports. So boys, take it away.
Thank you very much to our casters. And yes, you guys are here on the analyst stage alongside with me, LaFell, Wolf, as well as Jace, is the champion that won the match just now. ONIC Esports, give a big round of applause. You guys did great. Before we even start with the analysis, how did you feel playing 3-0? That was crazy.
It's good. We're feeling good because it's a best of 5 already, and yeah, it's our zone. Best of 5 is we are better, much better in best of 5, rather than
Yeah,
best
you
of
guys look amazing. You guys look amazing in a best of 5. But yeah, we gotta talk about the game just now because Wolf as well as Jace, we actually talk about it, right? Falcon, they needed to get the Natalia to perhaps try to do something, but it looks like it wasn't enough.
Yeah, they were really close, especially in the early parts of the game. But then, you know, count on ONIC, count on Kyrie, man. He was practically shut down in the early game, but somehow and somewhere, he came back.
Yeah, and speaking of Kyrie, we gotta ask Kyrie as well. Kyrie, in all 3 games, you performed so well. How did you feel throughout the game? Were you like feeling pressure? Were you feeling nervous, or you feel like this is just a normal game?
I just felt very excited, and when I made a mistake in game 3, I misclicked, but my team, we just move on, so that makes it easier.
This is great. Even if he misclicks, it really doesn't matter. This is how strong ONIC Esports is, Wolf.
Yeah, I actually wanted to ask Coach Yeb here. Because what we saw is that you give some of the comfort picks to Falcon, but it seems like you have an answer. Is the draft also part of the reason why you were able to win against Falcon? And if so, who is the mastermind behind this?
I think we are ready for that kind of strategy because, as you know, Kiboy is also playing Natalia. He can play Natalia. So yeah, I think we are ready.
Can we ask Kiboy on how they were able to answer the Natalia?
In English.
Because I can play Nata too, right?
Yeah,
Then I have the stronger Nata, Baloyski. Yeah. I learned so many from Baloyski. and Naomi too. I know to wear Nata, yeah, something like that.
Learning a lot from Beloyski, but we got to move on. Let's actually look at the itemization to see how they itemize as well as the heroes they use, because we got to talk about that as well, because the draft is actually looking pretty great. And yeah, everyone here take pictures because this is an amazing moment. 3-0, and because of that match, we actually push 2 million viewers. First day of knockout
Congratulations, man.
stage. 2 million. It's great. Right now, let's look at the itemization. Now, Wolf, I gotta give it over to you, Wolf, because let's talk about this. ONIC and Falcon. Is there anything that you want to talk about, the items or the heroes?
Definitely. You can see that what we saw from this composition from ONIC. And this is weird because we can actually see the ONIC boys here with their draft. But I like their pick of composition. And also, the fact that they utilize this Grok against the Glue, which is an XP laner. Normally, we don't see this. And even Boots himself said in an interview that Glue has no counter. You said that in an interview, but he was able to win against the Glue. Is it also true until now?
Actually, I'm not win against Glue, but I just block my creep in my turrets.
Okay, so you don't fight against it. You just play like you just have a strategy against it, basically. Okay,
yeah, it's
that's nice
okay to
hear.
lose. Just hold the minions. And right now we got to look at the post stats to look at the numbers that has been achieved by both teams. The rich guy, CW734 gold per minute. The carry is Kyrie, 40k damage dealt. Sandbag Hen, 75,000 damage taken. And no one is forgetting this boy, Keyboy, 12 total assists. Looking at the team fight participation, everyone is over 50%. Keyboy, the highest, 92%.
I think the fact that, they realized the early game, that's not really good because Naomi was going around controlling the map. But then when they decided to, you know what, we gotta huddle together, we gotta go into the team fight together, and with the damage that they can output together, they can win, even though they give a comfort pick over to Falcon.
I gotta ask, to CW, during that game, did any of the Falcon players really pressure you, or you feel like you have so much space to attack anyone?
I think at the game, Naomi pressured me a lot.
Naomi pressured you a lot.
Using the Natalia.
Looking at this 62% kill participation, Naomi was moving around the map, but looks like it wasn't enough. Wolf, looking at the game just now, Falcon actually looked like they had a very strong early game, but they couldn't really close it out. Why do you think that's the case?
There was a time in this specific game where ONIC was able to find a great opening in the mid lane, and that was started by Kyrie and Sans, and then eventually Boots was able to find a good flicker onto 2, and it was a very good opening in that. But all throughout the game, I think one of the most constant or dependable player was Sans, who was very.
He didn't die.
Yeah, he didn't die. He was very consistent all throughout the game. And maybe we can ask Sans now how he managed to stay without any deaths, still outputting damage, even onto those most crucial moments.
Come on, Sans. Macam mana tak mati? How did you not die?
Karena aku ada item defense juga kan, armor buat Nata. Terus Parsanya juga nggak pernah kena skill ke aku, jadi ya nggak mati. Natanya juga nggak terlalu incar aku juga.
Because San said that he itemized to counter the aggressiveness in the early game. And he also said that the Nata doesn't focus him that much. And also the Farsha and the Nata always focus on 1-1 so that he have a free time. So that's why he doesn't die.
Because of CW, Suns never die. But with that being said, we got to look at the MVP for this game. The one that did the most. Yes, I'm looking at the screen as well. We're getting ready to see, out of all 5 players, who did the most. And I kind of feel like we can't argue for any of these players to be the MVP. It looks like they're waiting as well.
Yeah, I can actually like specifically pick one, but maybe just from as far as I can remember, one of the better plays that we saw was the counterplay from Boots in the mid lane. We saw, but all throughout when it comes to like consistency, you can give it to Sans. Kyrie also doing wonders in this game. So I can't pinpoint who the real MVP is. Maybe the coaches are the real MVP.
We got to make that happen, but it looks like the MVP is Sans with a 1-0-10 KDA, 85% kill participation, joined most of the fights, and Jace, he didn't die.
Yeah. Perfect game, 1-0-10 KDA. And not only just that, Boots earlier mentioned that the itemization. I'm taking a look at the defensive item that he built just to counteract that. Natalia actually is really wise as well. And also, partially because of the skill, I feel like the Natalia just couldn't find the kill on top of Sans. The timing on his ultimate is just well done.
Yeah. The steel leg plates are looking very good. That was the reason why he survived. And looking at this situation, we gotta let the MVP talk. How'd you feel about your performance in that game?
Apa ya? Rasanya senang aja sih. Terus hari ini juga lancar 3-0. Ya senang aja sih. Gak ada lebih.
Sam says he's just happy that all went well and we won 3-0. So yeah, he's happy.
Let me just say, senang in Indo means happy, senang in Malay means easy. So that sounded very different to me. But either ways, this is the winner of the match between ONIC against Falcon 3-0. But I have a feeling that we gotta throw over to the host because they got a lot to say as well. So whenever you guys ready, we're heading off to you.
Congratulations once again to ONIC Esports. Such a dominance performance in the first day of the knockout with a sweep. Stellar performance, Clara.
3-0. They're dominating the first series. Best of 5 series, they only got 3 games. So once again, congratulations, but Falcon Esports, they still got 10th in the lower bracket.
They still have a chance, so don't worry for the fans of Falcon Esports. They get their second life to be able to aim high and fly high once again.
That's right, but we are here on the main stage of M4 Mara and Clara, but we will invite someone special, our Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Sandiaga Uno. A special guest. How are you, sir?
Welcome to the world stage. How did you enjoy the game?
Selamat Mara, mabuhay.
Mabuhay.
Mabuhay. Thank you, Clara, for having it. Was amazing game, and congratulations for ONIC Esports.
Wow.
And they kept on saying, di atas langit ada.
ONIC.
Di atas langit
ada.
ONIC.
What do you have to say to the winner of our first match, ONIC?
You know what they're saying?
What are
they're
they saying?
is, on top of the sky, there's ONIC.
Ooh.
On top of the sky, there's ONIC. ONIC, ONIC. So they're saying their optimism. So congratulations to ONIC Esports for a wonderful, wonderful victory. But we're just beginning of this amazing, amazing Dare to be Great. And I would like to thank you, Pa Aswin from Munton, Pa Rizky from Grab, and of course my colleague Lucas from PBSC Esports Indonesia. Jaya, Jaya, Jaya. Esports Indonesia.
Jaya, Jaya, Jaya.
One more time, Esports Indonesia.
Jaya, Jaya, Jaya.
Also, Justin, congratulations on the. Please send my regards to Mr. Cardinal, good friend of mine. Well, I'm very pleased on behalf of the government. Also, great show by the Falcon team from Myanmar. So on behalf of the Indonesian government, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy would like to welcome all participants on this great, great occasions, and how we believe that all these collaborations between wonderful Indonesia and the M4 assets, we believe that esports industry, in particular the Mobile Legend brand, is going to foster a much more optimistic 2023 in terms of our recovery post-pandemic. And thank you, my colleague Ibu Desi, Ruhati, and Pa Iman who are here with me. We believe this is going to be an amazing week ahead. And hopefully we could find a very great tournament and Indonesia hopefully will prevail. So thank you very much, and I would like to also welcome our colleague from the Philippines. And I heard you have a very good team from the Philippines.
And so does Indonesia. So it's going to be a very interesting M4 this year.
Yeah, we're gonna have a big team playing tomorrow from Indonesia. And last time it was the Philippines making the championship. Hopefully this time we could share. Indonesia could take the lead. Thank you very much.
Now, you have such a strong team, Arki Hoshi and ONIC Esports, and you witnessed their performance. What is your message to the two Indonesian teams and
Well,
all the rest of the teams?
Be a good host, humble, stay humble, and be a good host. Show the greatness in our hospitality. Show wonderful Indonesia that we are going to be able to host a great tournament and show the world that we have great athletes, a wonderful team, and hopefully you guys will have a wonderful time in Indonesia.
And everything has been great so far. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mara. Thank you, Clara. Terima kasih
Thank
banyak.
you, Mr. Terima kasih.
Thank you, and salamat po.
Salamat. Indonesia has been very beautiful. Everyone here has been amazing, very accommodating. So thank you so much. That's our cool minister here. Now you guys witness the first match of the day. Up next, we have Team Hawk and Echo Philippines coming your way. Don't go anywhere. Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championship. We'll be right back.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Enjoy the fun together. Pamper your soul. Explore the natural wilderness. Satisfy your appetite. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
What's up, everyone? Today we have a hero revamp many of you have been waiting for. Featuring Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower. The new Hanabi is more mature and confident in herself, as seen in her new intro animation where she finally takes off her veil. Hero skills. Hanabi is a marksman that brings solid DPS and crowd control to a team and known for her bouncing pedal blades. Passive skill, Ninjutsu Pedal Barrage. That's right, Pedal Barrage is now Hanabi's new passive. With this adjustment, Hanabi's basic attacks and skills automatically create pedal blades on hit that bounce up to 4 times to nearby targets, while doing less damage per bounce. First skill, Ninjutsu, Equinox. Hanabi's shield has been reworked into an active skill. The new Equinox shield now increases her movement and attack speed. Hanabi is still immune to control effect while the shield is active, but now dealing damage will increase the shield's health regardless of Hanabi's HP. Second skill, Ninjutsu, Soul Scroll. Soul Scroll remains a skill shot that damages and slows enemies on hit, now with a new mechanic that marks enemies, causing them to take full damage from the next pedal blade bounce. Ultimate, Forbidden Jutsu, Higanbana. Hanabi's ultimate remains unchanged, damaging and immobilizing the first enemy hit. The revamped Hanabi retains her uniqueness without needing to stack her shield before a fight, and her pedal blades are now a more consistent source of damage. Her new shield mechanic improves her sustain mid-fight so she can stay in and on her targets. Pro tips. Use Equinox when you anticipate incoming CC and deal damage to keep it up. Don't panic if you get engaged on. Cast your shield and keep attacking. Line up enemies with Soul Scroll to cut their mobility while boosting your damage. And look to use Higanbana when the enemy is grouped up. Combo tips. When laning, use Soul Scroll to slow and mark enemies, so your next Pedal Blade bounce does full damage even if they're hiding in the back. In a 1v1, use your shield's new sustain to get the upper hand. In teamfights, land your second skill first to make the enemy easy targets for your ultimate and let your Pedal Blades go to town. Tactics. Since Hanabi's early game is rather weak, focus on farming. But not for the whole game, Hanabi mains. Poke the enemy in lane with basic attacks and her second skill. In the late game, use Hanabi's ultimate to engage and CC, and unleash your barrage of basic attacks and kunai to provide excellent sustained DPS for your team. We recommend this attack speed focused build to complement her reworked passive and first skill. Marksman Emblem further enhances her sustained DPS role, and Weakness Finder prevents her targets from escaping. Inspire is a natural choice to bolster both damage and survivability, thanks to her new shield. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamp coming December 20th. She'll be 30% off the first week, along with her resplendent iris skin. Give the new Hanabi a whirl and tell us what you think. Until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamp December 20th.
If you cannot.
this still works out, right? All of that in the last 2 minutes just makes a breeze for the first turtle here. So that's already huge, at least in terms of economy. But here in the mid lane, Yumsi going to be the focus again. Oh, can he get away? One hit, he's going to bob and weave and survived.
The moves and grooves.
Moves
behind. And yeah, I can see here the Lord is already contested.
It doesn't feel like Bray is chilling. He's doing so much for his team with splitting those waves, but once again, the contest for the Lord.
The fight. Oh my god, catches Suvin with that Tyrant's Rage. Mortal bombs everywhere. Baby Cake, the first one down. Not a good sign as 1, 2, 3, 4 bodies has already been collected, and Bray gets shut down.
And he didn't, I don't even think it was Ken who finished off Hessa. He finished off D7, and this allows another free turtle.
But now they're going for it. Certainly Eagle going to be popped here. Ken able to secure the turtle, but Zip goes down as Chima able to find the kill. Another wild charge comes forth as D7 falls. Tempest Blade's going to be popped here. Ken looking for Hessa. Can't get the last hit though as he falls into the river.
Oh, that split, but all the weakness points. Oh my god, again! It's Prince Fran who comes in clutch and saves the day. ONIC Esports have nowhere to go right now, but Dragon's gonna be taken down. It's a shadow kill over to Harley, as now Mount Venus have to move back. The Iron Hook does not connect. It's gonna be the way the Dragon locking Prince Fran down, and that's a double kill picked up by Dreon, the Lord as well. Dreon is an absolute monster as he's looking to claim a Maniac.
Kind of be a little bit patient, because right now I kind of feel like Rosa as well as Sunshine, they have enough damage. They just need a proper setup. And in terms of proper setup, you shouted out Oheb. If they can catch him, that's great. But it's easy to say it's not. But oh my Venus, it's all for them.
That's all the damage popped in, and the backline's completely going to be obstructed here by Blacklist International. Oheb free hitting, his alien's going to be bursted down. Oh my Rosa god! going to go fatal Nexus. Genji's the only man left standing. Blacklist International, they take no prisoners.
Someday, you'll be the most shining light in the universe. The star will be burned for you, my flare.
M-Series Flashback, The Dark Horse.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
2019 in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Nobody guessed that Todak, a debutant for MPL Malaysia Singapore, then would qualify for M1. They topped their group stage with aggressive gameplay.
They get a mega kill. They're walking in to win this game. Todak take game 1.
And end up being the second runner-up of the first ever M Series. Fast forward to M2. After dominating the Myanmar MLBB scene for a few seasons, Burmese Ghoul finally shines at the world stage.
And they decimate Brand Esports from underneath their own tower.
It's going to be Flaptizi who's going to get caught out here, stuck against the... That's going to be GG. Burmese Ghouls take the 5th round.
Dominated the competition and extended the grand finals to a full 7-game series. And in M3, North America represents. BTK rises above all expectations when they defeated Blacklist International in the upper bracket.
The break for it. They flicker on for it. They find another kill. That's 2. They can get the 3rd. Mobazane. They have done it.
And pummeled their way to the lower bracket finals without any coach and team staff. M4 is finally coming. Which team do you think will rise to greatness and be the next dark horse? See you at M4.
Maybe.
But that's the thing, like, who is your saving grace here for MVG, right? Harley, Joel Crew. Joel Crew is so far away from that. Harley, though, able to survive just a bit. Oh, never mind. Chiku, guys, from the backside. Now they're going to find Joel Crew, as we were just talking about him. They fall here, and another one goes down. 4 fall again for MVG, and there's nothing Dragon can do here to defend. It's a maniac for Chiku, guys. GG, well played.
They are resetting here, 13,000 HP.
They need to make a choice right now. I mean, the minions are pushing in into their base. They're gonna get backdoored by Kalatizi if they don't choose now.
Oh my god, Kalatizi, will they read this? Junpo tries to delay, but no, my god, 505 trying to fly. Sanford, Yawi goes down, but Kalatizi in the backside. Daddy QT, the base echo outplayed RSG.
But we just barely missed it off camera. What happened to Papa Dog?
He just got dogpiled on, and that will be the end of him. As you can see, S11 going for a different approach right here. Jumping in, making a play with the Way of the Dragon as well, but the Vengeance is just tanking so much damage. Wow! That's Fight Chicken taking 1 versus 3. Erwin is an H target, and Fight Chicken is going again and again. The Lord gets picked up, and come out on top, and it's so disastrous because the Lord is up at the same time. Incendio is still contesting, but it does not seem possible unless Alien can make something of a miracle play.
We've seen a miracle play by Grok many times before. He's looking for it. He has the weapon mastery for a reason. He steals it for Turkey, for Incendio to save the game for his team.
I'm sorry. I'm ahead of myself.
Yeah, no worries. Wise, killing spree emblem on the Aldous. Sure. I get why, but right now, wait a minute, Naomi gets a hook onto Wise right now. It's going to be Justin who rotates back in. Wise goes in, and it's the first blood over to Justin.
Ken, that was a worth it.
What
on the hook, and Haji tries to run away. I can't get my point out. Justin goes in front, gets a kill.
Dashing back in, Edward using final blow, not able to find anyone, and that's the iron hook again. Naomi's won.
20/30 vision where they just literally see the future.
Oh my God, no way! Naomi finds a hook out of nothing again!
He cares for the future. Whatever it is you want to believe, he does again!
Naomi!
From the sky!
They are right now, they're flying and they're soaring again! Naomi! What in the world was that?
អ្វីៗគ្រប់យ៉ាងតែងតែប្រែប្រួលទៅតាមពេលវេលាប៉ុន្តែស្មារតីរបស់អ្នកប្រយុទ្ធនឹងមិនសាបសូន្យនោះឡើយពួកយើងម្នាក់ៗសុទ្ធតែមានចំណុចខ្សោយរៀងៗខ្លួន ប្រសិនបើយើងរួមគ្នាជាក្រុមគឺពួកយើងមិនមានពាក្យថាបរាជ័យនោះទេការតំណាងឲ្យប្រទេសកម្ពុជាទៅប្រកួតជើងឯក M4 It's like a dream come true នេះគឺជាសុបិនដែលខ្លាចជាការពិតដើម្បីមោទនភាពជាតិខ្មែរយើងក្រាបឡើងហើយតស៊ូទៅមុខទៀតដំណើរផ្សងព្រេងរបស់ពួកយើងមិនមានភាពងាយស្រួលនោះទេស្មារតីអ្នកចម្បាំងខ្មែរនឹងតែងតែស្ថិតនៅក្នុងខ្លួនយើងជានិច្ចក្រុម ONIC Plus នឹងចាប់យកឱកាសមួយនេះហើយធ្វើឲ្យមោទនភាពជាតិយើងថ្កុំថ្កើងនៅលើឆាកអន្តរជាតិ If you play with fire, you will get burned. Dear Flamers, see you in the M4 stage.
My time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop. Won't ever stop. Yeah.
Touch the sky, you're a man of saving God. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes and be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your hand? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're a man of saving God. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
So turn it up, turn it up, turn it all the way up.
All you get your hands up, all you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it
Pop off, it's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop. Won't ever stop. Yeah.
touch the sky, you're a man of saving God. touch the sky. You're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our odds and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight our odds and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
World Championship will be gathered in Jakarta, Indonesia. One dream and one goal only. To make sure all the players, teams, and fans alike are on the same page, it is time to reveal the tournament format. In M4, all the qualified teams will compete in 2 stages to achieve greatness. Group stage and the knockout stage. The teams will play a best-of-1 single round robin during the group stage. No team will be eliminated during the group stage. Now, let's take a look at the knockout stage format. It'll feature a double elimination bracket with a total of 22 series. The first 2 rounds of the lower bracket will be the best of 3. The other series will be best of 5, except for the grand finals, which will be best of 7. Now the knockout stage upper bracket will feature the top 2 teams of each group from the group stage, and the bottom 2 teams will start at the lower bracket. The losers of the first round of the lower bracket will be eliminated. The M4 knockout stage will be spread out across 9 days, where there will be a live audience for fans like you to support your teams. And that's all you need to know about M4's tournament format. Remember to tune in and see you in Jakarta. Dare to dream, dare to be great.
We are getting closer to the ultimate battle in Jakarta.
It's an amazing, beautiful tournament. I can't wait to get to the game.
All eyes are on one stage only. All for that ultimate prize, to be M4 World Champions.
Duma မှမဖောက်ခဲ့ဘူးတဲ့လမ်းတစ်တစ်ခုကိုကျွန်တော်တို့စတင်ရှောက်လန်းခဲ့ကြတယ်။ချွေးမထွက်တဲ့အားကစားကိုကျွန်တော်တို့စော့ခဲ့ကြတယ်။လူတွေမရွေးချယ်တဲ့အတံမွေးဝမ်းကြောင်းကိုပဲကျွန်တော်တို့အမျက်တနိုးရွေးချယ်ခဲ့ကြတယ်။အဲ့ဒီလိုလူတွေမမြင်နိုင်တဲ့အမှောင်ချမ်းမှာပဲကျွန်တော်တို့ရှိနေခဲ့တာမို့လို့ကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ကိုယ်ပိုင်အလင်းရောင်နဲ့ထုံးလင်းဖို့ဆုံးဖြတ်ပြီးဒီလမ်းကိုဆက်လျှောက်ခဲ့ကြတယ်။တကယ်တော့ e-sport ဆိုတာမျိုးကတခြားအားကစားတွေလိုပါပဲ။ကိုယ်နဲ့စိတ်တူကိုယ်လိုရှိမဲ့အသင်းပေါ်တွေအကူအညီနဲ့ပဲကြုံဆုံလာမဲ့ပြိုင်ဘက်တွေကိုအလေးထိုးအနိုင်ယူကြရတယ်။ဒါပေမဲ့အဆုံးတစ်နေ့မှာတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့မှာတူညီတဲ့အိမ်မက်တစ်ခုပဲရှိပါတယ်။အဲ့ဒါကတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ e-sport ကစားသမားတွေအားလုံးအတွက်ပုံမကောင်းမွန်တဲ့နေရာတစ်ခုကိုဖန်တီးရင်းနဲ့ကမ္ဘာအလယ်မှာမြန်မာဆိုတဲ့အလင်းရောင်အကောင်းဆုံးထွန်းလင်းတောက်ပနိုင်ဖို့ပါ
The M4 group stage continues to bring us world-class MLBB actions. So let's take a quick look at what happened yesterday. It's raining RRQ in Jakarta during day 2 of the M4 group stage. Despite having the home ground advantage, Skylar and the legendary Lemon had to put all the stops to claim an unconvincing victory against Occupied Thrones. The Song Rajas were then dismantled by Echo of the Philippines with a stellar performance from Sanji the Wizard. However, win or lose, the fans are here to support with all their might. On the other hand, RRQ Akira is looking like the better RRQ so far. The Samba Boys defeated the Valley in the North-South America Derby thanks to Luiz's incredible Numenon Blast. They also destroyed the Malaysian champions Team Hawk with a formidable team fight composition featuring Joy and Terizla, while utilizing the power of RRQ Ultra Fans' buff. All MLBB fans in the world, let's support your favorite team with all your passion, regardless of where you are. Now, it's time for day 3 of the M4 group stage. Dare
to be great. The M4 World Championship continues to heat up with drama and intense emotions. Day 3 of the group stage is a direct manifestation of order and chaos, with Group B representing the calm and predictable outcome. All is in order as ONIC Esports and THQ take care of business respectively and secure upper bracket slots. Featuring the King of the Sky, Kyrie, who gave a masterclass on the prowess of assassins. While THQ cruised through the group stage with 4 mates returning to the starting lineup. However, when there is order, there will be chaos. As the disarray in Group A materializes into a 3-way tiebreaker, as all hell breaks loose when Falcon Esports dethrone the defending champions not once, but twice in the same day. Finally, the M3 champions clawed back against the siege of Incendio supremacy and secured the upper bracket. Even though the air was tense, sportsmanship and integrity were embraced. And with that, we are going straight into the final day of M4 group stage. Dare to be great.
Pop off, it's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something that's gotta give. Cause work the streets is what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never, ever stop. Won't ever stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes on me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting and show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight our eyes on me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Hands off, I ain't giving up. They say that I finished, but they wrong. I ain't never done. No. So turn it up, turn it up, turn it all the way up.
Hands up, all you get your hands up, all you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel inside. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Enjoy the fun together. Pamper your soul. Explore the natural wilderness. Satisfy your appetite. Rid of your life through a wonderful journey.
What's up, everyone? Today we have a hero revamp many of you have been waiting for. Featuring Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower. The new Hanabi is more mature and confident in herself, as seen in her new intro animation, where she finally takes off her veil. Hero skills. Hanabi is a marksman that brings solid DPS and crowd control to a team and known for her bouncing pedal blades. Passive skill, Ninjutsu Pedal Barrage. That's right, Pedal Barrage is now Hanabi's new passive. With this adjustment, Hanabi's basic attacks and skills automatically create pedal blades on hit that bounce up to 4 times to nearby targets, while doing less damage per bounce. First skill, Ninjutsu Equinox. Hanabi's shield has been reworked into an active skill. The new Equinox shield now increases her movement and attack speed. Hanabi is still immune to control effect while the shield is active, but now dealing damage will increase the shield's health regardless of Hanabi's HP. Second skill, Ninjutsu Soul Scroll. Soul Scroll remains a skill shot that damages and slows enemies on hit, now with a new mechanic that marks enemies, causing them to take full damage from the next pedal blade bounce. Ultimate Forbidden Jutsu Higanbana. Hanabi's ultimate remains unchanged, damaging and immobilizing the first enemy hit. The revamped Hanabi retains her uniqueness without needing to stack her shield before a fight, and her pedal blades are now a more consistent source of damage. Her new shield mechanic improves her sustain mid-fight so she can stay in and on her targets. Pro tips. Use Equinox when you anticipate incoming CC and deal damage to keep it up. Don't panic if you get engaged on. Cast your shield and keep attacking. Line up enemies with Soul Scroll to cut their mobility while boosting your damage. And look to use Higanbana when the enemy is grouped up. Combo tips. When laning, use Soul Scroll to slow and mark enemies, so your next Pedal Blade bounce does full damage even if they're hiding in the back. In a 1v1, use your shield's new sustain to get the upper hand. In teamfights, land your second skill first to make the enemy easy targets for your ultimate and let your Pedal Blades go to town. Tactics. Since Hanabi's early game is rather weak, focus on farming, but not for the whole game, Hanabi mains. Poke the enemy in lane with basic attacks and her second skill. In the late game, use Hanabi's ultimate to engage and CC, and unleash your barrage of basic attacks and kunai to provide excellent sustained DPS for your team. We recommend this attack speed focused build to complement her reworked passive and first skill. Marksman Emblem further enhances her sustained DPS role, and Weakness Finder prevents her targets from escaping. Inspire is a natural choice to bolster both damage and survivability, thanks to her new shield. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamp coming December 20th. She'll be 30% off the first week, along with her resplendent iris skin. Give the new Hanabi a whirl and tell us what you think. Until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamp December 20th.
this still works out, right? All of that in the last 2 minutes just makes a breeze for the first turtle here. So that's already huge, at least in terms of economy. But here in the mid lane, Yumski going to be the focus again.
Oh,
can he get away? One hit, he's going to bob and weave and survive.
The moves and grooves.
Behind. And yeah, I can see here the Lord is already contested.
It doesn't feel like Bray is chilling. He's doing so much for his team with splitting those waves, but once again, the contest for the Lord.
The fight.
Oh my god, catches Sufin with that Tyrant's Rage. Mortal bombs everywhere. Baby Cake, the first one down. Not a good sign as 1, 2, 3, 4 bodies has already been collected, and Bray gets shut down.
And he didn't, I don't even think it was Ken who finished off Hessa. He finished off D7, and this allows another free turtle.
But now they're going for it. Circle Eagle going to be popped here. Ken able to secure the turtle, but Zip goes down as Chima able to find the kill. Another wild charge comes forth as D7 falls. Tempest Blade's going to be popped here. Ken looking for Hessa. Can't get the last hit though as he falls into the river.
That split, but all the weakness points. Oh my god, again! It's Prince Fran who comes in clutch and saves the day. ONIC Esports have nowhere to go right now, but Dragon's gonna be taken down. It's a shadow kill over to Harley as now Mount Venus have to move back. The Iron Hook does not connect. It's gonna be the way the Dragon locking Prince Fran down, and that's a double kill picked up by Dreon, the Lord as well. Dreon is an absolute monster as he's looking to claim a Maniac.
Kind of be a little bit patient, because right now I kind of feel like Rosa as well as Sunshine, they have enough damage. They just need a proper setup. And in terms of proper setup, you shouted out Oheb. If they can catch him, that's great. But it's easier said than done. But oh my Venus, it's all for them.
That's all the damage popped in, and the backline's completely going to be obstructed here by Blacklist International. Oheb free hitting his alien's going to be bursted down.
Oh my
Rosa
god!
going to come to fatal races. Genji's the only man left standing. Blacklist International, they take no prisoners.
Someday, you'll be the most shining light in the universe. The star will be burned for you, my flare.
M-Series Flashback, The Dark Horse.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
2019 in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Nobody guessed that Todak, a debutant for MPL Malaysia Singapore, then would qualify for M1. They topped their group stage with aggressive gameplay.
They get a mega kill. They're walking in to win this game. Todak take game 1.
And end up being the second runner-up of the first ever M Series. Fast forward to M2. After dominating the Myanmar MLBB scene for a few seasons, Burmese Ghoul finally shines at the world stage.
And they decimate Brand Esports from underneath their own tower. It's going to be Flaptizi who's going to get caught out here, stuck against the... That's going to be GG. Burmese Ghouls take the 5th round.
Dominated the competition and extended the grand finals to a full 7-game series. And in M3, North America represents. BTK rises above all expectations when they defeated Blacklist International in the upper bracket.
The break for it. They flicker on for it. They find another kill. That's 2. They can get the 3rd. Mopazane. They have done it.
And pummeled their way to the lower bracket finals without any coach and team staff. M4 is finally coming. Which team do you think will rise to greatness and be the next dark horse? See you at M4.
Maybe. But that's the thing, like, who is your saving grace here for MVG, right? Harley, Joel Crew. Joel Crew is so far away from that. Harley, though, able to survive just a bit. Oh, never mind. Chiku, guys, from the backside. Now they're going to find Joel Crew, as we were just talking about him. They fall here, and another one goes down. 4 fall again for MVG, and there's nothing Dragon can do here to defend. It's a maniac for Chiku, guys. GG, well played.
They are resetting here, 13,000 HP.
They need to make a choice right now. I mean, the minions are pushing into their base. They're gonna get backdoored by Kalatizi if they don't choose now.
Oh my god, Kalatizi, will they read this? Junpo tries to delay, but no, my god, 505 trying to fly. Sanford, Yawi goes down, but Kalatizi in the backside. Daddy QT, the base echo outplayed RSG.
But we just barely missed it off camera. What happened to Papa Dog?
He just got dogpiled on, and that will be the end of him. As you can see, S11 going for a different approach right here. Jumping in, making a play with the Way of the Dragon as well, but the Vengeance is just tanking so much damage. That's Fight Chicken taking 1 versus 3. Erwin is an H target, and Fight Chicken is going again and again. The Lord gets picked up, and come out on top, and it's so disastrous because the Lord is up at the same time. Incendio is still contesting, but it does not seem possible unless Alien can make something of a miracle play.
We've seen a miracle play by Grok many times before. He's looking for it. He has the weapon mastery for a reason. He steals it for Turkey, for Incendio, to save the game for his team.
I'm sorry. I'm ahead of myself.
Yeah, no worries. Wise, killing spree emblem on the Aldous. Sure. I get why, but right now, wait a minute, Naomi gets a hook onto Wise right now. It's going to be Justin who rotates back in. Wise goes in, and it's the first blood over to Justin.
Ken, that was a worth it.
What
the hook, and Haji tries to run away. I can't get my point out. Justin goes in front, gets the kill.
Dashing back in, Edward using final blow, not able to find anyone, and that's the iron hook again. Naomi's won.
20/30 vision where they just literally see the future.
Oh my God, no way! Naomi finds a hook out of nothing again!
He cares for the future. Whatever it is you want to believe, he lands again!
Naomi!
Above the sky!
They are right now, they're flying and they're soaring again! Naomi! What in the world was that?
អ្វីៗគ្រប់យ៉ាងតែងតែប្រែប្រួលទៅតាមពេលវេលាប៉ុន្តែស្មារតីរបស់អ្នកប្រយុទ្ធនឹងមិនសាបសូន្យនោះឡើយពួកយើងម្នាក់សុទ្ធតែមានចំណុចខ្សោយរៀងៗខ្លួន ហើយប្រសិនបើយើងរួមគ្នាជាក្រុមគឺពួកយើងមិនមានពាក្យថាបរាជ័យនោះទេការតំណាងឲ្យប្រទេសកម្ពុជាទៅប្រកួតជើងឯក M4 It's like a dream come true នេះគឺជាសុបិនដែលខ្លាចជាការពិតដើម្បីមោទនភាពជាតិខ្មែរយើងក្រាបឡើងហើយតស៊ូទៅមុខទៀតដំណើរផ្សងព្រេងរបស់ពួកយើងមិនមានភាពងាយស្រួលនោះទេស្មារតីអ្នកចម្បាំងខ្មែរនឹងតែងតែស្ថិតនៅក្នុងខ្លួនយើងជានិច្ចក្រុម B ONIC Plus នឹងចាប់យកឱកាសមួយនេះហើយធ្វើឲ្យមោទនភាពជាតិយើងថ្កុំថ្កើងនៅលើឆាកអន្តរជាតិ If you play with fire, you will get burned. Dear Flamers, see you in the M4 stage.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, You can't ever break us down, I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes on me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you think your age? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes on me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
No. So turn it up, turn it all the way up.
All you get your hands up, all you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel inside. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it
Pop off, it's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. You can't ever break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the just go. You're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fight it out, always will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Don't just go. You're made of silver and gold. Don't just go. You're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it out, always will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
fans, viewers from around the world and this stage. Gideon, we got a hype match ahead. We had an amazing one in the past, but up next, we have Echo versus Team Hawk.
I'm so excited here. If you guys could only hear the energy in the arena we have here today, Team Hawk fans already sitting up with a drum with the flag. Shout out to you guys, love y'all. But Echo fans are still ready to give it their all. I don't know, it's gonna be tough for Team Hawk.
Definitely a very, very tough one. But we cannot count them out at all, right? Team Hawk did a decent performance in the group stage, and if they can take after their Malaysian team brothers, Team Todak, they definitely have a good opportunity here. But Echo, man, they are just one of the most solid teams, I feel like, in this bracket.
It's tough, especially when you're trying to think of how do you curb the draft coming in specifically from Echo. Is it going to be JP? Is it going to be Yaoi? It's so difficult to tell, and not to mention the MVP coming in from M2 called TZ. He's absolutely killing it, and he has not lost his edge at all.
Most definitely. I mean, Echo, similar to ONIC in the past game, in the past series, they're just steady. They're rock solid. It seems like you want to try to draft around them. You want to try something sneaky. You want to try to do something, but you're just not able to. They seem to always be there, but it does seem like the Malaysians could bring that edge, right?
Speaking of which, the Min and Mon twins are going to have to bring their A game. It's a brothers' war for sure. Unfortunately for Call TZ, he's not going to have the full fam, but just himself is already a game changer. And maybe Min and Mon might make that difference. Maybe it could fall into the hands of Gary, but we're looking at the gold laners. They play such a vital role.
Yeah, I mean, Benny Cutie, right? The man, even if Echo's jungle falls, you still have Benny Cutie to pick things up. But now, taking a look at the talent predictions, that looks like a whole lot of orcas there.
I'm telling you, it is very natural for Malaysia to be the underdog, especially here at the upper brackets against tough teams. And Echo already has built a name for themselves. They were building a roster to be the superstar team in the Philippines. It took a little bit of time for them to develop to their ultimate peak performance.
Most definitely, and it seemed like there was only one for Team Hawk, but honestly, I've said it a few times, I feel like in this bracket, it can go any way. The way the meta is right now, the way that all of these teams are playing, I just feel like there can always be an upset. And with how good all these teams are, can we even really call it an upset if Team Hawk wins?
Well, personally for me, after being at pretty much every M series, yes, Philippines is a really dominant team. And speaking of those gold laners again, pulling up the graph, immediately we can see the stark difference. Just the level of farm we are getting out of Benny QT, the space that he provides. But even Team Hawk's Panda is still catching up to his stats. Today could be the big debut, or you could say game breaker for Panda in particular.
Yeah, and I mean, Panda does seem to have the better odds in the team fight. It's ever so slightly, but still, it just kind of shows that he's a bit more ready to be there with the team. And that could be what Team Hawk needs in this. It could be the thing that takes Echo down here.
Absolutely, and I think, again, if we're moving away from the gold laners, it really has come down to the draft. Even in the previous series, Falcon was really struggling. A lot of it just came down to, do we have a better draft? Do we have the right tools? So, I don't know, blue side or red side, it still feels like there's not too much difference here. It's what the opener for game number 1 specifically to set the momentum, to set the standard of what the series is going to look like.
Well, I think one of the most important things about the draft, and similar to what we saw last time, where Echo may have the advantage, is just some of the experience. You know, just, I feel like coach-wise, everything, may be able to just kind of turn the tables at certain points. We kind of saw it with Falcon. They weren't able to keep up. They were constantly getting outsmarted here and there. And then even if they won out in the draft, they ended up losing in the game. So will Team Hawk, if they have a bad draft, will they be able to play from behind? Be able to play with the counter on the enemy field?
I think that's going to be the biggest test here for a lot of the teams, right? And especially in a best of 5, if it doesn't work the first time, you still have a chance to maybe bounce back. But even then, Filipinos so far, they are the region to beat. And I think everybody can agree, this title defense by Blacklist, they still have contenders, and most people are expecting the Filipino Echo versus Blacklist finals.
But I'm still, I mean, if I had to pick any region that has really surprised me, it's definitely Malaysia. Like, I feel like either Team Hawk or Todak could definitely get a top 3 finish here. Not gonna be easy, of course. I mean, it's Echo.
Look, I don't want to toot your horn too much, and especially as a Malaysian fan, but let's throw it over to the casters. What do you guys have to say? Please, take it away.
Tonight we wage the brothers' war. Min and Man, twins on top of their game. Yawi and Carl Teasy, the lover boy, and the best in the world. Only one team moves on through to the upper bracket. Salamat, malam semua. Welcome and mabuhay. At your service, my name is Leo, broadcasting live from the indoor stadium here in Senayan, Jakarta. Welcome to the M4 World Championships. First off, we would like to thank Gank, a lifestyle fashion brand made for the modern gamer, and this is the M4 World Championship official merchandise partner. Grab the M4 merchandise at www.gank.asia today. Also, letting you guys know about the M4 Pass. It's available now. Complete all active tasks and you will reach level 75 at ease and for free. Log in now and get exclusive rewards such as the Beatrix Light Chaser skin, the Stellar Brilliant skin, and the M4 Beatrix figurine. It's all waiting for you. Make sure you use the hashtags Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBB, M4, and hashtag Dare to be Great when you talk about it on social media. I'm joined here by these handsome young gentlemen. Of course, to my right, we have Mirko from MPL Indonesia, and making his World Championship debut, it's Assassin Dave from the NA. First off, Dave, welcome.
Yeah, Indonesia has been absolutely fantastic. This stadium is insane. Look at the view behind us, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really excited to be here. What about you, Miracle?
Well, for me, you know, I've been here. I know the Indonesian crowd, but I have not seen the Malaysian crowd. You see Team Hawk fans over there? They are hyped, and they're bringing it here for Team Hawk Spy. You can hear them again. They're going crazy.
Bole, Malaysia bole.
Malaysia bole.
I'm starting to ride the hype, and it's contagious. I'm feeling it, you know. Ye Bombay! And slowly but surely, the energy in the stadium will be building up as well, especially since our teams are making their way on up. Let's check out the starting lineups for both Echo and Team Hawk. Here we go. From the Philippines, it's Echo, Sanji, Sanford, Benny Cutie, Carl Teasy, and Yawi.
And for Team Hack, we have Panda, Lola, Man, Gary, and Min.
Yep, it's these two squads coming through together. Dave, talk to us. What can we expect in this conflict?
Well, actually, for the two teams, I expect a mid-roam rotation synergy, especially for Team Echo, because I saw Yawi how he plays so aggressive. Can me and Man take on the challenge, defend the aggression coming from Team Echo? That's going to be the watching point for Game 1.
Oh, and boy, oh boy, first up, making their way, it's Team Hawk. Ye Bombay, they shout, Ye Bombay!
Ye Bombay! And right now, you can hear it from the crowd, getting hyped for the Malaysian champions as they make their way through, walking up to the stage. Once again, welcome Team Hawk!
They were once under the banner of Orange Esports, and now a majority of the players from that lineup that we first saw at MSC 2022 are now competing on the world stage. Dave, could you imagine the kind of stress and pressure they have now, since they have basically shared with Todak Malaysia on their backs?
Yeah, but they're taking on the banner really well. They're defending their title and showing the Malaysian pride. I mean, you saw the Twin Tower with the supporting entire Malaysian team coming to the M4. I think they're ready for this entire challenge.
Oh, more than ready, because again, they've been shouting Malaysia Pole all weekend long, and they're gonna have to face off against, you know, quite the challenge.
A big challenge up ahead for the Malaysian champions. They are the first runner-up from the Philippines, but they're looking like the strongest team here at M4.
once again, their group stage run 3-2-0.
Clean.
100% win rate for this team right here with Benny QT once again leading the pack. Welcome from the Philippines, Echo!
Loud and proud, they're bringing all of their fans. Limang Echo fans making some noise all throughout the world. Dave!
Yes, dude, I am excited for Sanford. I saw some of the scrim clips. This guy's insane on the Benedetta. Are we gonna see some super flank onto Panda, onto the backline? Is Panda gonna survive? I mean, I'm excited to find out.
I'm worried for Team Hawk's course because again, even Benny Cutie has the potential. Even as a gold laner, I've watched him throughout a majority of his career, and boy oh boy, it's going to be a tough route for Team Hawk to run right through the storm. I actually have a question here. Between these two teams, right? They're relatively young. The way Echo and the way that Team Hawk have been formed in the past year or so, is the coach game going to be a big factor?
Of course, I think the coach game is going to be massive, especially considering right now how the meta and how the patches form the current meta. It's where the draft has such a massive impact on the game. We've seen that the games now can be decided just based on the draft, and right now, as you can see, with the coaches coming up onto the stage with the referee and the players once again shaking hands, fist bumping, we're getting ready for that draft that we've been setting up.
Absolutely. Are we gonna see the very, very characteristic Malaysian playstyle, the Super Invader Masha plus the Hilda coming into your jungle, taking everything away? Or are we gonna see some special defense strategy coming from Echo? I know they're coming here prepared.
Dave, you mentioned the trademark Malaysian switch, TM.
Yep.
They've done it several times in the group stage, and it's not just Team Hawk who's doing it. I can't wait for Todak to show us that tomorrow, if they do.
And you know, again, looking at Team Hawk, how they were able to actually beat a lot of the teams in their group is through the draft, going for these crazy picks and finding comfort on the stage. We saw the Eudora, but firstly here, we're gonna take a look at the team head-to-head for both of the junglers, Carl TZ and Gary.
Oh, you can look, the Hextall on this is insane. Carl TZ seems to be doing just a little bit better on every aspect, but don't count Gary out though, because this is the hope for the Malaysian team, Malaysian champion. Is Gary gonna live up to the carry name today?
Yeah, I think what the hexagon on Gary says is he's better on the push. So I think he's better at cleaning up or converting for Team Hawk. And I guess Carl TZ is more of a team player now, which is amazing growth from our M2 Grand Finals MVP. Dave, talk to us about the current metagame. These are the most picked and banned heroes.
Yes, you know, a lot of characters are really interesting. Eve, for example, have a really high win rate and pick rate in the entire meta because this character is so flexible and is so good at wave clear in the mid lane. And it's all about the mid game, right? Who can rotate faster, who can out-rotate the opposition to invade into the jungle. We saw in the last series how aggressive the early game can be. So in this game, I'm expecting some early pick or ban on Eve as well. And Hayabusa, this early game jungler.
It's got to happen because the way Eve works in the game right now, you mentioned how in mid and in the mid game, she just dominates. It's that range game for me, honestly. It's the fact that when she puts up that box, you have to respond.
Yeah, you know, looking at the range, obviously right now, with the current adjustments towards Eve, it's more about that damage and the spammability of everything except the ult. The ult is a big plus, but how she's so oppressive in lane, based on the wave clear and just trading in general, has been from that first and second ability doing so much more damage, and the slow coming in, which has been buffed. The utility, you don't even need that Ice Queen wand early on. You could go just for damage early.
Or the other way around, you could go brute force breastplate and build a utility mid.
Absolutely. I watched the Falcon Miller and Justin. He liked to build Athena shield sometimes for a lot of bursts, magic bursts, just because you don't need too much item early game for Eve to really pop off. And you can build, once you get the Ice Queen wand, the slow, if you don't get to kill Eve, she will kite you until you give up on this entire game.
So best believe as we go into the draft in just a few moments, Eve will be a huge pick because we know for sure that Min and Mid and as well Sanji will have their eyes on that Eve. They've talked to us about the keys to victory for Echo.
Absolutely. For Echo here, you have to initiate early engagement and to chew up Panda. the opposition here and always keep the tempo and covering to objectives. Echo love to do that, by the way. They are the split push king of the entire M4.
Oh, yeah.
And we're gonna see some of that today. And they also have to be aware of the silent swaps. But don't overthink. Sometimes you can just punish those silent swaps if you do it correctly. And Yaoi to constantly play make for Carl TZ, his brother by fate.
Oh yeah, it took a while for this partnership, this brotherhood to build up, because as soon as the squad, the all-star team was made, they really weren't working quite yet, but now they found that right mix. For Team Hawk though, what do they need to do to take down Echo?
I think just play to their strength and really just invade the jungle, non-stop. If they can screw up Carl TZ's early game farm, the game might just be on their tempo, on their momentum, and they will just be an unstoppable force we'll see in the group stage.
And with that, again, a lot also are on the shoulders of the super twins, Min and Man.
For sure. Min and Man has been the core for this team, especially if you look at MPL Malaysia Season 10. When the meta was all about just the jungle being the utility and the main carries being the mid lane, which is Min, and that obvious gold lane, which is Panda, who at one point got 2 MVPs in a row on the same day. So right now, you can look at Gary, but I personally am looking at Panda, who can't be docile because they're in the gold lane, in the matchup up against such an oppressive gold laner in Benny. You need to be proactive. You need to be able to find those weakness points.
Yep, you gotta stare into the eye of the storm and say, no, I am the gold laner now. I will take the farm.
I'm Panda.
I'm Panda.
And remember, for Team Hack, they can always just swap lanes and they will swap ahead of you. It's all about the proactiveness in those rotations that really make the difference.
Doesn't even need to be that way. He can say, Sanford, look at me.
Yeah.
I'm the XP laner now.
Yep.
I'm Panda.
We've seen that so many times. Again, the Malaysian swap, right? We've got, that's the term we're using right now. The Malaysian switch. Both Todak and Team Hawk have been able to actually utilize this kind of strategy many times before, but I think Team Hawk has other dimensions, right? Looking at it, like the crazy picks in the mid lane for Min. One thing about Min is he's not, well, he can be just that standard mid laner, but he's not. He likes to bring up so many of these crazy picks. Eudora, even Diggy in the mid lane, that helps the team. He can carry, but he can also be utility.
Oh, we've been talking about the teams for quite a bit, but let's talk about what the audience thinks, because clearly it's a majority for Echo.
99?
There's obviously more than just 5 Echo fans around the world, but no, look, who are the 12% from Malaysia? Who is this?
Definitely not the people you see on screen, because they're here for Hawk.
Absolutely. Look at the prediction here. Also from Indonesia, is heavily leaning towards Echo. I mean, they're looking really good. Oh, more countries showing up right here.
We got orcas everywhere.
Yeah.
A lot of orcas, man.
This is, I think, a landslide when it comes to support and predictions, but you gotta respect the Malaysian spirit. That's still a majority. What was that, 80-something%?
88%.
88%. And given how Team Hawk is now facing off against a tournament favorite. Dave, would you agree Echo is a tournament favorite right now?
Absolutely, but sometimes you just gotta say, damn the predictions. It's time to show everything we got and to be who we are. And that's who Team Hawk is. They're probably one of the most characteristics team, and Malaysia region is probably one of the most characteristic region in the entire M4.
And speaking of just crazy things happening and an identity, is that back out? That's Valens!
It is Valens. Oh my goodness. Working as an analyst for Team Hawk here with Coach Pobs at the helm still. Man, Valens, last time we saw him in an official Moonton event internationally, it was when he represented Malaysia in Orange Esports, and he was playing with Gary, Min, and Man.
Oh, wow. What a reunion. Brothers War, indeed. The Brotherhood have reunited and joining Echo at the helm. That's Coach Treb and Coach Tic Tac. Again, I asked this question earlier, like, how is the coaching staff going to help here? And it's clear that these are young athletes that need guidance. They've talked to us about how important that is.
Because right now the current meta is all about counter relationship, right? You don't even know what's the best first pick anymore, except for some really good picks like Kaja, like Eve, because they can fit into anything. But when you go to the silence, you saw the Malaysian swap because they understand it's all about lane priority. And that's why they swap those lanes. But in the lane, the coach plays such an important role on finding out what is the best pick that counters the opposition.
And they need to see that ahead of time. And sometimes as a player, right, you're zoned in. You are so fixated on the upcoming game, right? Athletes at the top of their game, like Kartizi and Yawi, they just have one thing in mind, and a coach helping with the draft goes a long way.
Sometimes it's a reminder, right, to stay focused on what the big picture is, right? Speaking of, Dave, you've been very vocal about just the coaching in general, and you also been very vocal about a certain team from NA, Team Valley. Is that the reason for the group stage performance? No coach?
Valley's coming in definitely was a lot of weight on her shoulder today, and obviously they played against the Malaysian swap in the group stage, and you saw the power. I think today Hack is going to demonstrate that again, maybe.
Yeah, there was a lot on the shoulders of Coach Balut, and on the shoulders of these young gentlemen is the weight of a continent. That's NA on the back of the Valley, so that's neither here nor there. Right now, it's about Echo and Team Hawk. It seems like we are about to head into the game. There seems to be a few kinks that need to be ironed out. We want to make sure that our athletes get the best experience going into this bout. By the way, this is a best of 5 for those of you who just joined us right now, and it is for the next round in the upper bracket. These 2 lives in M4. There's this format so far in the knockout stage. I really think there's something behind this.
For sure. Looking at it right now, whoever wins will progress to face off against ONIC Esports, who had a very, very decisive victory up against Falcon. 3-0. Convincing? Yeah.
Woo. Yeah, dude, I did not expect that 3-0 domination. ONIC Indo played out of their mind. This is a textbook Mobile Legend esports gaming. I mean, so whoever wins this, it's going to be a tough road ahead, but I think they got it because we're talking about Echo. One of the most disciplined teams in the entire MPL SEA.
Yep, if you guys don't know, y'all can, after this broadcast, obviously, check out their YouTube channel and their other social media pages, because they actually post their mic check.
Oh.
And it surprised us, especially back home in MPLPH, when we listen. Again, they're such young gentlemen, right? Like, their oldest players are what, 21, 22?
Sansan Bros?
The Sansan Bros are what, average age of 14, 15?
Wow.
And they're so mature when you listen to them, especially Sanji. I actually spent a good amount of time with Sanji, especially when he was still in the amateur scene, right? He was under the banner of a team called Work Aerial. He was the mid laner then, and he was so quiet. But listening to the recent season's mic check, especially with Carl Teasy and Yawi at the helm, they're just like, should we do this? Should we do this? Yeah. No. Don't. Yes, okay, all right. They're a unit.
Yeah, a lot of times I gotta give credit to the coaching system, right? It's not just one coach, the whole system, whole team behind the players, behind the athletes. You mentioned how young they are. I gotta see Sanford in real life. He looks so young.
He does.
And yet in the game, he performed like a monster. I mean, I got a chance to interview Chicken about Sanford in the EXP lane. He says this guy's doing Benedetta like no one else. It's just absolutely insane how he cuts your backline. You don't even see him come in. Next thing you know, you're petrified and you're dead.
Could have sworn this young man had 3 hands.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, maybe 4, right? Look at him again. So young, so passionate, and I think the most important thing is so hungry.
Oh, yeah. He's so driven. And compared him with stats on over 1/2 of the Super Twins, I can only really imagine what the communications are like for Team Hawk, because again, they have those Super
Telepathy.
Twins. Exactly, I was gonna say, it's like, do they just know what's going on? They just look at each other? Or, well, again, you're in game, so it's just like a little, do they feel it, right?
Man, Min and Man, honestly.
This is scientific, by the way.
Yeah.
I think twins, especially are they fraternal or identical? Identical twins.
Identical twins,
They
right?
have that. It's a thing.
Exactly. It's a thing, right? That biology speaks. And honestly, looking at how they play, looking at how they follow up with each other's plays, it does feel like there's a bit of telepathy going on here. But let's take a look at Echo right now.
Yep. Sanford, known for his Benedetta, but as well his Grok. Dave, how you feeling about his Grok?
Dude, his Grok is insane because he used the same playstyle. Sometimes one character you play really well, you carry the same mentality into all kinds of characters. When he plays the Grok, he will show up from the most unexpected places and just use the wild charge. And Grok right now skill with the physical damage so well. You can one-shot any backline with a simple combo.
Yep. Again, there's so many builds for an XP lane Grok, but when it comes to Sanford's XP lane Grok, I do not question it. It's one of my favorites, seeing it in competition. Can I just teach you guys a little bit of Filipino?
Sure.
What he does, right, with the wild charge, in Filipino, it's called the flicker dunggol.
The flicker?
Tunggol.
Tunggol.
Yeah, so basically you flicker in, right? And then you use the wild charge. Tunggol is a Filipino term for like just bumping into something. Langgar.
Oh,
right? So I'm translating in many different languages, but let's talk about Team Hawk's signature picks. There's one here that really just catches my eye, and it's that very scalpel specific pick. It's Eudora.
I love it, man.
Not only Eudora, they also play Dairoth. They also play something like Brody.
A lot of Dairoth.
They're very, very different from any other team, and that's why this team stands out in the entire M4 so far, because the meta is actually kind of merging into the same draft style, except for the Malaysian teams.
That's why right now I feel like, you know, especially even in my prediction video, I said that Team Hawk are looking like title contenders, right? Sure, the obvious favorites, if you look at the audience prediction and if you look at the talent prediction, has to be Echo. 3-0 in groups. But Team Hawk, when they're comfortable on stage, when they get to perform at their highest level, and MPL Malaysia, Season 10, Grand Finals, we saw how they were able to outdraft their opponents and even outplay their opponents in game. How? With that crazy pick from Man, with Panda obviously just being that solid gold lane. But another thing now that they have, that's an additional dynamic for the team, is Gary being able to carry on those assassin picks again.
And if he doesn't, then he just relies on Panda. I think it's more of a who gets to press the kill switch first, and we're looking at that head-to-head between Panda and Benny Cutie.
You can see right here, KDA, Benny Cutie has 12 over 7.2. It's absolutely dominating, and GPM, the 20 gold difference, GPM per minute, gold per minute is actually going to make a huge difference if you're talking about a course of a game. The DPM right here is 11,000 damage per minute compared to 9,000. Benny Cutie definitely wins this head-to-head.
Yeah, about 2K per minute, and let's say you respawn, you die team fights, 2K, that's about half of a core's life total.
Yeah, absolutely. A core at level 15 is about 4,000 HP. That's all you have. That's why you get one-shotted by Grok, by Benedetta. Now, with 2,000 damage extra, that's insane.
I mean, looking at Benny QT's game and Panda, both of them are very aggressive gold laners, especially currently on the meta. You're kind of forced to do that, right? With the 1-1, the carry, all these short-range heroes being meta, you need to be able to pull these crazy plays off, dealing as much damage as possible, but also staying in position where you won't get hit, where you won't get assassinated. And I think right now, Benny, that's who I'm most impressed with in the gold lane.
Yep.
In the group stage, the way he played, it's so risky. Sometimes it does not make sense how he's still able to survive after going in so deep.
I mean, that's how you grow as a player. And actually, to be fair, Benny has had a rocky 6 months. A lot of people have been doubting him. And now here at the world stage, he is redeeming himself.
And absolutely, and that's why support plays such a detrimental role in the entire meta right now. That's why Yaoi, I have my eyes on this guy. I mean, he plays so aggressive, so you always know where your jungler is. I mean, you find out where a jungler is, kind of tells you where an entire team is going to be rotating to, which sides it's going to be rotating to. That gives your team a lot of information, especially the goal lane, to farm safely, to know, okay, do I have to switch to the other side or go to the jungle, maybe take a small camp instead of staying lane and getting 3-man dive.
And that's what makes the Echo lineup so lethal. The potential, the execution, and the fact that they have years of esports wisdom behind them through their coaching staff, and again, a very strong franchise, a very strong management. Here we go, mere seconds before the draft begins. It's Echo versus Team Hawk, the first game in a best of 5. It's Echo on the play. Team Hawk answering back. There goes the Diggy and the Kaja. As well, Team Hawk getting rid of the Valentina and the 1-1.
Oh, right now you still have Lolita available on the table, who's one of the best tanks in the meta because it counters a lot of the marksmen. Are they going to pick that up? I mean, that's something you have to think about. Also, the Hilda. Are we going to see that ban coming out right away just to make sure Team Hawk doesn't play their character?
Well, you know, yeah, I agree. The Hilda has been just a monstrous pick, especially for the Malaysian teams. They just love their Hildas, right? And their Hildas, well, they love it for a very good reason. It's been super successful. 100% win rate for both the Malaysian teams. But honestly, looking at it, it's a bit too situational to go for the bans early on here, especially in the first game, where both teams are still trying to read each other out. So we are just going to see another meta ban, a prio ban, with the glue getting taken out of play by Echo.
Blue monster being banned away. That means a lot of characteristics are still on the table, right? We talk about Hilda, we talk about Lolita, those tanks are available. Sometimes, right now, you can also pick up the Eve as the first pick, and that's still available as well.
We are 5 heroes deep into the bans, and Eve is still out there. So one of these teams has to make the call. And I'm guessing Echo's not shy to do that. I'm guessing, and I'm willing to wager they're going to do that here.
Well, you know, usually they do go for the Fanny ban. Whenever anyone's up against Echo, they ban out the Fanny. So the Eve, the Fanny, now open, up for grabs for Echo. What do they opt for? The answer is none. It's the carry for Benny.
Yeah, absolutely. You still have a lot of counters for carry. Lolita is one of the best options right now, but are they going to stick with that? Or again, we mentioned Hilda over and over again, but here they have the choice to do that.
If the Hilda does come through in these first two picks on the swing back after the carry, then does that mean they have to go Hilda carry? Because I'm not liking the Hilda into the Eve.
Agree.
It's so hard.
I think right now, the focus for Team Hawk has to be Cryo Heroes, the Eve.
Oh, Eve.
I was expecting something like the Fanny, especially considering Gary just really likes that Fanny. A great Fanny player. We saw this at MSC. But it is going to be the Yuzong locked in. They want to create some backline threats here to really threaten the backline of Echo. But that's two signature picks. Yaoi on the Cho, and Sanford, presumably, on the Grok.
Presumably on the Grok. But when we know, I mean, either one, they have to play one of those characters, or maybe Grok in the jungle as well. But right now, Grok with a flicker, with a new patch came out, it's so insane because you really can't see the wall charge. You can charge from the end of it, and then he flicker onto your face, and you are just dead. So right here, I mean, most likely it's going to be a sim for Grok, and I cannot wait to see the Yaoi on the Chow, because this is going to be insane.
That's a signature pick if I've ever seen one. Might as well just make it a shoe-in if ever Echo wins. Ladies and gentlemen, one more pick for Team Hawk here. A lot on the minds of Coach Bab, seeing that one half of the Sansan duo already has their hero. That's the Grok. Leaves me wondering, and I'm sure a lot of people watching at home, what hero is going to the hands of Sanji. The answer, though, to the carry, the Irithel.
For me, honestly, looking at the compositions right now, Team Hawk don't really have a choice, right? For the gold lane. Because firstly, well, carry's been picked up. One's been banned away. Usually those are the two picks that you want to go for, but considering the amount of engages here, Team Hawk, Panda can't really go for that immobile carry in the back line. They can't go for your standard, just Beatrix. You need someone with mobility, and Irithel brings that to the table. Hasn't been too successful in this meta, but up against this composition, it's what works. It's what is viable, right? A good matchup too up against carry will ensure that at least the Irithel can lane properly, farm up to that item power spike.
And Irithel is actually a lane bully. The skill 1-2 damage is really, really good. And I was expecting him to ban Hayabusa here. Because if you think about Irithel and Eve early game, they're lacking a lot of mobility. Yes, Irithel, once it gets the ultimate, the heavy crossbow, you can run really fast. You can start doing a lot of damage. But before that, you're more like just a Layla type of marksman.
Yeah, you're waiting.
Exactly. Same as Eve. Talking about lack of mobility. So yes, they're going to ban the Hayabusa. Are we going to see the Fanny ban coming up?
Oh yeah, it's odd in high-level MLBB play, especially when we're talking about the past 6 to 9 months, to see a Fanny out there in the open. And now that we're taking out junglers, given that Team Hawk nor Echo have a clear answer, there, speaking of the devil, banning out the Fanny.
Too risky to actually leave it open, right? They do have the first pick, but it just shows you that Team Hawk have another pick up their sleeves,
yeah,
right?
I mean, you don't want to Fanny into a Grok or a Cho.
Exactly. There's a wall, there's a lockdown ability too for the Fanny, but it's just a good setup for Echo too. Right now, Martis being banned away. Gary, first pick in the second phase for Team Hawk.
Right now, I mean, Team Hawk, they miss qual control. I mean, look at their comp right now. Irithel, Eve, yes, you have slow, but you don't have hardcore CC. So you're missing those key engages. Are we going to see the Lolita coming out to initiate those fights so we can have follow-up damage?
Yep, there's nothing on demand. There's nothing that can confirm, like with very little clapback, because right now, it's only really that Yuzong, right?
Petrified.
Without the ult, without the combo, you're waiting on cooldowns.
Dairoth.
It looks like they're holding it back. This is a signature pick for Gary, and the swing back from Echo, it's very fast. They go ahead, get that Farsa. They're fighting on range for range here.
Now you can really understand why they went for the Ling ban, the Martis ban too. Just two heroes that can really threaten the back line. That's very present here for Echo. And the final pick, it is going to be the Grok into the jungle. Lapu picked up for Sanford in the XP lane. Final pick for Team Hawk up against this composition. They need dive. They need someone to be able to help the Yuzong, or perhaps someone to just help the back line. You need to choose between the two. What do you think?
I gotta give that to Miracle because all this character are flex picks, and that's why those teams who can flex picks are gonna be really strong in the meta right now. They know if Grok put on the sideline, go against a Daroth, for example, it might be really dangerous, or going against Jungle might be really dangerous. So they decided to put him jungle and put a stronger laner on the side.
We don't know. There was a time in MPLPH for like 3 or 4 months that Cho went into the jungle. That's not out of the question.
True.
Oh, you're right. But knowing Yaoi,
I mean,
right?
knowing
Yaoi, the Cho's probably going to be on him, and here it is.
The Hilda.
You called it. It's the Hilda.
The Malaysian Hilda.
It's so scary, dude. I mean, again, 100% win rate. Todak used this, destroyed Kyrie. Then Team Hawk used it, destroyed the Valley.
Absolutely. I mean, but you gotta understand, Hilda is gonna be really strong in the jungle in the early game. But if it gets to the late game, Carry is gonna melt Hilda in like a matter of 2 seconds, right? So can you actually open up the game with Hilda, with Daros? Because their early game is looking insane right now.
Yeah, so given the snowball, if it does work out for Echo, the whole Malaysian offense might need some reworking, some recalibration to work out for a late game comeback. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to head into game 1 in this upper bracket bout. The first game in a best of 5. Kanahira Yebombe and Echo loud and proud for all the fans here in Sinai. And here we go, game 1 between Echo and Team Hawk.
Right off the bat, you can see Hilda is already finding her way into the opposition jungle. Here it comes, but we're gonna have a red star, seems like.
Yep. It's a mirrored start, and you called it, it's Grok in the jungle.
Yep. The Grok in the jungle, it's, again, just something that's really flexible, right? That's the only thing I have to say. We haven't seen much of this right now. Min actually still jumping into the enemy jungle onto Carl TZ. Min's gonna be stunned up as Sanji jumps in with a rotation. That's gonna be the wall popped in, and Min's gonna be caught low. Has a sprint, Sanji the flicker, finds first blood. And there you have it. That's the loud and proud from Echo.
They were not expecting a quick response. Team Hawk, Echo seems to have found a solution.
Yeah, but a lot of times what Team Hawk does with Hilda is they will die a few times in the early game just to grant vision. Sometimes they just don't care about this early game death. They know, okay, I'm going to sacrifice myself, but the vision is more important. You can see Hilda, despite the death, is now making her way onto the bottom side to find more aggression already.
But the question is, was it 400, 300 gold in the first minute worth it, right?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, oh, here we go.
There's a lot being placed in with a wild charge, and even that Jeet Kune Do. Yaoi picks it up in the end, and it's still just 2-0. Great start for Echo.
Dave, I said, was it worth 300, 400? Now is it worth 1,000?
Topside, another pickup for Team Hawk. Now they have really opened up the map on the top lane, 12 seconds before the turtle.
Panda is going to be dove on that final hit, and he fades away. Benny picking up a whole lot of turret gold too, and it's 1,000 on the board already for Echo.
Yeah, I mean, yes, you have 1,000 gold lead, and Turtle is coming up, and look at both side jungler though. Bottom lane.
Min able to dish out so much damage, but Benny still is able to survive. Meanwhile, on the top lane, Yaoi finds the Jeet Kune Do flicker, brings the jungler back to Sanji for him to pick up, and it's turtle number 1 secured by Echo.
Dave, are you seeing this? It's about 2K ahead in 2 minutes.
Yeah, I know, it's absolutely insane. This is aggression on aggression right here. Hilda is already, again, looking for a vision here, but sometimes if you actually die too much in the early game, it might not turn to your favor in this case, right? Min, even though like he's in the enemy side, he's finding this vision, and Kawartizi knows this, but it doesn't seem like it's getting too much done besides just dying over and over again.
He's a distraction,
Here
and right now he's trying to buy as much time as possible. As Yaoi jumps in with the Jeet Kune Do, bringing him back with that Way of the Dragon. Min's gonna fall for the 3rd time in this game, and it's still just Echo controlling the pace of the game.
Despite that Way of the Dragon being slightly off angle, there was enough damage between the 3 members of Echo to punish Min.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Hilda right now going in, this is something, even though he's dying though, I gotta give them benefit because we saw the game that Team Valley went against, right? Even though Hilda was dying, but he was distracting so many people. And the other lanes are farming because Hilda know exactly where your opponents are. So this might be something they're doing right here as well.
Well, there's still maybe a couple more turtles for them to hedge on that.
Yeah.
But right now, Echo seems to still be on top of the just to-do list for Team Hawk, right? You kill the Hilda, and then you move on and convert. It doesn't really bother the laners of Echo.
Doesn't at all, right? They're even just grouping up here as in the top lane here, the XP lane. It's 1v1, Lola versus Sanford. Lola using that Petrify earlier to regain some HP, as in the bottom lane, the gold lane, it does seem like both Man and Panda has been taken low by a dive attempt by Echo.
Yeah, but it just trade off on skills. But you can see Echo does have the control on the map, despite the Hilda. I mean, they really thought about how to counter this guy. Even though the early game, I thought they wouldn't have the damage to kill someone as beefy, as tanky as Hilda, but I was proven wrong. And now the second turtle is spawning. You can see Echo is already in position to contest this objective yet again.
It's just full control right now for Echo. 2.4k gold lead, a lot of gold being placed into one of the core members. We said it, Sanji on the Farsa, 2-0-1. You got wave clear, you got poke, and on the Farsa, you have the wings by wings. That's additional rotation speed across the map. Team Hawk don't really have an answer to that right now.
Well, there was a small response from them. Can Gary get out? He's okay. I think this is the response from Team Hawk, is just try to pressure Benny. Send dudes down into that gold lane.
Yeah, I mean, look at Yaoi here on the bottom side, getting vision from the Hilda. Let's take a look at item right now, as well as emblems. It's like both sides are picking about a similar, you know, for marksmen. They just want to have a safe laning phase.
Yeah, what worries me is the difference between the different junglers, right? It's a clear tank utility jungler on
all right.
But wait, Yaoi!
An uncharacteristic miss from Yaoi as he gets punished. Min picks up a kill. Honestly, in that conversion, Min, I think that's the worst player to have a kill on, especially considering he's just been a distraction for Team Hawk.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, once you get a kill, you reset the gold count. If you die again, that's another 200 gold to the enemy pocket. Especially you lose the key winning condition, which is the vision factor.
Yeah, but at this point, I think THQ, Hawk, is just happy to have a kill, right? Punish the lover boy, and they go from there.
Just as you say it, they get another in the gold lane, actually ambushing Carl TZ, and finally getting a grip back on the game.
You know, I gotta give some credit to Team Hack's entire draft strategy or philosophy. The Dairoth is one of the best characters, fighters to kill tank. You know, now you're thinking about it, yes, they're lacking quad control, but because it's so easy for them to kill tanks, just with a little bit of slow that they have, they're able to do it.
And we can expect for this to get a little better as they get items and they build up confidence and they figure out what exactly Echo is trying to do as they push this bottom lane turret. Oh, what a mirror move. Top lane too. Echo gets that.
Trade, right? XP for gold, and Lola had to just give up that XP lane. Knowing he was playing the weak side of the map, he would much rather just come to the mid lane, rotate over, and help the other members. But right now, it does seem like Yaoi wants to look for just additional mid control with Sanji, as that is actually going to be Yaoi once again poked down by Min. Mon's rotating already, but pay attention to Echo's positioning. It's called D jumps into the wall charge. Sanford joins in, and it's an all-out collapse. Called D's gonna fall, but Lola jumps into the back line with Petrify, finding Yaoi. The Furious Dive not able to find them, but Team Hawk have won the team fight. They're going on to the turtle, and this is the turnaround.
A tough 5v4 situation for Echo that Team Hawk capitalized on. Dave, Hawk got a turtle here.
Yeah, I mean, there are two reasons for the key of the victory for Team Hawk. They have Hilda. It's becoming increasingly harder to kill now. Now you can see Hilda jumping into the child. They can't do anything to him. They don't want to waste skills on him either. At the same time, Ujong is slowly but surely become a monster to the back line. You saw how much threat he posed to the mid laner, to Sanji on the far side.
And we're expecting that exactly, right, from Team Hawk. They survived the early game counter from Echo on that Hilda strat, and then now there's this mid-game power spike.
The mid-game power spike is going to be quite massive for both of these teams, like looking at their compositions. But honestly, I do feel like the later the game goes, it's so even. Both teams have just drafted themselves for a very good early, mid, and even late stage.
It does seem like Echo's making a comeback here. I mean, sorry, Team Hawk is making a comeback. Look at Echo's marksman. Look at Benny QT on the carry. 58, 6,000 gold, about 1,200 gold ahead on the opposition. This carry is going to be an absolute unstoppable force in a little bit.
Yeah. Early pop on the Fed.
There we go.
Lola.
Black Dragon formed by Lola, trying to find someone. Alcohol Teasy is going to be petrified there, but does have the wild charge to get out. Now Team Hawk once again jumping in. Yaoi going to be able to find the way to the Dragon, but it's going to be brought back to the team. Panda with an amazing position right now, but it's going to be Benny QT free hitting as well.
Oh! Flickering forward against the members. Benny QT
still able to find some damage before getting shut down by Min. Sanford now running back. It's a 3 for 2. A flicker forward by Benny. Holy moly. But by the airstrike comes in. Panda still able to fall. Actually, for the damage, it's enough. Now it's gonna be 1v3.
Oh!
Min gets shut down, and Sanji picks up a double.
A delayed wipeout off the back of the Storm's aggression. Benny Cutie has entered the building.
Yes, Benny Cutie with the flank on the marksman. We talk about Echo's character playstyle is to split push, is to flank, and they do it on every single position, including the marksman. That's insane.
Yep, you're expecting the split push or that angle from Benny Cutie from Echo in the late game, and we were just talking about that mid-game spike, and again, this is the evolution of the Storm. But Benny has arrived, man, very low.
Sanji's gonna be caught, shut down by Gary. This is it. It's gonna be the flicker, actually by Carltesius. Lola jumps in the back line. Benny with no flicker. Lola versus the world right now. He's still able to dish out the damage, taking a kill back, and even surviving with one. Carltesius gonna be gunned down now with Panda chasing him. It's a 4 for 0 for Team Hawk. The goal's been equalized, but Echo found the Lord.
The Malaysians have caught the Filipino team slacking, and yeah, they got the Lord, but they just had one dude left. 4 for none. Team Hawk on the swing back.
Yes, Echo used everything they got to burst down the Lord, and the Malaysian team find the opening. They just find one target at a time, starting from the mid laner. This is a very, very united team. 5 men moving together. You can see just sweep through the opposition on the map, one after one. This is so good to watch. Oh my goodness.
Oh, Echo didn't even get to capitalize on the Lord.
Yep.
Yeah, it fought what, maybe 5 to 10 seconds? But Echo now have to reconsider. Yeah, we get
here
to
we go. On to Min. He's gonna be bursted down, melted, taken out of the game. Now you see him, now you don't. Looking at it, Man still wants to be able to clear this wave, defending the tier 1 in the mid lane. Let's talk about how Team Hawk fought with a 5,000 gold deficit and won.
It's sometimes not about a gold deficit, it's about number advantage, right? They started off with 5-on-1 to take down Sunji in the mid lane, and then they move on to the Lord and start taking over the fight. So because the one fight alone, they even out the total gold and now actually on top, the one I'm actually worried about is still going to be Benny Cutie on the late game. This guy's getting so much farm, and if you can't kill Carry next time, it might be Carry turning around and wipe out the entire side of Team Hawk.
All right, good news, bad news. Benny Cutie is a brewing storm. He showed us a little bit of what he can dish out later on, but bad news is there's an answer. Lola will constantly be looking for him. So I guess it's more of a matter of deterrence. Like, can I find you? And are you going to have the confidence to find that angle again, knowing that I'm here?
And I think right there, especially in the fight that Benny flickered forward, it was great for them because it was a curveball, right? As a Yuzong, as you know, if you're Lola, you would expect, I want to dive to the back line. For Min too. If Benny flickers forward, they're like, wait.
He's not here.
He's not here. What happened?
No, it's home.
It's actually the opposite. It's like a reverse psychology, should I say? They do the things that you least expect. Here comes Min, finding the vision. He does not care. Walking through every bush safely. But here comes Gary.
Oh, Yowie! Finds the Kundo, but only to Min right now. That's gonna be the wild charge, knocking 3 up. But that's the real world inflation doing damage. Man now still gonna be able to sprint out as Gary jumps in. Sanford gonna be able to find the kills. Lola still able to actually back off. Carltesius and Benny right now looking for some more, but it's just the roamer traded in for the mid laner. Echo with a favorable trade.
Wow, what a trade right here. And this is what I was talking about. Lola trying to find the flank again onto Carry, but Benny Cutie is getting tankier and tankier as we go. If you cannot one-shot this marksman, she will turn it around and everyone will perish.
Yep, and again, icing on the cake, Benny Cutie did not need to use his flicker to win that engagement.
That's so good for Echo.
And it's going to convert into this Lord. I just don't know if it's for free. I'm not sure if Team Hawk is even considering going for a contest, but the way the map looks, it looks like, yeah, Echo is going to score a Luminous Lord.
Ooh. That's going to be really tough for Team Hawk. Even while they had the gold lead just for a bit, they weren't able to convert on objectives. Now, they're finally able to find a turret tier 1 up top, trading it for the Lord. But with this composition, Echo just has a bit more to say when it comes down to sieges.
Yeah, absolutely. You have Farsight with a lot of pressure with the ultimate. Lord is going to go down from the top side. That means the mid 2 towers are not going to stand for any longer.
Yep, given that the first Lord, yeah, Echo just flubbed that. THQ. They defended so well. Now, the minions have become enhanced even more, so they can leave lanes and start going. Oh, Sanji popping an early feathered airstrike. Yawi looking for an angle. Can he get it? All right, main artery penetrated. Echo making moves on the map.
Tier 1 taken down in mid lane as they focus once again to rotate across the map. Min already positioned. Sanford spots him, but Min still wants to just act as a distraction, buying as much time as possible. Meanwhile, though, you do see in the mid lane and even in the bottom lane, the Tier 2 was taken down. Team Hawk still able to micromanage really well, taking the Lord down and defending pretty well.
Yeah, they only lost, I think, like 2 towers, one on the bottom side, one in the mid. I mean, Echo, even though they synced the wave really, really well, but Team Hawk surprisingly able to pull off this defense. I think largely it's thanks to Eve and Arathel.
They're doing all right here. So again, it's another swing back. Echo at the lead once more. A very, very small lead, mind you, but the map is looking blue all throughout. I think that's what happens when you get these major objectives and your opponents are forced to rotate together. See how closely Team Hawk is.
Oh, and you can see, honestly, just the way Mun's playing, right? He's trying to bait out Yaoi's Jikundo flicker because he does have that Purify, right? Mun, notice his positioning. Always somewhat just in the middle or in front, actually.
Yep, and I think what that bought for Panda is a lot of gold.
Yeah, look at Panda's gold right now. The thing that the worries me increasingly for Team Hawk is Arathel, when it gets to the late game, yes, does a lot of damage, but that's only for squishy characters. And if you look at Echo, how tanky their front line is. Oh, Kartizi getting poked out.
He's so low. Kartizi gonna have to back off for a bit. Sanford opening up the map once again. That's gonna be the Black Dragon form, popped in by Lola. Instant disengage from Echo, but it's gonna be Benny QT is gonna be the target right now. That's gonna be Sanji caught. He's gonna be stunned up. He's gonna be slain. Min losing immortality right now in front of it, but the real world Blade catches 2. Lola tries to rectify, but he's gonna be melted down. Benny QT once again bringing forward. Benny with the triple kill. Still somehow saving the game. Team Hawk, they got that in the pocket. Mon still with Gary, more resources to play with.
3 for 3, what a tough trade. Dave, what happened?
Yeah, I would think the most important Team Hawk's victory there is Min's survival. He survived, is able to do the magic damage needed to kill Gary, because that's probably the only character right now that can do that amount of damage. Of course, on top of you, Gary on the side, just doing the swings, doing the skill 1, 2, 3 combo. So I think that's the only reason that Benny Kuti got taken down. If this character stays alive, that could be Echo complete sweep and could have been again, actually.
Yep, in the long run, it seemed like Echo was out of the woods. It seemed like they baited out almost every possible ult that THQ could put on the map, but so far, it looked like THQ were hiding some aces, hiding some kings, and now look, Yawi.
Uh-oh, that's the immortality popped in. Sanji's gonna be caught by the collapse from the Malaysian champions. Once again, that's a 2 for 0. Min and the midst of it all, gonna be caught with the bravest fighter and the stun. That's gonna be Lola jumping in as well. Min gonna lose a lot of HP, but still gonna be able to survive with 1 HP. Ibombe Hawk, they're here to come and play.
Oh, check the base. Benny Cutie had to go home and defend. Kartizi just whacking away at these minions one at a time. It looks like the split push kings are the one who's gonna get split pushed themselves. THQ converting into a straight lord. It's a luminous lord for the Malaysians.
What?
What a play from Team Hawk. And I gotta say, I see a different level of Team Hawk right here. They're so disciplined. They go on 1 target at a time. Despite the fact that Main was zoning the entire backline of Team Echo, he quickly made a comeback to reunite with Lola to win that team fight and eventually survive with sliver of health.
I'd say maybe in the 5 or 6 major team fights in this 17-minute game, Team Hawk have been so good on the recovery. On a mechanical level, you'd say Echo are just waiting for battle spells, waiting for ults, right? But Team Hawk always have that next level, always have that decision after the post-engage.
3.5k gold lead. The 17th minute of the game with the Evolved Lord, Enhanced Lord still marching down in that bottom lane.
This is a tough defense. Can Echo do it? Looking for that first engage. There's a feathered air strike. Slowly but surely, Team Hawk making their way in. Black Dragon form!
Lola into the midst, jumps in, gets out with the Furious Dive. That's the bravest fighter catching Panda. Instant flicker away by Panda right now. That's gonna be Sanford, still surviving. Echo have cleared the Lord out. Team Hawk deciding to go back to the mid lane. Gets the base turret down, rotating up top. Yawi finds Panda! Furious Dive pops in. Benny QT finds the kill on the Panda as Lola's gonna be caught. Immortality pops, and that's Lola falling to the hands of Benny. But Team Hawk have taken 2 base turrets.
At the price of your inhibitors, Echo have gone with a stellar defense, and they've sent Team Hawk packing, going home. How can Echo capitalize?
I mean, Echo at this point, there's not enough minion wave, and also Team Hawk made a really good decision to retreat really fast. Let's take a look at the team fight. It started off from Yaoi really decisive engage, and I gotta see the wall from KRTZ is insane over there. Just blocking 2 people away, you can see Team Hawk just quickly retreated. They want to make sure you don't capitalize on the death.
Oh! Yaoi saved the game with the Weighted Dragon now getting caught. Team Hawk looking to capitalize as Echo disengages. Min jumping in, looking for a play. Sanford gonna be caught low as Gary jumps in for the damage. Card connects on the 2. Min's gonna lose the immortality as Gary once again is looking for some damage. Benny gonna be caught. Panda does some damage back. What
Oh my!
Benny finds the killing spree. Brave is fired out of the back line as Panda's gonna be stunned up. That's Sanford dealing so much onto Panda. But here's Lola as well. Panda gonna be taken down. Lola to the back line. Benny with a flicker out. Gary's still low. Benny chasing. It's a shutdown for Benny QT.
Damn you, Benny, why are you so good? 11-3-3. Gonna go ahead and help Sanji clear out, but that could have been so much worse for Echo. Team Hawk getting real scrappy. They know they're ahead, but Echo still know the right decision at the right time. The map is against them, but so far it's not over. Here's an evolved Lord. Dave, what's this Lord looking like? Chances for either team to get it?
I mean, it seems like it's going to be 80-20 for the favor of Echo right now. They have 4 up compared to only 2. And on top of the fact that here you have Retribution from KRTZ, and you have this Shredder from Carrier. Look at Benny QT just losing the drop-in HP of the Lord in a matter of seconds.
Benny.
Just Benny.
Just Benny. That's all I have to say.
Yep.
And honestly, that's all we have to say. That fight, he just popped off.
It seems to be either Benny gets caught out or Benny just takes over. It's one or the other. And so far, he's slowly understanding more the decision process for Lola. It looks like he knows more and more better when Lola's going to try to find him.
Exactly, and Lola used the dragon form to come looking for him, and that's when, after the dragon's done, that's when Carrie showed up again into the team fight, rejoining the team fight, and actually shredded everybody on the map. They're really fighting this fight well, slowly but surely and steadily.
Honestly, looking at how they're going to be pushing now, Team Hawk with the Evolved Lord, right? It's Echo pushing in with a 4,000 gold lead. It doesn't really mean much in the later stage of the game because everybody has gone to a point where it's all full items. How do Team Hawk defend this?
I mean, right now with the Lord, and by the way, I like the details from KRTZ now. They block the path for the Lord. This way, Lord's going to take longer to go to the base. Yep. And this will allow more super minions to come out, and that will really help you when you push the base. They're increasing every chance they can get, and here comes the push.
Evolved Lord cracking the base. Base turret number 1 taken down. Team Hawk looking for that defense right now as Lola jumps in with the Black Dragon form, just zoning Echo away. Lord at 10,000 HP, melted down. Real world regulation popped in the mid lane to clear out the wave and to zone Echo away. Team Hawk with a masterful defense.
Clean from the Malaysian squad, the MPL Season 10 MY champions. There's a lot of ult spent, though, to get that done. Yaoi looking for one.
Here we go.
Yaoi gonna flicker forward. Winner truncheon by Gary to bait it out. Sanford now helping his teammate, but Yaoi gonna be taken low. Still alive. That's both teams disengaging, but it's Echo who finds base turret. Min still looking for something as he opens up the map. Mon gonna be able to slow some people down with the Ice Queen wand in the second ability. Min still again jumping in. Benny gonna be able to dash away from the wall. Team Hawk still chasing, but they will not be able to find it. It's a flicker baited out. Sanji, no flicker. Lola with the Black Dragon form comes in. Winner truncheon baited out. Sanford gonna be caught in the midst of it all. That's gonna be Sanji losing the immortality. Gary picks up 1. It's a 1-for-0, but 22 minutes on in the game. 50 seconds for the respawn timers.
Oh, and this whole time it's just Min in the base defending. Are we looking at potential clapback from Echo? They were also left reeling. They were gassed from that last team fight. Dave, we're down to 1 inhibitor for Team Hawk.
I mean, this is such an even game. Actually,
no
there's
more.
no more.
Oh.
The mini wave's too strong. I was thinking just a Hilda alone is not gonna cut it.
You can't.
You can't. And by the way, at this point, carry is the deciding factor. Can you take down Benny? Is the win condition for Hawk? And it doesn't seem like they have the resources to do it. It's gonna be up to Dairoth, Eve, and you don't jump in at the exact same time to even have a chance on Benny.
Is this the longest game in M4 so far?
Approaching. I think Occupy had one long game against the RRQ Hoshi in the group stage. But here in the knockouts, boy oh boy, best believe stakes are much, much higher. Lord here, approaching half health. Oh, look at where Benny is, look at where Benny is.
Uh-oh, still waiting once again. Lola going to be able to actually jump in. Sanford doing the same thing right now. Black Dragon form pops in, and that's going to be Yaoi finding the way the Dragon. Yaoi's going to be taken down right now, but look at the mid lane right now. Team Hawk's going to be able to look for the Lord. Panda still walking back, trying to save the game. Benny in the mid lane, looking for a big play. Has the mid wave, flickering forward. Taking the Lord, ready for the game! Echo Philippines! Strike first in the best of 5.
Loud and proud, that's their trademark. The split push, now to cover up your back doors, and Benny came a knockin'. 1-0 in this best of 5. Echo goes on, scores the first win. Dave, you see that coming?
Well, when you pointed out about Benny's position, I think the entire stage, the entire world was looking at him just quietly and secretly planning the backdoor, and they did it. You cannot look for a jungler to backdoor. For Echo, is their marksman.
Well, they've done this 2 times now.
They've, at this point, for me, countless times. But did you see where exactly Benny set it up? He set it up from such a long angle. What was that, river? Mid-river?
Yep.
And it was top side, right? So he was away from the fight. It was such a risky play to go for, but he just did it.
Oh, wow.
Chad Benny. Flickering forward, waiting in the bush, making the risky plays. But if it pays off, it pays off, man. They got the game.
You see the face on Coach Tick and Coach Trev? It's both unexpected and just as planned. So this is something straight out of the Echo playbook.
I mean, absolutely saw the time with the engage, right? Just when Benny was about to split push. That's when the entire team collapsed on Team Hawk to distract them and making sure that Benny has the chance, has the time necessary, the extra 2 seconds to take the win.
Yeah, and this is exactly where the aforementioned Echo mic check is going to matter, because there's got to be some complex way that was set up, right? But for now, we would like to remind everyone of the M4 Battle Night. It goes live this January 21st. Expect loads of events and rewards up for grabs in game. First off, complete battle tasks in the game on January 21st to get a skin choice chest. You can choose a skin you like the most from the chest. I would choose a hero that you main. Now, aside from that, the battle bonus awaits you on the same day. Play matches and you'll get team star protection for 3 matches, double star raising points, double protection points, double EXP, and double BP for 5 matches. We are not stopping there.
Wow.
Free access to all heroes and loads of epic skins will be available that very day. Save the date. Log into the game on January 21st. Enjoy the match and win tons of rewards. Let's all celebrate the M4 World Championships together, including all of your friends. Tell them the M4 Battle Night happening January 21st. It's been an awesome time, lads. Let's throw it over to our analysts and see what they think. Guys, what's going on?
All right, here we are. This is Analysis Treks today, along with Wolf and Gideon. How are you guys feeling after that insane game?
I don't know how to feel, but this guy, man, I have to ask you, why does it have to always be Malaysia, and why does it always have to be Echo when it comes to those backdoor plays, and of course, Malaysia with the, I don't know, always the nail-biter series?
Look, we like to play interesting games. We like to give the best of Mobile Legends. And come on, was that not the most interesting game so far? That's what I thought.
Most definitely a very, very interesting game. I mean, from start to finish, from draft until that final split push moment. But before we jump too much into the end, how do you feel about the draft, Wolf?
Yeah, I thought that it was just about a mid-game for the side of Team Hack because of the sustain lineup that they have. When it comes to Echo, what they needed to do was to make the most out of the early game because their composition is for bursts. And whenever they don't have the ultimates, they don't have the team fight integrity. So they had to make the most out of the early game and make BenQ the hurricane or the typhoon that we're looking for. Unfortunately, Team Hack found an opening in the mid game. AD didn't let go.
Honestly, it could have gone a lot worse for Team Hawk. In a lot of situations, it was extremely, I would say, pretty much game-ending for a gold laner. Again, mid lane got involved. Hilda dying so early on, giving Grok the level advantage, which made all the difference. Coming down to the bot side, hitting level 4 perfectly, making sure that Panda dies. So many things could have gone wrong, and that pushback during that mid-game making all the difference. However, my biggest concern was with Lola. Was he able to kind of make the difference? And yes, he did in those team fights.
I mean, you could almost argue that if it wasn't for the sneaky play at the end, Team Hawk would have won that game, right? They were winning in some of the team fights. It almost seems like their composition was paying off towards the end. And speaking of gold laners, we had the carry, we had the Aerithal. How are you guys feeling about it?
Yeah. I thought that one of the better Aerithal usages that we've seen so far, because the way that they approach is that they went in a face-to-face approach wherein they went to kill anyone who is like fronting for the side of Echo. As you can see, with the items, the Aerithal had a decent KDA, but that doesn't reflect his effect on the game that we saw when he was battling up against BenQ.
And I mean, at the end of the day, it does come down to the gold laners making the difference. I mean, again, you got to stop the real world manipulation. You have to stop the feather to airstrike at the same time. So the difference maker comes down to the gold laners, and that's where we have to talk about the interaction, right? Carry generally is quite short range overall, and Aerithal can forcefully make you at least Carry have to walk up to her, giving her a single auto attack advantage every single time.
And that's the reason why BenQ is, I would say, one of the better carry players because of his positioning. It kind of makes me feel like he's masterful when it comes to the range of the carry as well as the timing. You never see him waste the flicker. Sometimes he even gets and uses the flicker to go inside the fights. Unfortunately for this game, he was punished many times, but there were some big flares coming out from BenQ. Apart from the split push that he did, his teamfight presence was really felt in this game.
Honestly, I want to know what Trex has to say about this, especially when it comes down to the draft, because we were going back and forth on this.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like in the beginning, Echo definitely had a huge advantage, not only because of BenQ towards the end game, but I feel like with their set potential, KarlTzy picking up the Grok in the jungle and made it work so well. Able to make some big sets. There was, I think it was second Lord, first Lord, the runaway, him re-engaging, I mean, just overall. But now, as we come into the next session, take a look at some of those gold counts.
Oh, wow.
So close, ever so close. A 20-20 game as well, 24 minutes overall, and even the damage charts just looking absolutely so similar between both the teams.
And this is the time where we don't talk about the cores anymore. Even Sanji, as a position 4 or mid lane, really pulled up his weight this time, right? He was also the target of Team Hack in the fights that Team Buck was able to win. You gotta have to hand it to Lola. He eventually found Sanji like twice in the late game, but in the early to the mid stages, you can see that the main centerpiece of the damage output of Echo was definitely coming out from the Farsa. Surely we can see like Yaoi performing well with Cho eventually finding the right jumps, but when it comes to like sustainable damage, Sanji is your guy in this game.
Let's not forget about like the micro adjustments, right? Early game, let's focus on gold. Mid game, let's focus on the mages, and then eventually it's like, oh, we gotta start diving for BenQ overall, right, Trex?
I think the most interesting thing to me right here was the fact that even on those charts right there, it seemed like Echo was kind of winning out a bit, right? It seemed like it was close, but in the end, Echo had a bit more. But the fact that Team Hawk was able to continuously bounce back into the mid game, bounce back, make plays, win out in some of that sustainability, and come out in a lot of those team fights. The major pick for me, I think, was that Yuzong, right? I mean, just crushing it, making some of the plays happen. And Yaoi eventually started to get the kicks onto Min instead, not really able to target down onto the Aerithal, not really to make some of the most important Way of the Dragon kicks. And in the end, they kept catching Yaoi, and that was a moment where Team Hack could have almost had the game.
That's why I felt it was a badminton or a ping pong match, right? Where they're going back and forth. It's for the rally, a team that eventually like punishes the opponents and gets a good jump, and then eventually Yaoi will be punished, and then Lola's Yuzhong will find an opening. And it was a wonderful match to watch. But Benicudi, my God, I guess apart from the last play that he did, there was significant amount of damage coming up from Benicudi and some flashy plays. Like the one where he used the flicker. He eventually died after a triple kill, but taking down 3 people before dying, I think that's also impressive from Benicudi.
I don't like the way you looked at me when you said that very last play. I mean, we all know what happened at the end there. There's no denying it. Well played to Echo. They really found those openings. But come on, another backdoor. Come on.
I definitely don't think we can count Team Hack out, though, right? I mean, it's one game, and the fact that I think a lot of viewers probably believed this was going to be a possible wash, and now we're seeing Team Hack like I said, could have been their game. Sadly, it was not, but they just need to watch for the back doors next time.
Yeah, pretty much. And you know what's really funny about it is because we were sitting together, and Gideon was like, hey, look at the map, and then so many times he warned Team Hack. Well, Team Hack cannot hear him, but at least twice you said that you have to look at the map, and the second one.
I don't think that's fair. You weren't here at the very beginning because I knew you were talking to Echo about that backdoor. Don't deny me that. But we got to look at the heat map so far, right? And we're talking about BennyQT. Again, gold laners generally like to stick to their lane as much as possible, but that doesn't really explain the full thing, right? Because at the end of the day, the Grok was an interesting jungle pick, not to hard carry a game, but to eventually raise up the rest of the team.
But I think when we look at the heat map, right? Because of the lack of no rotations ever to the mid, didn't ever really try to help in any sort of invasions, just farmed. And that's where it paid out for BennyQT, right? We hung out. We also saw the side of Echo coming down and really trying to pick on Airthel in that early phase, like in that first 2 minutes or so. And this is what gave BennyQT that huge advantage as they moved into the mid phase.
Yeah, what I noticed about these heat maps from a gold laner, if you see this kind of heat map, this kind of pattern, that is where you know that he is given a free farm in the early stages. And we are going to see in full glory the highlights of this match. Echo, you can see that BennyQT already is activated about, 8 minutes into this game. And there were so many times that everybody's really stepping up. There was a time where there was a jump while using the wall charge coming out from TC that kind of salvaged the game. There were many jumps coming out from Lola and Yaoi. So I don't think that this is a one-sided match at all. Everybody just pull their weight.
Absolutely. Everybody was playing as good as they can, but I think, the beauty of having BennyQT in this position is that he's not too afraid to be up in front. He's not too afraid to pose the question to Team Hawk, hey, Sanji's a problem, but I'm a bigger issue.
I mean, Echo, I think in general, not scared to push the limit, right? Even if they're falling behind, even if they're behind in gold, they want to try to take the fight. And I think that's why BennyQT does so well on the carry. That's why they do so well in the carry. So definitely, I have a feeling that he's able to be aggressive with it. He's able to push in. He's able to not have to be that long-range marksman, right? And if he needs to bob and weave and get into a team fight, he can take down some enemies while he's doing it.
Now, maybe it's just time for BennyQT to, or at least it's time for Echo, because BennyQT's main hero is a carry from back then, and now it's buffed. Now it's the hero. So I think that this is a hero that should not be given to Echo next game.
All right, so that will be it, guys. Thank you guys for listening to us nerd out a little bit here. We're going to be tossing it back to our wonderful casters.
And as you toss, we will catch. At your service, my name is Leo, this is Mirko, and that's Assassin Dave. Thank you so much, Trex and the gang. We're about to resume game number 2, smack dab in the middle of this best-of-5 bout. It's Echo versus Team Hawk. Off the air, we were discussing what exactly Team Hawk was doing right up until Echo made the call and orchestrated that beautiful split push. Some would call it a backdoor strategy off the back of the Typhoon, the Storm, the Hurricane, BennyQT. There's so much that this young man is called, and I've been calling him for years now, and I gotta say, are you impressed? Are you impressed with BennyQT?
Of course, I was impressed back in the group stages when he performed on the carry. But here, as a first pick, I was doubting that first pick. I was like, yo, Yves is up for grabs. We've seen that so many other heroes that are very prio, that can control the pace of the game, can just be first picked by Echo. But we saw the value that the carry pick brought, and it brought them the game, so hey, no more questions.
Dave, the carry's worth it, yeah?
Yeah, he impressed me more than how spicy Naspadon was.
Oh.
It was quite impressive, the split push. We're talking about the marksman's the last person you would expect to split push, right? And that's exactly the key to their victory here, to this backdoor. Because they split push at the same moment that you dive, and he was putting so much, entire Echo was putting so much pressure at the Lord that Team Hawk was forced to respond.
Yeah, and not just that, it was so well orchestrated in the fact that he could have done both things. He could have joined the fight if he wanted to, and just did what he did here eventually.
It just shows how dynamic the team really is, right? Because they can go for team fights, they can go for picks with Yaoi on that Cho, but if it all else fails, they can always rely on finding that little weakness point from the side of Team Hawk. And that weakness point for game number 1 was what? Team Hawk did not care about the minion waves in a lot of the team fights, especially when it's around the objective, neutral objective.
I think that's something that they're going to have to watch out for, right? Going into game 2 here, something that Coach Pabs and Coach Valens may have to address. But for now, we would like to tell y'all about the M4 pass. It's available now. Go ahead and complete all active tasks, and you can reach level 75 at ease and for free. Log in now and get exclusive rewards such as the Beatrix, Light Chaser, and Stellar Brilliant skins. And of course, the M4 of Beatrix figurine right here. It's waiting for you, all right? Make sure you use the hashtags Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBBM4, and hashtag Dare to Be Great if you're talking about the pass on social media. Now, ways for Team Hawk to get back. You talked about the waves, Dave.
I mean, I don't know what to say, because Team Echo did it so flawlessly, you know? Like, every team would try to manage the waves, especially before such important objectives, right? But Team Echo faked it. It's almost like a poker face in the middle of Mobile Legend Bang Bang. This is insane.
It actually was a fake. Again, it's so hard to read real time, but in game now with hindsight, what Echo did was essentially, in game terms, we will go all in on this Lord. We're gonna win with this Lord, and you have to answer, Hawk, right now.
It comes down to setup, right? And the forced errors that Echo have just been creating. Well, if you take a look at the whole game, both teams were creating these forced errors. Team Hawk were able to find Echo in a lot of these crazy situations where, again, Echo lost the team fights. But once again, it comes down to not how you start, but how you finish.
And I gotta give credit to Team Hawk. They have two things that do so well in the past game. Number one is discipline. You saw how they find people just force everything they got on one target at first, and after that one target taken down, they move on to the second. It's one by one, very, very disciplined move. And number two, they're able to find the opening from the mid lane of Team Echo. They're able to find Sunji, which is very, very important because after they take down the Farsa, eventually Aratha was free to move around and actually do damage.
And that's gotta be another layer of the feint from Echo. Usually, Sanji is one of their main damage dealers, right? Alongside Carl Teasy or Benny Cutie, depending on how the draft goes. But it seemed like here, Echo was just like, no, it's fine. Sanji, pop the Feathered Air Strike, make them know we mean business. And then that forces Hawk to respond.
It feels so weird because Sanji, it feels like, especially in the second half of the game, right? Especially towards the later stage, he was getting caught a lot. But if you take a look at the damage, it's fine. Sure, he gets caught, but as a Farsa, once you're done with one skill rotation, you're good, right? That's all the damage you want to dish out, that Feather Airstrike. As long as you get the damage down, you're good. Because you can see Benny, even though he did less damage than Sanji, he was able to actually melt down all the members that were taken low already by the poke that's provided by Sanji, by the damage provided by Sanford, and just the utility by Carl Teasy and Yaoi.
And I think the stats also tell the story of how, again, we mentioned, Team Hawk won a majority of these fights 5v5.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at Team Hawk. Everybody contributed damage, right? Almost evenly. Where if you look at entire Team Echo, it's just those few characters, the mid lane, the Benny QT, and that's where the damage come from. And that's the focus, and that's, go back to what we're talking about. They're able to do this master plan of strategy. Oh, we have our carry here. We're trying to force this Lord. But turn out the other one is taking your base.
Psych! Psych! It's a big psych and a big sheesh, right? I mean, we saw that emote too in the end. But let's talk about how Team Hawk can actually come back in this game because, sure, Game 1 was super impressive, especially for Benny and Echo. But Team Hawk were really impressive too. We've been mentioning, and if you take a look at the audience prediction and just predictions overall across the board, Echo are the heavy favorites to this game, to this matchup. but Team Hawk were able to make it close. They were almost able to take the game with their skirmish-heavy style.
Yep, I'd say lean hard on that skirmish-heavy style and maybe, just maybe, try to make it work. That Malaysian switch. Do it here in the draft. As we go into game number 2, it's Echo still on the play. Team Hawk answering back. There goes the Kaja, the Glue, and the Eve taken out by the Orcas. While Team Hawk, as they shout, Yibombe, in a recovery game, takes out the 1-1, the Valentina, and the Joy.
It's almost similar bans to game 1, right? I mean, Joy, the reason why you would ban Joy in 1-1 is because there's so many characters that they pick out just to counter. And here we go, the first pick, carry yet again. This is deja vu at this point. I mean, the same draft over and over again because, hey, don't change what's working.
Well, you know, right now, as it stands, it's the exact same draft, but Diggy has been left open. The Yve was the one banned away now. So Echo realized that maybe now the Yve is going to be so important, right? We saw that the Yve was actually giving them a lot of trouble, a lot of problems in the previous game with just how much damage, how much poke she was dealing out.
So on the swing back, if what I'm hearing is right, will they still prioritize the Yuzhong? Oh. They steal away the Cho!
And they pick up the Yuzhong.
And the Yuzhong.
How about both?
How about both? Exactly. Using pick to ban. That's one of the smarter strategies you can do, but at the same time, that might take away the little things that they do very good, which is the early game aggression, early game Hilda into your jungle. So this pick does leave a lot of other really good pick open now for the side of Team Echo. Again, Lolita is on the table, and Grok, the flex pick that can go jungle, can go side lane. What is going on here?
Oh, Carl TZ. He has grown so much. What are you talking about? Ling? Hayabusa Lancelot? I got Grok, fam.
Grok, Fredrin, Akai, right? Now, let's see, the change for Team Hawk isn't just that Cho pick, but it's also opting to go for the Fanny instead of the Irithel in the first phase. So they're already making the proper adjustments, in my opinion. In the first game, they were falling behind a bit too much in the early stage. So if they really want to contest in game number 2, maybe going for this new perspective where they need to get that early game might work.
What I hate to do this, right? I hate to rain on Team Hawk's parade, but this Fanny pick here, what it's going to do is, yes, it's going to help carry, get those big rotations. Yes, it's going to threaten the map for Echo, but they're going to have to start picking and banning in the second phase to help protect this Fanny, because the Grok already is not a good matchup, and if this is going into the hands of Sanji, this Kadita, it's also going to be a tough play. Hell, might even go into the hands of Yaoi. Yaoi plays a mean Kadita too.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so many flack, and that's why it's so hard to ban. But still, we have Team Hawk banning the EXP link right now. Wizard Lapu being taken out. Harith, I was just about to mention that because Team Hawk, they have a very mean dive comp playstyle. You can see what they're picking right here. Yuzhong, Xiao, Fanny. They're not really trying to protect anyone. They're trying to full fireman dive your backline and make sure you don't have a carry either.
But they need to snowball.
Absolutely.
That's the key. It's going to be hard to win from behind if you have a Fanny, if you have Yuzhong, and then maybe they need a marksman still, right? So they have to pick very, very carefully.
They do, right? Looking at it, Echo did a really good job in the second phase of bans, banning out the Harith and the Claude. Two heroes that can really perform great up against these kind of compositions where you really want to just find that pick, right? Kadita, Grok. Now, Team Hawk are caught in a position where they might just have to go for that Irithel pick again. They need someone with mobility. Harith and Claude banned out. The only real choice here is...
Moscow!
That's why Valens is the analyst.
He passed it over.
Pass it over.
Oh my god, what a pick on the Moscow right here. The attack speed marksman is definitely dominating, definitely the winner of the current patch. And the Moscow late game is probably the only choice that can go with toe-to-toe, head-to-head against carry. So this pick makes a lot of sense here, on top of the fact that Moscow can actually grant a lot of vision and a lot of mobility to survive against Kadita.
But how is this going to interact with the chunky heroes that Echo picked up, right? The Moscow just shreds through these dudes, almost maybe just second to how carry does that. There's the Kufra, there's the Fredrin. What's that going to be like?
In terms of base damage too, how much you melt people down, you might actually be able to outscale the carry in the later stage of the game with the healing on top of that.
And then you have a CC.
You have a CC.
You have a displacement.
You also have a global ultimate, which can help in a lot of these situations.
Air quotes global.
air quotes global, you can actually check a lot of bushes, right? They were struggling late game when it comes to...
Oh!
They're going in! Not only are they going for the Moscow, but they picked up the signature Eudora for Min.
Oh no!
For Man, actually.
That's man. That's
man,
man.
bro.
Bro. That's man.
That's man.
I like it.
That's pretty manly pick right there. Won the Eudora. I mean,
that's a Chad pick.
That is a Chad pick. There is a counter though. Kadita, if you're able to hide in the bush really well, you can one-shot the Eudora, but vice versa, right? It all depends on who is the better assassin player in this case. Who's able to camp bush better.
Same, but then again, how do you find those bushes, right? You check with your roamers.
Exactly.
And between these two heroes, the Kufra and the Cho, there's this, again, you mentioned this earlier, Dave, that counter relationship. Kufra just eats Cho alive.
I mean, kind of, but at the same time, Chao can actually just dash away and try to kick the Kufra away if he finds himself in danger. So it's again, it's one of those love and hate relationship. It's really based on who execute better. And right now in the meta, actually, from what we see, they have better success is who engage first, who engage better on the key targets.
So it comes to a point of, it's not what you got, it's how you use it. Game number 2, Echo versus Team Hawk. Let's see where these junglers start. It's an orange start for Echo, while Team Hawk goes for the purple.
Well, once again, right, I actually do agree with you, Dave. I feel like it is a skill matchup here, especially in the roam department with the Cho and the Kufra. Sure, Kufra has that bouncing ball, can actually negate a lot of these dashes from happening, but with the Shenpu, it does give him, Min, a lot of room to play with, right? I think right now, if we just look at it based on the drafts, who do you guys have? Who do you guys think has the better draft?
I mean, I don't know, actually, because the draft is so out of the traditionary. You got Moscow, Eudora being picked in the exact same game. We thought this is M4. This is a ranked game taking onto the big stage.
Yep, it's basically something that I saw yesterday. It's like, how is this happening here right now? Oh! Yaoi catches one.
Panda's gonna be brought low here, has that Inspire, pops it in, actually trading better here, winning it out. Fanny's gonna be taken low there, and just like that, Panda is gonna win. Is this a counter, perhaps? A shadow counter towards the carry? When you're able to trade better almost every single time.
Again, I think of all the aspects brought up about the Moskov, it's the displacement that's going to throw most people off. The fact that you're assuming that I'm going to go into this fight from this point, and then he just throws you off it by what? A few meters in game? That's a main difference dealer. Look at this.
Here we go.
Loverboy cancels it.
They don't opt to go for it, right? A bit too risky here, especially considering that Min was body blocking for Panda. You just don't know when he's going to use the Shenpu, but you do know when Gary is going to start popping off. It's when he gets that level 4, but right now, he does not have the purple buff, so he is still going to be waiting for that to spawn back up before he looks for these crazy dives and ganks.
Another thing that's why this game is so enjoyable to watch is how disciplined the team are. Just now on the bottom side, Echo with 3 versus 2. Kufra, Yaoi could have engaged and find a flavorful team fight, but they didn't know where Fanny was. They didn't know where Gary was, so they decided to take a step back. What if we engage and, Fanny just show up after I use my bouncing ball? Oh, top side!
Lola picked off a good gank by Sanji with better wave control. No, he just ignores the wave.
That's what they were saying. The fact that if you don't know where dudes are, you don't know where these heroes are hiding, there's barely any difference between a Eudora and a Kadita.
Yeah, they're just camping. It's a camping game, right? Who camps better? And a lot of the mid laners, they like to wait one wave ahead of you coming to the lane. They have to go there one wave earlier. Right? The least you expect them to show up. Sometimes you expect a mid lane to clear the wave and then show up, but no, they show up earlier.
With this composition, though, it does put Team Hawk in a position where they really need to get that early game. And as you can see, the early game right now is just dominated by Echo again. Despite having these early picks, Team Hawk are still struggling early on. 2 kills over to Echo. Deja vu.
And so far, it's an interesting approach. But top lane, they eventually find one. It's Sanford, gets popped by 3. And I was going to say, game 1, they had the whole Hilda plan, right? That helped them scale into the mid-game power spike. Here, we agreed that in the draft, they have to snowball. Where's that potential going to come from? I think they have to do more than just that one pickoff. Can Yaoi catch him? Oh, cancels it.
Cancels it, right? Team Hawk playing around the XP lane really well, and Echo noticed that. They went towards the bottom lane, but now with the wild charge, Sanford's going to be able to actually buy some time, and that's going to be the wall. Locking them down. Still Gary able to kill, picking up the kill with Lola's passive. Top lane tier 1 still very, very low as Carl TZ looks to get a kill back. Not going to be able to get in range, but Sanji's here. Gary able to sidestep, and he uses the cables to get out. 1 HP, Gary gets out.
Oh my god, bottom side though, another engage coming from Team Hawk, and they're trying to get more gold right now.
Good win the Dragon too, technically. Yaoi was looking for a pick there. But again, I do believe Team Hawk, they just come out with the advantage. Never mind, Echo finds a way to trade it back.
Just as quickly, right? Never mind. I think it's eyes on the prize. You have to consider that when Echo makes moves, they're also thinking of the clapback, or at least the conversion potential. And so far, the fact that they've got 100% of the turtles and they have a 1K gold lead means good things for the Filipino team.
Yeah, absolutely. Now it's main on the run. It is Xiao. I said the love and hate relationship is based on who runs or who engage first, but it turned out he will get caught off by the rotation from Sanford.
Whoa, that's a lot of resources spent, right, to get the kill on a roamer, who's now 0-2-0. So Min, so far in the show, having a pretty similar start to last game, but Basket Panda actually getting out. Yaoi looking for that kill. Panda actually helps him out there, gets him out of turret.
You have to consider as well, though, the fact that, yes, they spent all those ults to kill a roamer early on in the game. It's also a way for, at least to make sure that Min doesn't help out Panda. And again, it slows down the snowball potential for this Moscow.
I mean, a lot of times it's really hard for Min to help because he's almost like the most focused person in this match right now. Because the Hilda last game, you see how many people were on him the entire game.
Yep.
This game, his Chao's getting the Hilda treatment, right? Like everybody's focused on him. Even EXP lane find a better rotation to the mid lane.
And not just that, he's also trying to do vision for Team Hawk. And T was about to walk into that bush.
Oh man, Echo just hate Min, right? But Min right now is doing pretty well in towards that bottom side. Gary's gonna be able to try to look for something. That's a flicker. Sanford hitting the wall. Lola jumping with Black Dragon form. Sanji still trying to run away, but Lola is deciding to actually dive in. 1v3! Finds the kill, but it's gonna be traded back. Who is it worth for? We'll see as Team Hawk look for more in the gold lane. Yaoi just takes a chunk of HP. Gary did not get the purple buff. That's him killing it. Teasy who steals it away and finds a kill. It's the Appraiser's Wrath. Man gets a stun. Carl Teasy not able to look for more.
And I gotta say, at this point, I want to take a look at items from Team Echo. They probably have a lot of Athena shield just for Eudora to make sure he doesn't do the burst. Because you can see how tanky Fredrin really is on Carl TZ. Eudora ascending a skill 1 is feel like he was healing more HP than being damaged at this point.
Than hitting, right? But look at this item pickup from Sanford. Sea Halberd? Oh, he's trying to stop the shenanigans from Lola and maybe even potentially Panda, right? We talked about how that lifesteal into the mid to the late game might make a difference between the Moskov and the carry. I like that Sea Halberd pickup.
Yeah, with the Sea Halberd, you do have, I guess, more utility play around, right?
Yeah.
But right now, it just feels like Team Hawk are putting most of their resources to get the Moskov ahead. Lola up top is going to get ganked constantly. He's still able to play the weak side of the map really well. He's actually going to be able to try to turn it around with Petrify caught in. Gary finds a kill despite having no purple buff. It's still, right now, Lola and Sanford going at it. But with that sustainable ability, Lola is going to be able to actually get out of that one. First turret for Team Hawk.
You know, I gotta give a credit, and also just a little bit thing about what Team Hawk's doing. They're 3v2 trying to push a bottom tier 1 tower, and he's failing every step. Oh, here it comes!
That's the way the Dragon though. That's gonna be stunned as well. Panda's still gonna be able to try to dish out some damage. Caught in one. Yaoi and Panda surviving. Just barely. But Benny now, still with full HP, will mean that they will still have more pressure in the gold lane.
Or was it just me holding my breath? I think that was everybody, right? That's gotta be everybody. Look at the lover boy.
Here we go.
Yeah, we have the Tyrant's Revenge and the Rage. Benny gonna be able to actually dish out some damage, but that's gonna be the stun coming in. Not enough. Gary coming in, looking for the damage. Can you imagine that? Whoa! A double kill for Benny, but a double kill back for Gary. He gets out with the cables, but Sanford and Sanji are here. The flicker of the wild charge and water to smack him around. That's a shutdown for Echo.
And that's why Grok is so good in the side lane right now. The ultimate wild charge into the flicker. The least expected engage. You don't see it coming like, oh, this is gonna miss. But little did you know, no, you're gonna go back to the black and white screen.
Yep, that was what, a 2 or 3 step process to eventually lead into Echo, getting a 2K lead, right? That was, what, miles away that they planned. We didn't even think about it. We could have sworn that Team Hawk was ahead, but look at the conversion. They pushed down bottom. They're trying to make a way up top. Mid lane though, standing still. I think this is where the difference has to be made because these mid laners, they've always been rotating the side lanes.
Here we go.
Yawi and Sanji under the tier 1. Man's gonna be taken down. And just like that, once again, it's Echo who have the man advantage. Lola trying to find just a pick here, but Carl TZ is way too tanky. Gonna be able to sustain back up. Sanji looking for a position to flank, but for Team Hawk, they're just here. It's gonna be Sanji who jumps in. He pops the bench a bit too early, and that's gonna be Min running back. That's scary caught. Yawi the bouncing ball, stopping the dashes. Benny picking up a kill. Min gonna be taken low as Benny free hits once again. Carl TZ traded back in. Lola and Panda running for the hills. It's a double kill for Benny. That's the wall to lock Panda down. Benny with a triple. Benny almost with the maniac. Lola jumping out, but it's still again Benny who's looking for it. Yawi jumps in, takes the kill away, but it's gonna be a maniac for Benny.
It's a wipeout. 5 down, traded for Carl TZ. Echo is swimming in value, almost 3K ahead, steals away that purple buff, pushes in mid. Oh, Dave, I gotta ask you, where's Echo going with this?
I mean, a lot of highlights that came into the Benny, but I gotta give credit to Yawi here. Those engages onto Fanny, onto everyone else, and syncing with Sanji to follow up the one-shot rough wave combo is absolutely insane. You can see Benny has so much room to do free damage that entire team fight. The whole time he was dashing, auto-attacking. He didn't need any peel because everybody else is getting killed by the mid lane, by Sanji and Yaoi combo.
So ban carry?
Maybe.
I mean, that seems to be the logical choice. Let's look at the items. What's going on here? That's Wind of Nature already, so more likely Benny's gonna win duels against a Panda. What's Panda rocking? It is purely damage still, so not much utility on the Moskov yet.
Absolutely, going for straight damage. And see, Moskov doesn't have to go for carry one-on-one. He penetrates, right? It's all about those penetration. He goes through your front line and kills your back line at the same time. But here we go, the lore fight is about to happen.
Lola with Black Dragon form once again, just looking for an opening right now, and that's going to be actually Min jumping in with onto Sanji, who has the damage, who jumps in again. Yaoi going to be able to find the Lord right there with Carl TZ, securing it. Mon's going to fall. That's a double kill for Sanford right now. And again, Sanford's going wild. Panda's in a 1v1. He gets the stun down, but he's all alone. It's going to be the chase from Echo. The breath of the ocean finds it. He gets knocked up, and you can say goodbye to Panda. 4-0. Echo with a 5.6k gold lead, now a 6k gold lead. Min's the only one left standing.
Echo just pushed that turret, took that Lord with impunity, and 4 members of Hawk on the way out. Sanford just picked up his Blade of Despair.
I know.
Yikes.
This guy is gonna do damage now. I mean, he has Athena show early game, but now it's all about that one-shot backline, the one-shot Eudora. But speaking of that, here comes the push.
Lola defensively using the Fierce Dive. That's Min, melted down. That's Yaoi getting the Tyrant's Rage Flicker. Lola trying to do the best he can. Gary, once again, in desperation goes in, but it's Benny who smacks them, slices them with a triple kill and a wipeout to secure match points.
I can hear all the Echo fans, Limang Echo fans, shouting, go for the throat. It's match point for the Filipino runner-ups of MPL Philippines Season 10. Dave, what's going on? Game 1 was so close. Min was overloaded, as you mentioned.
I mean, they picked a lot of characters. They're thinking they were trying to pick the meta character, the counter picks, but it seemed like they drafted themselves into a corner, right? Because they're known for a certain playstyle, and this game, they're making a 180-degree switch. I mean, that's a lot of load for the players mentally. So to make that switch quickly and swiftly is really, really hard. And you can see that reflect in the gameplay. The players are not ready to make the engages. Lola, when he finds the dive onto the backline, the team not able to follow up in time where he's to get killed.
And you mentioned how Lola gets in there. Mirko, do you agree there's a little bit of Game 1 left in the way Team Hawk is playing? So it's, personally, this is what I saw, It felt like they didn't get a full reset.
I think, yes, a little bit of that, right? I do believe that they didn't execute on the game plan that was set for them. They have drafted themselves an early game composition, but they weren't really pulling the trigger early on. They weren't the ones proactive.
Snowball!
No snowball. On a Eudora, on a Fanny. That's what you need. That's what you want. but they did not push it far enough. And Echo, if you give them an inch, they take a mile. They go straight at you. 2 kills early on. I said it, it was deja vu. And it was even quicker this time.
Oh, man. We'll be throwing it over to the analysts in just a bit, but for now, we'd like to remind you of the M4 Pass. It's available now. Complete all active tasks, and you will reach level 75 with ease and for free. Log in now and get the exclusive rewards like the Beatrix Light Chaser skin, the Stellar Brilliant skin, and of course, the M4 exclusive Beatrix figurine. It's all waiting for you in that M4 Battle Pass. Make sure you use the hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang and hashtag MLBBM4 and hashtag Dare to Be Great if you're talking about the Battle Pass on social media. The Battle Night for M4 goes live this January 21st. That's the 21st. Expect loads of events and rewards up for grabs in-game. First off, complete the battle tasks in-game on January 21st to get the skin choice chest. You can choose the skin you like the most from the chest. Aside from that, the battle bonus awaits you on the same day. Play matches and you'll get Team Star Protection for 3 matches, double Star Raising points, double Protection points, and double EXP and double BP for 5 matches. We are not stopping there. Free access to all heroes and loads of epic skins will be available that very day. Save the date. Log into the game on January 21st. Enjoy the match and win tons of rewards. Let's all celebrate the M4 World Championship together, including all of our friends. Echo sitting at match point, boys, 2-0. This has to be the reset of a century. Oh, Lord, I can only really imagine what is going on in the Team Hawk camp. But for now, on behalf of Mirko and Dave, we're going to throw it over to our analysts. Boys, tell us what's going on.
All right, welcome back to the analysis panel. Once again, I am Trex. This is Wolf and Gideon. With this being at match point, how you feeling, Gideon? Just be honest with us.
How do you feel after invading my space?
Do you want to switch spots?
As of right now, I'm just embodying Team Hawk, just uncomfortably close to defeat in this best of 5. And honestly, you can definitely tell that a lot of their members, they're starting to lose that edge. They're, again, being a little less disciplined than they should, greeting out for kills that honestly, they can just let go for later objectives.
The prescription to Team Hawk was don't give the carry because Echo was just very successful with this hero. You see that they prioritize it first pick, not even caring about any lockdown whatsoever, and they still are successful with it. Another hero I would say that is an addition to that is the Grok. We saw how flexible it is for the side of Echo. They can play it like XP lane, they can play it in the roam role for sure. We haven't seen it. And they also play it with the jungle. So these 2 heroes should be watched out for Team Hack.
Definitely very interesting with some of those picks. But now as we creep into the item builds here, a couple interesting things here. Anything in particular to you?
I mean, starting off, I'm looking at Grok immediately, right? This flex pick has been rather frustrating overall, but the itemization, even you called it out, Wolf, especially when we're looking at that Sea Halberd, like, man.
If I am seeing this correctly, he did not even like upgrade his boots, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe he changed it along the way. But here's the thing. Blade of Despair Rush. What you do is to get all of those Legion swords. And if you get like an extra Legion sword on top of the double Legion sword, you get like 3 Legion swords. One of those will be a Sea Halberd, and the 2 of those will be a Blade of Despair. So what you do now is to increase your physical attack. And we know that Grok's passive allows him to get physical defense coming out from the physical attack, like kind of converts it. And in this case, since the only magic damage is the Eudora, which is not an AoE damage, you're not that concerned about the other damage outputs. That's why Sanford looked very tanky in this game.
I'm gonna be honest, all I heard there was sword.
Legion sword.
I don't know how he holds them all, but now into this. What do you think, Gideon?
Personally for me, I think, again, I would agree with Mirko. They didn't follow that early game plan. And for a large majority of this game, they have a lot of people, especially for Echo, a lot of heroes that can help them stop getting ambushed, right? A lot of precautions that they could take. A lot of people who can actually take space without getting punished too hard, or at the very least, have minimum value being thrown over to Team Hawk.
what we noticed as well is that Echo just waited for their timing. It was more passive in this game as compared to the previous game in the early stages, and that probably is because of the fact that they respected Team Hack's early game potential. So what they did was to play passively, wait for their timings, and when their timing is up, when they do have the items already, that is when they fight.
Now, we were talking about the draft a little bit earlier, and I know when we were all sitting there watching this game, there's a few things I was confused about, right? And maybe they were comfort picks, maybe it was all for Benny Cutie, but we had the Eudora, right? We had some of these things that seemed a little off, and maybe it was all, I mean, I guess, is it to all lock down Benny Cutie? And if so, was it just a big failure?
Honestly, when we really think about it, these are off-meta picks, and you don't get to see them very often. It's not supposed to shape the meta, but I think most importantly, it's to punish opponents in the earlier stages. And that's why you gotta give this easy MVP over to your boy, Benny Cutie. Imagine having so much lockdown, so much one-shot potential, and yet Benny Cutie is walking out there with only one death.
Yeah, and he's one of those guys who actually like rushes into the Wind of Nature right after the corrosion site and the casual steel leg plates. You know that you can 1v1 against the Moskov, and when the time comes that you need to kind of survive the Fanny all together against the Moskov, you get the Wind of Nature, and even when you're defensive, you don't have as much damage because of the fact that you have your passive anyways. With the Purify and the help of your teammates, you can turn the fights. People really don't put a lot of value into the mastery of Benny Cutie when it comes to his itemization. That's why you fall into the trap where you thought that you can kill him, but guess what? He takes it back to you.
I mean, and I think with something with the carry, the Purify, and the Wind of Nature, needing to be so upfront, he's just really, he's so slippery, right? He's just, and then that just adds on top of it. That just makes it even harder to get him, and then with the help of his teammates creating the peel form, he's just able to be the killing machine that he is.
I mean, honestly, he just absorbs resources being thrown at him. There's a lot of condition, especially like you mentioned just now, Wolf, where he did decide to rush for the Winds of Nature, allowing people, and especially when Lola wants to get on top of him, with the help of Gary, they need to be in sync. So as soon as the timer runs out, they can instantly get that kill, but they never found that opportunity.
Yeah.
And notice, this is between 5 and 10 minutes of the game. He's still hovering around the gold lane, but notice that his movements are very dependent on whether or not A, am I getting targeted? Or B, is Turtle lured up?
I guess we'll notice that this time they just waited for their timings, right? This time Benny Cutie is activated because if you remember this game, Benny Cutie actually stayed in the bottom lane for so long with Yaoi to kind of help him. Surely he dies some of the times, but the fact that he stayed here for quite a long time and then they waited for the right timing to punish, as you saw from Sanford, they waited just for the timing of the power spike of the carry and utilize it accordingly.
Yeah, and I think the fact that he never has to move too much around the map just goes to speak how much his teammates know how important he is, right? How they put a lot onto his shoulders. So in the future games, could that be the answer? Look at that huge Maniac. I mean, back-to-back. Game 1, it seemed possible for Team Hack, but as we move it through Game 2, we're starting to see them back more and more into a corner. Is the answer going to be take out Benny Cutie?
Personally, ban out the carry or pick it up for yourself. Simple as that.
Yeah, I do agree with Gideon. I think that Echo is given so much of a comfort so far in back-to-back games, right? They got the carry in the Grok. And I would say that this is a problem for Team Hack because even if you look at the group stage stats, these are the heroes that they prioritize. And at a certain point, you have to respect it. It has been known that in the past 2 games, there was no answer to both the Grok and the carry. So I think this is the time where the prescription is just ban it out or contest it.
Pick it or test it, right? Pick it or test it. They need to. This is match point. Everything on the line here. Are they going to be able to pull this out to a full 5? First series, 3-0, right, ONIC? Second series, I'm hoping, personally, I would like to see Team Hawk pull something off here. We know they have it in there. Gideon, any guess?
No guesses at all.
Okay.
I cannot tell. It's too difficult. Too hard.
All right, I think that is it for us once again. We're going to toss this back to our wonderful casters.
Ultra Team Hawk! Tolong berikan semangat Anda!
We're here with the audience, LaFell and I, and Here with us is one of the most influential content creators all the way from Malaysia, Daddy Hood. How you doing?
Hi, I'm good. Hello, check. Hello,
on.
check. I'm good. Yeah.
He actually just turned it off, but it was on.
Oh, yeah.
Now, you know, Daddy Hood, I hear from LaFell that you are the best daddy in the hood. Is that right?
Not just the best, but the most handsome daddy in the hood.
The most handsome
Yeah,
in the hood. LaFell, I hear that he's the father of esports in Malaysia, correct?
He's also my daddy.
Oh, he's your daddy.
Yes. My full name is Lafel bin Daddy Hood.
Okay.
He's my father, yeah.
LaFell bin Daddy Hood. Oh,
I still don't know who my mother is.
Oh, whoa. This daddy right here goes around. Now, Daddy, how is LaFell as your esports son?
Macam mana Lapel boleh jadi anak saya? Macam mana cakap Lapel he jumped into e-sport, then he come to me. He asked me, what is e-sport? In my opinion. So I just teach him and ask him to become a very good shoutcaster. Boleh. Sebenarnya aku cakap English.
And you know, Team Hawk right now needs some encouragement. What do you think they need to do to be able to make a comeback in this match?
Okay.
Macam mana Team Hawk nak comeback?
Okay, untuk Team Hawk, saya rasa diorang perlu banyak tengok stream saya sebelum bermain ataupun sebelum start the game. Tapi saya percaya game ketiga ni mereka akan buat comeback, ketiga, keempat and menang game kelima.
Mantap di.
Yeah.
Alright.
Okay.
Yes.
Mara, believe me when I say, usually I joke around about this, but this is exactly what he said. He feels Team Hawk should look back in his stream, see how he plays, so they know exactly what to do in game number 3, number 4, and number 5. Because Daddy Hood, 100% win rate, especially when using Hayabusa. Betul kan di?
Betul.
And Cho.
They should use
Cho clap.
So they should take the Cho
Yeah.
Take
and
the
use
Cho.
Hayabusa.
Yes.
Now, what do you want to say to all the Malaysian fans? Because I know that the players get their energy from the fans supporting them also. So the whole world is watching. A lot of Malaysians are watching. What do you want to say to them?
Okay, untuk rakyat Malaysia yang berada di rumah dan juga di mana-mana anda berada, and even di Homeboys Pit Stop, doakan Team Hawk. Doa anda ni memang banyak sangat membantu Team Hawk, insyaAllah. Game ketiga, game keempat, game kelima, kita tapau, insyaAllah.
Can you translate
Daddy
all that?
said, for all the Malaysians watching at home, watching here, watching at Homeboys Pit Stop, we not only want your support, we also want you guys to pray for the victory for game number 3, number 4, and number 5.
Woo! All right. Now the crowd is going wild. Let's bump up the crowd.
Malaysia!
You're in charge.
Malaysia!
Go ahead.
Feel the magic, Malaysia!
Shout out to the crowd.
All right.
And you know, it's really a tough match happening right now. What do you think they need to watch out for to make sure that not the same mistakes are made, to prevent things from going downhill? Who do you think is the most difficult opponent right now? What do they have to watch out for?
Destroy Ben Cutie.
Benny Cutie.
Yeah.
Why is it Benny Cutie?
Because he
Because
need to
he's
destroy.
really strong.
Yeah.
Because he's
Damage too
just
big.
like a typhoon.
Yeah.
That'll be going to you like a tornado also. Okay. Benny Cutie, who else?
Sanford, yeah.
Sanford,
Okay.
yeah, the XP.
Now there's a coach right here. Now, are you close with any of the players from Team Hawk? I see close to any of the players.
Rapat tak dengan mana player?
Yeah, Man and Min is my previous anak buah.
Oh, Man and Min
Yeah.
used to be under Daddy Hood. Not
Man
like
and Min
that.
can
but
hear
you
you
know.
right now.
Yeah,
What do
Man
you want to
and
say
Min,
to them?
Untuk Man dan juga Min, all the best. Untuk Panda, Gary dan juga Lola buat yang terbaik insyaAllah. Jangan risau, ada rezeki insyaAllah. Mudah-mudahan.
He said to the players, please don't worry, you guys are doing great. Just focus on yourself, try your very best, and you can win.
Now we're about to start game number 3, Team Hawk and Echo. Casters.
Take it away.
Terima kasih, Lafel, Daddy Hood, and Mara Aquino. Always a lovely time watching you guys do your work out there with the crowd. At your service, my name is Leo, here with Mirko and Dave. let me tell you guys all about the M4 Battle Pass. It's available now. Complete all active tasks and you will reach level 75 with ease and for free. Log in now and get exclusive rewards such as the Beatrix Light Chaser and Stellar Brilliance skins and, of course, the M4 Beatrix figurine. They're all in that pass. Make sure you use the hashtags Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBBM4, and hashtag Dare to Be Great when you're talking about it on social media. The M4 Battle Night goes live this January 21st. Expect loads of events and rewards for grabs in-game, all right? First off, complete battle tasks in the game on January 21st to get a skin choice chest. You can choose the skin that you like the most from the chest, and aside from that, the battle bonus awaits you on the same day. Play matches, then you'll get team star protection for 3 matches, double star raising points and double protection points, and double EXP and double BP for 5 matches. We're not stopping there. There's a free access to all heroes happening that day, and loads of epic skins will also be available for you to grab. Okay, save the date. That's January 21st. Log in, enjoy the match, and watch tons of rewards. Let's all celebrate the M4 World Championships together. Now, back to the matter at hand, gentlemen. M4 upper bracket. There's only room for one more in tonight's matchup. Who's taking it? Is it Echo? Is it Todak? Because Echo's just one game away. Echo, your thoughts?
For me, looking at, again, just the performances from game 1, game number 2, how dominant Echo has been, and how they've improved just based on one game alone, I'm going to have to say Echo takes this game and moves on over to the next stage in the upper brackets. Right here.
Oh, Mr. Mao, tell me something different. Do you agree?
Mr. Mao.
I gotta say, Echo does look like they have the upper hand. Obviously, it's their match point, but Team Hawk, they have not lost yet. Every time there's the chance, it's always an epic comeback. And here we go, last game, I think the biggest problem is because Min was overloaded, right? The previous match, he only had one job, which is find an enemy jungler, and then always identify exactly where he's going and tell that to the team. But the game 2, he was in mid lane, top lane, bottom lane. He was roaming everywhere instead of just helping Eudora clear the wave and maybe do the same thing as how he does Hilda, which is finding the enemy jungler and maybe retreat. So because that overload, the entire team was kind of feel a little bit disoriented, confused, and I think that's the reason why they lost that game. If they can come back to their playstyle in this game and really surprise Echo one more time, this might be an interesting series.
So, I think I'll have to agree with you because in the draft alone, it felt like, yes, there were ways for them to snowball.
Yeah.
And again, we got to appreciate a deep cut when it presents itself, right? Balance, now they're analysts. Let Panda play the Moskov. There was some snowball potential. It just did not come to fruition. So maybe rework that, recalibrate it, and again, try to go for a full reset. I think these are just our personal opinions on how Team Hawk can come back.
I agree, right? There are a lot of things that Team Hawk can do right now to actually improve and to adapt. There's a possibility of that happening. Obviously, the reverse sweep can definitely happen. Daddyhood said it best. If they watch his stream, I guess they can do the reverse sweep, pull it off here. But looking at it now, we have to look at it realistically, right? After losing 2-0, and especially after bringing out your pocket strats like the Moskov, the Eudora, losing like that even faster. I don't know. It comes down to mentality right now, and I don't think Team Hawk is at the proper mental state to handle this aggressive Echo team that just keeps going, keeps annihilating you.
But you see, reverse psychology one more time. Sometimes it's at those moments when okay, it's do or die, is when you really, okay, we gotta do this now, Last game, to be honest, Chow was able to help Eudora. We're talking about a snowball. If Chow was able to help Eudora clear wave and then rotate together, Eudora might have to bring more value to the table.
And with that being said, it's going to come down to this, the draft. We're mere moments away from the coaches, the players making the final decisions to arm them, going into the Land of Dawn to fight for that upper bracket spot in the next round. There's a lot we have to consider. And now, here's a big change-up. This could be the road to recovery because it's now Team Hawk on the play. Echo answering back. There goes the Eve, the Kaja, and the Cho out of the game, as well the 1-1, the Glue, and the Kaja.
I like it. I really like the approach that Team Hawk are going for now. After losing 2 games in a row on the red side, second pick, you need to make a change, and they did. Now, picking up the joy for themselves, you can actually see that Echo are the ones who respected the carry by banning it out, noticing and just knowing how much of a threat that pick is.
There are 2 marksmen that counter Joy the most. Carry, and 1-1. You know, with those taken out, you have Panda taking out this Joy, isn't destroy the entire backline. So for Team Echo, they really have to decide what they're going to go with. Glue is still available. I was going to pick that out and really be a monster. Valentina being that character. But if you pick so early, sometimes it might not be the best ultimate for you to copy.
Yeah, I mean, right now on board, they only really have that rhythm beat on Joy to steal. Not something you want to get. But I guess for, you know, benefit of the doubt for Echo, what they can do is try to corral the choices that Team Hawk can make.
You know, interestingly, talking about ultimate that you can carry, you can actually copy Joy's ultimate, and somehow it automatically unlocks it for you.
You just click it.
You just click it,
Start
and
dancing.
it activates, and you start dancing, you start doing damage. It's quite insane.
But it doesn't do the fully stacked damage,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. It's not like when you have a 4-5 beat on point, and then you go to your ultimate, right? This is very different. It does unlock your ultimate, though.
Well, how about a Bravest Fighter?
There you go, right? Another big ultimate that
Grok.
technically he can steal. And right now we'll have to see the Kadita too. That is another ultimate that technically can be used by the Valentina, right? Looking at the Valentina pick, even after the crazy nerfs onto Valentina, you know, I need to talk a little bit about why teams are still opting to go for this despite having the nerfs onto her in terms of the damage done. It's just how you are able to dictate the draft, right? When you pick Valentina up, the enemy team is then forced to just go for or try to avoid big ultimates. You, on the other hand, can have all the flexibility in the world to go for these crazy ultimates that can really just stomp on the enemy team.
Where is the Grok pick right now? You know, we're seeing so much influence we have with Grok first 2 games. Is this going to be a Grok pick? I'm putting my eyes on the pick. Come, we have 2 more seconds. Oh, it's an Akai!
Wow.
That's a jungle Akai if I've ever seen one.
You know, Akai can actually flex to be a support as well.
I agree.
The meta is all about flex picks, right? What's available. Even Valentina can jungle and Akai can support. So there are so many different options you can play this game now. That's why the coaching system is so important in the meta.
You're right. Game 1, Carl TZ brought out the jungle Grok, and who's to say that he hasn't picked up a page out of his Grand Finals rival Wise, you know? Maybe he will start rocking the jungle Valentina, but going into the second phase, there goes Echo taking away the potential for Panda to play the Harith. What's Hawk trying to lock out? It's so hard to read what Hawk might ban out because, again, Echo, they're flexing.
They are. They are absolutely flexing right now. They haven't picked up a gold laner, yet they're going for the gold lane bans. They are really nailing it down now. 1-1, carry, Clint. I mean, wait, no. That's a Harith and then the Ling, right? I thought it was going to be Clint. The Clint ban coming in for Echo, but they need to leave a few heroes open for themselves too, right? And I guess that's what they're doing. They have the first pick in the second phase. By banning out the Harith, the carry, and the 1-1, it does give them another opportunity to really lock Panda down in the draft. Force him maybe to play another Moskov.
Yeah, they could have. I mean, now if you look at the entire comp for Team Echo here, they're diving Moscow is going to be okay, but at the same time, it's a similar story to a carry, right? If you fail the first dive, Moscow can easily push your way, dash to a safer position, and just go to town with Inspire. So, I mean, this is definitely viable, but at the same time, there are also options that's available, kind of like, you know, you might run Kadita support and play Faramis in the mid lane for the entire side of Hack.
That is a hero that is oddly absent, at least for today's matchups, right? Faramis, very mum. Echo on the swing back picks up old reliable despite having,
Beatrix.
I mean, it's safe to say a bad group stage performance, right?
Abysmal win rate for Beatrix. And the Claude too. You know, we might see that happen. Claude and Beatrix. Looking at the composition that Team Hawk have drafted for themselves, the Claude can't work. It has a lot of synergy just diving in together. But then you need to think about also, what are they going to go for the mid lane, right? Have we already seen the mid lane? Is it the Kadita or is it perhaps the Joy? Or is it the jungle pick? Now it comes down to just that, how Team Hawk are going to use these flexible picks in the Kadita and the Joy.
Are they going to pick up an Atlas? Because they need an engage right here, right?
I think Brody.
Yeah, or yes, you know, another marksman like Brody would be really good because strong early game to really take away a lot of Bendy's early game power. And now here we go, the last 2 picks.
They go for Claude
and Hilda.
Looking at this lineup, you can see that it's in their essence that they're trying to stop the whole Valentina dynamic, right? Like Blazing Duet, nah. Power of Wildness, nah, right? Bravest Fighter, Rhythm Beat, you feel bad if you stole those as a Valentina, but now in execution, will it be the same way? In practice, can they make the most of that? Echo has one more pick to go with. What else is missing? Because again, the whole flex thing, it's even getting me confused.
At this point, just put the Akai in the jungle, right? Just pick up a solid roamer for yourself right now. No Grok, no Kufra, no Cho. There's a lot of crazy bans here already. Hey, Natalia's up for grabs and Yaoi wants to play it. And also, fun fact, Beatrix's total assists in career has reached 5,800.
As a hero.
As a hero.
In pro play.
Wow.
5,800. Is that the right number, 5,800?
Yeah.
All right, that's a lot of Beatrix games.
That is a lot of Beatrix games. But Natalia as a pick definitely was not something that I expected coming out today from Team Echo. But it makes a lot of sense, right? Because, okay, if you're Hilda's going to give our jungler a hard time, why don't I do the exact same? You know, by picking on Natalia and getting vision and just completely mess around in your jungle.
Yeah, the only real nombo I'm seeing from Echo is they picked the Natalia into the Hilda, who can play, in this case, woman-to-woman defense. Right?
The power of wildness, right?
Yeah.
Obviously.
You just check in where Yaoi could be. So it's now, again, reverse psychology. I know where you are. Are you going to do what I expect you to do? Because if not, then that's a huge cross-map game of tag.
Well, let's see the execution of both of these drafts once again. Match point for Echo. Team Hawk, they need to pull out all the cards they have. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 3 of this best of 5.
Wait, this is a lane swap? This is a lane swap. I see Claude on the top lane. And meanwhile, their EXP lane now is going to the goal lane for Team Hawk. This is the Malaysian swap we're talking about.
TM! The Malaysia swap TM! And of course, not to say where Yaoi is, but look, he's looking for an early catch, and Min is doing just Min things. Back to regular programming.
It's also Valentina in the jungle, not the Akai Sakai mid. We saw this
like Drian.
Like Drian on Esports. They played this before. Akai mid, Valentina jungle. All right, why? Dave.
I mean, right now it's all about getting level 4, right? Who gets a level 4 before the first hurdle is going to have the upper hand. And sometimes you can see a Chao-Selena combo, just make sure more people get level 4 at the first hurdle. Akai mid can do the exact same because you can push an enemy jungler away and give your team the upper hand on getting the first hurdle.
Min may have walked into an alley he cannot get out of, or can he? Oh, of course he can.
Of course he can, man.
He did this in the group stage.
It's the Malaysian Hilda, right? They get out of any situation. Not in game 1, though, right? Again, though, if you look at it, Team Hawk, Echo, this composition, Man's going to have a lot more of a good time here in the mid lane, just clearing out waves. And Man's going to actually get that level 4 a bit faster. Meanwhile, Lola going to be ganked by Benny and Yaoi. I personally don't like the lane swap here.
It's not as effective as the previous lane swaps, specifically the ones we saw in the group stage, but more on that mid Akai. I like how this was both a... Oh, watch out. Oh, Loa's fine. It was more of a reparative move, if I'd say, a calibration, because look, there's not many ults that the Valentina can steal, right? So what you do with that heavy spin is you help confirm objectives. Uh-oh. Look how deep Gary is. Oh, Sanford.
Gary needs to be very, very careful. The Petrify finds him, but Gary is going to be able to actually sidestep out of that one. Once again, jumping out. Heavy spin popped in. 2 ultimates, 3. Count call TZ. And now, it's time for Team Hawk to use this resource advantage, but Yaoi is dealing so much damage onto Gary right now. Panda picks up the gold buff. Yaoi is going to be caught. Panda dealing out just a bit of damage, revealing them with a battle mirror image, and Echo are forced to back away. Panda still just trying to clear the wave.
I mean, this is the even trade on skills, but look at Team Hawk pressuring Panda's lane, making sure he gets so much farming. Here comes the dive.
They're going onto Yaoi, and it's a good targeting move by Team Hawk. First blood over to Team Hawk as Min is going to be targeted by Sanji, who rotates in, but he doesn't have the heavy spin to really punish the other members of Team Hawk.
I just got to say this early on, right? 3 minutes in, the absence of Benny Cutie and, of course, Carl TZ calling the shot. Well, maybe because we also haven't seen the full potential of Yaoi. Is Echo lacking damage here?
I mean, it seems like it on the other side because Joy, really hard to kill. Kadita, really hard to catch. Hilda, how do you kill Hilda? Flee by mid. It's impossible, right? I mean, yes, you're lacking damage. It's not really you're lacking damage. It's the other side are just way too tanky for you to do anything about that. Here we go.
Oh, four-man gang, 3 ultimates.
Oh.
Holy moly.
It's a 4-min gang.
Yeah, it's a 4-min gang. Okay. Oh, I see what you did there. And I also see what Sanford's trying to do here with the Black Dragon form. He gets the Petrified down. Man is going to be able to pop that Rough Waves. Gets all the HP back as Gary jumps back and forth. Looking for the Retribution as Sanford joins in with a Furious Dive. Lola going to be able to find a kill onto Carl TZ. Sanford falling 2. Team Hawk finds 2 on the board with the turtle as well. Lola flickering out. Yaoi baited in. Gary looking for the kill. Yaoi going to be taken down. Double kill for the man, Gary.
That's a non-starter. Echo walked into a fight that they could have sworn they could win, but THQ said, Team Hawk says, no, we'll take your lunch money and we'll ask for it again tomorrow. They want so much on the map and they're not done.
They're not. This is the Malaysian style at a full display right here. Hilda trading 4 ultimates on the blue side jungle of Echo. At the same time, entire Hawk just started the turtle on command. You know, they know you don't have the ultimate, you don't have the skill necessary to contest this objective. They started it, and Echo, when they showed up, Team Hawk punished him and punished him properly. Here we go again.
Oh my god, 2 times now. There's so many ults used just to get him out of the way. He's such a nuisance in this game. And right now, I do feel like he's a bit more just reliable in this game compared to game 1, even though Echo have drafted themselves a better early game comp.
Yeah, Echo's really trying. And again, despite this Natalia not dealing too much damage, Yaoi has hit a career milestone. The Loverboy has dealt millions now in damage. But wait, even Panda, they're struggling to kill even just Panda.
All right, now I like it, right? At first, I was a bit, you know, I was doubting the lane swap because, again, Benny's going to be able to find a lot of gold early on to scale onto those item power spikes. Thing is, it's not a full lane swap that they usually do. It's just to get Panda that level advantage to then come down towards the gold lane to win out of the lane and to actually bully the Beatrix. So it's an adaptive lane swap that's really good for Team Hawk.
And also, Team Hawk's taking very, very smart and slow, right? They were on the bottom side farming the wave. He expected somebody to show up, right? Just use the Blazing Duet to get the wave, get the farm, and then dip, right? Get out of there. Here we go. The next turtle contest is live.
Sanji trying to create an opening for his team as Lola does the same, zoning Sanji away. Gary is doing a lot right now, jumps in. That's going to be Sanford with the Black Dragon form. Carl TZ with the Bravest Fighter, and that's Carl TZ winning on the Red Tree battle with the Petrify. Finds 2 members. Lola gets a stun, man gets the rough waves down. Man's looking for more. Sanford's going to be stunned up as Yaoi jumps in onto the mid lane. Sanji flickering out, hits the wall. Gary looking for it. Finds the killing spree, and the mid lane turret falls. It's a trade, but Lola in that gold lane now is still going to be able to survive. Meanwhile, Min chasing Yaoi down will mean that Team Hawk will have all they can say on the mid lane tier 1.
That's a turtle for Echo, but they suffered so many losses. I can tell that Benny Curie also had some hard decisions to make, and it ended up not killing or not dealing damage to anybody.
Yeah, and now look at Yaoi getting vision. It's more of a mental game right now on both sides, right? Who's can outsmart each other? Because both sides, like, they don't have a set strategy, full-on engage. It's like one at a time. You really have to play careful. Look, Panda shoved the lane and dip, but Yaoi is on the chase.
Oh, and he finds the kill. Min tried his best to just give him vision there, but unfortunately, Echo, with that positioning, onto the flanks. They were able to catch Panda off guard.
All right, this could be, you know, 1,000 times worse for Echo, given that this is a 2K lead for Hawk, and Echo slowly putting some damage on the board, but I don't think it's enough.
Min?
Sanji.
Oh, no wall to pin Min down there.
Nope.
Yeah.
Starter, still.
Oh, here we go though. The damage.
They've all used it onto Min. Yaoi's chasing him down as Sanji is going to be able to actually disengage. Yaoi finds the assassination, but that's going to be Man finding the Petrify. Carl TZ taken low. Lola jumping with Bravest Fighter, and that's going to be Man actually baited in. Benny finds the kill with the Wesker, a weapon we haven't seen in a long time. Lola getting knocked up. That's the damage coming through. Benny with the Renner is absolutely massive as that's going to be Panda terrified. Gary jumping into the back line right now. He's almost finding the kill. Benny swaps back into Wesker. Yaoi jumping with the silence on that Natalia. Not dealing enough damage to take Panda down.
Team Hawk last game, they were rushing it a little bit, and this game they're doing the exact same thing. They were finding the dive they should not have, and you can see Yaoi is playing the smart game, the brain game, right? She's getting the vision on the blue side jungle of Team Hawk, and once he realized where Panda was, he found a kill onto Panda, and then he flanked, found a kill onto Min, It is one at a time, very strategic move coming out from Yawi.
I mean, say what you will about the whole roamer getting all the kills situation, but you gotta do what you gotta do to help Echo bounce back, right? And shut down who you need to shut down for Team Hawk. And they're making pushes, and look, here's a heavy spin out. Yo, Echo knows that they're still out of their breath. Hawk is gonna get this clean.
It's a good execution here in terms of how to control the neutral objective by Team Hawk, but it's also a very good response by Echo. Like you said, they know that they cannot take this fight. They will lose straight out in the 5v5, so they instead rotate Yawi over to pick up a trade. It's not a worth it trade, but that's what they can get right now.
But look at Benny's farm, though. He's getting there, right? He's about to build a corrosion size into the golden staff. Once he gets those items, Hilda's not going to survive very quickly. He already finished the core damage items, make sure all the skill is going to do damage no matter who it comes. And now it's about shredding the tanks. But here comes the defense. I mean, this Benny, can he hold the Lord? I think it's going to be pretty easy with the SMG.
We'll see, right? With Bennett, it's even faster. So he uses the ultimate, but Team Hawk are still going to be able to use a second wave and even just a can wave from the previous minion. Tier 2, number 1 taken down in the top side. Mid lane to be taken down too as the bottom lane too. This is just very good micro from Team Hawk to control this side as man jumps in, finds the pick on the Sanford. Panda with BMI, Gary to be pinned down as that's going to be Sanji just wreaking havoc, but Gary does the same thing, dodging away from the CC, dealing damage while he's at it. A 1-for-1 as Sanford and Man get taken out, but it's still Team Hawk who find the base turret and find the better value.
I mean, this is very, very exciting what Team Hawk does. They know Yao is looking for the flank, the back line. So what did it do? The ultimate bonding experience, right? The group does make sure you can't do anything at all. At the same time, Panda's a little bit tanky. It was mentioned earlier. He built a little bit of defense item to make sure it doesn't get one-shotted. As long as this guy stays alive for actual 1 second, that will help. And here comes the damage!
Whoa! What a combination! With the Redder shot and the assassination, now it's going to be Lola who's going to be caught. Yaoi jumps in again, and Sanford is the one who picks up the kill. On top of nothing, Echo were able to find a pick.
There's still some punishment from Echo because Team Hawk stayed a little longer than they should have. Should have been happy with that mid lane inhibitor push, with that Lord. One try, one go, success. But they stayed, and I think the vision that the lover boy, Yaoi, provided was super instrumental to get this done. Now, talking about the Echo situation, heavy spin away, I gotta say, they can't win on conventional terms. They always have to win team fights, because their lineup almost has zero wave management. Like, they have to win fights.
Oh, here, oh, man!
Oh, I thought Beatrix's Renner was nerfed. Look at the damage he did to Man, what?
It's an 11-minute, almost 3-core item Beatrix.
True.
That's what it does.
Oh my god, that's a lot of damage, right? It just feels like the old Beatrix there with the Renner shot.
Yeah, it had what now? A Roar and Blade of Despair, right?
Yes.
Almost everything you need.
The Malefic Roar plus Blade of Despair, that's going to be a lot of damage. Plus, Man is going full damage, right? Like this guy, the good thing about it, even though he took a lot of damage, he can recover with the passive really quickly. You know, so he's back to full HP again, and this time, Hack, I think if they want to win this game, they have to just play careful. Every time they play sloppy, they get punished really heavily. And here we go, they're going for the Lord. The very, very steady gameplay coming out from Team Hack. This might just be what they needed to win the game.
Red Tree comes in, Lola jumps in with the bravest fighter now. Again, zoning Echo away, and Echo just did not have anything to respond to that Lord play. It's another Lord, but unfortunately for Team Hawk, it's not the enhanced Lord just yet.
Yep, they killed the Lord a little too quick, but then again, a free objective, we'll take it. Enhance their minions, force a push, and again, I think the reasons why they did that is because Echo, as mentioned earlier, has really bad wave clear. So force the issue, keep going.
Look at Yaoi, just on the side, he's trying to camp, but again, the UV is too strong, right? I mean, like the ultimate bonding experience on the top side now, they're gonna get a free tower. At this point, the Lord wave is more valuable than the Lord itself. You know, they're pushing the tower for free.
More than just for free, they pick up a kill as well, and it's Sanji who falls on the Akai pick in the mid lane. Now let's talk a little bit about that, right? It was a risky move by Echo to go for the Akai in mid and instead flex the Valentina over in the jungle. What do you think they have to do now with this composition?
I mean, at this point, it's really have to capitalize on more misplay or the sloppiness from Hawk. Because this is the Hawk's game to lose at this point. Thinking about 3,000 go to head. Here comes
Sanford getting the petrify down onto Man. Now still getting back to HP. Yawi absolutely assassinates the mid laner, but Panda shuts him down. That's some more gold onto Panda that you do not want on him for Echo. Right now, with the loss of your roamer that can flank and give you vision, Team Hawk going to be able to actually siege that base turret down. Panda jumps back to his BMI, and Team Hawk are just playing it disciplinedly.
From worst to bad to not so bad to just no base turrets left, the situation for Echo has to have some rubber band, and I just can't put my finger on it. You were asking about if the mid Akai was a little too risky. If I remember correctly, that MPLI mid Akai on Drian was a snowball lineup. I don't see any snowball from Echo right here, right now, 14 minutes in.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a reverse snowball, actually. You know, with all the vision coming out from Hilda, Natalia, even though he's finding, he's trying to do the best he can from Yaoi's perspective. But the team is just not able to follow up with damage because you have a Hilda on their entire team's face, absolutely unkillable. So it's, again, at this point, you can see the Team Hawk is being very disciplined, sinking the wave, actually not pushing the wave at all, just slowly but surely making sure the wave is pushed down to their side so Echo doesn't find any farm, maintain their goal lead, and wait for the next floor. But here comes the punishment from Yaoi.
That's a lot of damage, my dude. And Yaoi just deleted Man. No one's going to be able to find him too right now. Wow.
That's the lover boy for you.
That's the lover boy.
And it's going to hit critical mass, exactly what this Natalia can do at this point in the game, approaching 15 minutes.
Absolutely. It's at this point, Echo's win condition is either Hawk's mistake or Yaoi finding the flank. And speaking of flank, here it comes again.
Uh-oh, man, popping a sprint, gonna be actually pinned down, but the damage isn't enough just yet. Gary leaving to collapse, Benny flickering forward, finding the kill, but using his resource. Now, it's an all-out fight from everywhere. Benny's still in the bush, dealing a lot of damage. Gary gonna be melted down, but in the back line, look at Carl TZ, who's gonna be taken down. Panda with the mid-nature, and the blazing duet outplays Sanford. Picking up a nice kill for Gary. Yaoi gets the minion, the creep! And that is a mistake you do not want to see because Team Hawk run wild on Echo. Sanji losing immortality. Lola and Gary dealing damage enough to pick up the unstoppable. The minion waves are still coming down. Can Team Hawk end?
It's just Benny. It's just Benny. It's about 10, 12 seconds before anyone else from Echo comes back. Could this be the beginning of a reverse sweep?
Benny once again trying to stun, but it is going to be Man who deletes him off. Team Hawk, they were pushed to the edge, but they have come back. It's 2-1. Team Hawk have done it.
Yeah, Bombay. Team Hawk back on the board. 2-1. It's not over yet.
It's not over yet. One crucial mistake from one little auto attack can change the fate of the entire game, my guys. That was insane. How he camped in the, how he just jumped into the bush, and then it's one auto attack on the minute because it disappeared. You know, Claude disappeared, he can't auto attack anymore, and that lost the game for Echo.
I mean, say what you will about that very moment, right?
Yeah.
Which might as well could have turned it around for Echo, but the writing was on the wall. Echo was just holding on for dear life. But what?
Yes.
Imagine like the whole Lion King situation, right?
Oh man.
With what was Simba's dad's name?
Mufasa.
Mufasa hanging on by his paw, right? He was holding on for like 2 or 3 fingers. That was worse for Echo. They were just really just grasping for dear life. And you see here the face of the lover boy, the disappointment. Might as well could have been that one moment.
Yeah, absolutely, because dude, that killing Claude and able to survive somehow, because Claude delays so much more time. Even though kill Claude was a one auto attack, he should be able to run away and maybe find another flank onto the Kadita, and that might just save the game.
I think we got to give massive props to the draft for Team Hawk, right? We doubted the draft. We were, still thinking, but again, after seeing that Akai and seeing just the later, second phase of the draft where they just completely shut Yaoi down, you could see Yaoi was struggling, right? On to Natalia, he wasn't finding his comfort zone.
It was so hard, and I think the headline may ring true. No carry, no win for Echo in Game 3, but I don't think it's that simple. This was a masterful execution by Coach Pabs and, of course, Valens and the rest of Team Hawk to orchestrate a comeback victory in a series that, dare I say, they dominated the whole of Game 3. It's a tough situation for Echo here. They have to really, really get back into their game, especially with that small little fumble by Yawi. On behalf of Mirko and Dave, my name is Leo. We're throwing it back to our analysts. Trex, tell us what's going on. I want to see what Gideon does, Wolf.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, Team Hack on the brink of destruction takes us in to a game 4, and the Malaysian fans are going wild right now. Definitely very, very exciting. But not only are the fans going wild, Gideon.
I'm
Gideon.
feeling great right now, but it doesn't mean that, we've won the series just yet. It is a best of 5 for a reason. This is just one step in many to turn this around against a top-tier team like Echo, because Yaoi's performance was still outstanding despite the domination that was going through.
One of the pitfalls of Echo is that sometimes they are great when it comes to their drafting. They're very flexible with it, and sometimes they overthink it. And this is a classic case of an overthought, if that word exists. An overthought coming out from Echo, because this time they put Sanji in a hero where he is not that confident with, is not masterful with. It doesn't feel like we saw a Sanji game, despite him being a very mechanical skilled young player. You would want to see him from with a Farsa, a Kagura, or any mage that can make a difference. This time, with the Akai, he missed a lot of shots.
I mean, you can't really blame that he missed a lot of shots. There's a lot of ways for a lot of the members of Team Hawk to actually get out of that, pincer movement, that CC overall. Their entire comp is designed to harass your opponents, look to scale into the later stages, and get as many ultimates out of Echo and force those resources at the end of the day. And once they are dried out, it's just raw power.
I feel like game 3 right here, in a sense, similar to game 1, a lot closer, right? Looking at the gold, looking at the kills, everything around the map, it felt like, yes, Echo could have had the chance, with Yawi, could have had the chance to maybe have some big play potential, maybe turn that game back into the hands, but this time, there was no backdoor. Team Hawk able to seal the deal here now. Tell us about what we're seeing, Wolf.
Yeah, I think that there's a significant contribution that came out of both Lapu Lapu as well as the Claude. That is Nola and Panda. What I'm mostly surprised about is that there was only one time where Echo was able to find Panda utilizing this Natalia. And honestly, that's a big factor already for Team Hack. Knowing that you don't die as much to Yawi means that Yawi will not be able to hit the critical mass, as well as the fact that he's not able to amass dire hit charges. So if you don't snowball as Natalia, you don't have a great game. And even when we saw in the late game where he's able to find some crucial pickups, it didn't matter because the only heroes that he's able to kill was the Kadita, in fact. Once for the Claude, but most of the times it's the Kadita, which is not a big factor for Team Hack if they do lose that hero.
Well, actually, I have a differing opinion. I actually disagree with that. I do think there was a micro adjustment done by Echo to try and look.
That's
yes,
true. That's
you
true.
can't get the Claude, of course, but Kadita actually making quite the significant difference in a lot of these moment-to-moment plays.
Yeah.
Especially if you're looking at someone like Gary who needs his ult to pop off to get out of there.
Totally agree with that.
Now, speaking of Gary here, 5-0 and 4, and though the Claude was amazing, I gotta say, the times when Yawi did catch him, did take him out, Gary was there to pick up the pieces in the end of that match. Just did a wonderful job.
Yeah, very impressive job coming out from Gary, choosing to go for a very aggressive play, as well as aggressive play in the early stages, but he kind of focused on securing the objectives come the mid-game and the latter portions of the game. Like his turtle control, we saw that it was very difficult for the side of Echo to actually position themselves into those objectives, and this is not even a surprise. Look at his emphasis on the turtle pit, as well as the Lord pit.
For sure. And I think more importantly so is the fact that they're consistently invading the enemy jungle.
True.
Making sure that they're taking their lane advantage, and like Assassin that Dave mentioned prior to this, hey, they are just greeting out here. They've already got what they can. They want to press the salt into the wound even more and squeeze out as much as they can get.
But can they continue to do that, right? And as you said, I mean, this is all within the first 5 minutes. He is all over them right now. He is in their jungle, in their face, and this is, I think, what we want to see from Team Hack. This is how a lot of the, maybe lower tier teams have been aggressing on to some of these so-called stronger tier teams.
Yeah, but you know, if you're looking at Team Hack in this particular game, if they understood the assignment, they know that it's difficult for Echo to execute their lineup if they miss one of their ultimates. For example, if you don't land the heavy spin, it's very difficult now to find a bigger target. And if you do out-sustain the Yuzhong ultimate, you're now in a much better spot. You can see the Joy as well as the Lapu Lapu, they have so much damage potential from them. And then if you add the Cloud into the mix, all of a sudden you have constant sources of damage. Whereas for Echo, if you don't find the jump with the Heavy Spade or if you don't find the jump with the Natalia, you really have nothing when it comes to teamfight damage.
Yeah, it's just so ultimate reliant. You can't really do too much about that. It's just the shape of the composition, unfortunately.
I mean, we had Min, right, on this Hilda, who's constantly harassing. You add the Joy on top of that, who is another it's annoying. It's almost like a mosquito, but eventually the mosquito kills you. You think it's not a problem, it's dancing around you, but eventually it gets you, and it's just Team Hack just seems to continue to harass and bother them, bait out some of them ultimates, try to get them out. In the end game, they were able to get them out of that mid inhibitor and bait them into their own death, right? So Team Hack was just a wonderful game there.
I think that Yawi tried to replicate what the Hilda did, but he wasn't able to do so, unfortunately.
Well, with that being said, we're going to be throwing over to the casters desk once again. Boys, please take it away.
Trex, Gideon, Wolf, it's an honor. Back at the desk, we're setting up for game number 4. It's not quite done for the Malaysians, and boy, oh boy, we're feeling it here at the stadium. Once more, we're queuing up for the 4th match of this best of 5. It's Echo versus Team Hawk. We awarded the MVP on over to Gary, and what struck me the most is exactly where he was in the first 5 minutes. And I guess we're just not so used to seeing a Joy come through in the draft. That's why when we see a jungler move around that quickly, that swiftly, affecting so much of the early game for their team, it surprises me still.
It's insane, right? The amount of mobility they have, and like you actually mentioned, Dave, right? The carry and the Wan, both those heroes were banned out by Echo, so Echo just set the Joy up perfectly. Team Hawk also set the Joy pickup very well by banning out the Chill and leaving that open, right? With that, Joy just didn't really have any counters, and again, I think we had this discussion right after the game ended, that Akai Valentina swap, right? I was doubting Hawk's composition, especially the Hilda, because I thought the Akai was going to go to the jungle.
Yeah, I think they've definitely overthought their entire strategy and draft for Echo in Game 3. It's their match point. I mean, they have the confidence, they have the momentum to do that. But going to Game 4, are they going to return back to the textbook-style gameplay to lock down this win and proceed to the next round? And this is something we need to find out.
I guess that's a huge reminder for Echo to say, don't overthink it.
Yeah.
Play what you know and stick to the plan. And again, they did get the Valentina early on, right? Alongside a Yu Zhong and an Akai in the first phase. I wonder if that really was the plan, right? Looking at that last game, a lot of damage coming in from Carl TZ. But I guess this is the same situation you had. Was that Game 1 or Game 2 of the series wherein Team Hawk put a lot of damage on the board, but they did not get to capitalize much on it?
Game 2. It was Game 2 with the Eudora and the Fanny, right?
That's what this looked like.
Yeah, it does look that way, right? I mean, let's talk about how the Akai mid could work, right? Because back when ONIC Esports used that Akai, it was up against a mid lane Gusion, an assassin. That's why they picked it up, to just zone the assassin away because, hey, Gusion's not going to have a good time clearing out the wave. Meanwhile, if you take a look at Nikita, she does pretty well still.
Yeah, I mean, we all expected here on the caster stack for the Akai to be a support, a roamer of some sort, or maybe a jungler. But it turned out to be the least expected role, which is the mid. And it didn't work out as well this game because they couldn't deal with the Min on the Hilda in the early game. They don't have the damage for it, and Hilda just took advantage of that to get the map control of the entire game. Hack was able to get the objectives, get the turtles, and snowball the entire game.
And with that, I guess Coach Treb and Coach Tic Tac have to reconsider, right? It'll more so come into the side picking going into Game 4 here. Team Hawk, this was the first time that they've seen themselves on blue side, right, in this series. So this may be a game changer. This could be a factor. and what prio picks may come through. Both now have their eyes on heroes as hot as, say, the carry, the Joy, and is the Hilda a factor here? Do we have to consider that? Because Echo can beat a Hilda, but with the right choices, let's say they ban out the carry, can they still beat the Hilda that way?
I think, again, especially in Game 3, they were just overthinking it, right? If they just stayed with the Akai in the jungle, they would have actually been able to go up against the Hilda, no problem, I believe, right? The Hilda is picked up as a roamer to distract enemy jungle only if that enemy jungle is susceptible to a lot of this damage and can't dish it back, can't sustain back. If you pick the Akai, done. You clear the jungle, you just ignore the Hilda completely.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's why the switch was so confusing, right? To get a Valentina jungle, because that's exactly what Hilda counters, right? One of those squishy jungles who have hard time clearing. Just by clearing the buff, it already take a lot of HP away, and then at the same time, there's a Hilda hitting you with a freaking, what's a weapon called? Is it an axe? Is it a hammer? What's Hilda holding?
Depends on the skin.
Depends on the skin.
But it's mostly an axe.
It actually changes, yeah. Or an axe with a hammer on the other end.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's what's it called? There is a
halberd?
Yeah, a halberd. There you go.
But the halberd in game is a sword, but that's neither here nor there. We're queuing up for game number 4. And again, the menaces of the meta that's making themselves known are clear red flags, right? You have to take them out in the banning phase. And it's clear, the 1-1, the Glue, the Eve, the Kaja, the carry for Team Hawk specifically, the best solution is just prevention. Now, seconds away from the draft, this could be, again, another decider. It's the last game that Hawk has to win to even think of a reverse sweep. It's Echo back in the driver's seat, blue side. Team Hawk answering back. There goes the Kaja, the Glue, and the Joy with the first pick, Eve, while it's Team Hawk banning out the carry, the 1-1, and the Grok. What's a solid swing back? 2 picks to fight that Eve.
I mean, right now, Joy is being banned away, Glue is being banned away, carry 1-1, all these characters are banned away. I mean, are they considering, I was about to say Grok, and Grok is banned away too, you know, just when I look at this entire draft. So, are they considering Fanny or something like Valentina to copy Eve's ultimate? Because yeah, you have Eve zoning with the real world manipulation, but if you have Valentina, you can copy that. You can also take all the Claude for the counter and a Chow, the pick for ban.
2 dive heroes, right? The Cho and the Claude. You mentioned the Valentina, but I personally am thinking more about the Farsa. Remember game 1, how was Echo able to beat the Eve from the side of Team Hawk? It was by picking up a Farsa, but now Echo has 2 members that can also dive, provide that backline threat that they need, and maybe just counter the Farsa before it's even picked up.
The Farsa is still available though.
True.
But also, this is an early Harith.
I think the earliest Harith we've ever seen
in M4.
At M4.
Oh, this might be one of those very hyper carry Granger jungle kind of situation.
Where you just pick a fast jungler so that you can snowball on through. Again, the term snowball to describe lineups has come up like, what, 3 or 4 times in this series alone. So it's clear that these teams are very much momentum based.
Yep.
And then we'll see how they capitalize on that. One more pick for Team Hawk before we go into the banning phase.
Yeah, because Team Hack's signature playstyle is the dive, and then pick a lot of dive characters. Here we go, the Valentina. They copy Jungho, can copy Eve all, right? A lot of different situations that you can go with here. It's really, really good pick. Now, why I talk about a Granger? Because, I mean, you think about picking Harith. Harith is also a flex, right? You can go to the side lane, and sometimes might go to the jungle. We haven't seen much of it. Most of it in the scrims, we've seen Harith go to the side lane and giving a lot of farm, a lot of lane pressure, so the jungle Granger can actually thrive.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this before, right? I believe Falcon was the one who actually used the Harith and the Granger combination, but that time it was actually the Lunox and the Granger. Lunox in the gold lane. With this combination, yes, there's a lot of lane prio just based on how fast you clear the waves. Mid lane by the Eve and the gold lane on the Harith. With this composition too, you still need that physical damage, and hey, Granger works, right? So I'm looking at it too. I'm thinking about the Granger, but the Martis is to be banned out by Team Hawk. You're also seeing the Hilda ban, which again is setting up for that just vulnerable jungler, but can be the Granger.
Yeah, no, you respect the Min, right? You respect Min.
The Min.
The way that he plays. But now that we've been talking about the Granger so much, the one big danger that he has is if the peel for Team Hawk melts quickly, the whole dive versus dive situation just crumbles for them if they have a Granger jungle. Because you're still a marksman. You have to still consider yourself as a marksman and protect yourself. Now going into the picks after the cool friend, the Hayabusa get banned, is the Granger still looking good?
I think it is. I think it is. I mean, like all the diver banned. The thing about it is, Chow most likely is use it as a support, as a roam position, right? Banning the Hilda is just like, okay, it might be a flex, but we don't care. We don't want any pressure into the jungle at all. So this is giving you a strong signal at this point. We don't want any dive, we don't want any assassin. We want the hyper carry in the jungle. Now, which one are they going to go with? YSS, Roger, all those characters are kind of falling off in early game damage now. But Granger, if you scale into the late game, it can actually one-shot any character from the side of Team Hawk.
Yep, that's what I was gonna say. Like for Echo here specifically, right? Yeah. I think I just got on the same page as you guys.
Yep.
Maybe Echo, maybe Carl TZ, right? But with a Ling on the other end, can it go fast enough?
I mean, it's because right now, if Echo just goes for the Granger, right, you are going to be very vulnerable to the dive that Ling and Cho have. Thing is, though, you're not the sole damage dealer. If you do get targeted, you still have that Zaman Force on the Harith, you still have the Yi, and no Granger. It's the Yi Sun Shin from Carl TZ. First time at M4. My goodness.
It's a debut. It's a debut alongside the Ruby. So
wow.
I'm guessing that's the roamer. Ruby in the hands of Yaoi.
Oh,
Yusin Shin, we mentioned how possibly he could be on the decline, but he did get a little buff in the last patch.
And also, I want to say something about the YSS. This character, the reason why it's not as good as hybrid character to Granger is because the meta is heavily focused on tank. But if you look at Team Hawk, there were squishy characters, right? Yeah, Chow might be a little bit tankier, but Valentina Claude, especially when Claude jumps onto the YSS, he might just jump into his own demise.
Yeah, and also, he got a rework where in his passive, there is now a built-in movement speed, so he can help kite.
Yep.
Oh, man, I don't know, though. Personally, I've tried the Yusun Shin. I'm no Carl TZ, but it did not work, man. No damage. Even though I just scaled off to the late game, I got all of my items level 15. Again, no Carl TZ. I'm not a Carl TZ, but did no damage.
Full disclaimer.
Full disclaimer. I'm no Carl TZ.
But were you also going against like 2 tanks on the other side?
Yeah, I was up against a lot of dive. That's why I did nothing. I just can't dove on, but I did not have a Yaoi peel as well. So, Yaoi on the Ruby.
Last pick, Phovius. On paper, it looks amazing. I'm liking it because, again, you have a Yusin Shin with
Harith.
that passive you want to trigger, the Harith.
Ruby.
The Ruby. Yuzhong has a nice dash in there built into his kit.
Yep.
Is this trouble?
I think it is.
For Echo? Are they going to crumble under the demonic force?
Well, the demonic force is going to be a massive weapon that they can use, but look at the crowd. This is a weapon that both teams can use. The support coming in by both Echo and Team Hawk as we get ourselves ready. Let's hear it once again. Tennis indoors, Anayan, for Team Hawk and for Echo in game number 4.
As both sides now walking into the game, both teams are trying to get as much vision as they can. They both play really aggressive. Look at Min, looking for vision immediately. And by the way, that's a sexy Ruby skin right there.
Yep, I
wonder what it is.
The Aspirants skin, released a month ago, and you just gotta grab it. I think the timer's running out on that. Go get it. Now, look at this aggressive move by Min. Checking in. Can he get trapped in by Yaoi and Sanji?
Uh-oh, it's also a lane swap. Once again, the Malaysian swap here. As Min jumps in, is able to actually buy some time here, flickers out to safety.
Wow, I mean, already really aggressive. It's Min. You know, yes, he's getting cornered by 3 people, but remember, it's Min, right? He's unkillable. When he roams around like that, and now he's getting so much vision, you know exactly where everybody is. You can see Ling is finding the invade, and that's the value Main brings on the table. Because you know where enemies are, majority of them, that gives Ling so much rotation options. Here we go.
Uh-oh, that's going to be Min taking low. First blood over to Carl TZ. Gary's not level 4 just yet. Has to wait a bit, and Carl TZ so far is doing really good. Gary, though, finally gets level 4. Ooh. Doesn't decide to commit. Carl TZ follows through with a Mountain Chakra, now revealing everyone on the map, too.
Impressive target acquisition by Carl TZ here. M2 Grand Finals MVP. You saw how he knew that the orange wouldn't reset, and then he just picked off Min and then moved on.
Wow.
Yeah, very accurate. Now 15 seconds before the turtle. Min is level 3. We have about 3 level 3s right here, actually, from the side of Hack. And you have more, I think, the same thing, about 3 level 3s from the side of Echo. It's a completely even game so far. Now, with the late game scaling, likewise says, this is looking good, actually, to the favor of Echo.
It's just, again, right? Team Hawk were trying their best to invade an enemy team, but it actually just gives Echo a bit of an edge, because now Carl Teasy, he got a first blood. Sanford as well on that winning lane, able to get to the turtle side first. The mid control is fully controlled by Echo, and this is where you start to question, is this Yisun Shin going to actually snowball?
Is this going to change the landscape of our metagame? But again, it's been what, 2 minutes and a half? 2 minutes and a half, we can't say exactly that Yisun Shin is the new hotness again.
Not yet.
Some people like the meta, some people don't, but to me, the meta is just versatile, right? I
agree.
Is it gonna change? We don't know, because everything is possible. Like, you can have hyper carry jungle, or you can go to the goal lane. Here we go on the top side, though, Sanford.
Lola gonna be able to bring him back now. The body force is ready, and that's gonna be a knockup by the Tempest of Blades. Good kill over to Gary. Lola just funnels it back onto Gary for more damage so that he can actually dive in towards the Yisun Shin later.
And just as Min has done throughout all games in this series, he's doing so much. He's moving around. You never really know where that show is. And I think that's what makes these two-man engages from Team Hawk so scary, because you're never sure if the Cho is around. You're never sure if Min is around. And look at that. Quickly making work. They converted from that one kill on Sanford into a turret.
3 minutes in, by the way.
That's an early tower. And again, a lot of people don't see this, but I'll give a lot of credit to Min for giving the vision so Link can roam freely to find the kill on the top side and then move that to a tier 1 tower 3 minutes in. That is absolutely insane, because even though the gold looks very similar, there's not too much gold differences right now, but open up the map will open up the snowball. And that's the word, that's the focus of this series.
Yep, about 20 seconds away from the second turtle. Might be more room for Team Hawk to do it, because again, they did pop that left part of the map for them. The top lane, tier 1. Bottom lane, though, what's Benny Cutie to do against Panda, given that they have gone back to their natural lane?
Yeah, now look, the second turtle. YSS already moving the turtle to the blue side. Here we go.
Min gonna be able to jump in now. Looking for Jikundo and the way the Dragon to bring Yaoi back, but it's gonna be Sanford who finds a Petrify onto 3. Gary gets a Tempest of Blades onto Yaoi, finds a kill. Sanford still on the back line, knocking man up, but Gary picks up the turtle and goes back in on the Carl TZ with a double kill now onto Sanji. He's looking for a triple. He dives in under the tier 2, but he's not gonna be able to find it. Sanford still hunting. Lola getting out. Gary dashing out of the wall, but Furious Dive follows it through. Gary's still gonna be able to actually get out Sanford, now caught in a bad situation as he's 1 HP, and that's the kill picked up by Lola. The passive does its thing, and it gets a trade for Sanford, but that is value for Team Hawk.
Oh my god, what a team fight there. You can see the value from the Demonic Force in that team fight in full display. We talk about what to do about this ultimate. You don't really have much choices right now at this point. You just have to wait for Lola to wait out the ult, you bait it, you dash, you commit a team fight, do the poker face that Echo like to do, right? Go bait out a skill and then just wait. I think that's probably the only option you have.
So far, Team Hawk has grown into this series. They are ahead about 2K. Min admitting to the fact that ever since Team Hawk was formed under MPLMY, they were gunning for M4. Imagine that, being a qualifier squad, going straight to becoming champions, competing at the world stage. They catch Yaoi.
Yaoi also getting brought back by the I'm Offended, terrified down. Min still looking for one more knockup. Yaoi not able to connect his own I'm Offended. But in the enemy jungle, Carl TZ is gonna fall, and this was exactly why we thought it's not gonna work. Gary! Super fast hands as he just styles out of there.
What a style there. I mean, just changing skills. And Karate is definitely falling off, right? You can feel like he doesn't have the damage or the survivability. If you don't have the support from Yaoi, it's going to be a problem. And here we go on the bottom side. You can see, thanks to the advantage they got from the jungle, they're able to push a bottom tier 1 tower. Oh, here comes the hook.
Yaoi gets the I'm Offended. Panda still able to get out with the BMI. That's going to be the way Dragon popped in by Min, but it's going to be 2 members taken down. Make it 3. Someone else fell on the other side of the map. Wow, what a fight that was forced in by Echo in the gold lane.
Wow, I mean, they got the tower, but I think the overstayed. The Minute Wave could have just done the job for them, right? I mean, overstaying for 1 extra second wouldn't have to do so much for you. And that's exactly what Yawi did. Took advantage of the situation and find that I'm offended, and that changed the game.
Given the outcome of that bottom lane siege from Team Hawk, could this be what Echo needed? Could this be that, set of kills that puts him back on the map? Because last we checked, and what was that, a minute or two ago, Hawk was just in control, right? What was that, almost 2K gold?
Yeah.
I'm wondering, because I'm seeing Benny Cutie, I have my eyes on the Storm. That Zaman Force is not quite lethal yet. Like, he has to spend so much time. They have to make sure that Team Hawk is where they need to be to get those attacks in, to get those spells in, that Synchro Fissure. And I'm guessing Echo needs to be on top maybe for a little longer.
Yeah, I agree.
They got to grow that lead.
They gotta grow that lead, and they gotta start shutting down the gold laner, right? Because right now they're doing a great job at shutting down KarlTzy, but Benny, okay? Right now he's not a threat. He's been scaling though. He's been farming pretty well as a lane that's been, as a laner that has his turret taken down already. He's 2-0. He's farming pretty well. If he gets to those item power spikes, it might be just a turnaround for Echo.
But at this point, you gotta think, like, Ling is 4-0-1. It's even a bigger threat. Thinking about YSS is only skilling off. It's obviously gonna get more damage as we go. But, I mean, Ling is still gonna one-shot him going to the late game, especially with Phoveus as a threat at the same time. Like, where are you gonna dash?
Yep, given that 3-man sweep from Echo, the Filipino crowd has gone and made up their own cipher, a little dance circle out in the stands. But as we speak, Team Hawk back into their dominating ways here in game number 4. 6 minutes in, no turtles so far after that first one for Echo. So I can only imagine what KarlTzy is feeling. Is this the Yushin Shin you were talking about, Mirko?
Yeah, I mean, again, based on my experience, I've played like 5 games on the Yushin Shin.
The new Yushin Shin.
Yeah, the new Yushin Shin in this patch, right? And even when I get the late game, even when I get a few kills early on, I just don't deal as much damage as you would normally do. And now with just Panda also scaling up, I feel like KarlTzy might be losing to every single damage-dealing member from Team Hawk later on, even in the late stage when he has full items.
Yeah, not only do you lose on damage, you also have to consider all the ball controls going to be diving you. And speaking of dive, bottom lane, Gary is definitely playing the carry role at this point. I mean, just finding push after push, and now Monitor Shocker, it's just way too much.
And the siege as well, you can see.
Every tower.
Yep, THQ still in control, now 3K ahead, almost 8 minutes in. Let's check out the items, exactly what is Benny Cutie building up towards. Because, again, this is the one point I think that Echo is ahead on, right? That gold lane matchup.
5,700 gold compared to the Claude, which is still standing at 5,500. Honestly, looking at it right now.
Look at the Ling though.
Yeah, the Ling.
3.5K ahead.
3.5K go ahead.
And look at the itemization, right? He went for the Berserker's Fury into the Windtalker, and now, if he gets that Endless Battle, man, Echo's gonna have a hard time, even if they have Yaoi to peel. That's so much damage, and even true damage coming off the Endless Battle.
Yeah, this is only gonna be scary and scary as Team Hack continue to extend a control in the game. 12 seconds before Lord. The thing about the Ruby pick is, Ruby's early game is really not that strong. They're not too much CCs, they're not too much damage, and you can't really check vision because it's not that tanky either. So you can see now Ruby, unless he lands that hook, he's not going to be a primary tank. If you match that with KarlTzy, who's also squishy, speaking of squishy, here comes Team Hack.
Uh-oh, that's going to be the Demonic Force on towards Sanford, who pops in Black Dragon form. Min, so trying to disrupt, that's the I'm Offended, only connecting onto Min right now as he's going to be melted down, but that's going to be Sanford picking up the kill onto Panda. Man, able to trade that back as Lola still caught in the midst. Demonic Force buying a little bit of time before he gets bursted down by Benny. Killing Spree popped in, that's a 2-for-1, but Team Hawk find Lord.
Team Hawk won that trade, I believe it was worth it. A little too messy, but Echo are finding what they need to find on the map to eventually get back into this game, shrinking that huge gold lead. It's a astronomical lead that Team Hawk has, especially on the team members that matter. But so far, I just noticed now, man, almost 10 minutes in, Echo only pushed 1 turret.
Yeah, again, it's all about map control, right? In the first 3 minutes, we saw not too much goal differences, but because the first tower got taken down, that quickly snowballed into bottom tier 1, the top tier 2. Now with lore coming in, even though the Team Hawk lost 2 people, Team Echo couldn't push a singular tower. Now the mid-tier one's gonna take it down because of all the crashing coming to the jungle.
Oh, Carl Tease is gonna be assassinated there. Man, 1 HP. Sanji finds the damage, but Gary's gonna be able to actually get out. Lola now under the turret, jumps into the demonic force, not able to find Yawi, jumps in once again. Gary finds the kill. Panda jumps in with the flicker too, but it's not enough. Benny and Sanji get out. It is a tier 1 turret taken down by Team Hawk as Gary looks to try to look for the base turret now. Sanji coming in. That's the base turret passive, and Gary needs to back away. Tier 2 now in the mid lane. Gonna be targeted down and sieged down by Team Hawk.
That's a clean capitalization by Team Hawk of that small win. Again, 3 for 3 across the board. I'm feeling the problems with the Yi and Shin now. Again, you have the Yi and Shin, you have the Harith. They both need to hit their opponents for an extended period of time.
Yeah.
They're pure DPS. So the box that Sanji's setting up doesn't seem like it's enough.
Yeah, and also they need to scale. But if you think about how much pressure Chao is giving on the map, it's not allowing them to scale, right? Ling is able to split push, find more tower, proc the high ground, the high ground tower's passive as well. I mean, this is too much pressure from all over the map from Team Hack, and it seems like the draft that Echo has is not paying them any dividends.
I agree. I was one of the first downers towards the Yi and Shin, right? The damage, even towards the late game, based on my experience, isn't enough to really become that hyper carry.
I was willing to give it the benefit of the doubt, given that it was a nice way to kind of, stop the whole Valentina situation. It's a DPS hero that, yes, it does provide vision, but it's not a game changer when it comes down to a team fight. But yeah, again, it might have been a concept that needed more time in the oven, might have needed more reps. But we'll see if there is a comeback, because it's not over quite yet. There's still inhibitors standing for Echo.
Yeah, and here we go. Gary split pushing again. And he's not pushing that much. He's not completely shoving the wave. He gives the wave a gentle tap, and this allows the wave to accumulate. And then Ling, thanks to mobility, is able to roam to the Lord almost immediately. So now, again, Team Hack has control over the map going to the Lord fight.
Again, it's that wave control from Team Hawk, right? They're able to actually slow push the waves, and they're going to be able to create so much pressure onto that XP lane where Echo is not really going to be able to respond to either play. There's always that split push threat with the Ling, and also that Lord take that's is constantly threatening Echo. And Echo, at this point, need to choose one, or maybe they need to just defend at this point. Even if they go for a 5v5, it's not a 50-50, it's more of a 70-30. As it stands.
Most things that Team Hawk have their eyes on come for free. That's what this 4K gold lead is giving them. And for Echo, as you mentioned, it's a hard decision. Like, I wouldn't even know where to begin. Dave.
Uh-oh.
I mean, I don't know what to begin, but here it comes.
Yawi with I'm offended finding Gary and Min, but Gary's gonna be able to get out, but that's gonna be a lot of damage placed on the back line. Panda flickering out, man, gonna fall. But the demonic force now by Lola over towards Benny with one more coming down. It's a 1-for-0 for Echo. They bought a bit more time, but look again, Echo, they lost a lot of HP there. Now it's still, despite that pick, gonna be Team Hawk who has more pressure on the Lord, but Echo, they're using this man advantage really well, forcing it instantly.
Speaking of when you don't know what to do, it's the decision making. Like, how decisive can you be? How fast can you make your decision and execute on it? That's gonna make the difference, right? You saw Yaoi jumped in with the hook, and that made a whole lot of difference. But that difference is quickly minimized as Hack's now making a move on the Lord again.
4v5, it's gonna be the retreat battle. Gary wins it. Carl Teasy gonna be kicked down, locked up by Minus. Panda jumps in with Blazing Duet to the back line. Benny, now in the midst of it all, jumping back and forth, getting a kill, getting shut down though by the likes of Panda. Min still surviving. His stats gonna be Sanford running away. The Furious died by Man, as that's gonna be enough to lock him down. 4-for-1. Team Hawk on a run now to equalize in Game 4.
Oh no, this looks familiar. It's just one defender left. Yaoi's gonna take about 5 or 6 seconds before he can come to help defend. Sanji puts up the ult. Will Lola fall? Nope. All right. No. I think Echo's still in this.
Sanji still dishing out damage, poking them down. Mid lane base server gonna fall. BMI popped in back. Yaoi very close to getting that I'm offended. But like you mentioned, Leo, not enough just yet. Team Hawk back away.
Now, if the Lord come close for the charge, that's another free high ground tower. And remember, all at the same time, bottom wave is slowly accumulating towards the high ground of Team Echo. Team Hawk, all they have to do is push this Lord in. Can they do it?
Benny QT finds a massive pick, and that's 2 on the board. Benny is 8-1. He is single-handedly stopping the end from Team Hawk.
Is this the key to victory? At this point, it's all on Benny. Can you find the crucial kills onto Panda, onto Gary, because only him has the damage to do it. Carl TZ is still not there yet. He's level 15. This is a miracle. This is your situation. Can you find the damage? Now, the good thing about YSS is also the ultimate. The Mountain Shower gives you so much vision, which allows you to know, okay, is the link split pushing? How do we answer this? That's the benefit of YSS. And here comes the dive.
Time for the blades. But that's Yawi times it to perfection. Yawi with an absolutely insane I'm offended to catch Gary.
Ruby is one of the natural predators of most assassin junglers that have high mobility. And right here, we're seeing the rubber band effect. They're shrinking that gold lead. Now at 2K, they're going to make a play here in the jungle, trying to go for that main artery, that mid lane tier 1. So far, Echo not out of the woods just yet, but we're seeing signs of life.
Yes, and also, Yawi has a flicker now. That's even a bigger threat. If Yawi before the flicker have to only play knowing where Ling is, knowing how your jungler play, but now he can actually engage like the lore fight previously.
Oh, that stopped the
Here
conceal. Min looking for an engage as Lola jumps in with the demonic force. Min flickering forward. Yawi doing the same thing as Dasby Sanford splitting them back. And Lola and Min, they're isolated from the team. This is it. Min losing the immortality, but it's going to be able to actually get away. That's a disengage coming in with Gary rotating again. Benny, 1v4 in the midst of it all. Still surviving and then stopping Team Hawk's engage.
The storm, the typhoon, the hurricane took on 5 members of Team Hawk. Enough time to buy for Echo to defend. And we are sitting at dead even.
Now this is a deja vu because Team Hawk has a tendency to go a little bit of sloppy in the mid to late game, right? Sometimes we saw that being punished heavily in the previous games. And this is a series, this is the moment where they have to hold steady and go for the next objective. You saw Chow, right? You had Min and Lola jumped in by themselves, disconnected from the team. That's very uncharacteristic of Hack, who plays very, very disciplined most of the time in the entire series so far. Here we go.
Yawi again finding Panda, but Panda's going to be able to actually dash out. Benny again, looking for the damage right now. The Blazing Duet will be popped. Gary to the back line as that's going to be the Demonic Force popped in as well. Yawi with no I'm offended cannot actually peel for his team. Lola, Demonic Force once again onto the back line, onto Carl TZ, but still going to be able to kite away. You can see the damage being placed on. Lola still surviving for a bit longer. Carl TZ finally finishes him off, but Sanford falls as well. Both of the XP laners have been taken down, but the real world inflation comes down. Yawi missing with I'm offended. Team Hawk still trying to get an opening here around the Lord. Yawi gonna be taken low. Min on the flanks. Panda in the mid lane looking for the base. Right now as Gary jumps in, helping the mid laner out. Carl TZ finishes Min off, using the mountain shotgun to buy some time on the mid lane. Will be pushed in. Team Hawk with 1 cannon minion. Carl TZ rotating down. They're getting it. Gary and Panda will end the game to equalize against the tournament favorites.
A taste of their own medicine. Echo loses game 4 at the brink of a reverse sweep via a backdoor split push play by Team Hawk.
Oh my god, what a play. The Echo style onto their own base. That is insane. Now, when we saw the Panda go in there, Eve responded, but Eve alone is not enough because Hawk has a lane.
They had the tools.
What a series, man. That's all I have to say. What a series.
They had the tools, they had the setup, and again, Echo, at least at this point, they knew that it was possible, but they just could not respond fast enough. That's what the lead Team Hawk had this whole game bought for them. And you see here how one half of the Twins, how Panda was just so relieved to have been able to pull that off. Oh, careful with the water. Oh.
Man, oh man. Started off as a dominant run by Echo, 2-0. We all counted Hawk off, except the fans who were constantly cheering. 2-0 down, and now 2-2. They have equalized, and it's back to a best of one.
Hold a second. Now, in the beginning, we talked about this battle of support, right? Look at Main finding those vision, finding those controls. Game 5 is a battle of discipline. Are we going to go back to Echo's textbook style domination, or are they going to try something new? Are we going to continue with more different style of gameplay?
I don't want to jump the gun and have the analysts have put words in their mouth, but something tells me they might have something to say about that Yisun Shin, about how Echo kind of played around the fact that there was a Valentino on the other side, and then they, essentially pulled off what they did in Game 3. It may have been the same case of them having learnings from that game prior and then trying to fix it now and being behind the curve. But then again, this is just Team Hawk learning as well so quickly. They are picking up, and they gave Echo a taste of their own medicine. I can't believe it. It was a split second decision that made them get this victory. Let's go ahead and throw it over to our analysts. It's Trex, Gideon, and Wolf. It's a best of one. Fellas, what do you think?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back on the analysis desk, and Leo, I think we are very, very excited. I think the fans are also very, very excited. This is going to be our first Game 5 of the knockout stage. Definitely very hype about it. Gideon, I brought you some tissues, thinking you were gonna need them, but I think we might be able to throw these to the crowd.
Keep that to yourself, because for now, right now, the ultimate comeback is happening. And before this, Wolf wasn't stressing out. He's just relaxing on his analyst table. He's like, no, this is not, I'll be fine. But now he's sweating.
Yeah, but I did kind of predict that this will go to a game number 5. Not because I want it to be a game number 5, but because of the fact that Yisun Shin has not been proven to be a good pick. In many points in this game, we saw that it could be, like there's a potential, but ultimately, the heroes that Team Hack were able to get were just too good against the Ling. As you saw, against the Yisun Shin. There's the Ling, there's the Phobius. Had it been that Team Hack played this more cleanly, I would have said this would be a one-sided, but it is what it is. They still won the game.
I mean, would we exactly say that it was the YSS, or would we just say that Team Hawk got the counters down, right? With the Phobius pick, with those things. I mean, can we completely count out that hero? Was it something wrong with the item build, or was it just Team Hack dominating in the draft?
Well, I think a lot of this really boils down to looking back into history of what the meta used to be when Yisun Shin was supposed to be dominant meta, and then Ling started to come on in, and then Phobius as well. A lot of these new heroes and people are trying to figure that out. At the very least, Team Hawk had a very good idea as to how to handle these high mobility, multiple dashing style types of heroes. Although I will say, Benny QT was giving off a phenomenal performance with his 10-1 and 2 overall KDA, absolutely crushing it. But as Wolf mentioned before, Yisun Shin is not in the meta or highly prioritized for a reason.
We actually had a preview of how hard it is for the Yisun Shin to play this game, because during the first seconds of the game, we saw like the split screen when they were trying to go to take the purple buff. Yisun Shin was slower compared to the Ling. And that's already bad news for the side of Echo, because now it allowed Team Hack to have a hero like Ling, who is very greedy, to get away with the early game. And you saw Gary actually played this well. He got away with the greed, and he was able to get a lot of farm, but at the same time, was able to utilize it against Echo. He was very aggressive, was splitting the map, he was making so many problems for Echo to deal with in the early to the late stages of the game.
You know, for the first 2 games, we saw a whole lot of Echo pictures up there.
Yeah.
We saw those bars really creeping towards the side of Team Hack, but now Team Hack coming back. Not only that, I mean, we spent 2 games wondering about how Team Hack was gonna pick up the pieces here. So now we get to talk about how is Echo gonna pick up the pieces here? Can they take this series back?
I think one thing that we have to mention and really observe is that the competition is getting harder and harder. You know, the skill gap is getting closer and closer. The teams are becoming more accustomed to each other's play style, and you're noticing that the composition is becoming more similar here. So that's why when I'm thinking about Team Hawk, I'm thinking about their MVP.
Yeah.
Taking a look at it, does look like it's going to be Gary. That is 2 MVPs in a row, Wolf.
Yeah, you know, I have been spoiled watching like Kyrie and Carl TZ from the Philippines, but my goodness, Gary is amazing. He's proving his worth in the international scene. Here at the world stage, he is performing so well. Even in the games that Team Hack lost, he still performed so well. Can still remember the tie run all throughout the group stages and even before M4 started. And now we're seeing Ling. And people have been hyping this up. I heard you guys from a Malaysian team. I mean, this is a treat to watch. The way that he dodged so many of the skill shots coming out from Echo and the way that he managed to find the pressure across the map. You can see his influence literally.
Everywhere.
The first 5 minutes is everywhere. He's amazing, man.
You know, he's playing a different game, honestly.
Most definitely. And back in the group stage, day 4, they asked a lot of us casters who we thought the MVP was that day. And I was the one guy who was like, Gary. Because I can see it, man. From then to now, he has definitely been a star on the team. So let's take a look at these highlights and see exactly what Gary's been doing.
Yeah, jumping straight into the highlights, the first thing that we have to mention are these fights around the purple buff specifically, because again, a lot of the contestants ended up on this side of the map, especially since the bottom side have been completely wiped off the jungle very efficiently because of the lane dominance provided by Gary in his own lane. But then we start to see the similarities between a lot of these team fights, like Sanford is trying to cut off the backline from the front. Yeah. And the only real difference is that Ling has the mobility to join with the Phobias to dive the enemy team. Anybody who is low is under threat of Ling.
Yeah. You see between the two teams, when it comes to like their ultimate, the value of the integrity of their ultimates, you can see that Echo is quite more ultimate dependent as compared to the side of Team Hack. You saw that whenever the dragon form is down for the side of Echo, it's very difficult for them to fight during the team fights. Whereas if you're looking at Team Hack, when the Tempest of Blade is already used, Gary has an option to go for an assassination play or maybe a split play. When the Claude's ultimate is not up, at least he has the constant damage from the Art of Thievery as well as the BMI and Flicker usages. So there's so much left when it comes to the damage department aside of Team Hack, whether or not they have ultimates.
Most definitely. Now, last question from me, I think, is we've seen a lot of evolution of the past drafts, and I guess not, because right now we're not going to be able to talk anymore, I guess, guys. Sorry. I've enjoyed it so much. But right now, our wonderful hosts are going to be interviewing these players. So thank you guys for listening to us. We'll see what happens next time in the episode of the Analysis Desk. Let's send it over to the host.
Thank you, Panelists! Clara and I are here on the floor with some Echo fans! Make some noise! Are you guys Filipinos?
Of course not.
Oh, you're not? Of course not.
I'm not.
You're
we are not.
You're all from?
Indonesia.
You're all Indonesian cheering for Echo Philippines. So
Yes.
wait, hold on. You want to see Echo in the grand finals, not Indonesia?
Of course.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Okay, what's so great about Echo Philippines?
First of all, mostly it's because that I am the Aura Fire fans.
Aura Fire, yeah.
Yes, and then we have our brothers in Philippines, that is Echo. And that's why we Aura fans come here supporting our brother Echo Philippines.
So tell us, we'll pass the mic. What's so great about Echo for you guys?
Yeah. Well, it's everything, anything. It's the the make, it's everything.
Who? Which player?
Yeah, yes. And I love Yawi.
Yawi!
You have something to say to Yawi. You have something to say to Yawi. Right now, he's watching you. Mau ngomong sesuatu.
Yawi, mahal kita.
Oh! A lot of people are saying mahal kita to Yawi. What about you guys? Which player are you rooting for?
Boleh ngomong Indo, boleh.
Sanji keren banget.
Sanji, you're so cool. You can say something? You can say something to Indonesia.
Sanji keren banget.
Sanji again.
Oh,
Sanji is
wow.
so cool. Are you agree that you are all wants Echo to be in the grand final? Setuju gak sih kayak Echo bakal di grand final nih?
Yes,
Atau siapa?
kita yakin banget Echo bakal di grand final.
Wow.
Oh, but wait, wait. I see some people here wearing Echo right over here. Hi.
Manchin is from Indonesia.
Come over here. Hi. Hi, are you guys Indonesian? Where are you from?
No, we're not. We're from the Philippines.
Philippines! Okay.
We flew away from the Philippines just to support the Filipinos, especially Echo, with these guys, right?
All right. How about for you? Okay, let us know which of the Echo Philippine players really amaze you. What's your name?
My name is OSX.
OSX.
Yeah.
Okay.
What
Now let us
amazes me
know.
most is Benny Cutie, the storm. It's in Indonesia.
The typhoon. How well is he doing right now?
Oh, double MVP of the game. Tuloy lang. Kaya mo yan.
Right. How about for you?
So good.
I'm cheering for Benny Cutie as well.
Benny Cutie. Okay, now if you can say something to Benny Cutie right now, what is your name?
My name is Manjin.
Manjin. All right, Manjin, what do you want to say to Benny Cutie?
Benny Cutie, go.
Benny Cutie, go.
You got this. Benny Cutie, you got this. Shout out to the weather people out there, to all the weathermans.
Let's do this together. When I say echo loud, you say echo proud. 3, 2, 1. Echo loud.
Echo proud.
Echo loud.
Echo proud.
All right. Lots of energy happening
so
right
great.
here. We have the 5th and final game. Here we go. Let's see who's going to win. Casters.
5th game.
It comes down to this, a single game of Mobile Legends to confirm who will be moving on through to the upper bracket in the next round. It's Echo going up against Team Hawk. At your service, my name is Leo, joined here by Mirko and Assassin Dave, and we have been calling this hell of a matchup, and boy oh boy, I did not expect for this to go 5 games. I have to be honest, fellas, as soon as we walked and loaded into Game 3, could have sworn that was it, right? I could have sworn that was it, but it seemed like there was more in the tank for Team Hawk, and that's on me. I have to admit, I thought that they were going to crumble to the pressure, but it seems like it's Echo who needs a little bit more of reassurance, who needs to recalibrate. Mirko, your thoughts?
The caster curse, right? We said, Game 3, especially after the draft, we were like, all right, the draft, it looks like Echo is going to be able to take it here, especially considering, again, that Akai that we thought was going to go to the jungle. But then, I believe, Echo, they overthink it, right? They overthought it in game number 3. And after that, I feel like, again, they were a bit too confident. I love the confidence coming in, trying to pull off the Yi Sun Shin too. But in this match, when you were already 2-1, one more game to the equalizer, to get into another just best of 1, it's a bit too risky for my liking.
I may have made a few wrong calls throughout this series already, and that's on me. I apologize, but we have to get back into the current situation. The Malaysians may drop one of the tournament favorites into the lower bracket where they will have to fight for their lives. All right, tournament life. A lot of folks here in Sinayan are hoping for a Echo X something, Echo X RRQ, Echo X ONIC Grand Finals, and that may be quelled here via the hands of Team Hawk.
Again, not so fast, right? Because we don't know until the 5th game happens. When game 3 happened, it was like a reverse psychology. It's who can adjust their mental faster, you know? And then in game 4, it's the exact same way. Now it's game 5. What entire series so far? Like, Team Hawk has been playing their aggressive playstyle the entire series, and it's doing them a lot of favors, bringing them all the way back. This might be the first reverse sweep, or is Echo gonna play to their style, play to their heart, and win this game for us?
An Echo that is out of their element, an Echo that doesn't call the shots, that are forced to flex out of reason, I'd say, is not a very good Echo. Let's look at the last game's draft. Of course, our impact player, Benny Cutie, the storm, the hurricane, the typhoon that has flown out here to Jakarta to show exactly all the haters that, hey, Bagyong Benny is still going strong. Going up against Gary, back-to-back MVP performances. Joy, game 3, now the Ling. What else can we expect from this young jungler?
To be honest, right now, I do believe Gary, this is Gary's meta. The assassin meta, the damage dealing meta,
Gary the
right?
carry.
It's Gary the carry. You used to see him play the utility, but now he's the carry, and man, it works. He is a mechanically sound player. On the Ling, even on the Fanny while losing no purple buff, he was able to do a lot of crazy things, and you could see when a team plays around him. Honestly, this is what I said early on already, right? The new dimension that Hawk gets to play with. Usually they play around Panda, around Man in the mid lane. Now they have Gary to play with too, so there's a lot of dimensions, a lot of dynamics.
Oh, now that we have the spotlight on Echo, it's their series to lose. It was since game 2. We have to go into the mind of one of their coaches, Coach Tic Tac, Archie Reyes. Of course, we want to be like Blacks International that dominates the scene, but instead of Blacklist, here at M4, it will be Echo. I can only really imagine the pressure on the shoulders of this esteemed individual in the Philippine esports scene.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they are feeling the pressure. They're definitely coming in as Carl's favorite. You saw the vote, right? In the beginning.
The group stage.
Yeah, you saw the group stage, how dominating it was. I mean, also at the same time, I got this Team Hack. I want to make a point about Gary and Min, because they sync so well together, right? Like, Gary is the assassin.
Is Gary the secret third twin?
Yeah, maybe.
Min Man Gary.
Min Man Gary, yeah, exactly. Gary is the mechanic, is the assassin that finished off the kill, the executioner. At the same time, Min is the informer, right? He gets all the information, tells you exactly where enemies are, and then Gary makes the decision, okay, I want to go topside and maybe screw out this guy or mess around on the bottom lane. It's just very, very good synergy coming from Team Hawk.
And it's that dynamic that allows for Team Hack to be where they are right now. Threaten the lower bracket drop for Echo, and a stark contrast. Carl Teasy hasn't really been playing much like Carl Teasy in the past 2 games.
We gotta talk about how great this run is from Team Hawk, right? We're talking about Hawk like they're just the Malaysian champions. Sure, they're the Malaysian champions, but they just qualified for Season 10. They qualified, they became champions, and now they're giving the tournament favorites a run for their money. That run is incredible, and you could see why the fans of Team Hawk are so passionate. You could see why, even though Team Hawk were 2 games down, the fans did not waver. They kept on going, and now they're here.
Game 1 and Game 2 were mere denumas on their hero's journey. They are still on the way to proving the doubters wrong. In that head-to-head, we have a lot of things to say about these 2 talented players, right? A lot of fans for Sanji, a lot of fans for Man, although you always have to consider that Min is part of that conversation as well. But look at the stark difference, Dave. More than ×2 the KDA?
I know. This shows you that Man is playing more as a support mage towards a team, and for Sanji, he's playing more of a carry. And look at the GPM, DPM as well. The difference is so astronomical. I mean, you can't even compare those numbers at this
Worlds apart.
It's worlds apart.
You would have doubted someone if they said these are both mid laners.
Yeah, absolutely. This shows you the playstyle of the team, right? Sanji is the carry, where Team Hawk that plays the team and play aggressive into the enemy jungle.
I think right now, as it stands, if you look on paper, it's very one-sided, right? It's Sanji, but if you take a look at how they play, and if you actually watch the games all the way from game 1 to 4, you can see the different styles that Man plays. Sure, he does play the utility, he's more comfortable just playing the supportive role, but he can also carry. We've seen that in, I believe, game 4, and also game 2, right? No, game 2 is the Eudora, so that was, again, just a bit of a supportive role, but he can play those 2 dynamics, those 2 play styles. Meanwhile, for Sanji, he tried the Akai, tried to go for something a bit more supportive, didn't work. So, Sanji, better on paper, but less dynamic, yeah?
Yeah, I think that's where, again, one half of the MPL MY Twins have the trump over on Echo is, yeah, you can say what you will about Sanji, but if you need someone to sacrifice, if you need someone to do what needs to be done for the team, there's only so much Sanji can do at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I just want to say, going to Game 5, are we going to see a Benedetta by Sanford?
Oh.
Dude, that is absolutely
I haven't seen it so far.
disgusting. His Benedetta's dirty. It's on a different level from anybody else, and we haven't seen it. It's not banned, you know, and it's really, really good into those supportive utility mid laners.
I think one thing for Echo that I have to say right now, first, before that Benedetta pick, obviously, Benedetta, Sanford, amazing. But Yaoi needs to get his comfort pick, right?
Yes.
In 2 games, the 2 games that they lost, it was Yaoi forced to play 2 heroes that he's not comfortable with, right? The Natalia and just last game, the Ruby. He had one crazy play, a solid performance, but it wasn't the Yaoi. It wasn't the flashy Yaoi that we've all come to love on the Grok, the Kufra, the Cho, the game-changing Yaoi.
Yeah, it's that question, it's that issue that could reveal maybe even deeper lying things that Echo will eventually have to face, whether or not they go on through M4 in the upper or the lower bracket.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, when you talk about Yaoi as a playstyle, he plays really aggressive. At the beginning of the series, we talk about it's aggression on aggression, right? Like, entire hack playstyle is aggressive. But for Team Echo, Yaoi, when he on Chao, he's a different kind of beast, right? He gives so much vision, so much map control for the entire team. But when he's on Ruby, he's limited by the character itself, because Ruby early game is just not that strong. Natalia, completely, I wouldn't say countered by Hilda, but definitely limited, because Hilda is so tanky, you can't do anything to that guy. And he's getting vision on your entire team versus you getting vision on the other side.
Yeah, despite Echo's respect for the Hilda in Game 4, it was banned out by coaches Tic Tac and Trevor. Valens and Coach Pab still found a way around, and they made this last lineup again. Recap for Team Hawks Game 4 draft: the Claude, the Cho, the Valentina, the Ling, and the Phoveus. I asked if the Demonic Force was going to be a big factor for a good maybe 2 team fights. It was, but eventually it felt like it was overkill. It felt like the box that the Eve was setting up for Echo was more of a death box for Echo to fight in.
It does feel that way, right? I mean, usually you have a little bit of dive just to help out that real-world inflation, but with, well, for the Harith, it works still. The Yi Sun-shin, not so much. I agree.
Yep.
And I think now we could all agree, right? It wasn't just my Yi Sun-shin that was bad and feeding. Carl Teasy was not able to find, a good spot on the Yi Sun-shin there. Even after getting to the late game, he had full items, and he wasn't able to dish out enough damage. So my concerns came to reality.
Yeah, Yi Sun-shin might as well be the next level tank Layla at this point, right?
At this point, yeah.
The ultimate provides more value than a lot of other stuff it can provide because it provides vision on the entire map. It's one of the only options for legal map hack in the game, right? It's absolutely crazy what ultimate can do, but at the same time, it just feels like his damage is not scaling enough compared to a lot of other characters who play the same position.
Yep, and again, brings us back to a point I mentioned earlier. Carl Teasy's not playing like Carl Teasy.
Yes.
Is it a matter of his hero or just circumstance that the draft happens this way? Could there be a greater purpose to the Yi Sun-shin that just was not allowed to unfold here in Game 4?
You know what time it is? You know what we need to see?
What?
We need to see M2 Carl Teasy on the damage dealers, on the Lancelot, man!
Put him on a Lancelot, put him on a, well, Hayabusa got banned. More likely is going to be banned.
Bling picked, Hayabusa banned. Give him just the damage dealers that can work, that can carry the game. Yi Sun-shin can carry, but it's only if you snowball. Early game, he was, oh my goodness, Gary just did not let him play.
Carl Teasy has a decent Benedetta. I remember for a majority of NPL Philippines Season 7, that was his Paramour, his highest pick hero, highest win rate hero, that is. And that was in the twilight or the aftermath of their M2 World Championship win. Now, since we are talking about Carl Teasy going head-to-head against Gary the Carry, this paints a different picture. If the other roles for Echo were just, light years ahead, here it looks like Carl Teasy is the one who actually paves the way for his teammates. He's evolved as a player.
Yeah, he's playing more into the meta now, where Gary's play more to their own style, right? Team Hawk just does not give a care about the meta. They are the meta, right, in a sense. I mean, they just play their own style. Like Assassins pulling off every single game almost, right? You have 72% kill participation, 6 KDA, and 765 on GPM. Higher on every metrics. This is the definition of a carry compared to a more utility, more team-focused jungler.
Now my question is, do we really have to ask Carl Teasy to play that way? Because maybe the ask has to come from somewhere else. Maybe given how gifted and how intelligent Sanji is in mid, maybe it's Echo's plan all along, right? Maybe that's how they were built, right?
Yeah.
It's just the cores will be mid and gold.
Benny, yeah.
Yeah, Benny and Sanji.
See, we've seen that, right? We've seen that style of Echo. At M4, it's a different style of play. You can still opt to go for the gold lane, mid lane carry, but now, for the most part, the junglers have been getting that spotlight once again with the damage dealers, with the assassins carrying the game. We saw it earlier today, it was Kyrie, right? Ken was using the utility, and guess what? It did not work.
Don't force it.
Yeah, a lot of times the viewers may ask, why is a player who used to be so good assassin not using it? Because a lot of times within the team is actually the team dynamics, actually what the team plan to do, right? Because in scrims, if they don't particularly focus on practicing something like that, it's really hard to pull it off on the big stage, on the tournament, right? Especially from the confidence of the team. Okay, we practice so much with utility jungle, with more of a support or carry mid, carry gold. Rotate towards the goal lane, make sure Benny get the resources he needs to carry the entire game. You saw him on the carry. It's a monster, right? So it makes sense they practiced it. And in the scrims, you ask every team, Echo has been most textbook, most disciplined team that you can ever meet, you can ever play against. They have really good scrim results in the way they play. But today in the game 3 and game 4, they're doing more of a experimental that we did not expect, actually, coming from all this flex picks and the switching roles, as well as the last game with YSS.
Yeah, a little too experimental, even for my taste, because you know how you watch a team for so long and you've known them for so long that surprises might be what you're looking for, but not in this case, not with the results that Echo put up in this current best of 5, and it's because of the fact that we're here now with a possible reverse sweep happening. The Team Hawk crowd is feeling it. They haven't stopped beating that drum since that win in Game 3.
It's unbelievable, right? Because 2-0 down, full support. They did not even, they weren't hesitating. They are just full on support for Team Hawk, right? And this is what you need. We've been talking about the home crowd advantage for Indonesia. Hey, Team Hawk is here making it look like it's the home crowd advantage for them.
Yeah. Daddy Hood diff.
Daddy Hood diff.
Right
after the interview, Team Hawk just switched on, bro.
Yeah, no, could it be? Looking at the Game 3 draft, and all right, Hawk didn't immediately go for the Daddy Hood piece of advice, right? Where he said he plays Cho a lot and Hayabusa.
We did see the Cho.
Yeah, but it did take a while.
True.
So there could be some method to the madness. That could be one of the main reasons.
Yeah, I mean, like, to be honest, at this point, I think going into the future of the games, I'm gonna have to go buy a drum myself to cheer on in the crowd, because that drum plays such a big role.
All the winningest teams at M4
all have a drum.
Yeah,
yes.
all have the support.
I mean, Echo 3-0 in groups didn't have a drum.
That's true.
That's true.
Maybe they're the one
exception.
Yeah, the outlier.
They built different gaming.
Built different gaming, right? Tournament favorites, 2-2, best of 1, back again. We're welcome to the group stages, best of 1, right?
All over again.
All over again. And man, if there's any team, right? If I'm Echo, if I'm any team, I would hate to face off against Hawk in a best of 1. The drafts, the way they play,
yes.
No, get me out of here.
Yeah,
Yes.
but this is what's scary when you're going into the knockout stage, right? A lot of people would wonder if the longer series, again, in contrast to a best of 1 where these surprises can just come and cost you, right? Cost you that big prize of the upper bracket, if it's going to make a difference. And here so far, Team Hawk have found a way to put themselves again in a situation where in a best of 5. And that takes talent, that takes dedication.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of heart and execution.
Yeah, it's crazy. But in the best of 1, I would hate to face off against just any Malaysian team. Hawk and Todak. But now, once again, 4 seconds onto the drafts.
Here we go. It comes down to this. A lot of what we could personally say about Echo's Game 3 and 4 came down in the draft. Here we go. We'll see if it makes a difference.
Are we going to see some cheese, like Hilda, also a Masha gameplay, going to her jungle? You know, okay, we talk about how this entire time Kartiz wasn't picking those assassins. Maybe this time Kartiz is going to pick the assassins.
Oh, no.
And then we're going to go with the Masha and the Hilda combo going into her jungle. The Malaysian treatment, we call it, right?
Welcome you aggressively.
That welcome you aggressively.
Scratches you. It's just, oh my god, I can see that happening, right? Oh, we'll just see right now as Team Hawk are still going to be on the red side. Second pick, the Claw going to be respected here by Echo with the Glue and the Joy. So Yves still up for grabs right now. Valentina, Kaja.
Correct.
Carry, Kaja, Grok, you have all this, but Grok is actually just banned.
Eve.
Vanny, Farmis, yeah, all these different choices available on the map.
Something's got to give.
Something gotta give, yeah.
It's just one ban for Hawk, but again, their consolation is they get 2 picks on the swing back.
Maybe they don't ban yeah, exactly, right? Maybe don't ban any of the character we just mentioned.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, the one was carry.
I agree. That, I mean, Benny on the carry, just, I don't want to see it anymore. It's too good, right? Echo picks up the Eve. Kaja let go. A hero that can actually cancel out the real world inflation with that suppression.
And this is also really smart because Wafri picked the Eve. Even though Kaja's still up, but we haven't seen much Kaja from Team Hawk because that's not their playstyle, right? We know how much love the frontline initiators, the early game supports like Chow, right? Like Hilda to go into your jungle. Now Kaja is really good in lane to harass and poke you, but not really good at invading your jungle.
I agree. And considering Yaoi can just pick up the Cho, I think right now Hawk needs to stay true to why they were able to win the last game. Pick up the Cho, take it away from Yaoi, force him on another, maybe even a Kufra here. That's exactly what they go for.
Oh no. You give Gary his Ling and then Min his Cho. Now how does Echo answer back?
Kaja.
They pick up the Kaja. Where do they put it? It seems like with the Yuzhong and the Eve, it's like Echo is still, again, which is something that we've seen happen a lot here in this best of 5 series. They're learning and they're taking things from the previous games for better or for worse.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, this is not the comfort. It's not something that we expected. Obviously, Stanford has been on Yuzhong and has been performing steadily, but it's not the Grok Stanford that we know. It's not a Benedetta Stanford that we know. So this is something that they're drafting meta. They're drafting that make a lot of sense. But again, are they drafting themselves into a corner that they can hardly climb out of?
Well, we'll see. Because right now, it's the last pick for the first phase for Team Hawk. They've gone for a lot of crazy third picks. But this time around with the Ling and the Cho, I think securing a gold laner and then banning out Benny QT will be a very solid option. No. They're anticipating a carry jungler from Carl.
Now you wonder, where is the Hilda and the Cho gonna go? Min has to play one of them. I am suspecting an XP lane Hilda.
Wow.
It's one of the only options. I mean,
or mid Chow.
Mid Cho, XP Cho. We haven't seen XP Cho in a long time, but yeah. Oh my goodness. Gold lane Cho?
It can all happen. I mean, the meta, again, is all about flex. We've seen the mill in the Kai today, right? Chow in mid, you can get something that's really aggressive in the early game. Comfort, we're talking about man play utility mid lane mages anyways, right? So if you get something like really early game that didn't need a lot of farm, maybe even Julian, that might be too ambitious, to be honest. But if you get Selena, stuff like that, and just get Chow to level 4, it can be really strong at the first turtle fight. Again, that aligns with entire Team Hack's playstyle.
Yeah, we haven't seen Selena nor a few of the other heroes
Julian.
that could complement this mid lane Cho. So with that being said, we look to the bans to see exactly what these teams are planning. There goes the Mardis, there goes the Valentina.
I think they're going to go for either an Akai ban or I think Akai just I don't know why, okay? Because if you look at the composition, they just want to dive in. They don't want to face something like an Akai in the jungle. They would much rather have something like a Fredrin or just a carry jungler. That would just be the best case scenario for Team Hawk. But they're still respecting the Kufra. They're still thinking that the Kaja can be flexing in the jungle, so that's why. But now it's all done, right? Yaoi not going to get the comfort pick.
Yeah, the interesting thing is they're banning like this because everything can flex. Right, Kaja can go jungle. The next thing you know, you're gonna have, and we're talking about Cartesi playing to the team now, right? So
yeah, that's not it. There is history of Benny QT playing a gold lane Yuzhong. So maybe that's the next level. Maybe that's the next layer here of Echo adjusting to this best of one meta in this current BO5. But again, I think that they might be overthinking if they do that because now it's Team Hawk who's having them on tilt. It's like, so where's this Cho gonna go? Where's this Hilda gonna go? Can confirm though, not a gold lane Cho. There's the Beatrix.
Here we go. The Beatrix pick coming out for the side of Team Echo. Are they gonna pick some carry now this time for the jungle? Oh, it's Brody and Fredrin. So very standard picks to the meta. Actually, a tank jungler into a hyper carry marksman on the gold lane.
it's pretty scary now for Echo because in the later stage, they're going to have to rely 100% or just 80% towards the Yve. Brody needs to snowball early, and look at the composition. Team Hawk's going to have a lot of early pressure to try to negate that Brody in lane. If Beatrix, or they could just swap.
Again, the Malaysian
Malaysian
switch.
swap.
Yeah.
But the same thing is Echo is well prepared for that. Right? We've seen that in game 1. You know, like obviously actually it was game 2. I think that was the Malaysian switch first showed up, and then they prepared it really well. So you can see the last pick right here. What is it going to be? The choice is mine. The Xavier.
So now the only real question is Rome Hilda or Rome Cho?
Wait. Okay.
Rome Hilda.
XP Cho, Rome Hilda.
All right.
There you go. There's your answer.
You always want to put Min on a hero that really just, you know, gets vision, gets in your opponent's faces. Make sure that Gary gets the carry.
Yeah. Is it going to be a damage Chow in the EXP lane or a hybrid, you think?
I think just full tank at this point. It's still going to be full tank.
Or the emblem could define.
True. We'll see what emblem he goes for, right? If he goes for damage, I guess he's trying to just burst the Yve down or the Brody. But if he goes for tank, it's a bit more reliable when it comes down to the long team fights. Just, again, we're seeing the support coming in from both of the teams. Tennis Indoor Sanayan for both Echo and Team Hawk. Let's give it up one more time before we get into the decider. Back to a best of 1. Game number 5 in the Land of Dawn.
Look at the start here for Gary. Gonna start up his purple. Same for Carl TZ. But again, Min just, at this point, Echo just knows that this is how Min is gonna play this Hilda.
Yeah. And I gotta give the draft actually to Team Hawk for picking up Xavier in the end. If you look at the entire side of Team Echo, who's gonna get on this Xavier?
Yuzong.
Yeah, sure, Yuzong, but you have to go through a lot of vision, right? Because you know exactly where Yuzong's coming. You have Hilda, you have Chow, who's not gonna lose lane that much. So if Yuzong's gonna be rotating, Chow's gonna tell his team, hey, by the way, there's a dragon coming your way, so be prepared.
I guess at that point, they're just hoping that Sanford, again, makes the wrong call and is just left with nothing. Because that happens. We've seen that happen many times in this series so far.
They did swap, by the way.
They did swap, yep.
But I don't think it's a good lane for the Beatrix up against the Yuzong. You can already see it. And in the gold lane, Benny is actually going to be able to dish out some damage back in. Lola losing onto the trade despite having a 2v1.
You know, the swap philosophy is very, very interesting right here. Because Beatrix, again, is going to fall behind in the lane. Because Team Farm as well, compared to the Brody. But the thing about this game is Brody late game is going to be much less scarier compared to Beatrix, right? Because Beatrix, after you get those 3 core items, the Cauldron Size, the DHS, the Golden Staff, he's going to one-shot the Frederick.
Yeah, so it's going to come to Team Hawk maybe making the decision to switch up like they did previously in the series, right? They do the Malaysian switch to start, and then they eventually course correct. We'll see if that same call happens here. Something else to note, the lack of gold in the early phase that the Beatrix will suffer might be worse given that it's a weapons master Beatrix.
Absolutely. Now, first Turtle's coming up, and it seems like Team Hawk, again, has better map control in this area. Look at Hilda.
Well, they are playing for that XP lane because of Panda, so they will have a little bit more room to play with. But look at the invade right now with Divine Judgment popped in. Gary finds the top of the blades, gets out, is able to actually secure the purple buff despite having that invade onto him. And Echo just moved back. Call TZ doesn't have the retribution. Gary doesn't have it too, but they're still trying to go for the turtle.
You'll say no harm, no foul, but that might be what they're setting up for. The ult and the lack of retribution. Here comes the Black Dragon form.
No contest for Team Hawk.
It's clean.
It's just clean, you know? It's just a contest up top, though. That's the Petrify and the Furious Dive. Panda losing a whole lot of HP as Min jumps in, trying just to dish out a bit more damage with Ultimate 2. That's the Dawning Light coming through. Not able to connect Sanford with a very good sidestep. And it's still Echo grasping onto that 500 gold lead.
Ooh, TikTok Live Carnival for the M4 playoff. Come to TikTok to cheer for M4. Not only have exclusive custom skins, you also have a bunch of other stuff to make sure you show up.
Yep, and again, thanks to Gang. Dave, what do you feel about that first major rotation with the turtle? Right before Echo makes a play, can they get it?
Oh, Divine Judgment brings Man over to his own turret there. Lola actually be able to find a Jikundo, and that's going to be the Dawning Light securing first blood. Gary still onto Benny. That's going to be a stun coming in by Benny. Gary with a pass of blades. is able to actually cancel it out, gets the kill down. Lola flickering out, taken low, but he is safe. 2 for 1, Team Hawk with the better value.
They definitely traded. Now getting the Brody taken down. Brody is strong early game. Should kind of stop that momentum and allow BH to safely farm. That's going to be really good. Look at Min though. Just being a nuisance to the entire side of Echo. I gotta say the first rotation for the entire side of Echo was pretty smart. They made it the jungle, take the blue away. Look at the damage.
Did they succeed?
From Savior.
Oh yeah, no, that's Gary.
Yep.
Let's grant that purple.
Carl TZ was actually able to secure it, yeah? Against Gary here, who didn't have the retribution on time. Again, in this game, it does feel like Team Hawk are getting a lot of kills, and I do feel like for the Beatrix, it's not going to be an XP lane Beatrix the entire game. It's just going to be the XP lane Beatrix up until the 5th minute. Then they're going to swap.
At the 5th minute, though, the gold cards and the XP cards, they don't exist anymore. So again, I think it really was the intention to win the lane.
Yep.
And so far, they're making it there, but they're not converting to much because, again, the major objectives are going to Echo.
Yes, I mean, and Echo is playing really smart again in this game, right? Their rotation, they're playing the Hawk game in a sense, where taking aggressive to your own jungle, taking Lean's jungle. No Lean's weak in jungle, have to use retry just to secure objectives. You can now, because of the early play from Carl TZ, from Team Echo, now Lean is forced to not contest any objectives, but to go to the other side to steal scraps, really, right? 1 or 2 small camps.
Slowly but surely, they're starving Gary, and it may seem like Echo, 5 minutes in, found their way back into the series.
Here in the mid lane, you can already see some damage being placed down, but Carl TZ on the Fredrin, he can just soak that damage in. Min and Gary will not be able to actually dish out as much as Carl TZ sustains, especially when he's already he's very tanky now actually, steals the purple buff away, and like you mentioned, Gary is not getting a say in the game right now. Divine Judgment pulling Min back, that's the real world revelation popped in as well. Gary, with the Time of the Blades, isn't able to dish out as much damage as he would want to.
Yep, and all this time, THQ making the most of it. Panda was pushing up top, that's a tier 1 going down.
And that's very important, tier 1. We saw this happen in the previous game, where tier 1 top happened, and then it's tier 1 bottom, but here goes Minlay.
Beautiful cancel for that way the dragon, man. It was looking bad, but wait. Carl TZ solo? 1v1, Panda taken down in the XP lane as Gary looks for a trade here. Oh, that's the cutoff. Yaoi finding the sandwich maneuver, holding on. No, doesn't have the Divine Judgment actually. Gary gets out with the Finch Poise.
Oh, here we go. The split push meta from Hawk now. You know, actually, a little bit of uncharacteristic from each side. They're playing each other's game in a sense, right? We know Echo to be the split push, but now it's the other side from Hawk. They're playing Ling. Oh, here we go. Yaoi, he does have the ultimate, does have the flicker though.
Not enough damage between the 3 of them down there. And it's impressive how Carl TZ has gotten to this level, right?
Yeah.
Slowly but surely, stealing things away as much as he could from Gary. And yeah, Sanford so far did so well to keep Panda down, Mom. And now here's the eventual course correction. And Carl TZ is not letting go, man.
Oh, here we go.
Lola able to find the way the dragon, but the Butcher Boy connects Sanford in the 2v1 right now. Lola still able to knock him up. Temper the Blaze as well, but the sustainability of Sanford is dealing so much right now. Lola gonna be caught, has the Shunpu, gets out, but Sanford has outplayed the 2v1. Sanji rotating, picking up a kill. The Sand combo, as that's gonna be Lola knocking Sanji up. Sanji still looking for the skill shot right now as Lola tries his best to sidestep the Sand duo. Picks up a double.
And that's why Sanji plays carry mid. He's so accurate on everything he does. Look at his pinpoint accuracy on skill 1 here. Oh, flicker from Yaoi coming to the mid though.
And that's Yaoi backing off the damage from the Dawning Light and from Min, just poking him back.
All right, so already we can say clearly Echo ahead, and look at this 4v1. Can Carl TZ survive?
Oh yes, he can. The Appraiser's Wrath gets him the HP back, but not for long. Not long enough for the other members to come through, but Sanji wants revenge. Man is down, and Echo are still holding on to the lead, even forcing more from Team Hawk.
That's a man down. I was just about to say before the Saver, bit the dust, there is some signs of life from Team Hawk, despite being down about 4K here, 8 minutes in. Man is their late game insurance policy. The fact that he can defend from anywhere and help open up the map alongside Gary could be their ticket into staying in the upper bracket.
That's exactly what I was about to say. I mean, yes, right now the way it's going towards Echo. Here comes Steel Play though.
Oh, Sanji's actually going to be the one engaging here.
Man.
The real world, but oh my god, it almost just takes man
Oh!
down. Benny with the flicker, and Lola with the way the dragon, but it's only onto Yaoi. A misplay here as it's man down again.
You were saying, Dave.
Oh, I was just saying that late game, that Team Hawk might have the late game insurance to actually make a comeback. But right now, because the play the entire set of Echo's making, it doesn't seem like the insurance is going to do much.
And so far, Echo has not let go. Again, for the longest time in the series, game 3 and 4, Echo was down. Now they are back in the driver's seat, 5K ahead. Gary already making a cut deep up top, but that's not going to stop Echo from taking this tier 2 turret. Echo is feeling it. They're not going to the lower bracket. They have recovered, but Team Hawk, it's not too late just yet.
Yeah, they need a few minutes for Team Hawk though. Right now, Beatrice is not online yet. You can see even though she was there in the team fight, but she couldn't do significant enough damage in a short period of time. And look how tanky entire Echo is, right? Yaoi is tanky, Kartiz is tanky, even Sanji, you know, as one of the tankiest mages, should I say, in the entire game. I mean, this gotta go to like, what, 15 minutes at this point in order for Team Hawk to stay in this game.
For a chance even to think about it, right?
Yes.
So how do they stay alive for 15 minutes? Well, number one, yes, continue cutting the lanes. Because again, at least Gary's making a leeway, took that tier 1 down bottom. But that aside, maybe defend from the base. I'm wondering what Man has built so far. Last we checked, I think, he had 2 major items, right? The Enchanted Talisman and the Clock of Destiny. Because that's going to be the major difference. At least Team Hawk has good wave clear.
They do. Bennett plus Xavier, plus also, I don't know if I want to say a solid front line, right? They have Min, and they also have, oh, that's a damage show, by the way, right? So I don't know what the front line, man. That's going to be Divine Judgment, pulling man back, and that's not what you want if you're Team Hawk. Exactly what you want if you're Echo. They're going onto the base. That's so much damage.
They want to end.
Onto man. And once again, Gary's going to fall. Benny is massive.
GG.
Echo end the game. They recover and they secure it in a best of 5. 3-2. They send Team Hawk to lower brackets.
What's going on in the crowd? More than just the team members of Echo, it looks like our audience here in Sinayan are all in. Echo goes through, staying in the upper bracket while dropping Team Hawk into the lower bracket to fight for tournament life.
What a series. The first full best out of 5 series. Are we going to see this again in the entire upper bracket? Team Echo, this game, even though the Gib held up, but they played their own game. They played aggressive with the Fredrin and the Brody, the full dive. They're committed to the textbook style, and look what it has done.
It's been a while since I've seen a Brody that welcomes the aggression, that actually knows its job, because usually when you pick a Brody, it's because the opponent has picked a Ling or a Hayabusa to try and stop it, or like a Lancelot. But here, it looked like Benny Cutie understood that he was a mobile turret. He knew that as long as I win my lane, Carl and I guess Sanji at this point can just win everywhere else.
The second Gary lost the purple buff, I think it was just really tough for Team Hawk. Their composition was really banking on the fact that Gary is able to at least scale properly, right? Get to those item power spikes. But the reverse sweep is denied by Echo as they walk back here. You can see them on the stage, loud and proud.
That's the victory march by the runner-ups from MPL of Philippines. The return of Carl TZ to the world stage. Took a while, was a long way around to their winning ways. But still, I mean, how often can you say that in a single day of competition, as a jungler, you were able to play, what, about 4, 5 different heroes? That's just the way Echo plays. Mirko, Assassin Dave, and Leo from the desk, it's been an honor. Let's throw it over to our analysts. Trex, how's it going?
Leo, it is going great, and as you can see on episode 5 of the Caster Analysis Desk, Gideon and Wolf are finishing things up here, but what a finish to that series, our first best of 5, and hopefully of many more to come. Gideon, How you feeling over there?
Um,
Short? Low?
Pretty low, honestly. It doesn't feel good. It was very close to a comeback, but it just did not happen. Just didn't happen, man.
You're supposed to be the tall one on the desk.
Yeah, you know, they have forced it to game number 5, and you're gonna have to hand it to Team Hack. Even in game number 5, it was pretty much conditional for Echo. I still felt that that draft could have gone in favor of Team Hack if they went to the late game. Unfortunately, the snowball was there coming out from Echo.
Most definitely. Now we are going to take a look at these items. Echo did finish it off 11-4. So in the end, Team Hawk is broken down, Giddy.
Well, I mean, starting things off, obviously we have to talk about, the lane swaps. Eventually, it's going to come to a point where people are going to figure out what exactly is going to happen. It was expected in this match, and Echo, well, not even Echo, Team Hawk, the early prediction to try and go for the Hilda so early on, going in almost blind, that was a bold move.
Yeah, and to me, when I look at the heroes that we have, it's almost a classic dichotomy of early game composition versus a late game composition. Echo, they gambled. They went it for the Brody as their last pick in combination with their Yu Zhong and the Fredrin because they want to end the game earlier on. For Team Hack, it was a classic. Beatrix and Savior, they can defend the base up until the latter portions if they do get a little bit of an opening in the early stages. Echo disallowed that, and that meant that they were able to control the tempo of the game. That will not favor Team Hack.
I mean, and look at the damage from Sanji.
Yeah.
Look at the team fight participation. Definitely a huge thing. And I was a little bit worried about Benny Cutie picking up that Brody, but once again, Benny Cutie shows up, helps out his team. That final flicker play right there with the torn apart memories, that was assault in the wound.
All right, you can stop ripping on me already. I get it. We lost the game. It hurts, but, Benny QT couldn't have played it more perfectly. And we were even discussing this prior, that we probably wanted to see Brody with something with a little bit more scaling, with at least Weapon Master.
Yeah.
But we didn't even see that. Killing Spree was more than enough.
Yeah, because they kind of relied on the fact that in the early stages you have the Kaja, the damage up with the Fredrin, you saw how tanky he is. And I think that this time they have activated Sanji. The casters also talked about this. If Sanji is playing his comfort picks, he's playing the killer mage style, all those big burst nook mages, you are going to see Sanji just having the killer instinct, and it was activated in that game.
I think one of the most important things to pull away from this whole series, though, is that we can't count Malaysia out, right? We can't count Team Hawk out. They're not going to the lower bracket. They're going back to the comeback bracket. So there still is an opportunity there, but Echo has definitely asserted their dominance against the first team.
Look, you're just making me
lower and lower.
I'm just getting lower and lower here. The more you're inciting it, it feels like Caster Curse is real. The moment I felt excited, the glimpse of hope, it's just snatched away.
But then again, it's not. If you're looking at Team Hack, I think there's a lot of standout performances. Gary, all throughout the series, was phenomenal. However, in just this last game, it's just Echo just played a different game as compared to the previous 2 games that they lost. Surely they don't have the grok and the carry as they did in games 1 and 2. But in game number 5, they completely flipped the switch. They wanted to rely on the late game potential of both Benny QT as well as Sanji. This time, they completely just relied on their early game. And this is something that the Team Hack might not have been prepared about.
Honestly, I do think there is a little bit of a repeat, especially when we're thinking about game 3 in particular, where we do see the Eve once again on Sanji. His positioning overall is just, it catches you off guard. It feels like he's moving one step ahead, and by the time Team Hawk catch up to the idea, it's way too late.
Most definitely. Now we are going to be taking a look at this heat map. This will be the heat map for the man Sanji himself, and just such a proactive mid laner all over the map in just the first 5 minutes, not hunkered down in the middle.
If you were watching the growth of the heat map, because we're not going to see it progress, but the first few rotations of Sanji was onto the gold lane, in fact. So what they wanted to activate here is the fact that they wanted to clear the waves in the middle as soon as possible and then rotate into the gold lane so that they can help Benny-Q. They kind of get a little bit of an advantage, or at least fend off the growth of the Beatrix, which we know is a late game hero. So what they did is to find the dents in the armor of Team Hack and then abuse it.
I mean, think that's not all. If we jump into the highlights, once we get past that laning phase, he's immediately making an effect towards many QT's lane to make sure that he gets further ahead than Panda. And honestly, despite the lane swap, things worked out quite well. And even the individual outplays just bought extra bits of time, speeding up, a catalyst even, to push for that game end.
And not only that, but Sanford, I mean, with the did such an amazing job here. And one of the other clutch picks I think that came from Echo here was that Kaja stopped the lane from jumping in, stopped Gary from being as aggressive as maybe he wanted to here.
And this time the Sansan tandem has been activated. I mean, we were hyping about this duel. They outplayed Team Hack in certain occasions. We also are going to see like the snowball, the fact that Echo, like sharks, like the orcas that they are, they smell blood and they never let go. They hunted down Team Hack and not make them breathe, and eventually made Gideon shorter by the minute.
Look, I thought I made this clear earlier, but fine, whatever. But so far, Echo is looking good in the upper brackets. Very happy for them, and obviously a bit sad about Team Huck's almost comeback victory, but it doesn't mean that it's going to be the end of the road for Malaysian fans. And keep on going for the Filipino fans. Again, still one of the strongest regions, and everybody just looking to beat them.
I got a question, Gideon. Were you able to see the assets from down
That's
there?
not funny. That's now that's just discriminatory. I'm a little hurt here, Trex.
It's all right. It's all right. We're gonna pick you back up because we're gonna be moving on to other games in the future. Team Hack definitely not out of this just yet. Echo still could be dropped back down there. Maybe we see a rematch. Maybe we see some revenge in the future.
Maybe. Gary made a fan out of me, actually, so I'm really looking forward. Of course, the Mean and Man, the towers coming up from Malaysia, really excited to see more of them. So hopefully, Team Hack will recover from this.
Gideon?
I've never been like this before, okay? This is the first time for me. Keep on going, don't worry.
All right.
Now, hopefully everyone enjoyed the great match. I think it was definitely very, very hype, and just a taste, right? Just a taste of what this is all going to be. So, thank you guys. This was the last episode of the Analysis Desk tonight. We're going to be tossing it back to our wonderful host.
Here we are, Mara Clara, with the winner of the match, Echo!
Congratulations, Echo Philippines. My goodness. Okay, first, I need to ask the guy beside me, Sanji, MVP for game number 5. First of all, it was your rookie season, season 10, just the season before this one in the Philippines, and your very first time in M4 in the world stage. How does it feel that you made such a great recognition? Now the whole world saw your performance, MVP.
Masaya po. Kaso, chamba lang.
Oh, okay. He said he's really happy, but he thinks it was just fluke. I don't think that was any fluke. So, how did your teammates help you not get so nervous being in the world stage? I mean, it was just your rookie year last season also.
Lagi nila ako sinasabihan ng wag kabahan, wag mag-play safe, aggressive palagi. Lalo na si Carl.
Now, he's saying that his teammates have always told him not to get nervous, not to think too much, especially Carl TZ being his older brother. So they told him to just always be aggressive.
And that's really happening here because they got really well. But I have a question for Benny Cutie with a carry. You win with a style. The game, it was just epic. You come back on the first game, it was close. And how you managed to win with style like that? The first game.
Sa unang laro nyo, nung gumamit ka ng show, nagkaroon kayo ng comeback. Actually, may part nun na ikaw yung nag-save sa kapunan mo, nag-split push ka din. Pagkatapos nun, backdoor. Go back to that moment.
Ano pa nangyari nun bale. Nag-solo play na lang po ako. Kasi inasa ko na rin sa team ko na hindi na napapawin yung kalaban para makapag-split push lang ng maayos.
So he just wanted to do solo. He decided to split push. So not to let their opponent have a comeback. So that was his strategy.
Wow, the macro play is just a next level. But of course, second game they won it. But after the third game, they lose, and fourth game as well. But they come back stronger on the fifth game. How come it happens for Eco?
We'll have Yaoi.
So what happened in third and fourth game, and then you come back?
So you won the first two games, and then your opponent made a comeback. So what happened during that break, during that time, that made you guys get the final game to win this match?
Ano po, may sinadjust po si Coach Trev na adjust po sa draft. Tapos yun, sobrang luwag po ng draft namin. Kaya gumanda po yung execution ng gameplay, tas ang bilis po ng laban.
So, Coach told you to adjust in the draft, and it made the execution, the gameplay so much faster. Now, during that time, going back to that moment, you won twice, lost twice. It must have been really frustrating because you just needed one more game to win the game, right? One more. What was the conversation like inside the dugout? Was anybody particularly upset? Was anybody particularly very talkative to tell you guys, hey guys, wake up? Who was the most talkative one there? What happened?
Ano po, lahat po kami, confident pa rin naman po na kami po yung mananalo. Pilipinas lang malakas.
Oh, all of them are so confident that they were gonna win because they feel that Pilipinas lang, malakas.
Ow.
Now, just last question. This one is for Carl TZ. Carl TZ, all right. Your next game, your next match, you're gonna be going up against ONIC. Really dominant today. And you're gonna be going against Kyrie, former player from the Philippines. Do you have any message to Kyrie?
Good luck sa atin, Lods. Huwag mo kami durugin.
Oh!
Hey, Kyrie?
He told that, Kyrie, good luck, and please don't smash them. All right, thank you very much. Congratulations once again, Echo Philippines! Now let's take a look at the updated upper brackets for M4.
Yes, this is what happened in M4. A lot of things happens, and of course, everyone are doing their best. Today, the first day, we got two matches. The first one is really fast with 3-0.
That's right, we've seen ONIC Esports take a very convincing win with a 3-0 scoreline. Moving on to the next round of the upper brackets. They'll face the recent winner, Echo. Both teams showed spectacular performances where they proved their greatness. Team Hawk and Falcon Esports will still have a chance at the world title, and we'll be waiting for day 3 to determine their opponents.
Yes, and the bracket is here. We have a lot of things, and this is what happened in M4 knockout a bracket. 3-0. ONIC put Falcon on the bottom, and Echo as well. They won 3-2. And unfortunately, with the great battle of Team Hawk, they have to go down. But as Mara said before, ONIC will face Echo. But for tomorrow, of course, we have Todak against RQ Hoshi for the first match. And then for the second match, we have RQ Akira going up against Blacklist International.
And that is for tomorrow's schedule. Here we go. Let's take a look.
Ah, yes, this is what you have been waiting for. At 2 p.m., this is gonna be an epic battle of Todak and our RQ Hoshi.
Now, it's gonna be very exciting tomorrow. We have another set of amazing matches. Now, the teams that top the group stage to gain the upper bracket. The whole world is watching, Clara, but for sure, a lot of Southeast Asian fans are gonna be tuning in, especially with the M4 Fan Award Choice winner, RQ Hoshi. They're gonna be going up. And it's not just that, it's not just the Southeast Asian. We also have a really great contender that really surprised everybody, showing great stuff. That's RRQ Akira of Brazil.
Okay, he is on upper bracket as well. 4 of them need to take the slot on upper bracket, but only to slot for 4 teams.
They're gonna have a tough time because the defending champs, Blacklist International, will be going up against them tomorrow. Now, of course, today has been such a great event and it wouldn't be possible without our sponsors. M4 is powered by Moonton, presented by TikTok, our official content partner, Secret Lab, our official gaming chair.
And also we have Esports Charts, our analytical partner, Gang, our merchandise partner, and we also have Me Watch, our media partner. Last but not least, we have Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia.
It's been such a great day. We'll see you guys tomorrow for another day of the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championship. Dare to be great! Bye, everybody!
My time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know don't never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be shoot for the stars, promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes around me is strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did.